Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
Congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
And that's it! Javier Dominguez is a 2-time world champion.
Congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro!
Welcome to Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, live from Atlanta, Georgia. It's going to be an amazing tournament, everyone. We have 300 of the best players to ever do it competing here in this convention center this weekend in draft and modern constructed for their share of a $500,000 prize pool, a trophy, and of course, the coveted title of champion. And we also have MagicCon Atlanta going on this weekend too. Take a look at the line to get in the building this morning. I drove by while they were filming this. Everyone was so excited to come on in and celebrate the best game of all time, Magic the Gathering. Here's a look at the Pro Tour area here inside the convention center as the players get ready to battle here this weekend at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Hey everybody, welcome along. We're so excited to have you. My name's Maria Bartholdi. I'm your host for the weekend at the news desk. Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney joining me this weekend. Corey, what are you most looking forward to?
Maria, I'm so excited for our constructed portion. Being able to have the kind of deck diversity that we have here with the most played deck only being 16%, it is going to be a treat to watch.
Yes, it's an awesome metagame, everyone. Ailey, what are you looking forward to?
I am most looking forward to the reveal of world champion Jean-Emmanuel Dupraz' card. I cannot wait to see what he's come up with. It's just going to be great. That's happening on Sunday, so you better be here.
Yes, absolutely. Don't want to miss that on Sunday. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule now and find out what we're going to do and when we're going to do it, starting with today, Corey.
Starting with today, we're going to be starting with Edge of Eternities draft. We're going to figure out who our 3-0 drafters are going to be, and then rounds 4 through 8, we'll be pivoting to Modern. Anybody with a 4-4 record or better, aka 12 match points, will advance to day number 2.
On Saturday, we create a copy of Target's schedule from the previous day with 3 rounds of draft and then 5 rounds of constructed to determine who our final top 8 players are going to be.
And top 8 means Sunday, everyone. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be single elimination modern, best 3 out of 5 games, with sideboarding beginning after game number 2. But what are they playing for? Let's take a look at the prizes here. First place goes home with $50,000, $30K for second. Third through fourth goes home with $15,000. Fifth through eighth, $9,000. So not bad for a weekend of work. Well, someone who went home with that $50K last time is none other than Ken Yukihiro, our reigning Pro Tour champion, taking down Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Vegas. It was an incredible win.
Absolutely.
Starting out, Corey, with locking that spot in the top 8.
Yeah, let's take a look, because this was some of the greatest reactions from one of the greatest players. We see Ken being able to stop playing before the Swiss rounds are even done because he did that well that he advanced as the #1 seed. And believe it or not, you two, the #1 seed when you're playing a red deck is a pretty solid advantage.
It does certainly feel like a good place to be, and Ken Yukihiro certainly capitalized on that. And after that win in the quarterfinals, which happened next, he had some fighting words for his opponents. You're going to be fighting against Mono Red again. Are you looking forward to the match?
I'm a Mono Red player, best #1 player.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Watch out, Percy Fang and any of the Mono Red players there. Best of luck in the semifinals. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
So there's Ken saying he's the best mono red player. Well, he had a chance to prove it in the semifinals of that top 8 up against Yu Chen Liu, taking down that mirror match, both on mono red. Ken Yukihiro winning this to cement his spot in the finals. And look at that win, just a fist pump and a handshake, cool, calm, and collected, taking that victory into the championship match.
All calm, all collected, you know, a couple of chuckles here and there. We always see Ken Yukihiro smiling. And
Yes.
when we get to the finals, you can see there's a bit of a gear shift there. In this moment, he is about to win the Pro Tour. He extends the hand, does Ian Robb, and Ken Yukihiro is crowned champion. And just look at that release of emotion. Look at the realization there that something that he has been chasing for over a decade has finally come true. There is not many players who are more consistent and persistent and just determined to win than Ken Yukihiro, and he gave us one of the best moments in Pro Tour history, so couldn't be a more deserving champion.
Not a dry eye in the room, I would say, watching Ken win there.
I'm so glad they didn't pan to me because I was doing the exact same thing, falling at the desk. It was so special to watch. That's what it's all about. And I mean, you know, this is a solid career highlight besides that Pro Tour Final Fantasy win at the very end here at our last Pro Tour in 2025. Goes all the way back to 2012, where he got his first of 8 Pro Tour top 8s, made it all the way to the finals at Pro Tour Nagoya, tasted the finals, and was like, you know what, I'm gonna get back. Took a couple years off, made it back in 2024 with a top 16, 2025 another top 16, and then finally got the championship, got the trophy that he so wanted. What a career, what a phenomenal story.
Absolutely incredible career for Ken Yukihiro, and an incredible season with 2 top finishes this season as well, which means he is leading the Player of the Year race. Now, the Player of the Year race does run through the World Championship, so we do have 2 shows for these players to score points. But Ken is in the lead, Corey.
Ken's in the lead, and then in second and third, we have Ian Robb and Yuchen Liu, who both made back-to-back top 8 with red decks here in the last 2 standard Pro Tours. Really impressive stuff. And then we see a plethora of phenomenal players. Matt Nass, our champion from a couple Pro Tours ago. We got one of the GOATs, Reed Duke, in 10th place. Just a phenomenal star-studded top 14 here.
Yeah, very exciting to watch how that plays out. There's a Player of the Year race. Something else we've got our eyes on this weekend is the teams who are doing battle here in this room. We're going to take a look at how these teams did at the last Pro Tour Final Fantasy, and then check out their roster here this weekend. Corey, you're kicking us off with Worldly Council. Heavy play.
Yeah, let's take a look at Worldly Council. They did pretty well at this Pro Tour. We had 3 players, Alex Rohan, Arch Dota, and Derek Davis, that were just 1 win away from making it to the top 8, and then plenty of players who did well. Only 2 players that actually didn't make day number 2. So, I mean, this is phenomenal. You can never be sad about those kind of results. And their roster, well, it grew, or at least stayed the same because they did so well.
Up next, we've got Team Cosmos Heavy Play. Their results impressive as well. 11 and 5, so plenty there for Quinn, Anthony, Christopher, and Javier Dominguez. A great performance there from this team. Let's take a look at their roster this time around. Notably missing Christopher Larson. He and his wife are expecting another little baby sometime soon, so obviously he's not here, otherwise he'd be in very big trouble.
He'd be in trouble, yeah.
Let's take a look at our third Heavy Play team here. Rampage Growth Heavy Play, their results from Pro Tour Final Fantasy. David Rude in the top 8 there, leading this team. We have 4 players as well with 10 wins, so a solid performance from Rampage Growth Heavy Play at the last PT. Let's take a look at the contingent here battling this weekend.
And then let's take a look at our next team. We got Team Handshake, one of our best teams here on the Pro Tour, led by Ely Cassis and David Inglis. Fun little fact, it's Ely Cassis' 42nd birthday today.
Happy birthday,
big congratulations to him. And another fun fact is the last 4 Pro Tours, Ely has never placed higher than his age. I am not joking. 36 was his worst place. So here is the roster for Handshake going forward.
Oh my goodness me. Up next, we have Team CFB Ultimate Guard. Edgar Magalhaes doing the best there in 9th position there. So just on the outside looking in, he's going to be hoping for a better performance there. Pretty solid Pro Tour from these players. And a change in name for them. They are now Team TCG Player. This is their roster representing them this weekend.
Moving on to Team Moriyama Japan, the powerhouse team out of Japan, led by, of course, Ken Yukihiro. They're taking down the last Pro Tour. Solid results as well for this team at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, featuring Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura. Let's see who's battling for this team here this weekend.
And taking a look at our next team, we got Flex Slot Diamond, headlined there by Ian Robb with that 2nd place finish. Came so close. And then the rest of the players, you know, we made day 2 for a lot of them, but really not the best results here. So they'll be looking to put a lot more players into day 2 and hopefully some into the top 8. And here is the roster for this Pro Tour.
Another team we've been keeping our eye on is Sanctum of All. Tony Portolan having a standout performance here in 6th place. The rest of the team, unfortunately, not having the Pro Tour that they would have wanted. So definitely looking to improve those numbers this time around. And these are the players who will be representing them. Plenty of players for Team Sanctum of All, so best of luck to them in their endeavors.
And finally, we round things out with a new team here this weekend. Team Double Infinity, led by Hall of Famer Willie Adel, who loves to do community building. So this is a team of Brazilian and Portuguese players trying to build up a new contingent of players from those countries. Marcio Carvalho, got to give him a shout out as well. Just a powerhouse player on this team here this weekend. We are kicking things off with Edge of Eternities Limited here this weekend. Now, this is an incredible limited format. It's also well-tested, well-rounded. Corey, what are the archetypes of players we're going to be looking at this morning?
Yeah, so we'll take a look at half the archetypes we're going to be seeing here, but in this format, you can really play whatever you want. Everything is very balanced. It's very strong. My favorite on this page, though, Ailey, I think we're going to agree here, is that Rakdos Void deck. I mean, it is
So
just
fun.
such a blast.
Absolutely love that archetype, but on this page as well, we see two of the most successful in the Orzhov Go Wide strategy as well as the Simic Ramp strategy.
All right, there's a look at our archetypes, but signpost uncommons, of course. These are what you want to see coming around the table, and when you see them, pick them up. That means that archetype is open, and you should move into it. Biomech and Engineer in green and blue, the strongest performing color pair, is definitely where I want to be at the table, so we'll see if some people can pick up that card this weekend.
Biomech and Engineer is super strong because it makes landers, and there are plenty of cards in this set that make landers. They help you fix, they help you ramp. There are 16 cards that create a lander for you to go and grab that one random basic you need because you don't know how to not splash.
All the basics, right? 5-color spacecrafts, I'm here. There's some other trinkets in the set, like Cryogen Relic, ends up being one of the best, if not the best card in the set, and here's all the different things you can do with it. Add mana with GG in here, Gene Pollinator, make your creatures bigger and draw some cards with the Mechan, or use that trinket to sacrifice it and destroy some creatures with some premium removal.
Let's take a look at the name of the game here in Spacecraft, a new card type here with this format. Night Luminary, not a spacecraft, of course, but the warp ability on this is so crucial to be able to warp a creature in, station your spacecraft, and this one even leaves behind a body when it goes away. Pinnacle Killship at 7 mana, you might think too expensive. No. This is a great card. Put it in your deck, and that means it's kind of a mid-range format for you.
Oh, absolutely. If a 7 mana deal 10 removal spell is good in a limited format, sign me up. I'm going to be drafting all day. Here are some of the removal spells to deal with these spaceships or other creatures. And one thing I really want to touch on here is a card like Orbital Plunge. Usually not that great. The 4 to 5 mana sorcery card that deals a lot of damage to a creature usually underperforms. And cards like Bombard are usually extremely powerful. They're kind of switched around in this one just because of the power that a lanyard gives you from this removal spell. So really awesome stuff and a little different than we normally see, Ailey.
Absolutely. If targeted removal is not your cup of tea, well, there are plenty of sweepers in this format. 6 or 7 maybe. They're terrifying, so do not overcommit to the battlefield and make sure you have a contingency plan when all your stuff goes bye-bye.
Yeah, this is a super sweet format, everyone. I cannot wait to see what the pros do this weekend with it. Like we said, well tested, so they've had time to play it. No excuses for bad decks. Let's take a look at our top 3 feature pods we'll be watching here this morning. And pod number 1, Ailey, it is stacked.
Woo! This pod is a banger. I mean, if we could have requested a pod, I don't know if we get too much better than this. We have 4 absolutely incredible players here. Ken Yukihiro, who we're going to be following along. We got Luis Salvato, we got Sean Goddard, and we have former world champion Jean-Emmanuel Deprat in draft pod number 1. In draft pod number 2, we got Hall of Famer Shota Yasaoka here in this pod. We'll be very keen to see how he does. We also have Anthony Lee and Kenta Harana in this draft pod. And in our 3rd draft pod that we're going to be following along with, we got Sam Pardee, Yuchen Liu, and Lucas Ducot, who we're going to be keeping our eyes on in this draft section.
There's a look at our top 3 draft pods we'll be following this morning. Let's take a peek at the players arriving for draft here in the feature match area under the lights. This is the big moment when the Pro Tour really gets underway. There's Luis Salvato leading the way. By the way, a modern Pro Tour champion, PS, with lantern control.
Ew.
Don't want to remember that deck, but he knows the format, and there is Ken Yukihiro walking on in this morning in his pajama pants. He's comfy, ready for the draft, and we'll be following Ken Yukihiro's draft this morning as our reigning Pro Tour champion. Take a look at Ken Yukihiro here. Started playing the game in 2007. Season goal this season was to make a top 8. Checkmark took the whole thing down. Played in the first Modern Pro Tour as well, Pro Tour Philly in 2011, and he's here this weekend once again. Well, there's a look at the players. Let's take a look at our broadcast team who will be joining us here this weekend, giving you all the action from the feature match area. Not just us, of course. A big welcome to Carmen Klump-Herons, who will be in the booth this weekend. Marshall Sutcliffe will also be here alongside Paul Cheon, and Cedric Phillips alongside Riley Knight. All right, it's time to get underway with draft this morning. I am so very excited. Marshall and Paul are going to take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And of course, this is the best time of the weekend. This is where the tension is in the room. This is where everybody's seated and ready to do a booster draft. Paul, we're going to be doing Edge of Eternities booster draft here for this tournament, which is kind of interesting because normally the players are under a very compressed time schedule from when the set comes out, gets in their hands, and when they're actually opening them here at the Pro Tour. It's like 10, 12 days. We've had Edge of Eternities for a couple of months.
Yeah, so it's a completely different approach to the format because at this point, everybody knows what all the good cards are. Everybody's experimented with all the rares. They know what's good. So what's really important now is to be able to basically draft everything and play your seed properly because this is probably one of the most balanced formats we've seen where every color combination is viable.
Stacked pod one here. These are randomized, Paul. So this is, we usually like to follow our prior champion. We've got Ken Yukihiro. You can see him in the upper right part of your screen. But boy, did he got a pod surrounded by Luis Salvato and Sean Godard, as well as Jean-Emmanuel Depras, really another standout player in this stacked pod.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this might just be one of the best pods in the entire Pro Tour. Just tons of success at the table. And honestly, for booster draft, you actually do want to be seated next to very experienced drafters because you know what? The important thing, one of the most important things in draft is, of course, being able to read signals. Mm-hmm. And when you've drafted and played Magic for as long as these guys, like, it's just going to be a much smoother draft process, right?
That's right. Yeah, really interesting because the burden is quite high on these players.
Raise your
Edge
hand.
of Eternities is a very flat
Fantastic.
format
So
in terms
welcome
of
to
the
Pro
best to the
Tour Edge
worst
of Eternities,
archetypes. And what that means
congratulations for
is
being
that
at
you
the
kind of
feature
need to be
draft.
able to draft
You can
all the
start
color
opening
pairs
pack
efficiently
labeled
and well
1A.
because you need to be able to play to your seat. Sometimes, when it's early in a format, you can kind of zero in on a few archetypes and grab
Please
on for
count
the ride. It's not
face
ideal,
down,
but
then
it's
you
a
have
do what you got to
14
do, but not in this
cards.
set.
Yeah, I mean, this format is really interesting in that sense because I feel like there was actually a really nice evolution where in the beginning, I think the blue-green
Please
ramp
double-check
lander deck
that
was
no
really
cards
popular, really
have
coveted.
any
Everybody wanted to
significant
do
marks.
that. But I think as the formats evolved, White's been winning a lot more. And now just like honestly, almost every single color combination is very viable. Personally, I've been winning a lot more drafting the more aggressive white decks.
Oh, interesting.
Ready? Fantastic.
Let's see what Ken thinks about the format here. This is pack one, pick one of the Pro Tour, and we are underway. I saw Banishing Light at the front there, Paul.
There's a Cryogen Relic, though, which I think most consider to be the best common in the entire format, which is quite strong. There's a Sunstar Expansionist.
Oh, and a Requiem Monolith at rare. Interesting.
Yeah, Requiem Monolith is a very powerful card, and I've definitely lost my fair share of games to the card, but it does have a little bit more of a build around, whereas when you take something like Cryogen Relic, you're always getting value, and I'm never upset about having too many Cryogen Relics in my deck.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick. Oh, he did. He ended up not taking the Cryogen Relic. Cryogen Relic has such a high floor that you just feel like you can't go wrong with it. But it looks like Ken has other thoughts here. And he's going to go for the Requiem Monolith, perhaps the higher upside, but also lower downside card.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there are certain color combinations where you're going to just have a deck with a bunch of 1 toughness creatures. And generally with Requiem Monolith, you want to be targeting larger creatures that actually survive, so you can use that as a consistent source of card advantage.
It looks like he's pulled Tractor Beam to the front, but there's also a Focus Fire and a Sunstar Lightsmith in this pack, Paul.
Yeah, those are definitely the best options here. I do really like Tractor
10
Beam.
seconds.
Oftentimes you look at that card and you're like, well, I steal their thing, but it's tapped. It doesn't do anything. There's plenty of creatures that have just good passive abilities. Imagine stealing a Biomechan Engineer, right? You just still get to use the activated ability. So
totally.
I think
Psionicist, like there's so many good targets.
Yeah, I think there's enough upside here where the Tractor Beam, just all mind control effects historically in Magic have just been really, really strong, and Tractor Beam is no exception.
Pick up.
So a black card into a blue card here for Yukihiro, and now he looks at, he's pulled Broodguard Elite, Hilderblade to the front.
Yeah, Hilderblade, I don't mind if I'm maybe drafting perhaps a black-red deck or a black-white deck, slightly more proactive decks. If I end up in blue-black, it's not quite as strong.
10 seconds.
There's a diplomatic relations in that pack, right? Obviously,
Whoa,
you don't
he
want to just
took
lock
the
in.
Hilderblade.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Wow, I wonder if that's like a pet card for Ken.
Yeah, I mean,
Draw.
if you have a deck with a lot of warp,
Please shuffle and pass.
and
11 cards
maybe lots
to
of
your
ways to
left.
sacrifice creatures, certainly you can build around this and put something together. It is a very early Hilderblade, but perhaps this is a strategy that Ken is
Pick up.
very familiar with and something that's been working for him.
All right, let's see what he picks up next here. Is he going to solidify himself into a color?
So
Hymn
there,
of the Faller, there's Starbreach Whale,
yeah,
Embrace Oblivion.
Yeah, I mean, Embrace Oblivion
seconds.
makes a lot of sense, especially after you've taken Hilderblade, right? That lets you trigger Void. Also, it works well with Tractor Beam, right? If you steal something small or something without an ability, you still have something
Please
in place
shuffle and
to
pass.
use the Embrace Oblivion.
But he
10
did not
cards to
take
your
it. He
left.
actually took the Starbreach Whale here, so equal on both colors at this point.
Yeah,
Pick up.
Starbreach Whale does also work with the Hilderblade in the sense that it's a warp card. It's not a card that I take too highly, just because it's just an okay effect. But you know, with the Hilderblade, perhaps, and maybe Ken just really likes drafting these blue-black control decks.
10
Yeah,
seconds.
he's got an Ilvoy Infiltrator pulled to the front. There is a Divert Disaster in his colors here too. I like the Infiltrator. Like, it's a card you can build around a little bit, and
Draw.
it does change the
Please
board
shuffle
state
and
pretty
pass.
significantly
9
when it
cards
comes
to your
out.
left.
You know, your opponent definitely has to consider using a removal spell on it.
Yeah, I like it a lot more when I'm blue-white.
Pick up.
Yes.
The blue-white deck cares about casting multiple spells. It's a lot easier to trigger and make it unblockable. If you end up in blue-black, it's a little bit more difficult just because you tend
10
to lean more
seconds.
towards a control deck.
Here's a Divert Disaster and an Unravel, so 2 counter spells in this.
Yeah, and I actually
Pack for
kind of
him.
prefer the Divert Disaster just because it's a 2-mana
Draft.
card
Yeah.
for the most part.
Please shuffle
Whoa,
and
he took
pass. 8
Dockworker
cards
Drone.
to your left.
Okay. That is
a turn.
That is interesting. So this tells me a couple of
Pick
things.
up.
Interesting.
Ken might not value the counterspells as much, where when you play against a pod with a bunch of good players, oftentimes they'll play around that type of effect, especially if they know you have it.
10
Also, we did
seconds.
see a Focus Fire in the last pack, so perhaps Ken thinking maybe this is a signal that White's open.
Wow, he
and
just passed an Uthro scan ship there for a flight deck coordinator, so I guess he's just dipping
Draft.
into white hard.
Yeah, and
Please
the
shuffle
Scanship
and
is a good
pass.
card.
7
so,
cards to your
you know,
left.
and we've seen him take some of the blue cards, so that's also really, really interesting. But, you know, if you want to make the
Pick up.
Infiltrator work, obviously blue-white is the ideal color combination, so perhaps Ken looking to go down
10
that
seconds.
path. But now the best card in the pack here is a Hull Carver, so perhaps you go back there and maybe you keep yourself available in the Esper color combinations and just see what's
Draft.
coming your
Please
direction.
shuffle and pass. 6 cards to your left.
Yeah, I guess the counter spell's probably worse if you're trying to do the
Pick up.
cast 2 spells in a turn
Right.
thing, and also if you're trying to do like the Infiltrator plan.
5 seconds.
All right,
Okay, well, there's another black card. So Hull Carver into Lightless Evangel. So
Draft. Please
perhaps
shuffle
we
and
see
pass.
Ken
5 cards to
veering
your
back
left.
over to his original game plan.
Yeah, black seems like
Pick
a
up.
color that seems to be open. Also note that there was a Mechanizo in that pack. So if you know, perhaps
5
the
seconds.
artifact deck is also available. So that's just something that you have to keep in mind even when you take a black card.
He took the Hymn of the Faller
Draft.
here. So let's just take a quick second here to kind of figure out where he's going, because with those 2 black cards out of the last picks, it does feel like he's starting to solidify himself into at least black, if not black-blue.
Yeah, I think definitely, especially when you saw some of those cards table, if you look, he tabled 2 black cards that are both playable cards. So that tells me that at least black is somewhat open. Maybe there's one other black drafter at the table. He took a couple of speculative picks in white, thinking maybe that goes well with some of the blue cards that I have. But right now, everything's kind of up in the air. We only have 3 blue cards. We have 2 white cards. One thing is certain, though. I think Ken really wants to plant his flag in being black and trying to still figure out whether he's going to be black-white or black-blue. But that's what we're going to find out in future packs.
That's right. Let's take a look at maybe some of the cards that he might be able to pick up if he does end up staying in blue-black. And these are just some of the most powerful commons. Graph-Pack Monoist, Virus Beetle, and Cryogen Relic also all have the same type line of you're pretty okay sacrificing those
Right.
and getting your void going, that type of stuff.
Yeah, just really solid options for your mana curve. There's just no number of virus beetles that you're going to be unhappy playing. It just works so well, especially because it's also an artifact. And then, of course, if you do want to end up in blue-black, Cryogen Relic being the best common in the format, that's something that you want to open.
Here's some bangers here, too. Look at this. Dubious Delicacy, Code Cracker Hound. Paul, number of times you or I have passed a Code Cracker Hound in draft? Very low.
I mean, I think it's the best. It's my favorite uncommon in the set.
Mythic uncommon?
Yeah, Dubious Delicacy might actually slightly outperform it, but Code Cracker, I just don't pass that card unless there is one of the 5 best rares in the format that I can take over.
That's a good dog. And then Fell Graveship as well. And then if we want to let our imaginations run a little wild here, Paul, why not, right? Let's get a Quantum Riddler, an Elegy Acolyte, maybe a Sunset Saboteur to go with the Hilderblade Aggression.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 cards, I'll definitely take over the Code Cracker Hound. Quantum Riddler, absolutely amazing. So good that we're actually going to see it in the modern decks later. But yes, these are the best 2 cards in the format to open, and Ken Yukihiro will be very happy to open one of these.
All right, let's head back down to the draft here, and we'll get a chance now to actually see exactly what Ken does, particularly if he stays in this blue-black color pair or if he veers off of that. As we wind down
Please
pack
shuffle
number
and
1
pass
here, you
4
can see the
cards
picks
to your
there
left.
on the left.
Pick
Again,
up.
he had a little foray into white, but it doesn't seem to be super open here. Not much a mech and shield
Draft.
mate to
Please shuffle and pass
kinda
3 cards
finish up.
to your left.
Yeah, so heading into pack 2,
Pick up.
which it's, you obviously can't really read signals going into pack number 2, right? Because you're the one feeding the person that you're passing to.
Draft.
I think
Please
for
shuffle
Ken,
and pass
if he
2
has a
cards to your
close
left.
decision in pack 2, he's just going to take the black
Pick up.
card, right? Because one thing's for certain, you're going to take black. And then, if you get past the bomb that's white,
Draft.
you'll just take it
Please
and then
shuffle
just try
and
to
pass
figure
the
things
last
out.
card to your left. Pick up the last card. You now have 60 seconds to review.
For those of you
your
that
picks.
haven't done a draft of this level, this is what we call a timed draft. So you can hear the judge giving instructions to the players. And one of the big differences between this and an online draft or a Friday draft or whatever is that you can't look at your picks in between. The picks that you've already made in between picks at the draft. So, things like how many artifacts do I have? How many creatures do I have? What does my curve look like? Even, if you're a little forgetful, like how many blue cards do I have? Like these are the type of things that these players do not have access to until this review period in between packs. And it is a skill that you have to develop. It actually comes pretty quickly, I think, for most of these players. But if you're not used to it, you're
It's a
used
lot.
to knowing everything about what you've got. I mean, you
10
can
seconds.
online, you can put them in the curve order that you have, so you're just sort of filling in the blanks. But, at a draft like this, it's not uncommon to get to the end and go, oh, no.
Yeah.
Like, I don't,
It's really important,
Review
especially
time
after
is
pack
finished.
2, you
Please
really
put
get to
back your
see
cards
what
in
the
a
holes
single
are in your
pile in
deck.
front of you.
Do I need more interaction? What's my artifact count? What's
Please
my mana
proceed
curve?
opening
Those are things
pack
that you all
labeled
have to
1B.
consider during the draft, and especially between packs, where
Count
you can
face
take the
down
weaker
14
card, but the
cards.
card that's more important to have into your deck. And if you forget,
Make
that can
sure
be a big problem.
no
it can be
cards
big.
have
Mana
significant
curve,
marks.
paying attention to certain types of cards that, there's a lot, like in this set, artifacts matter.
Yep.
Right? There's certain cards that pay you off for having a bunch of artifacts, and you really want to know, how many do I have in my deck?
This time we will pass
Yeah, if you
cards
take a
to
look
the
at Ken's
right.
deck, right now the artifact
ready?
count isn't especially
Pick
high.
up.
And blue-black is kind of known to be that artifact color pair, one of them at least.
Let's take a look at pack 2, pick 1 here for Ken Yukihiro. He's got Orbital Plunge, another Embrace Oblivion.
There's a Gigastorm Titan.
Gigastorm Titan, I like that one.
Yeah, that's certainly a very, very strong one. Specimen Freighter, just okay.
Yeah.
Just okay. And here's the thing, right? I talked about this before. I think he's just going to lean towards the black card. I think if you did end up specifically in blue-black, Gigastorm Titan is probably the
10
stronger
seconds.
card. But given that Ken doesn't exactly know what his second color is, I think he's leaning blue. I wouldn't blame him for just taking the Embrace Oblivion here because it's going to make your deck 100% of the
Draft.
time.
Definitely.
Please
Second
shuffle
Embrace
and
Oblivion,
pass
especially when you have the
13
Tractor
cards
Beam,
to
is
your right.
in.
Right.
Third one, they start to fall off.
Yeah, you're
Pick
going
up.
to need a lot more Virus Beetles and Cryogen Relics.
Right. Let's see if he can pick up those here. Ilvoy Operative, and there's also an Ilvoy Infiltrator. Okay.
Yeah, and the Infiltrator...
That would be the second one of those if he takes it.
Right, and Infiltrator certainly has higher upside here. And when you pick up the second copy now, you kind of have some direction, right?
Definitely.
Because normally the blue-black decks that people draft are more controlling, curve might be a little bit higher. It's kind of
10
hard to trigger
seconds.
the Infiltrator. But when you have the two, that kind of shapes how you draft the rest of the draft moving forward, because you want to lean toward taking cheaper things to really turn this on.
Yeah, he'll be happy
Draft.
with that Embrace
Please
Oblivion
shuffle
pick
and
now that
pass
he's picked up
12
the second
cards
Ilvoy
to your right.
Infiltrator. Not only is it a card that you can use to double spell because it's so cheap, but also it gets blockers out of the way, and you can do it the good old-fashioned way where you don't have to have unblockable to make the Ilvoy Operator go.
Yeah, so there's an Ilvoy Operative, there's a Mechanizoa, which is an okay top-end option if you need something in the blue-black artifacts deck, but see...
Maybe wheel it?
Yeah, maybe wheel it, but we do see Ken taking the Operative here, so kind of leaning into a good curve, a double spell deck.
10 seconds.
Perhaps we might even see maybe more of a blue-black tempo deck,
Yeah, that's
given
what it feels
he's drafting.
like. Yeah, this is interesting because there are, within the archetypes, this is another thing that, you know, when you get
Draft.
to the depth of a format
Please
like
shuffle
this,
and pass
and
11
you've gotten a
cards
chance
to
to
your
play
right.
with it as much as we have, you will find little sub-archetypes. If I asked you what blue-black was, you would probably say
Pick
like
up.
a controlling artifacts.
Right.
But there is this little shade of sniping the cards that care about casting 2 spells
Right.
and using cheap stuff to keep those rolling. Is a third Embrace Oblivion on the menu? I guess
10
I
seconds.
mentioned that it goes down in value pretty sharply, but it doesn't look like he has much to pick.
Yeah, there's
over.
nothing else really for him here, which does tell me that Sean is likely in one of Ken's colors.
Draft.
Remember, Ken did pass
Please
him a
shuffle and
Cryogen
pass
Relic,
10
and I
cards to
imagine
your right.
Sean took the Cryogen Relic, so we might not be seeing a ton of blue from the other direction, at least
Pick
in
up.
Pack 2.
And Ken would just kill for some. There we go
Okay.
for that. For Cryogen Relic or Virus Beetle.
Oh, Virus Beetle is perfect. Ken would
Perfect
take
for his
2
deck.
more of those if he had the
Definitely.
ability, so very happy to pick that up. Uthro Scanship, totally fine card, but Virus Beetle
10
so
seconds.
perfect for what Ken has so far.
Yeah, he will be taking as many of those as they offer.
Draft.
Those
Please
cheap
shuffle and
2-for-1
pass
artifacts
9 cards to your right.
that he can sacrifice to Embrace Oblivion, which he now has 3 copies of, are going to be critical
Pick
Yeah.
up.
for Ken.
Okay.
Oh, that's a nice one
Ooh,
there,
so
too.
blue might actually be
Perigi
open here.
Beckoner.
So there's Perigi Beckoner and
Oh, and it's
Uthro
a-
Cyanosis, which is
Wow.
also
10
a very
seconds.
strong card. You're trying to double spell, but with all the Embrace Oblivions, I could see the argument to taking the Beckoner here.
He does. It's really good
Draft.
with a lot of the cards he
Please
has.
Right.
shuffle
The
and
warp
pass
cost is
8
only
cards
2,
to
so it
your
allows
right.
you to double spell. It unlocks attacks that you don't normally have, like with
Pick
your
up.
operatives and your infiltrators and stuff.
Ooh,
that's a
that's-
nice pickup there for Ken. And I mean, it's hard for me to pass a Psionicist. I
Right.
really like that card, but
10
that was the right
seconds.
one there.
Absolutely.
Ooh, Desculpting Blast, another good card for his
Yeah,
deck.
another good card here, and this tells me that blue is actually somewhat open. It seems getting a Desculpting
Draft.
Blast this
Please
late
shuffle
into the
and
packs
pass
means that there's
7
probably
cards
just one
to
other
your
blue
right.
drafter at the table here. So Ken's Pack 2 certainly
Pick up.
going pretty well here, especially with the Desculpting Blast and the Perigi Beckoner relatively late.
10
What is this here?
seconds.
Pinnacle Emissary. That is not really the name of the game for him.
Yeah, I think maybe you can just take a Comet Crawler here because you're just not going to play the Pinnacle
Draft.
Emissary, but
Please
wow.
shuffle and pass
The-
6
Emissary
cards
is just
to your
you're
right.
not you can't put that in your deck if you can only warp it, right? So
Pick up.
unless somehow you get really good mana, maybe that was a defensive draft, right? But Comet Crawler, it's not
5
great, but
seconds.
you can still put it into your deck.
Yeah. Here's an Ilvoy Galeblade. There's also that
Draft.
Specimen Freighter, but
Please shuffle
the
and
Galeblade
pass
being
5
so
cards
cheap, you know,
to your
we
right.
could see some main phase Galeblading here to get
Pick
the
up.
double spell triggered.
Yeah, especially with the double Infiltrator.
And he picked up
5
another operative
seconds.
too. So
Right.
2 operative, 2 infiltrator.
So yeah, the Galeblade's definitely making the deck here
Draft.
so far.
Please shuffle and pass 4 cards
Ken
to
would
your right.
love to see one more
Pick up.
good payoff for double spells because he's really committed to it. He picks up an annul fairly
Draft.
late here.
Please shuffle
Yeah.
and pass
And at
3
this point-
cards to your right.
There is no white card. There are no white cards.
Pick
Ken
up.
is
Yeah.
100% locked into blue-black here.
This is cool. Like this is a different version
Draft.
of blue
Please
black than we
shuffle and
normally
pass
see.
2
Right.
It
cards
actually
to
makes
your
me
right.
wonder how
Pick up.
locked in Ken is to this archetype, because remember going all the way back to the Hilderblade pick?
Right.
Like he seemed to like
Draft,
that
please pass your
vibe.
last
Yeah,
card.
he's not interested in taking pinnacle kill ships or
Pick up
anything
the last card.
expensive. Just keep the curve
You now have
low,
90 seconds
plenty
to
of
review your
interaction,
picks.
and just beat people down that way.
This deck is cool.
Yeah, I mean, no exciting rares or anything like that, but it's just a solid, well-constructed build. Like, the cards work together, and this is not a typical build of Dimir that you see. It doesn't have a million artifacts. It's not super controlling, but it's got a good curve, and it's got good ways to just get blockers out of the way. And we can see the infiltrators just kind of take over the game.
Yeah, that to me is the most important card that he has is his 2 copies of Ilvoy Infiltrator. I feel, I mean, it would put it over the top if he could get another.
Right.
You know, because he's just so well set up to keep the way clear and or to double spell somewhat frequently. And if you can get that train rolling, that Infiltrator just keeps it so that you can keep, you know, it feeds into itself.
Right. Absolutely.
The downside to strategies like that is if they just say, kill it,
Yep.
which they do. It's a card that people respect on the battlefield. You don't want to let your opponent go nuts with that type of thing. Then sometimes you look at your hand, and it's like Ilvoy Galeblade and an Embrace Oblivion, and you're not pressuring your opponent at all as
10
they're like
seconds.
cracking landers and starting to build up towards really, really big stuff. That's the fragility of a archetype like this. But if you can get the pieces in place, it's
Review time
really
is finished.
strong.
Please
Yeah,
put
I
back
mean,
your cards in
Ken
a single
certainly
face-down
has
pile in front of you.
the
Let's
luxury of
proceed
picking up
opening
1 or 2
pack
expensive
labeled
cards if he sees
1C.
it, right? If you do see kind of a late
Please
Mechanizoa
count face down
or something, you know,
14
maybe even a
cards.
spacecraft,
Make
like he
sure
does have the
no
ability to pick one of those
significant
up,
marks
just to make sure he has
on
other
the back
ways
of
to
the
win
cards.
the game outside of those 3 drops.
Yeah, any of the cares about casting 2 spells, payoffs would be good for him here.
This time we
Of
will
course,
be passing.
raw power is always welcome.
I'll still take an Elegy Acolyte, so.
Yeah,
It's probably the card I've lost to the most in
Right.
this format. I mean, there's a lot of really good bombs, but that one is public enemy #1 for me.
that card is an absolute thrashing.
Yeah.
It is so
If you
brutal.
don't kill it, the game is over.
Yes. And you need it. You need that removal now.
Right away.
Like now. Sorcery speed need not apply. By the time it gets back to you, they already have a 2/2, an extra card.
It's ridiculous.
Looks like John Emanuel called the judge over just to double check.
Okay.
But they always
This time
count
we'll
out the
pass
number of
cards
cards in
to
the
the
pack
left.
beforehand just to make sure
Pick
that
up.
everything's correct. And it looks like John Emanuel was just double checking. There's another Embrace Oblivion. Any payoffs at the back there? Any bombs?
Well, Dauntless Scrapbot is just an awesome card. I take this super highly. You're
I don't think
always
I've ever
happy.
passed that.
Yeah, and it's really funny too because it's an uncommon, and then you look at something like a Galactic Wafer, you're like, wait, that thing has 2 more toughness. So yeah, I mean, but this card is awesome. It produces a lander. You can use that to either ramp or use the Embrace Oblivion. Just having something in play is really, really nice.
10
just,
seconds.
Just a perfect card to have for Ken's part of the mana curve too.
Yeah, it creates 2 sackable permanents.
Right.
Like, it's right where you want to be. All right, Dauntless
Draft.
Scrapbot.
Please
Pack 3, pick
shuffle
1.
and pass 13
Unfortunately,
cards to
not
your
one
left.
of those great narrow payoffs that he was looking for, but power level, it's there.
Yeah, just
Good
very,
pick.
very solid card. You are never cutting Dauntless Scrapbot in any of your decks.
Ooh, there's a Cryo Shatter.
Okay.
That would be nice.
Ooh, there's a Monoist Circuit Feeder.
Oh,
and
that's one of the better black uncommons.
Yeah, it's really, really strong. I mean,
What's his artifact?
you just took a Dauntless Scrapbot.
Yeah,
There's a
that's-
Requiem Monolith. There's a Virus Beetle. There's
Soul
some.
Carver.
But it's also just a really good top-end card to help you close
10
out
seconds.
games. So this is interesting. I think the Circuit Feeder is a more
Ooh,
powerful card,
ooh.
but Ken has a game plan. It's to double spell. Cryo Shatter is a really nice, cheap,
Draft.
interactive spell.
Please shuffle
So I
and
totally
pass
get why Ken took
12
this card.
cards to your
Ken's
left.
deck, remember, we said it's not a traditional Dimir deck. It doesn't have a ton of artifacts. So that Mono Circuit
up.
Feeder, maybe it's just for 1. And when if it's for 1, it's not that strong.
Cryo Shatter's nice. Okay, now he has options on Grav Kill or Selfcraft Mechan.
I mean, if you're not going to take the Mono Circuit Feeder, I don't think you're taking Selfcraft Mechan, right?
Yeah, and we were hoping that he would pick up a bunch of the Virus Beetle, Cryogen Relic type
10
stuff, but he
seconds.
still only has the one Virus Beetle. So maybe just take the solid removal spell.
Yeah, Graph Kill makes sense given kind of what Ken's trying to do with this deck.
This also
Draft.
really does round
Please
out his
shuffle and
removal.
pass
You know, he's
11
got the
cards
3
to your
Embrace
left.
Oblivion. Now he picked up a Cryo Shatter and a Grav Kill. Like, he can kill anything. Like,
And
he
he's
doesn't...
He's got a Tractor Beam, too.
And a Tractor Beam. So all of his removal kind of doesn't care what it is. It's
Right.
like, I don't care if it's big or whatever.
Okay. Now he's like, all right, now I need a top-end card. Let's just take the Mechanizoa just because I need something to use my mana in the late game.
Yeah, and it's fine on turn 3. You know, again, I
10
keep
seconds.
going back to the Infiltrators, right? If you get one of those on the battlefield, cards like Mechanizoa, cards like Cryo Shatter, like, these make your opponent's life very
Draft.
difficult.
Please shuffle and
Ken's
pass
gonna be
10 cards to your
Hoping
left.
to win a lot of die rolls over the course of the
Definitely.
draft because
Oh,
Infiltrators
yeah.
are so much better when you're on the play.
Pick up.
Wow,
Emmanuel's
yeah.
probably drafting like a 6-color.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know.
It's got 5 ways to make landers. It's
Yeah,
going to be awesome.
For sure.
All right, so yeah,
What is
okay.
that, a Mechan Navigator?
Mechan Navigator is good. Again, I don't think the
10
Survey Mechan is a
seconds.
consideration here because I don't think Ken has enough fodder. So the Selfcraft Mechan, I think, would be fine. He doesn't have any spacecrafts or any way to tap it, so he would just have to
Yeah.
naturally attack with it. But it
Draft.
is a 2-drop.
Please
and it's a
shuffle
fine
and
2-drop.
pass
Comet
9
Crawler.
cards to your left.
Okay, so this is like the first very surprising pick for me.
Pick up.
I think you want a double spell. You want and you have a lot of removal as well. So the Navigator seems to slot pretty
Ooh.
well. What is
Hello,
going on?
Cryogen Relic hiding at the back of the pack.
Did you see it? There's a
Biomechan in
and
here.
here's
Oh, I saw
six
it,
pick.
Paul. I can sense it when one of those gets open in the room.
You don't have to see it. You
I don't
just
have
feel
to,
it.
I just know it's
You're
there.
like, that is insane. The
Wow.
fact that is still in
Please
that pack.
shuffle and pass
But
8
Cryogen
cards
Relic
to your
for
left.
Ken is awesome. I know that card. It's funny if you haven't played this
Pick
format
up.
much, you might be thinking, why are these guys so excited about Cryogen Relic? Like, there's a lot of these kind of little cantrippy cards that usually don't amount to much, but you're looking at the best common in the whole
10
format.
Oh, yeah.
seconds.
It just works well with everything.
Everything.
Sacrifice effects, artifact synergies. You can pick it up for value. It just does everything that you want.
And
Draft.
especially for
Please
Ken with his
shuffle and
triple
pass
Embrace
7
Oblivion.
cards to your
I
left.
mean, that card is a godsend for him. He is so relieved to see
Pick
it. You
up.
saw also how quickly he picked it.
Wow.
Oh,
and
hey.
Look at this.
Gigastorm
10
Titan
seconds.
as well.
I wonder, yeah, Gigastorm Titan and a Gale Blade, another
Oh.
cheap card for the double spell, but going with
Yeah.
the Titan now.
Let's get that Titan in there. That's a great pickup for him.
The old
Draft.
Demir double spell
Please
deck.
shuffle and
Yeah,
pass 6
I
cards
love this.
to your left.
Blue-black aggro tempo. And by the way, I was pretty skeptical of that Hilderblade pick way back in pack 1, but it's looking pretty good here.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like it,
Like,
it could.
That is going to increase
make it
his
into the deck.
clock.
Yeah,
He's got a
absolutely.
lot
Draft.
of ways to get Void going
Please
as
shuffle
well.
and pass 5 cards to your
Yeah, no,
left.
this has come together beautifully for Ken, trying to figure out
Pick up.
what lane he needs to be, and then finding just blue just being this wide open here. Lost in space
5
with
seconds.
5 cards left in
Oh,
the pack.
he didn't take it.
Scour for scrap. Well, I mean, you know, we're playing best of 3. Scour
cut
for
it out.
scrap. You
Please
can cut it.
shuffle
Also, you have
and
2
pass
Cryogen
4
Relics. You can board
cards
it in
to
for
your left.
really slow matchups where you're like, I'm going to get
Pick
a
up.
Cryogen Relic back from my graveyard and search for something.
And we're just winding down
Draft.
pack 3 here.
Please shuffle and pass 3 cards
Draft
to your
number
left.
1 here from Atlanta. We're with Ken
Pick up.
Yukihiro, our reigning Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, and just
Draft.
nobody was in
Please
the
shuffle
artifact
and
deck.
pass
No
2
red or blue
cards
black.
to your
Nope.
left. Pick up.
He picks up a late Steel Swarm operator, but
Probably not making it in.
no, same
Draft.
with the
Please pass 1
Cryologist.
cards to your left and pick your last card.
I really like this deck from
Fantastic.
Ken. He has
At this
answers
moment,
for everything.
please double check that
I
all
think
your
if
cards
there's a weakness
are
to it, maybe the middle ground worth of creatures. Like, let's say his first real threat gets killed. He may have a little bit of a problem getting the next thing going.
Yeah.
But I mean, no deck is perfect. Like, that's
No.
not a knock on the deck. It's just a reality of this archetype.
Yeah, and for a Pro Tour draft, right, this is
Oh,
just
yeah.
a really
We'll bring
solid
the
deck. When
lists.
you're happy
We will
with the
give you
23
lists.
cards
We will
in your deck,
move you
in a
to
Pro
the
Tour draft with 3 other
boards to construct.
well-established
What
pros
will
at
happen
your
is
table,
we'll give you the
you're going to be
numbers,
very, very
you will
happy. Now,
see
Ken Yukihiro doesn't
We'll start
have the
registering
crazy rare
your deck on
bombs
the
that
list.
you can pick up in the
Once
format,
you
so
have
that's the
finished
thing where...
registering
But Ken
the
does
deck,
have the
so only
answer,
the
He has the
full-
right?
answers.
So if you
Please
do
call for a
play
judge.
an Ouroboros
We will
or you
take
play a
your
Nova
list
Hellkite
and
or
make
something,
some copies
Ken's
of
just
this.
going to go Embrace Oblivion,
Meanwhile,
Cryo
you
Shatter.
can
He's got the
continue
answers while having lots of ways to draw cards, a beautiful mana curve. He's got all the tools. If he plays his cards right, and he usually does, I could see this deck going 3-0.
Yeah, this is also stylistically a type of deck I could see him being very good with. Right, mapping out the next turn or two and having answers. That's the key. Let's take a look at what Ken Yukihiro submitted here. The Carver, the Operatives, of course.
16 lands, all right.
There's the Infiltrators.
There's a
16
Requiem Monolith.
I mean, his curve is really low because even if you look at the top end, like all of his 5s can be cast for 2 mana.
Right, I mean, the thing is, yeah,
the McKenna Zoa can be 3.
As long as you have a 2-land or 2, you have to think Cryogen Relic and the double Starbreach Whales will help smooth out your land drops just to get to mana number 3, right?
Yeah.
And then you're set.
I mean, seriously, like if you look at his curve on optionality-wise, he actually stops at 4.
Right,
like
sure.
All of those cards above 4 can be cast for cheaper, either 2 or 3 mana from McKenna Zoa. Yeah, and then let's not forget the Requiem Monolith down there as a potential card advantage engine as well.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, this deck is really cool and a neat little sub-archetype that he's found there. We're going to take a short break here from Atlanta. When we come back, we'll be getting into round number 1. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are in Atlanta at a massive convention center here in downtown Atlanta. We walk over to the coverage area, and we were walking with the fine folks you see here on your screen, and yeah, just getting around in here. These Magic Cons are amazing. They're multi-floors, and each of the floors is like, I think I can see the other wall maybe type situation. It's a real thing here, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Magic Con. But for us, we are in the feature match area. We are here for the Pro Tour. We're here for people that love high-level competitive Magic. That's what Paul and I love. And if you love it too, you're in for a treat because we've got a whole weekend of Pro Tour action here. We have started off with the draft. If you're just joining us, we just watched Ken Yukihiro draft his day one deck here. He drafted a blue-black aggressive tempo deck, which is not the typical deck there, but it is an archetype that is supported in the format, so we get a chance to see that. And yeah, we're going to see how the champ does in his opening round. Take a look at his opponent here as well. Max Medeiros, you can see, started playing in 2012 and doesn't have the resume that Ken Yukihiro has. not many do.
No. Pro Tour champ, 8 top finishes, and taking a look at his deck here, really, really solid deck, especially for a PT draft here. You have unconditional kind of removal for anything that your opponent can throw at you, and some ways to generate card advantage yourself. And then, of course, also some cards to play at the top end of your mana curve. You know, Comet Crawler, you know, maybe you're going to be looking at that card and go, okay, well, you know, maybe that's a filler card. You know, certainly it's the 24th card in Ken's deck, but still overall very, very solid deck here for Ken Yukihira.
Let's take a look at what Max has drafted. We haven't got a chance to see the other ones. Ooh, Gruul, not a popular color pair, but it does have a ramp element that allows you to splash, and you see Lumen class Frigate and Banishing Light on the splash. And then this is the more typical big stuff deck here. You see, look at the 7s over there, the Nebula Dragon, there's Fungal Colossus and Lashwood Predator, which both can become cheaper, and then there's the Pinnacle Kill Ship that has become a staple common for the ramp deck.
I mean, this is a very, very
Nova
solid deck.
Hellkite.
The Nova Hellkite.
You called that.
Double Harmonious Grove Strider. So a lot of good stuff at the top end of the mana curve and very, very powerful splashes. The only concern here is, can Max maybe get run over a little bit?
Absolutely.
You know, he's got a lot of top end, but you're only looking at 4 2-mana creatures that you can play and only 2 3-mana cards. So, you know, against Ken's deck, right, if it gets to the late game, I do like Max's side here, but if Ken's on the play and has all those tempo elements that his deck's very capable of, I can see Ken just running away with it.
This matchup looks really bad for Max. The one way that you beat these more fragile tempo-ish decks that require attacking is to kill their good threats. That's the key. If you can just, you know, they play an Infiltrator, you kill it. They play their next threat, you kill it, and then they just have like 1/1s or whatever left over. That'll actually buy you the time. But look at the removal from Max. He doesn't have very much.
His removal is Nebula Dragon and Pinnacle Kill Ship.
And he has one splashed Banishing Light. Like, that's tough.
And that's not coming into play turn 3 all that often.
No way.
You're getting the planes off of a lander, so that Banishing Light is a turn 5 or 6 play.
Yeah, if I'm Max, I would be very concerned about this matchup. Now, if he can find some way to make the game go long, okay.
Yeah.
But we're in business. There's no
Power.
counter spells for Ken. Like, he can start playing those 7 drops. Looks like Ken is on the play here. Paul, you also mentioned that. It's always important, but particularly in a deck like this, it can be very important.
Yeah, look at this, the turn 2 whale, but he does have both of the Ilvoid Infiltrators here.
Oh, boy.
So if you can set up a really nice draw here with the whale, that would be very strong.
And he's going to finish his Surveil 2 here.
Requiem Monolith to the bin, which is interesting because you do have some creatures that you can actually use the Monolith on.
And here it is, the Infiltrator on 3 for Ken. Max still setting up his mana on the other side, but if this thing gets to start going off, it's going to be over very quickly.
Yeah, especially if Ken can find
Thawbringer.
Yeah, some interact spell. Don't want the 7 drop here.
Yeah, not quite yet. So double spell equals a card drawn or a removal spell that's not Embrace Oblivion.
So, yeah, and Ken is lacking the blue source necessary here.
He can double spell here.
He's got a 2-for-1 himself.
He has a 2-for-1 himself to do it.
Yeah, he's got the Gale Blade and the Embrace Oblivion. That does make it so Max can attack him back, and you're getting the card back from the Infiltrator.
Yes.
So it's kind of like a 2-for-2 if you think about it.
It
right?
is.
So
the
you're
other
getting the
option
card.
he could do is just set up, just not do anything this turn and just play the other Infiltrator and set up for next turn.
Right.
Because, I mean, come on, if you're drawing 2 extra cards a turn, forget about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's not unreasonable to think that if Max had an answer for the Infiltrator, he may have done that rather than play the Thawbringer.
I think Max might have had a Meltstrider's Resolve, and that's going to be really strong here, right?
He does.
Ken is completely tapped out. You play the Meltstrider's Resolve, get one of the Infiltrators off the battlefield, and you can just attack for 4 here if you need.
Got to do it.
Absolutely have to do it. Unless there's a 2-mana play here too.
I guess he's going to give it Death Touch first. Sure.
Oh, sure. Yeah, and it has an extra blocker here. So this is a really great turn here for Max. Yeah,
This is going to allow him to attack.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Hey, 4 is a lot.
Yeah. That is a Cryo Shatter, it seems. So Ken really needed to find kind of a second blue source to be able to get the double spell stuff going.
Yeah.
And he just hasn't been able to. So now, I mean, I'm loving Max's side here. Look, he has 4 different land types in play, by the way, with a Fungal Colossus. That's a 3-mana 5/5.
So he's going to go for the Cryo Shatter attack. So Max can block. He will lose his creature, but he will prevent the card draw from Ken. So Max has to think, you know, am I doing anything else with this down the line? And he decides, no, I'm just going to keep you from getting a card.
Yeah. Especially because Ken missed his land drop, right? So you just don't want him to kind of unlock his hand there.
I'll attack you for 4. You go to 12? Yep.
And
we just slammed the
I think he's
Grove
just going to say,
Strider.
I have 9 power, so what do you think?
5/5 Ward 2. This is going to be really tough here for Ken.
That was a big island for him because he does have the answer, right? He can go with the Gale Blade and Embrace Oblivion and still pay the 2.
He can. Likely, I mean, given that he's at 12 life, probably needs to do that, yes.
Yeah, this will also get him a card back, as we mentioned.
Destroy?
It is Destroy.
Yeah.
Well, oh, he was thinking it might be Exile.
Exile, yeah.
So Ken's hanging in there, but his life total is dropping.
I know. I mean, he's going to take 4 here, and then Max is going to play a 3-mana 5/5. Also has a Melted Moxide to just like try to find more action here too. It's just a lot. When you're on the back foot, these kind of tempo decks, that's where they really struggle. Now, Tractor Beam could be a nice way to slow things down. If Max just plays the Fungal Colossus, you can steal that one, so you deal with the 5/5. Now, if you're on Max's side, probably just lead with the Melded Moxide, right? Just because Fungal Colossus is already a 3-mana 5/5. Discard the mount,
so he
see
can
what
do
you
both.
draw.
He can do both either way.
Yeah, so just get more information in case somehow you draw something that's better than a 3-mana 5/5.
Right.
Which is unlikely. Oh, there's another card that... Okay, there's another card in Max's hand. Oh, Tannock.
He's got Tannock, Steadfast Second.
Oh, now, so I see. So now we're wondering if we should just play a Tannock here instead.
Yep.
And then the Moxide gets worse. You may not even want to do it.
Right.
But it does set up for a kill next turn as Ken drops down to 8.
It's a
right?
little bit, yeah.
Like
It's a little bit interesting. I'm wondering if just... I think playing a 5/5 is probably better. Like, just play the 5/5 and discard the mountain, right? You just have a better board and you just have a little more information, right?
It's also a lethal board.
Right.
I mean, this does technically make a lethal board, assuming that everything's still there.
Yeah.
Because you can have the hasty Fungal Colossus next turn. Ooh, there's an... We talked about this,
you
Paul.
can warp stuff in now, but Ken doesn't have red mana, so...
But he did steal the Tannock here.
Yeah, imagine if he found an
But he
Embrace
will,
Oblivion.
his guys will get haste, though, right?
Right.
Static abilities, baby. By the way, this Thawbringer is going the distance.
Oh, it is doing a lot.
It has
of
done
damage
16 damage this game.
So another 4-mana play. What do we find?
Also, Ken has drawn a lot of extra cards.
Yeah.
You see, he left that swamp on tap, by the way.
Right.
He really wanted to find his a second copy of Embrace Oblivion there.
And I like this here, playing the Cav Landseeker, because that is a lethal menace creature.
It's effectively playing 2 creatures.
2 cards? Yes.
2 cards left. Comet Crawler.
Yeah.
And the Titan.
Comet Crawler plus Titan is probably the player. At this point, you can just keep the 2 back.
The Infiltrator?
You could, because you'll gain the life if you block with the Crawler, but
if it were to die,
that's just it. Right.
So it's a big decision about, you know, does he feel that he has the tools in hand at this point, or does he feel desperation enough that he would need to get that extra card at the risk of straight up losing the game to any removal spell?
Right.
I'm curious to see what Ken does. Oh, it does have haste.
Yeah, okay.
I forgot. I just said it, and I already forgot. So he's going to get in for 4 with lifelink.
All right. That helps swing things around. Now you're
then play a 4/4.
And probably setting up a chump block here with...
Or just a trade.
I mean, I guess you're at 8 now, so you don't... Yeah, you can even just block the Thawbringer here if you don't want to lose your Infiltrator.
Yeah, it's hard because the Infiltrator, you feel that if he can stabilize here, that's how he pulls ahead.
Right.
Because at this point,
I mean,
top decks from Max are supposed to be much better than top decks from Ken on average, but if Ken can draw 2 cards a turn, he should offset that.
Well, and Ken has a Starbreach Well in hand and also 1 warped, so Ken just has plenty of things to do. He just needs to try to survive here. That was a really big turn.
So that means you do want to be more conservative.
Yeah, so imagine if Max didn't play the Tanic, like, then the Comet Crawler wouldn't have had haste, right? So it's just like, it just completely... Obviously, Max doesn't know about Tractor Beam, but...
Hellkite trigger.
Oh my gosh!
Deal 1 damage.
He drew Nova Hellkite?
Nova Hellkite off the top?
Well, it doesn't...
That's lethal? That's lethal, right?
That is lethal because it attacks for 4.
Gosh.
The 1 damage doesn't do anything here, but the 4 damage in the air
menace?
does. And the menace on the Cav Landseeker, wow.
What a top deck.
That was really nice for Max. Man, it's interesting because going way back to that early turn where it was Infiltrator versus Thawbringer, and he could have killed it and got in. It would have been a 2 for 2 as you described it.
But it dealt so much damage.
But it ended up being that the resolve, the Meltstrider's resolve, it unlocked that.
Exactly.
And that ended up being a big deal. I think if Ken knew how that game was to play out, he would have just said, okay, get that thing off the board.
Yeah.
It also did 16 damage, by the way.
Right.
All right. The hammer comes down here for Ken. He's got his Comet Crawler on turn 3. Not great.
No, it's no Infiltrator, that's for sure.
You see the melded Moxite there from Max on turn 2. As Paul noted when we looked at the lists, he doesn't actually have that many 2-drop creatures, and they're not very good.
Right, and I mean, take a look here, too. Does Max even have something he can do turn 3? Is he just going to make a 2-2?
Make a 2-2?
That's what it seems like. Oh, there is a Gigastorm Titan here now, so that was really strong, because now you're going to go Relic into 4-4.
This is the good old-fashioned way.
Then is he going to sack the Relic? No, he's not.
18, you're at 22.
Keeping that around for now. And the reason why Ken's doing this, because for all of you value lovers, you're like, well, I'm just going to sack the Relic right away. Ken wants to be able to attack again with the Comet Crawler. And right now, there's no blockers, right? So if Max follows this up with a 4 toughness creature, next turn you can attack and crack the Relic and get in for that second attack.
Also, if I'm Max, I'm thinking that he might have Embrace Oblivion in hand as well and wants to have that around to sacrifice. Now, it turns out he doesn't, but, you know, that would be a consideration too. You don't want to sacrifice either of these creatures to Embrace, but the Cryogen Relic is one of the best things to sacrifice to it.
I think Ken just wants to push damage now. There's a Grav Kill, I believe, in Ken's hand.
There is.
It's pretty tempting to just fire that off right away and just use that to get the Tanic out of the way.
It is. You don't want to let the haste thing happen.
Right.
You also don't want to open up the Meltstrider's resolve. You kind of got punished for that game 1.
And just 6 makes sense again.
Plus, you know, Ken's deck is a tempo deck in the sense of like, get your creature out of the way, attack you. This damage adds up quickly.
Yeah. And Max is already down to 12, and he's got certainly powerful cards here, but he can only deploy them kind of one at a time.
This is a nice one for him. He got Galactic Wayfarer, and he does have the Meltstrider's resolve, so he could do a little double spelling of his own.
Yeah, so if he goes Wayfarer, he can get rid of the Comet Crawler, and he would have a 3/5 blocker for the Gigastorm Titan, which is perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah. And there's nothing really Ken can do for 1 black mana at instant speed in the format.
Not at instant speed. This is what I was talking about before, where Ken needs his threats to stick to be able to make the game plan go. If Max finds some of his relatively light removal spells, he is not a removal heavy deck. He does have ways to kill stuff, but like 2 of his best removal spells cost 7, right? So it's not, you know, the type of removal that matches up particularly well against Ken's deck. But if he can or does find a way to get rid of some of these threats, it buys him so much time. And then, I mean, the late game in many cases will favor Max.
Going for the 5/5 here instead. So now Ken can fire off this Cryo Shatter.
What did he draw? Swamp, okay. Yeah, just
Okay.
shatter it.
So just gets another good attack and still doesn't need to sacrifice technically.
And yeah, at this point, if he sacrificed it, it's more about do I want the card?
Right. Do I want the chance to draw another threat this turn?
Exactly.
26.
But he has a Dauntless Scrap Bot, so he's probably happy to just run that out.
Right. Yeah.
I'm curious to see how this works out for Max. He went for maximum mana efficiency there by he got to tap one extra land versus the Wayfarer plus Resolve plan that we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, Ken could have, like, I don't know if Ken needs more landers, so he could have potentially tried to push at least 2 more damage in by just sacrificing the lander just to get 2 more points in. So that was a potential consideration.
Okay, well, it's going to be Harmonious Grove Strider that actually picks up the Resolve, so that'll kill the biggest creature.
That is huge. So now Ken
He didn't have that before.
No. So Ken is now digging. He needs to find one of his many cheap removal effects here. Let's say you crack a Cryogen Relic, you find Embrace Oblivion, you can sack the lander to get that Grove Strider out of the way.
Really wants to see one of his Embrace Oblivions here off the top. He has 3. Definitely not impossible.
Yeah, he's used the Graph Kill and a Cryo Shatter already.
Those are both good answers to the Grove Strider.
Setting that 2 mana aside, I think we're...
6-8.
Are we just going to cold crack the Relic?
I think we're just digging here. There's a Perigee Beckoner, but 8 toughness, the Beckoner is just not even going to be able to do enough here, right? All right, here we go. Embrace Oblivion.
That's what he needs to find.
It's a swamp.
And you can see Ken realizing that this turn he is going to fall behind a bit.
Yeah, now what can you do? Just play Swamp, Perigee Beckoner, and attack with the Scrap Bot just to get a lander?
Yeah,
right?
Or you could attack with the Crawler to get some life.
Yeah, it's just there is no attack that can attack through the Harmonious Grove Strider here. Yeah, Max's deck.
Ooh, he's just going to pass the turn.
Yeah, Max's deck in the late game.
I mean, he's got all the
tough.
7 drops, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that hand. Just all beef.
Holy smokes.
And with 6 mana, you can just play 2 creatures this turn to just make it so even if Ken finds an answer for the Grove Strider, he'll still be okay. He'll still have some blockers available here. Yeah, the Landseeker makes a lot of sense, but you could also go with the wave. The Landseeker, just you spend your mana better if you go Landseeker plus Terra Pact Intimidator. I never want to give my opponent landers.
2 lander.
Oh, okay.
But here's the spot to do it.
Ken has a game plan here. He's like, look, I don't care about, like, if you spend your time to crack landers
when you're already on 6,
that gives me a chance.
Yes.
To try to push through damage.
That's right. Also, it means that the Intimidator doesn't profitably block like the Comet Crawler.
Right. I mean, Ken's still really looking just for an Embrace Oblivion here. He needs to get that Grove Strider off the board to make any reasonable attack next turn.
It looks like he's considering cracking the lander, but he kind of needs it
for the Embrace Oblivion.
Yeah, like he's planning on drawing. There's one on the bottom of his library. By the way.
Thinning out the deck here. It's always the question, right? Like, what do you do? Now, remember, he does have a Perigee Beckoner, so maybe he's thinking, look, if I draw Embrace Oblivion, I can warp in the Beckoner, target my Scrap Bot, and then sacrifice that.
That's right. Instead, he found another land. Remember, Ken's on 16 lands in his library, too. He actually shaved a land because his curve is quite low.
Wow.
That's a Drix Fate Maker now for Max.
And we might see Max actually just go for an attack here potentially.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive attack.
Huge.
That thing has
11 damage coming in.
Wow, and it's with Trample on the
Grove Strider now? Right, yeah. And then I think Max also has a Galactic Wayfarer that he can play here if he wants.
11.
Yep.
Wow. Go to
Okay.
15.
Yep.
Good news for Ken is that he's got a little bit of a life total buffer thanks to the
Galactic
Comet
Wayfarer.
Crawler, but
Lander trigger.
And Max
This
will,
lander's gonna go,
okay.
this one come back.
yeah, Max will lose the lander from the Kov Landseeker because he didn't use that ability, but don't think he minds too much getting in for 11 there.
seems fine.
The Kendra, okay, Starbreach Whale. So that's a flyer.
He needs this.
He needs this, but I just, this is just too much damage, right?
There's the Embrace Oblivion.
There is the
finally.
Embrace Oblivion, but he needed to find this maybe 1 or 2 turns earlier. At this point, Max has just completely turned it around, and Max has lethal within 2 turns here.
Definitely. So this will take care of the Grove Strider.
It would, but Ken would go down to what? What are we thinking here, like 4?
Yeah, he's going to try to gain as much life as possible.
Yeah. Hit for 4, Max can... Yeah, this is a little bit interesting. It's like, do you want to save damage? Because if you take 4, you go to 6, and then that's 2 hits from the Starbreach Whale. So maybe just block with the 2/2 token.
That's what he does.
Yep.
And the Perigee Beckoner is in exile.
Max still has that melded Moxite there in hand.
So if he picks up a land here or something,
Try digging.
that's a big deal late
Yeah.
too. Especially with the kind of firepower that Max has. Yeah, like Blooming Stinger.
Blooming Stinger, that's a
Yeah,
nice
so
combo
much
with
value.
the Grove Strider, by the way.
10, yeah.
Death Touch plus Trample.
Well, he needs to recast the Drix Fate Maker though, right?
Yeah, and he's got the mana for both.
Okay. Yeah, then Death Touch and Trample's gnarly combo. And the Landseeker has it now too,
Right.
Trample. It's
Now-
non-lethal attack still though, right?
It's just, yeah, it's a ton of damage, but I don't think it's quite lethal because you can't really attack with the 2 creatures without counters on them for the most part because one of them will get eaten by the whale. But maybe, I mean, if you attack, oh, Ken Euchre here is up at up to 19, so yeah,
Because of that last attack.
I don't think you want to attack with the middle creatures, but Max might still try to be aggressive here. I mean, certainly the Grove Strider wants to get in. It's just so much
but
damage.
that has a good attack regardless and trample, right? So maybe you just give it to the Kov Landseeker because if there is a double block, both will die.
And then you still take 3 trample damage on top of that.
Exactly. Oh no, he's
Oh.
going to actually unlock an additional attack.
Okay.
Because
Yeah, 'cause you have
the
3 blockers
Landseeker
still.
will trade with the Scrapbot if double block.
If double block, but you're still taking 3 from the Wayfarer plus all the damage from the Grove Strider, which is
Yeah.
right now 7 power. So that's 10 damage going through. Ken going down to 9.
Which is probably what need. Oh, I see. So Ken's now looking though.
Can I take everything?
Yeah,
Is there
but
a
you
world
really
where you can
can't.
take everything?
There's still 3 blockers back. Like
Yeah,
those are all like the Stingers on the battlefield.
He's only-
Drix is on the battlefield.
Right. It is tough. It is tough because he's only got the whale that can actually get in for damage.
Right. If you looked and there was 1 blocker back after this big attack, and you think, okay, maybe I draw a removal spell, I do it, but no.
Yeah, I mean, you could just put the Scrapbot in front of the Wayfarer,
Yes,
right?
yes.
No trample, and then you just take the 12 damage from the 2 creatures with +1/+1 counters on it, go down to 7. You still get a clean trade. But there is no avenue to instant victory here, especially because we know that Embrace Oblivion is on top of Ken's deck, correct?
It is. Finally.
Yeah.
It's where he wanted it most of this game, but only just now.
Yeah, it's, do I want to trade with the Wayfarer with my 3/1, or do I want to trade my Starbreach Whale for the Cav Landseeker, right? If you get the double block in, or do I take everything?
Yeah, the everything plan just doesn't seem to add up just because there's no way you're going to be able to get
Yeah.
everything out of the way.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, trading a 5/4 for a 3/5 at this stage, but then Ken just has such an uphill battle to climb here to come back.
Trades.
This does make it, this feels like it closes out most avenues.
Right. Now Ken's just on the defensive, right? He's like,
Fully.
I'm just gonna hope that Perigee Beckoner can block everything, and you can kill the Harmonious Grove Strider, right? So now all of a sudden it's like you get the big creature off the battlefield, And you do have the biggest creature in play.
That is true.
And you gain 4 life here, so.
It is interesting, though. What happens if Max blocks?
I think Max just takes it now because there's no flyer in play. So you take the 4. Now you sack the Comet Crawler. You kill the Harmonious Grove Strider. You gained a bunch of life, and the only decent attack that Max has at this point is getting in with the Stinger, right?
Yeah.
All right, so now we're kind of just a stable board, except Max has the Melded Moxite.
Right, he drew a forest for the turn. He is out of gas.
But lots of top end.
2 cards here. Yes, and he's got a big top end on this list.
Oh,
are you kidding me? And it's going to kill the Scrap Bot, too?
Oh, this is lethal. No, Ken's at 13, never mind. Oh, this is brutal.
Bro, that was it.
Attack for 6.
Ken had to watch him play Moxite, discard his last card, and now this is the result.
Into the Hellkite. Whew.
Wow. Hellkite ended game 1, and realistically, that's going to make it impossible here for Ken to come back.
Yeah, it's good.
Like he's just cold top decking here.
That is warped though, right? So that should be exiled.
That needs to go. Yeah.
That is not a 3 mana. Can you
yeah,
3 mana 4/5 flying haste?
No, they need. So it's already.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
he's like a little too. It's already really good.
Desculpting Blast. That's kind of interesting here.
Yeah, it buys you a turn, but
probably
you attack and you get the 1/1,
and then you can chump block the dragon with it.
Right.
Wow. Pretty bad.
Not ideal. Max doesn't have a ton of other options here, I think. I mean, he's got a Plains in hand. Probably maybe play the Plains to play around the 2 mana counterspell. Just in case. So he does play it out here. Divert Disaster.
Just ping something because sure.
Right. And at this point, do you just attack with the flyer?
It kind of feels like an attack with a flyer or send the squad situation. No, he's actually just going to send in.
The only issue with sending the squad is if somehow Ken survives, he has a lethal attack back. So you want to avoid that.
And he does have 2 cards in hand.
Yeah. Yep. Bounce that, get a 1/1 flyer that can't block.
Wow. Bouncing a Nova Hellkite, not where you want to be.
Right. That Thopter will not be in play for long.
It looks like Ken may not be in play for long. Oh,
what is he looking
slow
for?
Squeeze here to see what he found.
What is the best draw here? Okay.
Beam.
Hey.
Does that do anything here?
If he doesn't die next turn, he can steal the Hellkite so that it doesn't kill him.
He is technically alive.
You can also tractor beam something in play right now and then fling it with the crawler just to get in for just to gain a bunch of life.
Yeah, you would probably take the you could take the Fate Maker or you can take the Wayfarer.
Right, one of the two.
Wayfarer slightly better on board as it sits, but sometimes things get gnarly if plus and plus counters become a thing again.
That Comet Crawler's in a lot of work just to keep Ken alive.
Yeah. I'm not sure what to make of it.
Yeah.
Like if it was a better card, this game might have been over by now. He had the lead early, but it also has really kept him in this game.
And it looks like Ken is looking to cast this now and gain 4 life here off the Crawler.
Does he just actually fling the token?
Oh,
like
well,
it's just going to die anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. You get in for 1 less damage this turn, but it will 100% die next turn.
Right, so you get 1 extra thing to sack next turn if it comes to that.
And Max now Max has to block because he's at 6 right now.
5.
So probably wants to put the Fate Maker in front of the Comet Crawler, would be my guess.
And then go to 2.
Is he also looking to chump block the Perigee Beckoner?
Does
stay at a high
does
life
Ken
level.
need him to? He's taking 4 in the air. He'll be at 9.
Nova
2 on the
Hellkite.
ground.
Nova Hellkite gets in for 4 in the air.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be lethal next turn.
6.
Yeah, no, because I feel like
It would be lethal though, right? If he keeps the Fate
if,
Maker.
if the 2-1 chumps the
Yes.
4-5,
Yes.
and you go to 2, and then you attack for 9,
And he'll be
but
at 9.
Ken has a card in hand with 4 lands in play, so it's a little dicey.
That's a little dicey.
Yeah, I mean, we have perfect information, so for us, it's like, well, obviously you just chump with the 2-1 and you hit for 9 and GG, but
Yeah, I was more thinking just like, is that a viable line from Max's perspective? And it is. It is one of the choices you can take, but,
Right, but
that
you-
doesn't mean it's the correct play.
right, because also, do you just feel you're ahead enough here
Right.
where you don't need to take that risk? And look at this, he's actually even chump blocking here, thinking, recognize, look, my hand is incredible.
6, you're at 9.
I don't want Ken to find some way out of this, and so I'm just going to protect my life total here.
This is the most conservative line he could take, but he did lose a creature as a result.
Yeah, because next turn you can play Thawbringer and also warp in the Hellkite, so you have an additional blocker, right? And you can also attack for 6 next turn. Still have a 4-2 back to block, but you're at 6 life, so you're not even concerned. Like if Ken has a removal spell, you still don't die to the Beckoner. And if Ken plays something like a second Beckoner, you still have the 4-2 to block, so it won't be lethal.
Does Max just want to hard cast both of his creatures here?
Oh, he just sacked a lander to
Yeah,
get,
so
to
he
get the
could-
8th land,
he
so
could
he's just doing
go
both.
Just
Well,
8
it's actually it's not, that is not 100% obvious.
I know, 'cause it leaves it on the battlefield.
Because Embrace Oblivion exists.
Right.
And if you don't have anything else to do, let's say you draw land number 9.
Right.
If you draw land number 9, it's actually better to haste something in, play the 4-2 with Surveil, and also make a 2-2 off the Melded Moxite. Here, Max actually drew a 2-drop, so I think he's going to warp in the Hellkite and play the Thawbringer and the Tenderfoot.
I like that. All right, 6 damage coming across. Ken Yukihiro's going to drop down to just 3. There's another lethal threat with Thawbringer. Land goes away, and then there's another lethal threat with the Tenderfoot. He can dump 3 mana into it next turn. There's no way for Ken to get out of this, and Max Medeiros picks up the win against the champion. You know, I got to say that matchup looked rough from Max's perspective, but both games he was pretty cleanly able to get to that mid to late game where his deck really dominated.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ken's main path to victory with his deck is to just have a really nice aggressive start, get some blockers out of the way, and try to win the game that way. And I think he also leans really heavily on the Infiltrator being played on turn 3.
It does.
Because when it's a Comet Crawler on turn 3, what do you get a blocker out of the way, and you're just hitting your opponent for 2. That doesn't do anything, right?
Exactly.
It just doesn't do enough. And in that particular game, you saw the late game power of the green deck with all the landers and the 5, 6, and 7 drops. And of course, we talked about it before. Like, Ken's deck is fine. He doesn't have any rares. Max, he's got a Nova Hellkite.
That's right, and that one did serious work for him in both games 1 and 2. It was the card that closed things out. That's going to do it for round 1 coverage here from Atlanta. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be setting up round 2 at the news desk. We'll be back.
for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man today, coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Hey everyone, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities live from lovely Atlanta, Georgia. MagicCon also going on here this weekend. Like 16,000 people here playing and celebrating Magic the Gathering. Here's a look at the Pro Tour area in the convention center as our players draft this morning. 300 players here this weekend doing battle for the grand prize of $50,000. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Marie Berthaldi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney. And speaking of draft, you have been watching the top tables, Ailey, and you've got some results for us.
I have indeed. So let's take a look and see how our players are doing. The players that we highlighted earlier, draft pod number 1 or draft pod A. Take a look here. Unfortunately, Ken Yukihiro falling 0-1, as well as Jean-Emmanuel Duprat not off to the starts that they would like. In draft pod number 2 that we're taking a look at, Shota Yasaoka, the Hall of Famer, also starting off with a loss. So a bit of a wrinkle in the plans here for the constructed Master and Hall of Famer. Then draft pod number 3, taking a look here, Sam Pardee and Lucas Ducau, 1-0. That's where you want to be at this point in the tournament.
Thank you, Ailey. A look here at our top featured pods here this morning in draft. Like I said, 300 players here this weekend, and a lot of them having a very good season so far. We had a chance to talk to some of them yesterday and find out what their plans for the weekend are.
I'm here with Ian Robb, and we're going to talk about highlights of the season thus far. I wonder if 2 top 8s are one of them.
I think the biggest highlight for me this season is still getting my first top 8. It was really magical, and it's something that I thought would never happen. And so many crazy little things had to happen for it to happen. So for sure, my first top 8.
I remember you snuck in there. We're just like, where did you come from? So, and then to top it off with another one next time. It's just great. Are you hoping? How are you feeling about your chances this Pro Tour to get another top 8?
I'm a little bit worried because I feel way more confident than I have in the past. So I think, if some things go well, I win a lot of die rolls, that I'll have a good chance of making top 8.
I've got Reed Duke here, Pro Tour winner, Hall of Famer, and, maybe world champion this year, Reed. How are things looking for you? How's it feeling coming into this Pro Tour?
Well, I feel great. I'm always just so excited the day before, to get out and play and see what happens. The first 2 Pro Tours of the year went pretty well for me, not top 8, but pretty good deep runs into day 2. So if I can do that again this time, then I'll be qualified for the World Championship and get to play more Magic.
I'm here with Tony Portolan, who made the top 8 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Tony, how are you feeling coming into this Pro Tour?
I feel great. So top 8ing the PT was always a goal for me. So a dream come true. So that was amazing for me. And then qualifying for Worlds was the second goal for me, and I achieved both of them. But I still hope to do well in the PT now.
I'm here with Adam Brace to chat about your season thus far. What has been a highlight for you?
Yeah, I think the highlight of my season so far was really just at the first Pro Tour of this year at Aether Drift. Being able to hit the 10th win and get the requeue for the next Pro Tour. I think that moment and the other moments of high stakes matches have been really exciting so far.
And then preparation for this Pro Tour, what are you looking forward to most?
Yeah, it's been fun to prep with my team, Team Flex Slot. It's been a lot of great players, great energy in the rooms, and it's been very fun. Just excited to play more Magic. I think it's a great game and very fun. So
I'm here with Pro Tour Aether Drift finalist James Dimitrov to talk about preparation for this Pro Tour. You feeling good coming into this modern Pro Tour?
Yeah, definitely. I'm liking Modern right now, and I like it more than Standard in general, and also really liking this limited set more than the past 2 Pro Tours I've played, so overall feeling great. Yeah.
How is your preparation for the limited side of things, given the set is so old already, or so experienced already?
Yeah, I definitely like that they give us more time to practice and play. I've done a lot of drafts, and I find archetypes I like, but overall, it's all pretty good, so I like it.
I'm here with Sean Henry, top contender, having a great season thus far. Sean, how's preparation been going for this modern Pro Tour?
I have been doing pretty well. I'm excited to play my favorite deck, Blue Eye Control. And I played it in a challenge, ended up winning, and then leaking the deck list.
Oh, whoops.
And then I just stopped playing it, played a bunch of Grixis to hope that and I've just been hoping that people don't also play the deck.
I'm here with Pro Tour champion Matt Nass. Matt, I gotta ask you, so far, excellent season. What's the highlight for you?
That's a really tough one. I can't. I went 8-8 at the last Pro Tour. I think that was the highlight. No, I'll go with winning the Pro Tour.
That's a good choice. How has the prep been for this Pro Tour, coming into it being modern, slightly older draw format? What are you expecting?
Yeah, it's a really different experience because it's a format that doesn't tend to change with new cards as much, and a limited format that's a little older. So for me in draft, I usually rely a lot on my teammates in the limited meeting. I only do 10-ish drafts. This time I actually got, good 30-ish drafts in. So feel a lot more prepared there. And constructed, modern's a format I'm generally pretty comfortable in. And with a lot of time, I'm feeling pretty optimistic.
Players there with a good season so far, hoping to have a good finish here this weekend as well. And to have a good finish, you've got to do well in draft. And we're in the draft rounds this morning, so let's take a look at our next feature match and see who will be watching do battle. We've got Ken Yukihiro up against Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. Both of these players, unfortunately, starting off the weekend with a loss, hoping to turn that around here. Let's get to meet our players. Ken Yukihiro, your reigning Pro Tour champion, has already achieved his season goal of making a top 8. He won Pro Tour, Final, Fantasy, 10 Grand Prix top 8s, and 2 wins to Ken Yukihiro's name. Up against Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, former world champion, started playing in 2005, has been in the top 10 of the Player of the Year race the last 2 years. This person doesn't know how to lose, has top 8s in almost every conceivable event. 2 titans of the game here facing off in round number 2. There's a look at the players. What about the decks? Corey.
All right, let's check them out. Let's get a graphic up here for our first one to check out Ken Yukihiro's deck. This is a deck that we have seen a little bit here last round, and it's okay. It is nothing incredibly amazing. We have Requiem Monolith, which is a full bomb. We have some decent removal with Embrace Oblivion and Brave Kill, but there's not a lot of those trinkets that we were kind of talking about in the open to be able to sack to Embrace Oblivion. And then the 2 Ilvoy Infiltrator, that's a tongue twister, is also really strong, but overall, nothing too really exciting here, I would say. And then our other deck list, now I'm excited about this deck. This deck is sweet.
Spicy.
This is kind of the dream. You're either playing the green-blue Landfall ramp deck or green-red, being able to kind of play those 3 colors. Teamer is kind of the dream. Flashing blue for a double blue card is usually not what you want to be doing. Well, but when it's left walking...
Oh, I'll take it. That card's sick.
I'll take it. I'll be fine casting that on turn 9, turn 10, because most of the time it's going to win you the game and left you 1-1 after this, I would say. So really nice deck. We'll see who can pull this one out.
All right, it's time for round number 2 of draft here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. And put your hands together for Carmen Complairen's first time in the booth at a Pro Tour alongside Riley Knight. Take it away.
Thanks very much, Maria, and welcome to Pro Tour coverage. Carmen, for the first time, not your first time at a Pro Tour, of course. You played in many of these events, but certainly first time behind the desk at the booth here. How's it feeling?
Unbelievable. Howdy, everybody. This is something, just a real dream come true for me. I know we talked a little bit about it behind the scenes, but really the booth is where I love to be at a Magic event. I love talking about Magic, and I love watching great Magic.
Yep, and also you love making Magic cards. Senior game designer at Wizards of the Coast as well, and it's always really valuable to have a bit of an R&D insider perspective on some of these cards, some of these sets as we get stuck into the matches. But Carmen, we're going to dive in here and get stuck in, have a look at our players. Ken Yukihiro, of course, defending champion against Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, world champion. This bloke has had an incredible career, and you can see both of them here, a respectable number of top finishes, 8 and 7 respectively. But not the way their morning would have wanted to get off. Not the way they would have wanted to start their morning here, Carmen. 0-1, the pair of them.
Right. This is one of the unbelievable things about playing at the Pro Tour is everybody is good, right? I know that's something that we might take for granted here in the booth because we're here a lot, but it's crazy that both of these players lost their round 1 and they say, okay, maybe it'll be a little bit easier coming into round 2. And you are playing against a recent world champion and the reigning Pro Tour champion.
I like that both of them have probably had that thought, like, okay, well, maybe I'll have, maybe a slightly easier matchup in that. And then, no, they just get paired again. Both of them nightmare pairings here for these two. Anyway, let's get underway here. Game number 1 of our second round. It's a great pleasure to have you here from Atlanta at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities as we get stuck into these two players. Looking to get a win on the board. And opening things up on Jean-Emmanuel Duprat's side, is that a biotech specialist?
And look at that. Ken actually picked up that island off the top, kept a hand with no black sources, but Ilvoy Operative, good way to start things off.
Yes, a nice one here for Ken. Sort of built his deck around some of these Ilvoy cards. We'll come back to that. I want to talk about the blue sources in Jean-Emmanuel Duprat's deck, however. We don't often see double blue cards, double mana pip cards on the splash here, but you were talking about Weft Walking, one of your favorite cards in the set.
Right, this is one that is going to allow Duprat in any game where it goes forever. It gives him sort of an ultimate inevitability engine. It's going to let him draw cards really late, a ton of them. And with all of these landers in the set, it's so easy to splash.
And that's something that I think is going to be relevant in this matchup if it goes long, as we see Lightless Evangel for Ken, another Ilvoy now. But what I want to talk about here is the fact that Ken's Dimir deck, often when we look at the blue-black archetype in this format, Carmen, we see a pretty respectable late game. We see decks that are able to go long. Ken has taken this deck in a slightly different direction with all of these Ilvoys, right? With the Galblades, the Infiltrators, the Operatives, as we can see. He's wanting to be a bit more aggressive, go after the life total.
Right, exactly. This is one where, rather than tapping creatures to, say, put counters on any sort of spacecraft, he has, pun fully intended, opted out of the space race, and it's just saying face is the place.
So we're going to see if that plan comes together here, because I think if the game goes long, I think JED has the edge with cards like Weft Walking and a pretty respectable top end. He's got 5 drops, 6 drops that are going to close out a game much more convincingly, I think, than our defending champions.
Right, and we see 2 different 2-drops on Yukihiro's side that scale, right? So both of these creatures grow over time. They're really good at attacking early, and even if Duprat is able to play something that costs 4 or 5 mana, it is extremely possible that we see Ilvoy Operative just end up being something like a 7/6 as long as Yukihiro can keep double spelling.
That's a good point. Yes, actually, these early plays from Ken are able to scale into the late game. I don't think his deck is best positioned to support Lightless Evangel. I don't think he has quite the tools that are going to be able to make this creature get large and in charge. But the Operative, as you say, the Infiltrator, these cards are really well set up with a deck that has a lot of cheap spells that he's going to be. And we saw that during the draft when he picked Cryo Shadow over the over a 6-drop, right?
Ooh, and look at, okay, but hold on. Big power turn from Duprat basically sent Yukihiro back to square one. Frenzy Baloth as well as Plasma Bolt, letting Duprat go ahead and say, all right, here's a blocker. Also, undo your most convincing attacker.
Who's double spelling now? Right. All right, we've got the Cryo Shadow here. And in come the clowns for Ken Yukihiro. Again, looking to be aggressive.
3 attacks, name of the game.
And Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, you just heard, down to 16 here. So what's his game plan? Is he wanting to slow things down? Does he recognize that he is the defender in this matchup, Carmen? What are your thoughts?
Right, for the most part, in general, Duprat and a lot of the lander decks in general in this format are trying to create a bigger game. There are a lot of things that are kind of putting you up a little bit of material here or there. The lander is going to actually let you sort of hit your land drop and cast a spell in the same turn, which can be a struggle for ramp decks whenever you actually have to spend a draw step on both of those halves of things. But as long as the game progresses, we see cards like Glacier Godmine, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat's deck, that Ken Yukihiro does not have anything close to that strong.
Yeah, the longer the game goes, the more I think the Frenchman is going to pull further and further ahead. And it's not just the cards that we talked about, the Weft Walking, whatever else. There's Survey Mechan, right? There's Territorial Brunter. There are cards here that, Glacier Godmore, as you mentioned, cards that will be able to close this game out if the game goes. The other thing here to think about, Carmen, Ken is missing land drops.
Right, it's so interesting where a lot of times you would think, oh, the blue-black deck is trying to draw cards and go long, and the red-green deck probably trying to apply pressure. But because Edge of Eternities is a little bit looser in what its archetypes are about, you get these sort of sub-archetypes of what a deck wants to do. And you just get a lot of freedom, and we're seeing a bunch of players basically pick how they want to play their game.
It's not very often, Carmen, that we feature a limited format on the Pro Tour that is 2 months old.
Right.
A lot of limited formats don't even have a shelf life of that. Like, people sort of, they figure them out. They're like, well, after 2 months, it's like, we know how this format plays out. EOE has bucked the trend there in being a very deep format, as you say, very nuanced format with these archetypes, these sub-archetypes. It's very interesting to be exploring it at such a late stage in this format's life cycle. We see Territorial Brunter here. This is one of these big cards you're mentioning.
Absolute heater. This is one of the best cards in Duprat's deck where it's able to hold the fort down. This is something that can block anything. It does have reach, when normally you'd expect a red creature to be about attacking. And then it has a landfall trigger that draws cards.
All right. But it's swiftly dealt with here. Thanks
Oblivion
to
successfully embraced.
Yes, indeed. Thanks to the Embrace Oblivion here. One of 2 copies that Ken has. Again, slight sacrifice sub-theme in his deck, Lightless Evangel, Comet Crawler, that sort of thing. But again, only really he's touching upon it, not being fully invested in it.
And I really like that Yukihiro does have this Hilder Blade and was able to find it. This is something that is actually going to sort of upgrade all of his creatures and allow a bunch of them to actually trade up on mana. So we're seeing something like the Ilvoy Galeblade here, which now is actually going to ask you to spend a real card on a 1 mana creature, or it's chunking in for 4 every turn.
And obviously this isn't necessarily going to be the case with Ken stuck on lands, but it's not really the sort of card you ever want to point a removal spell at, the Ilvoy Galeblade. Even if it is huge and attacking in the air, the fact that people can leave up 2 mana, sacrifice it for profit, it's always a bad feeling. So no, this is actually a very real threat here. But on the other hand, on the other side of things, a Larval Scoutlander. Oh baby,
Flying blocker.
dude, I love a Harrow effect. Come on, are you kidding me? Anything that lets me search up extra lands, I'm always grateful when cards like this are printed.
And I love it, especially in a format where landfall is pretty important. Getting that many land drops in 1 turn. Huge. Unbelievable. Ice Cave Crasher up to 7 power to immediately station up to be a real blocker.
No cards.
Shown Emmanuel Duprat, Hellbent.
Not lands.
No cards in hand for him.
Ooh, Yukihiro has one of the most iconic combos and cards in the format in hand. That we see the Embrace Oblivion, which has already done some great work for him this game, and Cryogen Relic. Format defining.
Yes. Yeah. Embrace Oblivion, one of the cards that does need a little bit of setup in order to do its best work, but it can be devastating. And when played with something like Cryogen Relic, undoubtedly the best blue common, it's such an innocuous looking card as well. Like, this is the sort of card you're looking at, okay, yeah, draw a card, I guess, whatever. But it's the way the format works around it that means that this card just does so much work. And we're going to see that right here coming. Look at this.
Ooh, and okay, so going after the Ice Cave Crasher, in a lot of ways, this is Yukihiro saying, okay, I see you're out of gas. I should actually just take down your highest impact permanent. Sure, we see a flying blocker on the other side of the table, but that is a lot of power on the Crasher, and now all of a sudden, Duprat doesn't have great blocks and also can't really apply a ton of pressure.
So, Ken Yukihiro has finally drawn his 4th land. However, tragically, it's another swamp, which means that he still can't cast that Tractor Beam. That's another key piece of removal here for Ken. I don't know it's going to be doing its best work in this situation here, but I've seen some huge blowouts with Tractor Beam on something like an Elegy Acolyte or something like. I mean, obviously that's Magical Christmas Land, but you understand what I'm saying. Tractor Beam can do some huge, but even just getting something out of the way is often more than worth the price of entry for this card.
Right. And Yukihiro also has a copy of Mechanizoa in hand, so just a lot of things that get creatures out of the way. And even though we were pretty skeptical of this Evangel on turn 2, just a couple of sacrifices, that's a 2-mana 4/4, friend.
Actually, yeah, already just having sacrificed a couple of things to those Embrace Oblivions, now this Evangel is a legitimate threat that does need an answer.
You can sack the Gale Blade on the table too.
True,
there's so many little things where you go, yeah,
you know. And then the blade will equip to it as well.
Right. Right, you think, okay, you know, how many times can I realistically do that? But the next step is, well, how many do I need to?
That's a good point, because I sort of look at that and you're like, well, the deck isn't built around sacrificing things. How good can the Evangel be? But look at this, man. Mechanizoa comes down. It's going to clear the way for another big attack. And all of a sudden, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat really on the ropes here.
This is a lethal attack. This is 8. All of a sudden, Duprat has to chump block.
Yeah. Yep, the Cryoform is going to make sure that block isn't as effective as it otherwise could be, of course. So...
Mechanizoa, an interesting card where you see it face up on the side a lot, and it almost creates these sort of checkmate situations where you go, well, I can't attack because that won't let me block, so what do I even do from here? Yukihiro is firmly in the driver's seat this game.
Yeah, he's done really, really well, and on such constrained manner as well. You've got to give it to him. I think his deck is in an okay position to function on fewer lands, but he's played a blinder here to make sure that he's kept himself in this game. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat with a Vault Guard Trooper here. Now, does this change the equation at all?
It's not bad. One of the nice things about it is that you can just actually draw some more cards, which DePra really needs to find some action at this point. He has a ton of lands, but he doesn't have anything to do with them.
Yes, yeah, and this is the problem, right? This is when if you're not drawing lands, that's a problem that'll eventually, if you're given enough time, solve itself, because you will draw too many lands, however. That's much more
All
of a liability in the long
you're kind of bottleneck, what, one spell a turn? That isn't going to cut it when you're this far behind, and here's the serve.
All right, immediately with the block. Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh. All right, so there is a removal spell for the equipment.
All right, Seed Ship Impact here.
And here it is, the Ilvoy Galeblade hits the bin to its own ability, which grows the Evangel. Larger than a 5-mana creature? Okay.
All right, so Ken now losing a fair bit of material in that exchange. And all of a sudden, this game seems to be tilting back in the other direction.
Wow. Unbelievable, right? Because the Hilderblade is gone as well.
Yes.
That was such a crucial part of what happened.
That would turn any card that Ken plays into a very respectable threat. +3/+1 here. Yeah, well, a much better way of putting it there, Carmen. But yes, exactly, yes.
Listen, the respect kind of hinges on who you're rooting for here, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah. You're not putting much respect on the Hilderblade if you want Jean-Emmanuel Deprat to win. All right, but the Infiltrator is going to be a problem here for Jean-Emmanuel Deprat. Ken Yukihiro on 10, so he's got a bit of time to play with here. But between the Seed Ship and the Specialist, I guess the Specialist isn't doing that much work as a 1/3, but still.
Well, hey, look at the text box. Every lander that Deprat draws represents 2 extra points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And this Ilvoy Operative from Yukihiro can sneak in with 2 spells, but can Yukihiro have that much gas in the tank?
So, Mechanozoa in the Warp Zone, of course. Let's not forget that. I can see a Starbreach Whale. Oh, and the Requiem Monolith. Here's the first pick. This is a pack 1, pick 1 for Ken Yukihiro.
Such a versatile card. It can kind of be your own sort of Phyrexian arena, or have this secret mode where you target your opponent's creature and say, even if it blocks, you're taking something to the face here.
It's a card that I read 3, 4, 5 times, and I was like, I still don't think I'm not sure what this card does.
That card went through some development cycles. I'll just say that, right? Those words didn't write themselves.
I would love to see the first draft of that card and just see if it was like way less complicated or way more complicated.
I'm just gonna say those are never the first words that end up.
Yeah.
Sometimes you go, okay, well, what's the real way to write this out?
How can we massage the rules into letting us do what we want to do here?
Sometimes you have to ask yourself the question, okay, is this too far beyond the pale?
Is it even worth it at that point?
Right.
Yeah. Well,
but the card's cool.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Well, I was going to say, look,
fun.
hats off Requiem Monolith. You made it through that bruising design process, and you're here with us today. Starbreach Whale, the play here for Ken Yukihiro. On the other side of things, now, Jean-Emmanuel Deprat with his 10 billion lands in play is continuing to develop his board. Zookeeper Mech, and this is a fine card, a little bit less... well, actually, no. I guess with its second ability, it is going to start doing work, considering how much...
He's doing it right now. I think that's what's happening.
Is he able to...
Is that on the Scout Lander?
Is he able to activate it? Oh, he's got...
It's not a tap ability. He has a gajillion mana.
Yeah, I was going to say. It's not often that you can cast and then immediately activate a Zookeeper Mecha, but when you've got half your deck on the table with lands, then yeah, that's actually going to be an option here.
Oh my god. Okay.
Right.
He took the safer play. Biotech Specialist in the red zone for half of Yukihiro's remaining life.
Yep, +4/+0, so that's a 5/3 coming in now, this Biotech Specialist.
So interesting, because in some ways this is putting Yukihiro to the test and saying, okay, well, if you have 2 spells next turn, I don't want to die.
Yeah.
This is so classic Deprat in a way where he's just pushing inevitability, playing very tight, eking out every advantage.
And a really big decision here for Ken Yukihiro to make. What do the blocks look like here? Obviously, he's got the Starbreach Whale of 3/5, the Ilvoy Operative of 1/3.
At this point, some of the question is if Yukihiro might have a way to get a flyer out of the way. And then there's a question of, okay, great. What does my next turn look like in that world?
Yes, it's about what things are what's gonna happen down the track here.
Yukihiro's more or less thinking of the combinatorics of what can come off the top of the library. Is there a double spell sequence that actually leads to getting this spacecraft out of the way, casting another spell and crashing in for 4, Or do I need to preserve my life total right now?
He's going to block. Yeah.
Whoa.
He's going to block. So just wanting to get this specialist off the board, and in doing so, sacrifices the whale here.
Notably, Tractor Beam online in hand. The block with the whale, great, because it actually traded and wasn't just a chump block.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very different equation if it wasn't going to trade 1-for-1 with that specialist. But the thing is, it doesn't deal with the problem, the ongoing problem that is the Zookeeper Mech, and it can turn anything into a respectable threat. The fact that Duprat can play a 3-drop, a 4-drop with the Forest in hand and still activate the Mechan.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This game, really, really interesting texture to it here as Ken figures out what he wants to do. Gravkill in hand, Requiem Monolith, and the Tractor Beam. We've talked about the Monolith and the Beam. They've been in hand for a while now. Gravkill off the top, however, is going to give him more interactive options. How does that change things meaningfully here, Carmen?
So it's really interesting where Yukihiro has a bunch of ways to check a creature in hand, and some of this is a matter of sequencing and seeing if there's a way that can kind of check to Pra off balance, right? And I love the pass here from Yukihiro because this means that Yukihiro can actually apply 2 different removal spells in the same sort of turn cycle without Duprat being able to account for both. So what I suspect that we're going to see here is removal spell in Duprat's turn, untap, then another removal spell on Yukihiro's turn, and all of a sudden, we're going to see this Infiltrator clear for takeoff.
Yes, yeah, and this is a good way to put it here. You'll have to forgive me, I messed up in talking about the Zookeeper Mech, and its ability costs 7 to activate, not 6. So that does change things very slightly here. But it's a good point that you make. We can see Ken here very clearly with something, right? Like Jean-Emmanuel Duprat will recognize that Ken Yukihiro is holding on to something and will play...
He missed land drops earlier.
Yes.
So these are spells.
So they are spells, and sitting there with 5 mana and just going, okay, pass, right? When you've got a card on the battlefield that wants you to cast 2 spells, that clearly says you've got something. So we're going to see an attack here. Gravkill obviously was what Ken had earmarked this turn for.
All right, Mechan hits Exile. Spacecraft hits Yukihiro.
And a land here for Jean-Emmanuel Duprat to round out his turn. Back to Ken now. Let's see if he takes this line you talked about, Carmen. Picks up a Perigee Beckoner.
And now this is interesting because he could just hard cast that if he wants. It represents a bunch of extra damage. No, this is so patient.
Okay, yeah. I like this. Wants to draw another card here and figure out what he can do.
This is someone who won a Pro Tour with a red deck and understands the relationship between damage and inevitability. I love this. I love this.
Gigastorm Titan draw from the Ilvoy Operative. And we're going to see Tractor Beam here now from Ken. You mentioned that this was maybe the sequence you wanted to take, Carmen, in clearing the board, in addressing the threats that Jean-Emmanuel was playing with the removal spell into removal spell. And then essentially, JD is at the mercy of the top of his library. I think Ken will know that he doesn't have anything. I think it's just, I mean, it's very easy for us to say this up in our ivory tower with the card viewers, with all the information available to us. But Ken's he's very good at this game. And I think he will understand the dynamics at play here, with Jean-Emmanuel being a little starved of resources. Off the top, though, he's found something. Ooh, okay.
Wow.
Survey Mechan.
Wow. This kind of does it all at this stage of the game.
So let's remind ourselves of what Survey Mechan does. 10 mana, 3 damage to any target, draw 3 cards, gain 3 life. And it's going to cost 7?
Goodbye, Ilvoy Infiltrator. And look at this. No attackers on the table right now.
So with the Tractor Beam played on the Siege Ship, with the Survey Mechan coming down as an what was it, an 11 mana.
That's the Glacier God. Oh my God.
He's found that off the top here.
Duprat sneakily with lethal in hand right now.
This has just gone backwards and forwards. You're getting seasick watching this match, dude.
How can you not
moly.
love Magic, man? God.
All right, so back to Ken Yukihiro now.
And all of a sudden, there are all these cards in hand that are strong, but he really would like to try and develop 2 threats this turn. Yukihiro knows that Duprat just gassed back up with a bunch of expensive stuff, so it's likely there are spells in hand. So what does that look like?
Okay, so we're going to see the Monolith here, followed up by the Gigastorm Titan.
Notably, not shooting the Titan to draw a card for a life. That is how valuable Yukihiro knows his life total is.
All right, and then, as you say, the Glacier Godmore drawn last turn.
Oh my god. All right, so that land represents haste. Bombard represents getting the blocker out of the way. And it's time to represent game 2.
Wow, straight into it there. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat. That was a pretty brief and blink and you'll miss it end. We're just talking about how deep and deeply involved we were, and this game is back and forth. And then JD's like, "Oh yeah, we're finished here. We've done."
Listen, your life total.
I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to wrap it up here. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see how things break in game number 2 here between Ken Yukihiro, our defending champion, and Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, former world champion.
Gene Pollinator about as good a start as Duprat can hope for. Just one of the best cards in this limited format.
Yep, he does have some pretty juicy top end that he wants to get to between Gene Pollinator, between the lander tokens that he can generate, that sort of thing. He's got some big cards to play, although not in hand. Siege Ship, Impact, and Possibility Technician. Oh, no, there's a Cavern Skyward as well for Frenchman as well. On the other side of things, decent-looking hand here for Ken. He's going to be able to open up with some early creatures, get on the battlefield nice and briskly here, Carmen, which is what his deck is looking to do.
Right, this is something where Illvoy Operative, it is just so good at playing multiple roles. It can attack a little bit early, and then also it being able to grow and scale. We've already touched on it a couple of times, but we saw how much it mattered for Lightless Evangel in Game 1, and that can be true here. He is missing a little bit of that double spell action, but I think we're going to see it soon.
Yeah, being able to develop his board in this early stages is fine. And then, as you say, look to leverage these scaling creatures as the game goes a bit longer. But it is very similar to game number 1. As we see now, the Illvoy Operative joined by the Lightless Evangel. On the other side of things, that was a Possibility Technician that was warped, I think, last turn.
Really cool card in this format. I think a lot of times your intuition would be you read its text box and you think, okay, so this cares about playing a bunch of Kavu. I know that's a magic creature type, but how often does that come out? Well, at the edge, there are a bunch of Kavu.
Yeah,
this comes up a lot.
Yep. Yep. I think you were looking through JD's deck list and pointed out that Possibility Technician, actually, he's got a number of cards that can trigger it, right? He's got the Vault Guard Trooper. He's got the Cavern Sky Warden. So we could see the Technician do some work.
Yeah, Tanuk as well. Also happens to be a Kavu.
True,
Very cool.
Yep.
Frenzied Baloth, that perfect blocker as well for Duprat.
Okay, immediately trades off. That's fine.
Going after the Lightless Evangel is super interesting because in some ways that's Duprat's way of saying, can you actually double spell that much?
Yeah, it says like you're gonna have to consistently do this, and I've seen that you do have top end in your deck that you like. If you don't do this, then you've just got a 2/1, and that's not a great situation for you. Whereas, you know, the cards that support the Lightless Evangel, the double Embrace Oblivion, a couple of other cards as well that allow you to sacrifice cards.
Gigastorm Titan, about as good of a follow-up here as possible for Yukihiro.
Yeah, pressure's on. All right, we're going to see now Possibility Technician come out of exile.
Flipping over a land, basically what we call bottling a lot of the time. One of the best things you can bottle because it doesn't cost any mana to actually just go ahead and pull it out of exile while the getting's good.
Yep. Yeah. These fast draw mechanic. We need a mechanic for like how milling got its own like keyword or whatever. We need this for the red impulse fast draw, exiling something you can play at this turn. But hitting a land off that is always real juicy.
Yeah, we call it bottling internally after Elkin Bottle from way back in the day, but we do like a few different timings for it for balance reasons. So it's a little bit harder to streamline. Like mill, where mill it is always that's what it does. But
whereas this one is like into
this
the
versus
end
light
step.
up the stage versus this cares if you have a Kavu. It ends up being a little strange to line it all up.
And also, like, there are timing restrictions on some until the end of this turn, some until the next end step as well, so...
Right.
I'm sure you'll get there.
Well, look at this. Ken getting in there. Ton of damage, ton of warping. Peregrine Beckoner are doing amazing work to just say, oh, you are legally allowed to block.
Oh, my goodness. Look at JD's hand. It is just all business. So much action there.
All gas, no match.
It could be the case here. One of these plays is going to go to 0-2, and this is not where you want to be.
You see
JD.
Duprat paying the cost of a splash right now. Look at this. That is an
yeah.
island with a bunch of red cards in hand. There are only 2 islands in deck, but there is a real cost to that.
Yep, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it here.
All right, Zookeeper Mechan, going to give him some more red mana, assuming he gets another turn. He's already down to 6.
Yeah, this is the problem now. JED needs more time if he's going to be able to enact a game plan. Okay, we're going to see close encounter here.
That's what I call it.
And Gigastorm Titan remains. Oh, yep, and immediately JD's got the blocks prepared now.
And look at this.
Perigi Beckoner comes back from the exile zone. Go ahead, sorry.
No, you're just fine. We see Mechanizoa in exile. This is that pseudo checkmate situation I was alluding to, where all of a sudden Depra is extremely taxed on how he is allowed to use a ton of his resources, because Mechanizoa is saying, oh, I can lock a creature down for 2 turns. Can you handle just losing a creature for that long?
Finds a mountain here, which is very useful in getting this Caveron Skywarden on the battlefield. But to come back to what I was saying earlier, these players on 0 and 1, JED, I know, will be fighting particularly hard to not fall to 0 and 2 here. This is a guy with a 69% win rate in Constructed, one of the best Constructed players in the world. That is indisputable. 54% limited win rate, which is very good, actually.
Yeah.
Like, objectively speaking,
at the
very
Pro Tour
good.
level,
Yeah.
that's fine. I would lock that in.
But for a player of his caliber and compared with his Constructed win rate,
yes,
this is a guy who wants to win as many limited rounds as he can because he knows it's something of an Achilles heel.
Right, and I know in a lot of ways, I think players can kind of undervalue sort of emotional momentum when you're in an event. But flatly, it feels better and you are more confident if you start strong.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you've got a 7 and 2 record or whatever it is, a 6 and 2 record at the end of the day, having those 6 wins are so much harder to get when they've come off the back of 2 losses.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, so frequently you hear that, well, I started 0-2, I guess I'm glad I day 2'd. And you said, wait, man, you 6-2.
Yeah.
It's all the same, but you still
but
hear that
narrative.
Right,
exactly. Yeah. Alrighty. So, JD down to 2 life here. Mechanizoa on the battlefield now. Gigastorm Titan still rocking, as well as the Perigi Beckoner. And we mentioned before, JD's got a lot of business. He doesn't have a lot of life total. That's going to be the issue for him.
Took a hit down to 2.
Yes. All right, Mechanizoa also takes a hit.
All right. Seed Ship Impact, really impressive for me this format. I have been really happy to see it.
Yeah. Pretty safe to play this card in a format so overrun with artifacts.
Ooh, tractor meme.
Uh-oh.
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 Uh-oh. We've got a double spell of the finest kind here, one that wins the game here for Ken Yukihiro. We're going to game number 3 now. Ken says you're not getting off that easily, my friend. And so we move on now to our 3rd and deciding game in what has been a very, very interesting match so far, Carmen.
I'm going to be thinking about that game 1 forever. You could even see as Ken leaned back in his chair, looked up at the sky and said, could I have found those last couple of points?
Yeah. Yep, that one was very, very interesting indeed, and hopefully we'll get a good game 3 as well.
Depra on a mulligan, and these big mana decks can really struggle sometimes when they're down a card, especially on the play.
Not a good mulligan either. Look at that. He had Zookeeper Mechan left walking in hand. I believe he just drew the close encounter. No red sources either. So this is not a good start here for Jean-Emmanuel Depra. Things looking a lot smoother on the other side here. Ken Yukihiro warping out a Star Breach, well, making his draw even smoother.
Well, this is really interesting. This is a very different game than what we've already seen. Depra probably felt pretty bad about keeping this hand, but when Ken doesn't have a 2-drop, pretty nice.
And then off the top, a Frenzied Baloth entering the battlefield, tapped and attacking.
As all 2-mana 3/2s should.
Yes, indeed. So in it comes now, and Ken under the gun a little bit here.
And I believe this Cloud Sculpt Technician is actually out of the sideboard. In some ways, this is indicative of Yukihiro saying, you know what, actually, you're a green deck. Let's take to the skies. I want to be able to get those last few points of damage in.
Yeah, pretty. Look, I don't want to. I'm not trying to have a go at Cloud Sculpt Technician.
One of the cards of all time.
It is a magic card.
Yeah.
It's certainly one of the cards of all.
We can't take that away from it.
No, no one can take that away from Cloud Sculpt Technician, but it is getting a Guernsey, getting a run. Again, perhaps because of that emphasis that Ken is looking to get to fly over a clogged up battlefield full of green chumps on the ground.
And here we can see how much it struggles on the back foot in particular. Frenzy Bailoff gets in. And a lot of times you want to play tight and just force your opponent to actually have the removal or the combat trick, whatever it is at this level, and just create a sort of solved battlefield a lot of the time and say, okay, let's get this part out of the way, reduce the game down, and so on. So he takes the obligatory block, but that means all of a sudden, with a fight spell, a 3-2 is able to, or excuse me, a bite spell, a 3-2 is able to take down a 1-4.
Yeah, and you're pretty happy with that.
Oh, every time.
As Jean-Emmanuel Deprat trying to adopt a more aggressive posture here. And it's working in the face of cards like this, right? It might be the best blue common, but Cryogen Relic is not impacting the board here.
Buying 3 life ain't too shabby. I mean, this is part of why it's so strong. It's so versatile. What do you want a card to do? It does a little bit of it.
Okay, all right. When you look at, okay, I'm now revisiting the comments I just made, and if the card literally just read 1 and a blue, sorcery, draw 2 cards, gain 3 life. All right.
Every time.
I'm on.
Every time.
I'm now on board. It's just a question of perspective, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Limited is so cool because so many times you just have to really take a card for all the things it can do.
It's not 1 and a blue though, is it? It's 2 and 2 blue. I'm still in.
We're getting in on the ground floor.
Yeah. All right, going to clear the battlefield here.
And this is something we've seen Yukihiro really prioritize a lot in general, is just trying to make sure that Deprat has literally nothing in play. I know it sounds a little reductive to say, yes, 1 creature is more than 0, but as the battlefield grows, the more complicated it gets, the harder it is to actually declare attacks because of how strong it is to be the person choosing how combat lines up on, say, double blocks.
I'm looking at the fact that things like Cloud Sculpt Technician have come in from the sideboard for Ken, and I wonder how much he has tried to reposition himself in these post-board games, potentially realizing at least that his plan A of like 2 drops, double spells, trying to play almost a tempo-based game isn't going to work against JED. Does he want to take a slower and less proactive posture here? And it's like, with the way that this game has panned out at least, that seems to be the case, right? We've got Mechanozoa on the battlefield as a 5/5 now. This is not the 2-mana 2/1s, 2-mana 2/2s that Ken brought in games number 1 and number 2. So it is a little bit different this time, Ken.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I think Yukihiro is just trying to make his cards worth a little bit more pound for pound. I would expect Comet Crawler, a card that he does have in his main deck, to maybe be hitting the showers in the post-board games, for example, where you do need to keep committing resources for that card to be good enough. Deprat is really trying to grind the battlefield down to not very much. So if you can't keep investing in something like that, you need to find these standalone cards that are going to be able to hold their own.
Right, rather than cards that are going to give you a significant short-term benefit, but only if you can push your game plan across the line in a sufficient amount of time, which Ken hasn't necessarily been able to do with the lower end of his deck. So maybe he's going to rely on some bigger cards like this Mechanozoa. But we're going to see now, committed to the battlefield, not just this Elvoy Operative, one of the key cards in Ken's deck here, but it looks like also Dauntless Scrapbot is going to come down and create a landed token. Great card, this one.
Just so honest. You play it every time. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not fancy, but it clocks in and it does its job.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You're not writing home to mum about it. Dear mother, today I cast a Dauntless Scrapbot and it was entirely fine.
3 mana, 3 power, give you another piece of material. It's really hard to say no to that.
3 mana 3/1s are just like, let's hear it for 3 mana 3/1s, everyone. They're just the best cards in Magic, aren't they?
It really is.
Vendilion Click.
Oh.
Flicker Wisp.
Come on. Excellent.
3 mana 3/1s.
Perfect.
All right. What's JED going to do here? Oh, there it is.
Oh, Vendilion Click.
What a card. What a card.
Flicker Wisp maybe going to show up a little bit later
Yeah,
this
I was going to say, we're not going to probably not going to see too much of Vendilion Click these days. I think its best days are behind. But Flicker Wisp is still around the traps. Flicker Wisp is still around the traps for sure. All right, is that a...
oh, yeah.
That's a big glacier.
Oh, yeah.
Godmore right there.
Big one. Into the red zone. This is what actually won Deprat game 1, and it is looking great right now. This card just demands action. A lot of times whenever you have a ramp strategy, you need your top end to be something that can just win a game by itself, because ostensibly you've committed a ton of resources to just putting lands into the tape onto the battlefield. That's something that we saw DePraw have a little bit of a struggle with in the last game, but this is the payoff for those sorts of games, is you get to say, oh, I have a ton of lands in play. Guess what? I'm going to introduce you to the business end of a 7-drop.
Let's see how Ken likes that. His board is built out reasonably well, but this big green beater is certainly dominating the battlefield at the moment as a 6/6.
And Hymn of the Faller, really efficient card draw, but like most black card draw, it does come with a cost. And when you're at 20, losing a life to draw a card or two, not that big of a cost. But when you're at 6,
it does. Yeah, it gives you pause. You know, you play that early in the game, like, what's one life?
you know what? 18, 17 it is.
Nothing to me. Nothing to me. It's a rounding error. I wouldn't, if I drop one life on the ground coming, I wouldn't pause to bend down and pick it up, right? But then on 5 life and 6 life, that changes the equation a little bit. All of a sudden, you're counting those pennies. Well, while these players are fiddly fighting around figuring out what they want to do, I just want to shout out some other 3-mana 3/1s. Brazen Borrower.
Ooh.
More recent one. True Name Nemesis.
Ooh, we might have different feelings on that one. I'm sorry.
Remember when that
How
was...
about Boggart Trawler? How about, can we talk about Boggart Trawler, another friend who might join us this afternoon?
Also, while we're on the subject of world champions, JED sitting right there. Elite Spellbinder.
Ooh.
The PBDDR card, of course.
Great one.
Yep.
Great one.
There are some really, really good ones from the archives.
All right, Shambling Shell, personal favorite of mine.
Shambling Shell, what is this?
I've played too long, too many formats. It's a dredge card. That's how you know I
Okay, boomer.
I was born in Florida. I have something wrong with me.
Oh, dear.
All right.
Oh, the party don't stop.
Hymn of the Faller hits the stack. And that is just going to draw the one card from the looks of things. Did not get a good look at the top card.
Oh, the weft walking here in JED's hand. Haven't seen the weft. We haven't done much weft walking as of yet.
All right, Yukihiro liked what he saw. Virus Beetle.
Virus Beetle, and we're not going to be walking anywhere.
That's a 1 for 7.
Yep. Look at this. This is how the highly advanced mind of the R&D insider works.
Listen.
At performing advanced calculations at lightning speed. No, but you're very true in saying that. That's a really nice one to snipe out of the hand there, for sure.
And in a lot of ways, this really speaks to what we were talking about before, where getting someone to 0 of something matters so much. I know that's something that the gap between 0 and 1 is so much larger than the gap between 1 and 2.
Infinitely larger, some would argue.
What are we looking at? We can't be looking at attacks.
Oh, we can.
Oh, okay. It's unblockable. Ilvoy Infiltrator. Gonna get it done.
All right, draw another card here. So Ken keeps the train rolling.
Oh my God!
Oh, baby!
Oh my God!
Look at that, off the top here.
You hear the sigh of relief. Oh my God!
All right, well, Oblivion has been embraced once again, and all of a sudden, this huge threat that was dominating the battlefield, this 6/6 trampling Glacier Godmore, is no more.
Dare I say, I think Yukihiro's slightly ahead.
Really? Really?
If you push back on it very hard, I'll buckle very quickly.
No. I have no confidence when it comes to this sort of thing. You say something to me with that level of confidence, Carmen, I'm going to believe you. I'm going to go down hook, line, and sinker.
The Zookeeper Mechan is keeping DePraw in the game.
Yes.
It is not like everything is solved. It's not like this game's over. The top of the library matters so much here. But I thought Yukihiro was dead.
All right, Vault Guard Trooper now.
No attacks.
And no attacks back to Ken, who is also drawn, picks up his lands.
That means the Trooper is just a Colossopede? 5 mana, 5/5?
Yeah, it's not doing anything else. All right, looks like Ken has he's drawn a 5-drop. No, he's going to... Oh, he's got this... Oh, the whale!
Hey, you drew the 5-drop a while ago.
Remember that from Act 1? I did actually forget about that Starbridge whale.
You know, I would never admit to that. I totally remembered it.
No, I forgot. I'm just a bit of a fool. So there we go. And we're going to see now a Perigee Beckoner sent into the warp zone.
Notably, second spell for the turn. Ilvoy Infiltrator.
Unblockable.
Free for takeoff.
Yep. And it's gonna clip in for a bit more damage this time as well, thanks to the Perigee Beckoner.
All right. 3 of them up. 1 of them off the top.
I'm so...
Oh my god, it was a removal spell. The surveil from this whale was so nice.
Yeah.
So nice.
A grav kill here for Ken.
Step crack of a lander for Depra. This is the point. A lot of times in the game when you're kind of vying for position and all of that, you're kind of thinking min-maxing your landers and maybe some landfall triggers. But here, every draw step is do or die.
Yeah.
You're deck thinning.
Yeah. I don't know what other use he has for those lands. There may be other cards that are going to interact with him in some other way, but no, in this situation, you just want to draw the good stuff.
It's also 2 points. Yukihiro?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Very low life.
The specialist is still on the battlefield. Let's not forget about that. No, for them it's a no-brainer, absolutely. All right, so Ken Yukihiro down to 3. He's managed to get a couple of times the operative, so the cards are coming and the damage has also been flowing. Next turn, he does have the Perigee Beckoner again if nothing else changes.
If he gets an untap step, I think Yukihiro is extremely in the driver's seat. This Grav Kill in particular, most ways to create an artifact token you could sacrifice, for example, are going to use the stack, which means that Yukihiro will get the opportunity to actually go after that specialist with the removal spell, if that's what he's worried about. He just gets to operate from the point of being in position, which matters so much. But this turn of breathing room is crucial.
Let's see what he makes of it here. He's tapping 3.5 million mana. What is he going? What is he? Oh no, that's the... Okay, sorry. It's still JD figuring it out. All right.
Okay, Drix Fatemaker is not bad. The Warp, big attacker. It has Trample.
Okay. So Mechanizo is still there as a 5/5.
12 toughness on Yukihiro's side of the table is a lot of toughness to soak up some damage, but it's going to get something on the way out.
That's what he can do here, right? He can line up blocks that aren't ruinous for him, but he's still not happy about it. You can see this the body language here.
I adore this. You can see the chuckle and just going, "Ah, give me a break.
Yeah.
Can one of us just brick?"
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. This is the Pro Tour. This is the feature match area. This is everything for these players.
Because Ken now, with he's looking at a straight up trade with the 5/5s against each other, but now instead, no.
That's so much value.
The activation of the Zookeeper mech and also putting a huge amount of pressure on Ken Yukihiro here.
Gigastorm Titan, not a bad one off the top for Yukihiro.
No, I mean, it's more business, right? It's more business. Although it does mean he's got 2 options. He can either play the Gigastorm Titan, which turns off Grav Kill for the turn, or he can main phase the Grav Kill in order to play the Gigastorm Titan. But are either of these threats on the other side of the battlefield worth the Grav Kill?
It's such a hard bet to make. The Zookeeper Mechan, when you do have that Drix Fatemaker off in exile, is a very real threat.
Yeah.
You do know Depra is going to be able to make very high power, very trampling creatures pretty soon.
But instead, it's going to be the specialist, the biotech specialist that eats the Grav Kill, and so Ken gets in with both creatures now, knocks JD down to 7.
It's not bad. I definitely like anything that lets Yukihiro keep the card flow going. And look, Comet Crawler actually still in the deck as well. Not bad.
No, it's
the lifelink here.
The lifelink is going to be really, really relevant.
Huge.
Yeah. So Comet Crawler instead of the Gigastorm Titan. And I like this because it does represent a bit more of a buffer for those measly 3 points of life that he's on here. So, JED on the battlefield, Zookeeper Mechan, and 3/5 of nothing else.
And the big reason to hold on to the Gigastorm Titan is that it just means it can team up with the Beckoner next turn to represent a double spell. Right? Having 2 mana from hand for the Titan instead of 3 mana for the Comet Crawler, that inch is the difference next turn. Yukihiro is already thinking about the next combat step and how to get creatures sideways.
And when you've already got well, potentially unblockable threat on the battlefield, tripling its power here is huge. The other thing to think about is, depending on how the life total and the life totals and blockers shake out, but that Comet Crawler, it's got fodder ready to go. That Virus Beetle has done its work and can end up being an extra 2 points of damage, an extra 2 points of life as well with the Comet Crawler.
All right, well, here's the Beckoner.
All right, Perigi Beckoner.
Interesting question. Could target Virus Beetle just to sacrifice it and take the last card out of Depraw's hand again.
Because then it'll come back.
You'll sacrifice it to the Comet Crawler, then trigger.
Oh, so you're losing out on the damage.
Right.
But in doing that, no,
Nope, not Ken.
Okay.
Not missing out on damage. Love this. Love this. Not going to get fancy. If you had a good card, you would have played it.
So Virus Beetle is going to be sacrificed to the Comet Crawler here. So the Comet Crawler now coming in as a 4/3 lifelinker.
That means that Depraw's hand on blocks is forced. This is a lethal attack.
I'm at 7, right? Yep.
So the Drix Fate Maker, a 3/2, and the Zookeeper Mechan, a 2/2.
Take 1, you gain 6. 6, you're at 9.
9 and 1.
Yep.
All right, Yukihiro back up to 9. Breathing room, card advantage engine, more creatures in play. It feels like the world is his oyster.
Yep, that Perigi Beckoner did a lot of work here for our reigning Pro Tour champion. Ken Yukihiro has turned things around as they stand on the battlefield, but there's always the top of the library here for Jean-Emmanuel Depraz.
Oh, and isn't there just Territorial Bruntar off the top? Get out of here.
So Territorial Bruntar, a 6-mana 6/6 with landfall that lets you cast cards off the top. And what's he found off the top here? Oh my goodness, the party don't stop.
And it's 6.
No.
I took 1.
Oh my
One
gosh.
sorry, 1 damage and it's 6.
All right, so we're seeing Ice Cave Crasher.
Maybe I'm dead, but...
You hear Depraz chuckle and say, maybe I'm dead, but we'll play it out. Let's see.
All right, cast the Ice Cave Crasher, of course, using the mana from the Zookeeper Mechan. Puts the 4/4 into play. Back over to Ken now. So Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, this is how you want your opponent to be, right? Tapped out, no cards in hand. Ken figuring out what he's going to do, how he's going to navigate this turn. Jean-Emmanuel Depraz on just 6 life. So Ken Yukihiro, blood in the water potentially for him.
If Ken just has lands, I don't know if he has an attack. Okay, no, he has another Ilvoy Operative.
You are 6.
I mean, the full attack means Ilvoy Operative likely gets through.
To draw another
because
card.
Depraz has to block the biggest attackers.
But with the lifelink on the Comet Crawler as well here, this will buffer things a little bit for Ken. Yep, okay, full sand in they come. So Ken sort of rehearsed some of those blocks that JED might commit himself to. Let's see the way the cookie crumbles now. Jean-Emmanuel desperately holding on, trying to stay in this game. But Ken Yukihiro, he's pivoted nicely with the way that this deck is played. Gone was the sort of tempo plays he was looking for in game number 1, I should say, and instead is attempting to go a bit bigger. And it's worked out so far, Carmen. We'll see if he can seal the deal.
I love this. You can feel the energy, the tension of the game at the table. Yukihiro declares the attack, starts flicking the lands. Saying, okay, what's going to happen? This is unbelievable. This is a game of Magic.
Yeah. These are those moments so often generated here. And the warm wash of the lights of the Pro Tour feature match. All right, there are the blocks, it seems. The Territorial Bruntar blocking the Perigee Beckoner, and we've got the Ice Cave Crasher in front of that Gigastorm. Oh, no, maybe not. The Comet Crasher instead. Oh, Comet Crawler, excuse me. We're crawling on the Comet, not crashing it. We're crawling.
And you saw Depra check the cards in Graveyard and Exile before this.
Yes.
This tells me that he's actually kind of worried about being able to kill Yukihiro if he keeps gaining life from here. A lot of the best ways that he has to literally kill an opponent are gone.
Yeah, true. Yes. The finishes. All right, another operative here.
Depra at 1. Yukihiro with 1 more creature in play. That's good math.
So Depra, what's he found? He's got a land. Another land off the top. He's definitely gonna get something here.
Oh, is that another reach creature?
It's a Cavaron Sky Warden, so yes, indeed, it is a reach creature. And is there a way that he can make these Ilvoy operatives unblockable?
If there's some way he can maybe hit a draw spell into something
and we saw
else.
he boarded in the draw spell.
Definitely.
In game number 2.
I believe Ilvoy Galeblade is still in the
true.
deck. He could
that's a
shoot
great
for the
point.
moon with that.
That's a great point.
Requiem Monolith, also another way to just draw a card. Also, you can target the opponent's creature and make its block not work.
Cryogen Relic has been played, I think.
believe that was used earlier.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, wow, and that was just a draw go.
All right, nothing.
Oh
2
my
lands in hand for
God.
Ken Yukihiro.
No. Unbelievable.
Day of execution for Jean-Emmanuel Depra.
And all of a sudden, Yukihiro's in this spot where he has to hope Depra draws bad spells?
Because lands
Because
are
lands
spells.
are
yeah.
also spells. So in that
Yeah.
in that world, Depra's just going up a land as well, which maybe represents extra damage with the Crasher. This is starting to look tough. Orbital Plunge. Oh my God.
Okay.
That's a removal spell and a land.
Oh, because the lander can trigger the it can trigger the landfall of Cavaron Sky Warden, of course. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
The Territorial
of
Bruntar.
the Territorial Bruntar, yes.
And that's why Orbital Plunge is so huge in this format.
Yeah. Well, 2 for 0, 2 for 1? I can't do the maths on that.
And at this point, we're also starting to see, I think Depra only has 5 lands left in deck at all.
But now
Getting
he
really
doesn't.
close to all gaps.
Yeah, well, he doesn't mind drawing them though, because
Right.
every land draws him at least some action, as long as the Bruntar's in play.
How about Bombard?
Oh my goodness!
How
Talking
about
action.
Bombard?
Talking about action.
That's what won Depra the first game.
So this is 6 power, right?
Oh no!
Oh my
You
goodness!
hear when your opponent, who you've had on the back foot,
Just
points at its
confirming.
attacker and goes, "This is 6 power, right?" All right.
All these creatures are poised to go. None will cast this turn, so they're all ready to rumble. Where does the Bombard
This
go?
is close to lethal on the way back from Depra right now, immediately.
All right, going after the fly here. Bombard takes it down.
There's 18 total power on the table for Depra right now. It's not all going to get through, so I don't think he can commit everything. But this much pressure is one of the ways to kind of buffer your own life total by forcing Yukihiro to block.
All right, in these two come 2 potentially lethal creatures. Potentially unblockable lethal creatures here for Ken Yukihiro. Is he priced into... Well, what kind of block can he make here, that's going to give him the best chance to win?
But you just got to put it in front of the creature without trample. So I assume it's going in front of the Bruntar. We're going to see Yukihiro eat 6 from the Crasher.
Because that's a 6/4, as
this
JD
is,
pointed out.
Right, exactly.
All right, so the Bruntar, as a 6/6, eats up a chump blocker, but as you mentioned, the Ice Cave Crasher does have trample, so gets in
All right,
unimpeded.
what's the draw? What's the draw?
Oh, he's slow rolling himself here off the top. What's he found? It's okay.
Starbreach Whale.
Starbreach Whale. Played out. Surveil 2. Found, okay. Evangel.
two
In a
cards
land, I
in,
think.
and
Bins
we
it, yeah.
both know their land.
But we didn't do anything with them last turn, so I think JED will have his number here. 2 landfall triggers. There's Tanak, and that's going to be enough here. Ken Yukihiro scoops them up, and JED takes out the game, and indeed the match there. What a match of Magic we just saw, Carmen. That was a roller coaster, my friend.
I am beside myself right now. I'm sorry. You looked at me and I was just mouth agape. It feels like 2 different games there. The whole time we were going, how does Yukihiro possibly win this? Oh, okay. Well, how does Duprat possibly win this?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, how does Yukihiro possibly win? This format in general, it's really swingy, and it's unbelievable how many ways all of the cards can be played. That was Magic at its best.
Yes, we saw ups and downs. That round had a bit of everything all over the place, but we should give people a chance to maybe settle and overcome the pitching and the rolling of the seasickness as we saw the how unsteady and back and forth that match was. But it was fantastic to get across, particularly fantastic to get across with you, Carmen. Thank you very much for being here today. We'll be back with you tomorrow for more Limited, I understand.
Would not miss it for the world, space, the edge, whatever other pun we can fit in here.
Looking forward to it, mate. All right, well, that's going to do it for round number 2 here. On the other side of this, we've got our final round of Limited from Pro Tour Edge of Eternities here in Atlanta in the United States. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
Sign up for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man today, coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details, and you two are going to be there.
Yes, we are. Can't wait. It's going to be such an awesome time.
It's going to be a blast. I can't wait.
All right, excellent. Check that out, everybody. Check this out, too. MagicCon here in Atlanta. Pro Tour Edge of Eternities also happening at the MagicCon. I love to see the cosplay from everybody here in the building. Lots of little, very cool areas they have set up around the convention center as well. So there's so much to check out at a MagicCon, and this one is so awesome here this weekend. Hey, everybody, Marie Bertholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney with you here at the news desk as we draft this morning. And Ailey, you got the info on our feature match pods.
I'm still trying to recover from that last match we just saw.
It was awesome.
We were all just sitting here, doing our
Incredible.
nails. That was such a good match. Anyway, let's take a look at our pods and see how they are doing, who our 2-0s are that will be playing for the pods. Draft pod number 1, it is going to be Sean Goddard versus Luis Salvato teammates. So unfortunately, they're going to throw one of their teammates under the bus to get the 3-0, but you know what? I'm sure they're fine with that. Draft pod number 2, we're going to be checking out Sam Bogue versus Ryan Wallagora, both sitting at 2-0. Best of luck to them. And then draft pod number 3, we've got Liam Kane versus Yu Chen Liu, who is on a mission to get another top 8.
Real.
He's doing it again?
Back
Maybe.
to back to back?
Back to back to back, yeah.
Could it happen?
Not many people that have done that, and it's some great company that have done 3 or 4 in a row, that's for sure.
Early days yet, but looking good here for Yu Chen Liu.
Yep.
Let's set up our next feature match coming up here for round number 3 for the pod. Let's find out who'll be watching first. It is our pod A, Sean Goddard versus Luis Salvato, both players undefeated teammates, like Ailey said, on Team Cosmos Heavy Play. By the way, there are 4 members of that team in the feature match this round, all playing for trophies.
I think they might have figured it out, huh?
Yes, they did. That draft testing paid off. Take a look at Sean Goddard here. Started playing in 2013, had a top 8 last year at Pro Tour Thunder Junctions. Top 8'd Mox twice as well, so a good online player as well is Sean Garda. Those are the 2 top finishes to his name there. Up against Luis Salvato. When it comes to winning a modern Pro Tour, Luis knows how to do it. Did it with Lantern Control at Pro Tour Rivals of Ixalan in 2018. A deck I don't love, Luis, I must say, but he does know how to play modern 7 Grand Prix top 8s and 2 wins to Luis Salvato's name as well. So this is for the pod. Talk to me about these decks. They must be sweet, Corey.
Yeah, let's take a look at the deck, starting with Sean Goddard's deck. It is a nice one. We got a nice little Celestia beatdown deck, and I gotta say, there are 12 uncommons or rares in this deck.
What?
If that
Nice.
tells you anything about that, you are drafting the seat correctly. You
boy.
picked what's open. So let's take a look at the graphic here. Really nice stuff. We have these 2 incredibly powerful vehicles here. I am a huge fan of the greenhouse, being able to put a counter on a bunch of your stuff. We have the Sunstar Lightsmith to be able to draw a bunch of cards for double spelling. That paired with a bunch of warp, and I mean, that goes crazy. That stuff goes crazy really fast. So nice deck here from Goddard. Sean Goddard, absolutely. And Luis Salvato has one of my favorite combos that you can possibly do. We can go Sledge class Seed Ship into warp, the anti-casual Vestige, and just crew it immediately, and then put a gigantic thing into play. I mean,
Speak about gigantic.
Yeah.
You've got the 9 drop in there.
I mean, you gotta have some big stuff that you're gonna put into play.
What
so,
a Chad.
Yeah. This deck is sweet, though. A lot of power from both players. I'm excited for this finals.
Absolutely. Starting out 3-0 in draft, the dream for anybody who starts here at the Pro Tour this weekend. Marshall and Paul with the call here for the pod.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Cheon bringing you our 3rd round of booster draft here in the morning. We're just getting our tournament started. A draft, a couple of rounds, and then just like that, we'll be into modern. So we're going to have to savor this last round of limited. As you saw, we have Luis Salvato versus Sean Goddard, and they've got some heavy hitters in the deck compartment here, or department here, as you can see. Both of these players with solid top finishes, including that win from Salvato.
Yeah, interesting to see that both of these players were to the left and right of Ken Yukihira, both of them on green decks. And honestly, from just this pot alone, I think that's the 3rd Gruul deck that we've seen. JD, Max, and then also now here in Luis Salvato. And then Sean Goddard also drafting green. So that's 4 green drafters at this table. You know, coming into the format early on, a lot of people are talking about how deep green was as a color, and I mean, we have some proof right here. We have 4 green drafters, many of them doing well.
Well supported here. Some potential for very large spells to be cast here, particularly at a Salvato's side of the battlefield.
But very different approaches here. Typically, when you're drafting the green-white deck, you're usually kind of heavy white. You wanna be aggressive. Whereas when you're the Gruul deck, you really want the games to go long, activate your landers, and then just start playing 6, 7, 8 mana cards.
As you see here, even if you're trying to ramp, it is important that you get off to a quick start. Both players with 1-drops this game.
Yeah, Gene Pollinator.
Gene, Pollinator.
Gene Pollinator has been So strong, so much better than I would have expected just reading the card.
Yeah.
We've seen many cards like this in the past, but the line of text is so important here because most of those permanents in the past always say tap another creature. In this instance, it's tap another permanent. So you can tap landers, you can use it to help filter your mana by tapping your other lands, and just that knob alone has turned this into one of Green's best commons.
Absolutely. I always end up tapping like cryo shatters and stuff with them.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
it's just like things that you may not think of. You see a Starport Security was the first play there for Goddard.
I
And
can't
he's
really...
got a Dockworker drone as well.
Yeah, and just attacking with the 2/2 here, and Luis without a play here, and that's common. Sometimes when you play a ramp-style strategy, you often will have some clunky draws where, you know, if you draw too many of the top end of your curve, you're just not going to be able to do stuff early.
You see, cares about +1/+1 counters being a sub-theme here for Sean.
Wow, no 4-drop here either. However,
Wow.
Luis does have a Grav Kill that he can cast off of the Pollinator. Likely going to be using this to maybe kill the Meltstrider Eulogist here.
And that's what he's going to do. That's the biggest creature and the most annoying long-term. And it does mean that he only takes 2 damage here. He did gain 2 off the worm, so he only drops to 17 after taking a couple of hits.
Yeah, I mean, Luis sitting at a fairly comfortable life total here, and Sean does not have land drop number 4 here to double spell here. And if Luis can find land number 5 here, this is the big thing. If you can find land number 5, you just play out the Germinating Worm. All of a sudden, you're at 19, and you have the biggest creature on the battlefield.
Looks like he didn't, but he did find a Sledge-class Siege Ship.
Yeah, but that's not great.
Slow.
It's a little bit slow. I guess next turn you can play out the Germinating Worm because now you can tap down the Siege Ship for a mana.
True.
Right?
If he finds a land, it's even better because you can get the
course.
Siege Ship in the air that turn.
Right, and then you can actually station it, and it'll actually go up to 7. So then if you have another big thing in your hand, and we know Luis has a Territorial Bruntar, that'll be great.
Sideways, yeah. So this is a big draw here, an untapped land here for Salvato. Could be some serious business for him. And well, there's land number 4, sort of, for Sean Goddard.
Yeah, and can play out. This is actually kind of interesting here because Luis missed the land drop, right?
Yes,
like
both players.
You could be tempted to just kill the Pollinator here because if you kill the Pollinator, the Siege Ship will just not be turned on next turn no matter what, even if you draw land number 5 here for the Germinating Worm, and Luis Salvato miss land drop number 5.
He's thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's either that or just run out the Pulsar Squadron Ace. You could also keep up the 1-drop and just use it as a tapper. I think he's really considering using Close Encounter here. Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly what he's going to do. Oh, but it's full board to protect it.
And that gave it +3/+2, so even if you used the Shepherd, it would not have been enough.
Wouldn't have been enough. And here we go. This
Whoa.
is exactly the
This
sequence
is
that we
huge.
talked about. This is the floodgates being opened here for Salvato because now he gets to put he puts a Nebula Dragon in play.
Wow.
Wow, that full bore into this was like the whole game crashing down on Sean.
And now Luis can attack again next turn and play a Bruntar for free.
Sorry? Did he move? What is so sorry?
I mean,
I need the wins more than you.
talk about just completely snowballing the game out of control here. Luis at one point didn't do anything turn 3, played the Siege Ship, missed the land drop, and now we're looking at 13 power on his side of the battlefield in 1 turn.
And he killed a creature on the other side for his troubles.
Yeah, and it's just going to be so hard if you're the white-green deck with this board to be able to come back with Luis sitting at 15 life.
Man, full bore saving the day.
Absolutely.
Wow, other Dockworker drone here for Sean. He's he's got 3 of them.
And you know, if you're on Sean's side, I think he did all the correct things. I think you recognize that Luis missed the land drop here, recognize that the Siege Ship can be problematic, going for the removal spell, and just Luis had the perfect answer with that full bore. Jeez.
And he's gonna. Now he gets to focus fire, but
damage has been done.
Yeah, not only did it get in for some actual damage, but also put 2 It puts 7-drop and a 6-drop into play.
Yeah.
13 mana for free.
Right, and now the Bruntard triggers, and you're just getting a spell every turn. Can actually cast it off of the Brood Tender. Excuse me, the Pollinator. Doesn't have the mana to activate it instantly, but there is an anti-causal vestige in the graveyard that you can reanimate off the Brood Tender next turn.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good card to start setting up, but it's so late to the battlefield here.
Now
what did he hit?
Orbital Plunge. You can kill the Lightsmith here if you want. I assume that's where it's going to go. You get a Lander. That's an additional card. Maybe you don't crack the Lander now because you don't have the mana to cast the spell.
Yeah, you don't
but I mean, Sean is just going to be dead. I mean, next turn here.
Yeah, and it looks like Salvato is just going for all of it. And that is going to be game number 1 going to Luis Salvato. Wow, I just cannot get over that sequence of, okay, fine. I can see the writing on the wall. I'm going to go ahead and kill your mana creature. And instead,
what a
it was
turnaround.
Combat Trick to save it, and then boom, land off the top, and all of a sudden, there's a Nebula Dragon. You're getting hit for 4. There's a Territorial Bruntard the next turn.
That's one of the best seed chips I've ever seen. That was impressive. Fairly slow hand here out of Luis. There is an Orbital Plunge, but we're looking at a hand with a 7-drop and a 9-drop and a bunch of lands.
Whoa, he's playing Bygone Colossus?
He is. That's interesting. Perhaps he needed another top-end threat. If you put it into play off the seed chip, it's pretty sweet. But,
is it?
I mean, I personally haven't played this that often. Where I would look to play this is if I have a lot of...
Wait a minute. Have you ever played it?
Okay, I've never played it. But
you were being nice.
But if I were to play it, it would be in a spot where I have some huge spacecrafts.
Okay.
And maybe I want to be able to station it.
And maybe be able to cheat it into play and at 3. Right.
Right.
That did seem like kind of the deal with it, right? It in many ways reads 3, get any spacecraft into the air.
Right, but there's just enough big things that exist in the format where you generally just don't need to ever play the Bygone Colossus. Oh, there is that combo, right? He is playing full bore.
Yes.
So you can just 12 your opponent.
I wonder if that's the deal, because full bore is another card that doesn't actually see that much play. You could tell that it has a lot of potential, but it doesn't fit the format super well. Mainly just because, you know, in these ramp decks, you kind of need every slot, and especially if you're splashing like Luis's, those slots disappear really quickly, and when you start getting down to like kind of conditional pump spell, you're like, yeah, no.
Well, you know, Modern
but that is a sick combo.
Modern is defined by 2-card combos, and maybe Luis is just trying to get a little bit of that in the draft portion as well here.
I like it. It's hard to blame him.
So Sean here missing.
Yeah,
some
again.
land drops here. Rayblade Trooper really strong in the aggressive white decks, but yeah, no play here. And Luis with just no shortage of top-end stuff here.
I mean, this is going to end very quickly if Sean doesn't hit a land drop very quickly.
Tannock into land with a Lander in play.
So 2 more.
Yeah, draw another card,
Yeah.
deal 2 damage, play Nebula Dragon. You can even hard cast the Bygone Colossus pretty soon.
Sean was like, get a quick 3-0.
Right.
Transition over to Modern. And you can see the look on his face after that last sequence there from Salvato kind of says, 2-1, I can live with that, I guess.
Right, and at this point, it just feels like it's a little bit too late, especially given the action that's in Salvato's hand, right? It's just, you know, Sean's hand is fine, but he doesn't even, right now, he doesn't even have an answer for the Tannock. You have a Shattered Wings. I suppose you can use that on a Pollinator.
Yeah, but it just feels like with 6 mana out there, yeah. Eulogist is going to hit the battlefield, but the truth is that Sean's list is very curve-out centric,
right?
And it's very good at it. He had a really good curve, a lot of synergistic creatures, a lot of baseline power and toughness on the battlefield, let's go type stuff.
Yep.
But when you're this outclassed mana-wise, I mean, look, you're casting a 3-mana 3/3. They're casting a 4/4 that does 3 damage and has flying. Like, get out of here.
Yeah. And mean, Sean does have a fantastic deck with a great mana curve here, but
you can tell he's disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he knew he had a good shot at a 3-0 here.
Yeah, and if you look at Luis's hand here too, next turn, land, Biotech Specialist, crack the land, draw another card, deal 4 damage, by the way, right? Because Tanic will deal 2 and the Specialist deals 2. Still have the mana to also cast Tapestry Warden next turn.
Paul, I'm only here for Bygone Colossus full bore. If it's anything else, it's not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, we might even see a... I guess it won't be quite over yet. Well, there you go. We
and look at Sean laughing. He's like, I've never even seen this thing on the battlefield
9-9, baby!
before.
That is the first Colossus I've ever seen, and I've drafted this format 60 times.
I know, I love it. Both players are just loving it. And Sean, you know, it's actually better that he played that because he gets to go back to his team and say, you know, I lost to some guy playing Bygone Colossus in the finals. It happened to be Luis Salvato. Okay, fine.
Yes. It's awesome because they're teammates here, too.
Right. Well, that's even better, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just some guy, you know?
I mean, Sean does have some chumps available, right? We have the Rayblade Trooper. You put a counter on the security. You block. Then you make a 1-1. So you can block the 9-9 for a little bit.
So you're telling me he's got a chance? Or?
Maybe we top deck a full board just to really...
Yeah.
Because if they didn't have the full board, I mean. All right, here's the Specialist here. Crack the lander, basically deal 3 more damage to Sean, put him down to 9, draw a card. I wonder if Luis also has a Drix Fate Maker. That would also
be effectively a game
right?
ender, yeah. Shave another turn or 2 off of the clock.
Okay, what do we get?
But right now, with Sean at 9, you know, we call that being in the abyss.
Right. You just have to chump block every turn.
Yeah.
Tapestry Warden also not terrible here because the Tanic now also attacks for 4.
Yeah. Gene can't get in there, right? I mean, that's...
Yeah, the Rayblade Trooper is sitting as a 3-3, so...
If you want to know why we call it the Abyss, by the way, look up the card, the Abyss.
I think people could read that card and still not really sure what happens. Be sure what happens.
Yeah, well,
but
that's on them.
Figure it out.
That's on them.
We're not here to explain things.
Right, wait.
Wait. Sean could potentially line up a double block on the Tanic. Get that out of the way and then just chump block the Bygone Colossus. Although at this point the damage has kind of already been done with the Tanic. It's dealt 4 damage and drawn Luis 2 cards and he has no more landers in hand.
And it'll take out one of these.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think Luis just wants to... Okay, not shutting down the Tapper. In fact, just getting rid of the Trooper here instead. Oh, just an extra play. And Tenderfoot here with, what, 10 mana available? That's also a threat that has to be answered.
Chat has devolved into
Abyss chatter.
Abyss gotchas.
There's
like it targets, which it does.
There's nobody to blame but you.
Yeah.
For all of this.
Yeah. Somebody says Abyss wouldn't do anything. They're all artifacts.
All right, so, I mean, that was a pretty impressive turn there from Sean, right? Scout for survivors, getting 2 creatures into play. There's a lander, and Sean does have access to a Focus Fire, which can deal 6 damage, it looks like here.
Can we get it to 9?
It's not going to be 9. We're still in the
Abyss.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look, a backup Tanic, although basically just a 3-mana 4/4 in this spot.
Yeah, this is really tough too, because honestly, like, there are ways from here. If you get rid of the Colossus, you know, Sean's can kind of maneuver with these counters being bounced around and stuff. But we see the Tanic here in hand, and he's going to be taking a lot of incidental damage, right?
Right.
He's got... Luis has 2 different ways to deal non-combat damage over the course of turns, and it all has to do just with like lands and landers.
And it looks like Luis taking the most conservative line here. maybe trying to play around that focus fire that Sean's representing here, just getting in with the largest possible creature. And then you can just drop 2 creatures this turn and then spend whatever additional mana that you have in pumping the Tenderfoot, which right now you have the mana to play both of your creatures and put a counter on the Tenderfoot, it seems.
Sean's just going to chump block.
Yep.
He's not going to go for like some double block focus fire thing.
Gain 2. Oh, never mind. Actually holding on to the Tanic.
Because he actually can use the Intrepid Tenderfoot twice here.
Right.
And he also got the Germinating Worm onto the battlefield too.
Yeah, and Sean not really in a position to attack either, so Luis just has enough creatures in play where nothing truly bad can happen here. Although if Sean comes back from this, that would be really impressive.
Yeah, I just keep looking, and he can buy himself a decent amount of time, but really he does need to find an answer for now multiple threats on the other side, and currently he doesn't have any that really do the trick.
So Sean passed, so it looks like Sean is on tap your stuff and keep up a focus fire, or crack a lander.
Because he could tap down the Colossus and still kill a 5/5 or a 5 toughness creature.
Now, how big is that? That's a 7/7. So that does actually let you play around focus fire, right? That's a nice clean attack. Sean's going to tap down to 9/9 probably. That's my guess.
Good call.
Yeah,
he did it.
These creatures are just so gigantic.
Sean's at 8 now.
But very, very heads-up line there from Luis, playing around that focus fire.
It's got to be so annoying for Sean because, I mean, he has managed to stay in this game somewhat.
Right.
And he kind of needed, like, Luis to just get a little sloppy, right?
A little
just
too aggressive,
like,
yeah.
I mean, it's still a 1 for 1.
It's still going to work here, right?
Okay, so...
But the Expansionist just doesn't have a good block here, so I think he just goes down to 3, probably?
Yeah, and that's really tough because he's got the...
Tanic and the Biotech Specialist.
The Specialist,
A lander is just game.
Right. That's exactly... game. What did he find?
And we're looking at, by the way, just 6 creatures on Luis' side of the battlefield here.
Yeah.
Sean's got 3, and every creature... the Tapestry Warden is gone. So the 2 creatures on the right will not be able to get in for a significant amount of damage, but...
I mean, it is significant.
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, every point, of course, matters.
Yeah, 1 matters at this point.
I mean, as is, right? Sean is facing a lethal attack
He's
here.
Just dead on board. So he can play maybe a Sunstar Lightsmith, leave up white.
And maybe bluff. You can also Starfield Shepherd to get a land and then play a Sunstar Lightsmith. It looks like just playing the Starfield Shepherd here, getting the planes, giving you that extra blocker.
And then he'll play the planes, which says,
hey,
maybe...
play around Focus Fire, please.
Yeah.
Right.
What does Salvato think about the proceedings? He's found...
a giant Intrepid Tenderfoot.
Yeah, more Tenderfoot activation.
Oh, geez, a Bombard here, too. I imagine he's going to want to use
all
that.
of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. That should lock it up
I
here.
think that just is lethal.
Right. Just attack with everything, and that's just 3 creatures that get through.
And now I think, yeah, just send them.
So the conservative line is just attacking with the creatures on the left, the big creatures, because Sean can't really attack back and kill you, and this will still force 3 chump blocks. Like every creature that's attacking there.
Even with it, yeah.
Right.
Even if there was a focus fire and it's not.
And Luis just going, how can I lose? Because you have to block, even through a focus fire. All right, there we go.
He's going to send him in, and that looks like it will do it. And that is game. Luis Salvato goes big to pick up his pod here. 3-0 with the big monsters out of this format. And you see the big celebration there from Salvato. The reason that you see that, by the way, isn't just because it feels good to 3-0 your pod. Of course it does. But if you look down the line at the players that end up top 8ing events like this, the 3-0 or X and 1 in limited frequency is very high. This is a huge deal, especially for players at this level where they really have their eyes on a top 8 when they come in. You know, Luis Salvato isn't coming in and going like, I hope I make day 2, right? He's like, I want to get to the top 8 again. And a 3-0 in a draft is a big step in that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially for a player like Luis, who's a fantastic player in all aspects of the game, but his specialty is modern. So going into it, he's got to be feeling really good that he's 3-0, and then he gets to play the format of his choice, right? So that's just an excellent place to be. So really, really great start there for Luis.
Yeah, a mix of elation and perhaps relief there from Luis Salvato as he cleans up business in his pod. He's 3-0 heading into the next round. But we're not there yet. We're going to take a short break because we've got more limited Magic to bring you right after this. Welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are here in Atlanta, and as you can see, we're not alone. We've got MagicCon happening here. There is something for everyone out in the field. If you're a Commander player, yeah, you can find a Commander match here. If you're looking to buy cards, you can see it at the vendors. If you want to meet the artists, if you want to see the live stuff here, or if you like high-level competitive play like we do, you can come over here and watch the Pro Tour. We are in round number 3 of the Pro Tour, and we've got our draft matches still to bring you here before we transition over to Modern. In our feature match area, we're going to be joining a couple of matches in progress here. This one is Sam Bode versus Ryan Walagora. And as you can see, Paul, both of these players are sitting on a 2-0 record, so as you might guess, they are playing for their pod.
As you can see denoted there on the side, Ryan already punched his ticket to the World Championship. It's going to be in a few months.
That is a very nice thing to have. As you can see, we're coming into game number 3 here between these two players.
So, we're good.
And you can see two little underpowered 1-drops here to kick things off, but they're fine.
Yeah. Sammy's Curiosity, certainly if you are a multicolored green deck can do a lot of work.
Definitely. And you see the nutrient block on the other side. And if you're a sacrifice deck, which we've got a little evidence that might be the case here, that is actually where you
just works with that Lightless Evangel. Of course, the nutrient block also extremely good with cards like Embrace Oblivion.
And we're going to see ramp into ramp here for Sam Bogue. Cracked the lander.
Yeah, and we got that Cryogen Relic in play too.
All Fate Scrolls into Relic.
I mean, this looks like a deck you would love, Mario.
Yeah, I'm kind of really, these are the colors I want to play. These are the cards I want to play.
Right. Although, despite that, Ryan's got a fantastic start here too, with an Umbral Color Zealot here.
So he's got both of the cares about sacrifice uncommons ready here.
It's a good board. So Sam needs to have a good follow-up here. Ooh, and Hilderblade Void has been triggered.
Oh, this is a very quick start here for Ryan. So Sam did a good job setting up mana. But we're going to need to see something like that.
Oh, my.
Specimen Freya, that's going to block or bounce both of these.
Was that a breeding pool?
Yeah.
Greenland, so it took some damage there. But yeah, completely stabilizes. Yeah, completely stabilizes here. And
also, who needs creatures?
Yeah.
Overrated?
Bounce a couple of things.
Spacecraft, random artifact, another artifact, sorcery that makes a lander. Sam Bogue.
This is the
eschewing creatures at this point.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want out of these ramp style decks. Ooh, Alpharale.
Yeah, it's a very solid card here.
Now, will Sam have an artifact to discard here? That's usually what you want to be doing here.
Though with this much mana available, it could be 2 lands if Sam's a little bit flooded.
Sure. Mental modulation, okay.
And a land, all right.
All right, so it has a nice clean block with at least the Umbral Color Zealot. You can't really block the Lightless Evangel too well, just because Ryan could potentially sack the Hilderblade, if Sam's okay with that, but then you would be trading your 2/3 for a 3/3 there.
Yes.
Auxiliary boosters here, Ryan.
The equipment sub-theme going here for Ryan. Do we have a spacecraft versus equipment fight coming? Like
possibly.
Not, vehicles in
not attacking with both here either, just the Evangel. Sam might just take it here. He's at 17.
Yeah.
Just take it, crack the Relic, lock down the Evangel, draw a card.
And that's exactly what Sam's doing here.
And if you get to the point where Sam can crack the All Fate Scroll, I mean, we're looking at 4 different land types in play here, Marshall. That's 4 cards.
And that's really annoying card for Ryan to try to get through. The Monoist is just, it trades, and if it doesn't, it can just soak up so much damage over a couple of turns.
Yeah, now this is, now these attacks are not necessarily free. You have to consider 4 mana is a really important amount of mana for somebody to be holding up, because you could be not only holding up cards like Gravkill, but Lost in Space. Those are very commonly played removal spells at 4 mana.
I'm going to depressurize.
What happened?
The freighter picked up a couple of station counters there, charge counters.
Right. Oh, manually moving over the Hilderblade. That is something you can do.
You can pay for.
Yeah. And now,
though depressurize says
response.
Not so much, and that means just the 3 damage coming over.
But then the Hilderblade will be able to move here for free again at end of turn.
Yeah, it is proven annoying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where's it going?
5/5 flyer here. Or nope. Never mind. 5/3 Lightless Evangel.
Yeah, Ryan's gonna distribute these equipment. 1 for each.
Yeah, Sam just desperately trying to do everything to just stay alive here. This is the type of matchup where Sam's deck should be favored in the late game.
We see the freighter up to 6, though. It does need to get to 9 before it's in the air. Hello, we do have a vehicle fight.
Wow.
And Extinguisher Battleship wins that particular fight, although it does take out both creatures from Sam. Though we will see a 2/2 replace one of them.
There will be a 2/2 here, but what a big way to turn things around. And the ridiculous thing about the Battleship, by the way, it's got a station cost of 5.
It's almost ready to go already.
Yeah, that's a 2-turn clock.
So what can Ryan do to help reestablish some type of board here?
Did the token disappear? Oh, the token got bounced? Is that what happened there? Oh, no, excuse me. The token's on Sam's side, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to draw 4 cards.
Draw 4 cards.
Draw 4 cards.
Sam has fully stabilized here. One of the 5 sweepers that exist in the format here.
That breeding pool doing work again, by the way. Oh, and there's a watery grave too.
Wow.
That's funny. Though it looks like Sam drew it off of the All Fate scroll, so wasn't able to get that 1 extra card.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if we can see that
live.
Specimen Freighter get in the air.
This is actually interesting, though. I guess Sam had other cards in hand because you could have stationed the Specimen Freighter, and then this turn you can do that again. I guess that's still not enough because it's a 4-power creature on the battleship, right?
Right. There is 1 short on every option for Sam right here.
Yeah.
But
this is a 10-10.
A Wayfarer is enough to get a massive 10-10 flying trampler in the air.
Yeah. Sam is not done here.
I think Ryan might be, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he just didn't have a strong enough follow-up here, I don't think. Sam's still sitting at 12 life. Harmonious, Rogue Strider, too, and that's
what is it?
8-8?
8? So now both of the spacecraft are going to be operational?
I'm going to attack you with both.
Attack with both, mill you for 4, hit you for 14. Oh, Vondam in Ryan's deck, really strong card, the rare. And a Cryo Shatter.
Wow. Sam with all of it. This is just the dream.
This is most certainly the dream. I just don't see Ryan coming back from this.
Boosters comes back down, but...
does he have his own sweeper, maybe? That's the only card, right? Yeah? The white sweeper, kill everything?
Yeah. Because that does hit spacecraft as well.
This does not get it done, although it does kill the 10-10.
Yeah, at least it will buy you, it looks like a turn.
I'm just dead, right?
Yeah, well, he just attacks with everything.
Oh, no, not even
There's
close.
Just 20 power on Sam's
Easy game, not even buy you anything. That is Sam Bogue picking up the pod victory there. And I gotta say, doing it with style, that's my kind of list right there. Not gonna lie, like basically every time I draft this set, it looks like that.
Yeah.
Or
well,
not that good, but
no,
you know, an attempt at that.
It is the type of deck that, especially in the beginning of the format, this is what everybody wanted to do. But then, of course, as the format matured, if that gets overdrafted, then all of a sudden you see the white decks. Because look,
beginning, middle, the end of the format yesterday, last night.
Well, but the thing is, I mean, even if you look at the decks that we saw in the last round, we did see the green ramp decks, which we know are extremely powerful. But we also saw the white aggressive decks at 2-0 as well. So there's still a lot of success you can have in the format. It's just in the matches that we've seen so far, the green ramp decks have been the king.
Yeah. Ugh, I love that kind of list. We've got one more to bring you here. We've got Liu Chen versus Liam Kane. And you mentioned it before, Paul, but you see that little World Championship badge. Liu Chen in the World Championship quite easily, but also potentially looking at Player of the Year level.
I mean, I feel like he's qualified for the World Championship like 2 or 3 times already this year.
Does feel like
various
that.
finishes. It is incredible the kind of run that he's been on. He's had a lot of success in Standard with a bunch of mono red decks, not really a thing in Modern, but if it's limited, I mean, you better believe he's going to be in position to do really, really well.
Playing up against Liam Kane, and as we come into game number 2, we had a very quick game 1 for Liu Chen. Took care of business and looking to do the same here. And you can see the color pair that is capable of those quick wins. White base and then with some red here too.
Yeah. Typically the white aggressive decks are very heavy white with a little bit of a splash. Liam with what looks like some kind of multicolored green deck, and maybe we'll see the other side of this where the aggressive deck can come out on top.
There is not a proper aggressive deck in this format.
Yeah.
The most aggressive deck is this one, or any white-based deck is a more curve-out style deck. And you see that here from Liu Chen.
Just punish the slow draws.
Oh,
all right, but then if your opponent just runs out of Galactic Wafer, especially because Liam was on the play here too. It's just so much harder to push through extra damage. And you know what I found actually with the red-white decks, a lot of the times when I've had success with red-white, I haven't drafted the archetype that often. They tend to play out more like a mid-range deck. Actually, you really kind of lean in on your middle tier spacecrafts like the Wedge Light Rammer, stuff like that, and then you have some synergies where your creatures tap and give you some value. Those are the decks that I've had a little more success with than just trying to go 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, kill you.
Looks like Lumen class frigate here for Lu Yu Chen. So speaking of, this is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
This isn't all out aggression, but it's setting up for just a slightly later turn beatdown.
Does Lu not have a follow-up here? These aggro decks just never hit their 4th land drop.
No kidding.
Looks like he kept on top though, so my guess is it's probably a land there.
Passes a turn back. So Liam's going to be happy. The Wayfarer stalled out everything. Lu Yu Chen decided just to build out his board this turn, but that means that Liam gets to stay at 20 life longer. And when you're the player who's playing cards like Wayfarer, who's looking to crack these landers, set up your mana, do stuff big in the late game, this is exactly where you want to be.
Yeah. Although actually, if you look, I do see a Plains in Liam's hand. Maybe it's more just a regular green-white deck. I saw Wormwall Sweeper in the hand as well.
Okay.
So, you know, maybe there is still a light splash as we do see that land in play. Oh, main phase.
Main phase cracking.
So
What is
perhaps
this?
a void spell of some kind.
Oh, well,
right?
there's a swamp.
Yeah.
What is this deck from Liam?
Is it like a Hymn of the Faller, maybe? Oh, I see.
Just to
because you're
get
gonna
the land out
if
of
you're
there.
gonna do it anyways, then you want to get value off of the surveil.
Right. The problem is that if you do it in the regular order and you surveil something great to the top, and you still want to crack your lander, you have to lose it.
Yeah, because you can't, right?
Yeah.
So good sequencing there from Liam. Actually tested with Liam for the Arena Championship a few months back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. He contributed a lot because I didn't know a whole lot about Pioneer, and yeah.
Liam's up on Pioneer.
Needed a lot of his help to have some success for sure in that tournament. Okay, so not a land, but basically a land, right? Starfield Shepherd here. Gets you the planes.
Close enough, yeah.
Lets you station the frigate. I believe it's a cost of 9 to actually turn it into a 3/5 flying lifelinker. It's a lot. But the thing with the frigate is it's so
easy.
and it's
Yeah.
also just strong because it just pumps your team anyways, even if you don't turn it into a creature.
Right, but the fact that it pumps your team means that
Right, absolutely.
Those counters flow.
Oh yeah, you can just turn it on right now. Actually, yeah, this is an attack for 6 actually, and Lu Yu Chen gained a life here. This is huge.
Wow.
Oh, 12. Okay.
That's
it must
so
be more
much.
than it must be more.
It is 12. That's
It is
so
12,
much
okay.
for one turn.
Yeah, that is. I mean, and then you just get the life back here too, right? So now you're just not. You just. It's going to be so hard to race here unless Liam does have the answer here. And now that it's been turned into a creature, it's a lot more vulnerable, right? You can find various different ways to get this off the battlefield. Grav kill. I guess Grav kill would have always killed it.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see players leave it in a non-creature state.
Right.
And then do it all kind of when the coast is clear. But that was definitely the most action for Lu Yu Chen that turn.
And we are looking at sideboarded games, so maybe Liam brought in some additional ways to destroy artifacts. Shattered Wings. Yeah, now on Liam's side, you're not really trying to position yourself to attack. Okay. Station monitor. Wow, wait.
Good start.
Station monitor. So we're looking at 4 colors at least, right? Blue, white, green, black.
Yeah, this is kind of the all of the things deck. Wow, that is a heck of a turn. Fungal Colossus too.
You can turn on the Wormwall Sweeper here. Granted, it's not going to be blocking the frigate here, so it's just attacking.
Yeah, go ahead.
And the Colossus does do a good job of just blocking all the ground creatures at least, unless Liu Yuchen has some kind of removal spell here.
Yeah, that's the worry if you're Liam Kane. That the Colossus disappears and then all of a sudden the floodgates open for some pretty nice attacks from Liu Yuchen.
Another land here, which I'm sure Liu Yuchen's happy to see, given that he missed the land drop previously. I think I see a white rare, but I'm trying to figure out if it's a Cosmogrand Zenith or an Astelli Reclaimer. I feel like it's one
difference.
of the slight difference. One's a little bit better than the other.
Slight difference.
Both are good. I feel like if Liu Yuchen had a way to kill the 5/5, he would have fired it off by now.
Does feel like that. Liam Kane with some well-timed speed bumps on the ground.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Liu Yuchen's certainly looking to attack with the flyer. Is that a cut propulsion? Oh, he does have a removal spell. Just figuring everything out here. But yeah, cut propulsion on the Fungal Colossus would be very strong here, because then you can just attack for 9 this turn. Okay.
Wow, there it is.
Attack with everything, gain a life, exile something. Excuse me, just gain a life. Surveil. It doesn't need that land anymore.
Doesn't want lands anymore.
9, yeah. 8, I'm on 23. Yeah. Go.
Oh, but that's the awkward part. Liu didn't get to double spell
that
here.
was all he could do.
Yeah.
Still, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, forced through a lot of damage. But if Liam can go double spell here again, you do get to basically make another chump blocker there for the frigate. Just buy you some time where hopefully once you get to the late game, you're in a better spot.
Okay.
Starfield Shepherds everywhere.
Very good card.
What's your favorite thing to get with that thing?
Pollinator.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Gene Kama.
There's just so many good ones at common, actually. You got the Hull Carver, the Gale Blade.
The Dock.
Yeah, that's my least favorite one, and that's the white one.
Yeah, I know. That's the most. I'd rather just get a Plains, I think. But yeah, Gene
Yep, there it
Pollinator. That's how you do it, Liam. And that, by the way, is the second spell. So as you mentioned, another 1/1 flying can only block flyers, hits the battlefield thanks to the station monitor.
And you know Liam has more action because he hasn't been playing a land every single turn.
3 spells in hand. And Liam says, I'm not going to be blocking with the station monitor anyway. I will get in with just it, but everything else has stayed home so far.
Ooh, Rayblade Trooper here as well. But Liam is at 8, so we're going to probably try to set up a defensive situation here.
Oh, interesting. And he put the +1/+1 counter on his spacecraft. So that actually does give him 5 total power and toughness for blocks here. So he is at least threatening to triple block.
Right. Now,
Lumen class frigate.
And
Risky, but
it is risky. And if Liu Yuchen does have just any trick, then it can be pretty rough.
yeah, I would assume that if he does attack with it, that Liam goes, just kidding, and chump blocks with the 1/1. But
right.
I don't know. Maybe he wants to.
Yeah.
Like one of them allows you to prolong the game a very long time.
And that is definitely an Astelli Reclaimer. So Liu Yuchen going, look, even if you kill it, I'll just get it back. Right? And that's still really, really strong.
And by the way, everything getting in here.
Yeah, I mean, no terrible, there's just no, and especially because Liam's just completely tapped out here too. Like,
yeah.
Liu knows there's not going to be any tricks. Those creatures are going to have favorable trades. If you can trade a Chrome Companion for a Galactic Wayfarer, you're pretty happy.
You got to figure he's going to put something in front of the frigate, whether it's the
Is it
triple
everything?
block or the single block.
I mean, if you think about it, I guess with the combat trick, it's better. Okay, just the single block here. Okay.
If he does just go with the single block, this is the way for him to prolong the game the longest. He still has a station monitor.
Right.
It's very feasible, especially given that he's got 2 more spells in hand since he didn't play a land, that he could get multiple more triggers off of it.
And no targets.
Life gain.
A
Yeah.
Stanley Reclaimer, no targets. Also had there is a Starfield Shepherd there. He could have played that, right?
Yeah.
If
It's
he had
in exile.
a 1-mana creature to play, but looks like just favoring having a 6/5 flyer in play. Not too bad.
It is a 6/5, isn't it? Yeah, that frigate's doing really good work here for Lu Yuchen, but Kane, he has been able to manage it. What does he have here?
Looks like looking at maybe casting the Starfield Shepherd, putting another flyer in play.
Keeps the land drops flowing.
Yeah. Maybe another 1-drop to trigger the station monitor again.
Right.
But no removal. This is the tough part.
Yeah.
If Liam just had some way to just kill the frigate,
his life would be so much easier.
So much. But now at 5 life, you have to answer the frigate and the Reclaimer. Just a super tough spot to be in.
Yeah, at some point he is going to have to just play out a flyer and just go for the big double block on one of these threats.
Yeah.
You don't feel good about it, but...
All right.
And he did actually find another double spell turn here.
Is that on the splash? This is a most ambitious mana base.
It is.
But I suppose with Starfield Shepherd, you want to just get a little more value and want to get the 2 targets. Oh, and you have a lot of Gene Pollinators. Okay. This is a nice deck.
The Carver actually goes into hand.
Yeah.
And Gene number 2 is going to hit.
Can't tap that one. Some Summoning Sickness.
Ooh, what did he find?
He drew a Bombard off the top, so that is just going to ruin Liam's day. I mean, Liam at this point, I think kind of has to go for a big block because otherwise you're just double jumping every turn.
Oh, this was going to be the turn where Liu Chen really would have had to say, I'm actually not going to do that.
Yeah.
Go. But the Bombard off the top just opens the floodgates.
Right.
Oh,
that
man.
was so strong. And yeah, I mean, you play against a red-white deck with 6 mana up, there's just so much they can have, right? Focus Fire, Bombard, Cut Propulsions.
Totally.
All right, and yeah, it looks like Liam is finally looking to line up a double block here, and this Bombard is going to be so strong. Is that a second Reclaimer? I can't tell. He's got a bunch of angel-like beings in his hand and in his deck.
It's usually a good place to be.
Yeah. Yep. 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 Lose everything. Lose 3 creatures. Liu Yuchen at 29 life now. Liam is down to 2 now, it seems. Did he take the Chrome Companion?
I think he did.
Oh, man.
The Pollinator didn't jump in front.
And I think there's an Exosuit Savior in Liu Chen's hand as well.
There
you
it
could
is.
just run that out too, and that's just another lethal flyer.
Yeah.
At
that's
2
gotta be
life.
tempting.
Yeah.
He's just going to do it and pick up a planes, put it back on the battlefield and say, go. Liam Kane, it's getting desperate here.
I mean, that's 3 flyers here. Even
3
if
lethal flyers.
If Liam double spells, that's still just 2 blockers.
And he's not able to. Liu Yuchen with another 3-0 to start off the Pro Tour.
The man does not lose.
He is a machine. It's unbelievable.
This is an incredible run here.
We've covered him a ton, over the past year. I mean, for a while now, and it just feels like every time we cover him, he wins.
Yeah, and it's actually incredible. Just also because I think he's been asked this in the past, and I don't know about his testing for this event, but in previous events, he just said he tests by himself. He doesn't really have a team, and he just kind of does his own thing and continues putting up these top finishes.
It's really difficult task to do. We've seen it a lot of times in our time around Pro Magic where there's like a good up-and-coming player and you always kind of see them near the top of the standings.
Right.
And then they get plugged in with one of the big testing teams where it's, top tier people around them all the time, and they just flourish in that environment.
Right.
And, seeing this from Liu Yu Chen, who mainly tests on his own, I shudder to think what would happen if he ended up on one of those teams. Or maybe this is better for him. I don't know. But he is absolutely crushing it. That's going to do it for our limited rounds here from the PT. We are transitioning over to Modern. After this break, we'll be at the news desk. We'll be right back.
Sign up for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man today, coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, MagicCon this way. Come along, everybody. We've got the Pro Tour happening in the building this weekend. We've got the MagicCon happening. So many cool areas to explore at the MagicCon as well. You can see thousands upon thousands of people here celebrating Magic the Gathering in all sorts of different ways here this weekend. Whatever way you like to play the game, you can play it here that way this weekend. Hey, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bertholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney, and we are through draft this morning and on to Modern for the rest of the day. I know people are very excited because this metagame looks great. Somebody who is very excited is Luis Salvato, starting out undefeated in this tournament. Talk to Ailey after his big win in round 3.
I'm here with Luis Salvato, who has just won the pod 3-0, the perfect start for you here this weekend.
Yeah, totally. It was a stacked ball with 2 friends in there from the team, so I'm so glad that I could beat both of them.
Now, tell me a little bit more about your deck. It looked really, really good.
Yeah, well, my deck is called Javier's Special because Javier is a big fan of the 9-9, which is barely unplayable. Yeah. But since I took a seed ship early on Pack 2, when I saw the 9-9, I said, okay, I need to honor my friend. So, but in the end, I had like 3 payoffs to have it in hand, the full board, the turbo drone, and the seed ship itself, and 2 of the guys black-green to bring back from graveyard, so it was pretty decent. But overall, the deck has a lot of powerful cards, and I ran kind of well, so it completed the job.
Awesome. Well, draft 1 and done. Now moving on to the constructed part of things. You're playing Tron. How are you feeling about the next rounds coming up?
I'm feeling good, like the perfect start, but I need to mentalize to mulligan. Just mulligan, 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 because I'm terrified of mulligan, like in a lifetime sense. But this deck needs good hands, so that's all that I have in mind. What will Javier do with this hand? Ship it.
WWJD. Yeah, that works. Best of luck, Luis. We'll see you in the modern rounds.
Congratulations to Luis Salvato taking down this pod this morning. All right, Ailey, walk me through what happened at our feature pods with draft.
Let's do it. Let's take a look at the players that we were following along with, as well as who the eventual pod winners were. So in draft table number 1, we were following along with Ken Yukihiro, our reigning Pro Tour champion. Unfortunately, 1 and 2, not the greatest start. We saw Luis Salvato there, the 3-0 player of the pod. And look at all of the green players. The majority of them have a positive record. So eat your greens, kids. They'll do you good. Draft pod number 2, we're following along with Shoti Asaoka. Stumbled early, but was able to come back to a respectable 2-1 finish there in the draft rounds. And the 3-0 player, Sam Bogue. So congratulations to Sam. In draft pod number 3, Yu Chen Liu is the person we were following along with. And would you look at that? 3-0. This guy is cruising for a top 8 finish if he keeps playing like this. Unbelievable. Lucas Duco, another player we take a look at, he is at 2-1. So yeah, Yuchen just going for it.
Keeps winning.
He could do the three-peat here, back-to-back-to-back top 8s if he keeps winning, which would be pretty cool. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out who is starting the weekend undefeated here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Some big names, starting out with a 3-0 record. Mati Quizma has top 8s across lots of different formats, starting out 3-0. Jason Yee, the draft master, at 3-0. Sean Henry has a 72% win rate in Constructed. Not a great win rate in draft, so getting this 3-0, huge for Sean Henry, who is one of our contenders and players to watch this weekend. Hall of Famer Yellow Hat himself, Gabriel Nassif, also starting out 3-0.
Yeah, really awesome. Next page here, we got Matt Costa at the top, as well as Connor McKenzie, who did really well at the last Pro Tour. So nice to see him atop there. And Luis Salvato, which we just talked to, as well as Arna Huchenbeth. So, wow, a ton of great players. And then, oh yeah, another Hall of Famer, Shuhei Nakamura in 25th place.
Excellent.
Let's go.
I see your Hall of Famer, and I raise you mine. And Seth Manfield in the next position here, also undefeated so far, 3-0. Johnny Gutman and Daniel Getchell rounding out our undefeated players, and we have a couple 2-0-1s there as well. So good job to these players indeed.
All right, that's who's starting off the tournament with wins. Let's take a look now at our teams that we were watching here this weekend, find out how these teams prepared for draft and how well they did. Corey, you're going to kick us off here with Worldly Council Heavy Play.
Yeah, let's check it out. You might be trying to one-up me with the standings page here, but I think I'm going to one-up you with the heavy play teams, because look at my team here. Worldly Council is dominating. 5 out of 17. Get the trophy. Get that 3-0. That is incredible. This is our second best performing team as far as Limited goes so far. Huge congratulations to those 5 players.
That is super impressive. But you know what? I have faith in Cosmos Heavy Play, because they're starting off really strong here as well. 3 out of 16 trophies among the players, and pretty good records down the roster as well.
Let's check in with Rampant Growth Heavy Play, our third heavy play team here. We've got 3 trophies out of 14 players. That's about what you would expect with these kinds of numbers. So they're feeling all right heading into Constructed.
And a good amount of 2-1s. Very nice. So let's take a look at our next team. We have Handshake Moxfield. Let's see how these players did. Now, this was our best performing team.
Unreal.
At 5 out of 15 trophies. That's 33%.
Hell yeah.
I mean, this is a team that knows how to draft, that's for sure. So the top there being Mati Quizma, and just a phenomenal group of players there. Carl Surratt, Arna Huchenbeth, Zevin Faust, and company.
Team TCG player, Gab Nassif, Seth Manfield leading the charge there, 3 of 13. You know, nothing spectacular for these players. They would want to be pushing themselves a little harder, so I think they're going to have a great modern portion here today.
Let's take a look at Moriyama, Japan. An unfortunate story here. Shuhei Nakamura, the only team member here to take home a trophy. So not a great start to the tournament, but of course, plenty of rounds to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Next team is Flex Slot Diamond. Also had a very underwhelming thing here. Only Mikey up top. That is Young Dingo for the popular streamer there. And yeah, outside of that though, you know, 2-1s, very solid, very consistent, but they would have liked to put a couple more players at that 3-0.
And then Team Sanctum of All, 4 trophies here out of the 22 players. So a respectable start indeed. But again, this is a team that likes to push it. So I believe that they are going to really go for gold here in the modern rounds.
And checking in with our final team here, new team this weekend, Team Double Infinity, 1 out of 9 here for trophies. So not a spectacular start to the tournament for Team Double Infinity. But like we said, lots of magic left to play. Now we are done with draft here on day number 1. We turn our attention to Modern. It's been a year since our last Modern Pro Tour. Corey's very excited. Why don't you catch people up with your guide to Modern?
Oh yeah, this is my favorite format by far. Let's take a look at exactly what Modern is to catch anybody up. So we're going to pull up this graphic here. Modern has been around since 8th edition. That is in 2003 when this started. There are almost 100 legal sets here, all the way up to Marvel's Spider-Man. And there are 52 ban cards. The most recent one, Underworld Breach, rest in peace. The first Pro Tour that we saw was in Philadelphia in 2011. Samuel Estradi won that with Is It Twin? And Samuel Estradi's in the building once again, which is pretty cool. And the most recent Modern Pro Tour we had, well, that was about a year ago, and that was Pro Tour Modern Horizon 3 in Amsterdam, where the bird, Nadu, was flying high and rings were everywhere.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take a look at our metagame here this weekend. The metagame's got a lot of people excited, Corey.
Me. I'm one of the excited. That's for sure. So let's take a look at this metagame. 16% is the highest percentage, the highest represented deck at the top. That's Esper Gorios. This deck, with the inclusion of Quantum Riddler, really got a supercharge. It's now that kind of Esper Blink style deck that has a huge, super high ceiling where you can really go over the top. Then we have Belcher as our second most played deck. Extremely powerful combo deck. And then Boros Energy, the deck that we kind of all thought might be the most played deck. It has been in like other Modern tournaments that we've been seeing, you know, for the last couple of years. Third place here for the go-to aggro deck of the format.
All right, there's a look at our Modern metagame. But round number 4 is coming up, so let's take a look at who will watch do battle in the feature match area this round. Both these players starting out with a 2-1 record as we transition into Modern. Matthias Leverato on Azorius Control versus Ben Stark on Is It Affinity. Getting to know the players, Matthias Leverato, you might remember him. He won Mythic Championship 3 with that Simic Nexus deck.
Yep.
Taking those turns.
Corey remembers.
I do remember. He beat my family in the finals.
Right. That is
but
right.
Other than that, I love Leverato. He's a great guy.
Yes, 5 RC top 8 as well for Leverato, most recently a finalist at RC Santiago, playing here this weekend. Up against the man who almost needs no introduction, Ben Stark, been playing the game since it was invented in 1994. Already achieved his season goal here, won Pro Tour Paris in 2011. Most recently made a top 8 in the Players Tour Online 3 tournament back in 2020, testing with Team Rampant Growth. Heavy play here this weekend. There's our matchup. What about the decks they brought?
Yeah, so let's take a look at our first deck here. First deck being Azorius Control with a companion here being Kahira. There are so many more Teferis and Narsets than I thought there were going to be at this tournament.
yeah.
Control is actually kind of running rampant here. And this deck has everybody's favorite combo. You can make so many friends by playing Isochron Scepter and Orum's Chant at your local events where your opponent just, can't cast spells, they can't attack, when you get that combo going. Super fun. This is a control deck at its core, trying to combo with Days Undoing and Narsets, where you get to draw a lot of cards, less cards for your opponent.
No dot deck.
Nasty.
Yes, a lot of no's, a lot of no fun for your opponent. And Ben Stark on the other side playing Is It Affinity. Now this deck is fun. This deck is really sweet. We see cranial plating. That reminds us of the Affinity of the past. But now we see some of the new inclusions to kind of bring us to 2025. Affinity with Kappa Cannoneer, as well as our brand new card from Edge of Eternities, the Pinnacle Emissary, that really supercharged is this deck. The one interaction I want to point you out to is if you can warp Pinnacle Emissary and play Mox Opal, with the token you get, it turns off Mox Opal straight away. So that combo is just the bread and butter of this deck and leads to some really powerful draws.
Nice.
Yeah, you can get off to a blazing fast start with Is It Affinity with the right draw there.
Oh, yeah. You can play Kappa Cannoneer on turn 1. That is kind of the nut draw, and it is, it's nasty.
All right, let's see if Ben Stark can do it here. Riley and Cedric are in the booth, welcoming Cedric into coverage this morning.
Hi, Ced.
Hello.
Did you have a nice rest? Sleeping in.
Yeah, he turned up today looking real smooth, real well rested.
I'm incredibly well rested.
Yeah, I bet you
I
are.
will be both days. Thanks for asking.
Yeah. You've conned us all, my friend. No, it's good to have you along, Cedric. And thank you very much to our desk team walking us through the shape of Modern, and also more specifically the decks that we're about to see here, Cedric.
Yeah.
Very excited to see the Is It Affinity list. Affinity fell off for a long time, obviously after the banning of Mox Opal. Mox Opal is back. The old Affinity deck, however, is not. We've got a very different approach to this archetype these days. Same with Azorius Control. Blue-White Control, its fortunes have wavered over the years. It's been very good. We've seen Red incorporated as well. Back in the old days, Snapcaster Mage, Lightning Bolt was a lethal combination. But today's Azorius Control deck is very different. And I'm interested to see these decks that have very long pedigrees, very long histories in the format, what they look like and how they interact with each other today in 2025.
And I like that we're starting with a matchup like this about two decks that have had a very long history over the course of Modern, as you mentioned. We've seen Affinity take numerous different shapes over the course of Modern's history. It was very difficult to try to play Affinity without Mox Opal, so in some respects I'm glad that it's back, because that means that Affinity is back on the menu. On the other side of things, as you mentioned with Azorius Control, that deck has been around for basically as long as Magic has been, and it has been around for a very long time in the Modern format as well. It has taken on many shapes and sizes. We even saw at the last Modern Pro Tour last year in that Nadu tournament that I think we all remember very well, that there was a white-blue based control that you could play.
Yeah.
It was energy-based. Now this one here that Leverado is playing is not. This is more traditional, for lack of a better term, and we're going to see how it fares against Affinity, which is going to try to get underneath blue-white control before it starts to take over the game.
As someone who's been a fan of Modern for many years, over a decade now, it is interesting to see the way that decks cut through across the years, right? To see the way that certain cards they stay the course, they stick around. Other cards, the word I'm looking for is not rotate, because obviously there's no rotation in Modern, but they become obsoleted. They're superseded by new cards.
Yeah, they fluctuate. Sometimes they come in, they come out, you know, that sort of thing. Sometimes they are just overwhelmed, and I know you don't want to use the term rotate out, but you can effectively say that. It's like their day in the sun is done.
Yes.
And now it's time to move on to some newer things.
We don't play Path to Exile anymore because we have Prismatic Ending.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. But there are some cards that have stuck around. There are some cards that have made the cut. I'm seeing cards like Spell Snare, that's a classic. Obviously, the mana base doesn't change too much with fetch lands and shock lands. But as Corey mentioned, Isochron Scepter is a really old card, and one that has not been a consistent player in decks like these. But it is. I mean, it goes all the way back to the original Mirrodin.
Yes,
set,
it does. So Isochron Scepter in combination with Orange Chant. For those of you old school gamers like myself, there was a format called Extended, in which you used to have a Scepter Chant deck, and that was a lock. You put an Orange Chant underneath Isochron Scepter, the imprint, of course, and then you just cast Orange Chant with Kicker every single turn, and your opponent can't really do anything.
But they love it. They love it.
It's a heck of an experience.
It's a hoot and a half.
Everyone's having fun, so that's good.
No, listen, quite seriously, fun is zero-sum. Any fun that you are having is fun that I am not having and should be. And Isochron Scepter plus Orange Chant seeks to fix that problem. Lorraine revealed, opening things up here for Matthias Leverado as he keeps the lands coming. But Ben Stark now, not the most explosive turn from him here, as a Solitude pitching to Ferry is going to take care of the brand new threat from Edge of Eternities. Tell us about Pinnacle Emissary.
So Pinnacle Emissary's Void is the thing that's the most important part about the card. Single mana allows you to void that card. Then it is on the battlefield, and then whenever you play an artifact, you're going to generate another artifact. Now, because it is voided, it is technically on the battlefield. Excuse me, warped, not voided. Because it's warped, it is technically on the battlefield. So we see a Solitude interaction there that you don't oftentimes see, and it's kind of humorous too, Riley, because you would think to yourself, well, it's going to leave anyway. What's the point of killing it? And the point of killing it is because if it is on the battlefield for a single turn, it can generate a whole swath of artifacts and allow for something that Corey did mention in the booth, which is effectively a very early, way too ahead of schedule Kappa Cannoneers. So the Solitude play there, it looks a little strange, but if you know how the Affinity deck works, Pinnacle Emissary is a new one, and it's a very good one in this Affinity deck.
And this is really good threat identification by Matthias, who realizes that not only does that Pinnacle Emissary have to die, he's also going to play Narset next turn, which is going to catch him up on the card that he's lost by pitching the Teferi. The other thing to note here, Narset actually really, really good in this matchup. because that card draw, it prevents your opponents from drawing extra cards,
Yeah, with
right?
Thought Monitor and Thoughtcast.
No, not everyone's playing Thoughtcast. I cast my eyes over these affinity lists. Not everyone is playing Thoughtcast. Ben Stark, however, he is playing 4.
Yeah, he's got 4 Thoughtcast and 3 copies of Thought Monitor. So,
and they become a lot worse when Narset's on the battlefield here. Now, Affinity is able to put on pressure on the battlefield, able to chip down Planeswalkers, but it does take a lot of the explosivity out of this Affinity deck in terms of its resources, as long as Narset is on the battlefield.
yeah, that is actually rather humorous because Narset in general is just kind of a good card, effectively a 2-for-1, you know, soaks up a little bit of damage, that sort of thing when the card is working appropriately. But it actually does have relevant text in this matchup where generally you would expect that to not be the case. And in previous builds of Affinity, that did kind of go without Thoughtcast and Thought Monitor, and we're a little lower to the ground, with, you know, with Master of Ethereum and stuff that we've seen over
You might even see Affinity players just ignore the Narset. Like,
absolutely.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Nice divination, man. Like,
it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, but here it is actually going to do... Oh, and now here is a classic.
One of my favorites.
Back in my day, Cedric, when we cast a cranial plating, the game was more or less over.
And, you know, the way I like to think about cranial plating there is... well, if it's playable in 2025, how good do you think it was back in 04 and 05?
So for those
it was really good.
For those of you who haven't been with the Modern format for a long time, cranial plating was, I would argue, probably either the #1 or #2 threat in the old Affinity list. It was either that or Ravager.
Yeah.
Either of those 2 drops was terrifying to see. Yes. Now, in this list, it's still doing work. Let's make no mistake, it is still doing work, but it is more of a utility card than it is the game-ending threat that it used to be.
Ben's only playing 2 copies of cranial plating this time around, so as you mentioned, more of a utility card. It's not what the deck is entirely based around anymore. Affinity has gotten plenty of new material to work with.
All right, Narset's going to check out here. And we're going to see Kahira put into hand and a tap land for Matthias. So a slower turn for him, but look, he will take slow turns as the day is long. He just wants this, well, essentially this sort of battlefield. No real pressure, not a whole lot of action going on. He just wants to build out his mana base, sculpt his hand, and eventually get to a point where he has enough cards, enough resources, and enough inevitability to win. However, it doesn't really matter how the blue-white control deck wins. It will win one way or the other.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when the game goes long enough. And it can be Kahira, it could be a creature land, it could be Chant plus Scepter and who knows what, but it doesn't take much once the game is under control. The big question is can Leverato actually get control and a stranglehold on the game to get to the point where I'll eventually win with whatever it's going to be? The thing that I like that Leverato has done to this game is he's played a kind of a unique game insofar as he is trying to lure Ben into the Supreme Verdict that's in hand. It has been a lot of tapping out on my turn. So on turn number 2, it was, use Lauren Revealed, search for a land, put that land on the battlefield tapped. Okay, go.
It's
next
kind of
turn.
Inviting him, right? Be like,
It's
hey, man,
very much an invitation.
Come in,
Yes.
play your creatures.
I'll
get
play
comfy.
Narset. I'm all tapped out.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do your thing there. Don't mind if you do. You're going to attack that. That's fine. I reveal an orange chant. You don't really care about that. I'm tapped out now, so, the world is your oyster. Do whatever you want to. If you want to play a whole bunch of creatures, don't mind. Going to clear them all up. So this is very much an invitation from Leverato to Stark of, I'd love for you to play as many creatures as possible.
Ben now down to 1 land without Urza's Saga hitting the bin. His hand, it's not great. Well, we'll see how things go after this this Pinnacle Emissary is going to be able to, I think, just get its stuff done uncontested here.
Yeah, this is exactly what Leverato wants to see happen. So these kind of turns from Affinity can be very scary, especially on the second or first turn of the game, especially when you're on the play. Pinnacle Emissary, bunch of creatures, kind of go nuts, right? But at this stage of things, Leverato can just go, another creature, I love another creature. But yes, please play another creature. Don't really
That's
care.
the thing. I'm looking at Ben Stark's hand, and I'm actually a bit more worried about what that Thought Monitor might draw, rather than the cards. Because you look at, a Kappa Cannoneer, right? And that's a terrifying creature to play. It's got Ward 4, which is essentially hexproof. But when your opponent has a card like Supreme Verdict, they're happy to be like, all right, cool. You put all this effort into playing this 4/4, and now it's dead, and you can't do anything about it. That Metallic Rebuke, yeah, cool, nice. Keep up your 1 mana to cast that. I don't care. This Supreme Verdict can't be counted. So what I think, what this is going to come down to is if Stark goes for the Thought Monitor, what does he draw? Does he continue to find a density of threats that is going to put pressure onto the blue-white player? And he shifts a turn. He doesn't play anything else.
Yeah, just a couple of artifact creatures in the battlefield. Now, the cranial plating is the scary-ish card on the battlefield right now. As it stands there making these 1/1 creatures actually relevant. here against Leverato. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the verdict this turn, and looks like it's going to be there.
Yeah, okay. And that's going to clear things out nicely. Not only does it mean that there is nothing for the cranial plating to be attached to, but it also means that if another creature presents, like if another creature enters the battlefield here, the plating doesn't really juice it up all that much.
Yeah, not a big deal.
With Ben at very, like, no mana to work with at all, just that one island here, and a hand that isn't really doing anything. The thing is, Matthias, as is the problem when you're playing white-blue control, you're never really in a position to punish your opponent's fumbles and stumbles immediately. You can pull further ahead, certainly, but it's not like he can't close the door on this game here and now, right?
Not in a traditional sense, right? It's not going to be something like, okay, I'm going to play 6/6 and start attacking, you get the game over with. It's going to be a very slow grind. It's going to be Teferi, tick up, tick down, tick all around, draw a couple of cards, maybe set up a trap for you with Teferi being able to play something on your turn that you weren't expecting. And for what it's worth, Ben here with just one land, hoping for a second land, and struggling here by drawing some expensive cards in his deck at this moment. So it's not really going according to plan right now for Stark. Now this is kind of cute here, Memnite with some boots.
Yeah, let's go. Huge, get in there. Got this Teferi down to just 3. So the Lava Spur boots making the Memnite into an immediate threat.
Certainly trying to.
And now good Kihira as well, the Orphan Guard. A 3-mana 3/2.
I love me a good companion.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get some beatdowns going. Situationally right now, Leverato is in a very good space. Teferi can be a little bit tricky. There's still Orange Chant in hand. It's been there for a little while, as it was revealed from Narset. So at some point, Leverato may have some interest in casting that or kicking it to effectively time walk Ben. You know, there's just a lot of things to really like in this spot here for Leverato. Life total still quite high. Ben was making Teferi a priority last turn, so instead of Ben saying, I'm going to go after your life total, your Planeswalker is actually the problematic card. If you're attacking your Planeswalker, that means you're not attacking me. That's really good news for Matthias. So a lot to like here for the blue-white control player.
All right, another land here. It's Urza's Saga. The cranial plating gets suited up.
Yeah, and you see, even there, Ben is just like, I mean, I don't really have a very good attack.
No attacks through the Kihira. So it might be a 3-mana 3/2, but it's doing its job.
Yep.
And now we see Teferi tick down, bouncing the Urza's Saga, which of course is an enchantment.
Yes, it is.
So it can be targeted, draw a card. So that's a nice little boomerang effect there for Matthias. Just checking, hang on, wait, what? And then Kihira comes in with Vigilance, I believe.
That is accurate.
Yeah.
And if Memnite wasn't attacking, I would be surprised if it were blocking the Kihira. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I would be slightly surprised. Yeah,
No,
Ben's
going to take it.
that.
On 23, that's fine. I'll take 3, he says. That's fine. It's more or less a free attack here from Matthias because he either gets the damage through or he gets the creature off the board. He's got a nice full hand as well. I will say that Spell Snare is almost completely blank. It can target the cranial plating, which is already on the battlefield, and as far as I can see, nothing else in the main deck.
Yeah, I think I'm confirming that suspicion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Spell Snare is an interesting card that I think over the course of our modern rounds this weekend, we're going to actually see be quite good. It is quite good in the metagame currently. And against previous builds of Affinity in years past, where there were Arcbound Raptors and tons of bladings, you wanted Spell Snare a lot against the deck. And now the new version of Affinity and how this deck is built and what its game plan is, Spell Snare not nearly as good in this matchup.
So an Orum's Chant there, I don't think it was kicked.
Yeah, no need to kick it. Basically, this is because Leverato knows that there's not going to be an attack. There's no concern of having to kick it. Ben already declared effectively last turn that he's not going to attack with the Memnite that has cranial plating. So just single mana, kick that, keep it moving. I like that play a lot.
And the other reason for doing that, of course, is it enabled the Monumental Henge activation. I think that tapped Matthias out. I might be wrong about that. But this is huge, right? Just another source of card advantage. Look at the top 5 cards of your library, as you can see on the screen. Reveal a historic card. There are a lot of historic cards in this control deck, whether it's a Planeswalker. Some of the lands, Gaia-Reach Sanitarium, as you can see on the battlefield. Another card that you can pick up from this activation. So just a very neat little card advantage engine hidden away in the lands. And that's the thing. This is what the control decks do. They hide their win conditions. They hide their utility away in their lands. Narset plus Gaia-Reach Sanitarium is so nasty.
You don't wake up and register those lands on accident.
No.
These are not random
Just fall out of your trade binder. Like, oh, that's cool. I like the art.
Yeah, we don't see these a lot in any constructed format, but they are quite good right now. As it looks like Lunar Reveal is going to be played, and a couple of cards are going to be drawn. Supreme Verdict, Counterspell, and Spell Snare among the cards right now in Leverato's hand. He is starting to run away with things.
Yeah. At a brisk pace, I would say as well, Cedric. He's got a bunch of lands. These lands do things that he's interested in doing, namely drawing cards, what have you. Is that a prismatic ending as well, I think?
Yeah, a couple copies.
Yeah, so at this, I said before that the blue-white player can't always slam the door closed, right? But this is the point where it's a great big oaken door, like the ones that sort of Aragorn threw open at Helm's Deep, you know, like that. No, he's just getting big blanks.
I'm giving you a big, big blanks.
He opens these great big like doors,
I believe
right?
You.
And everyone's
paint
like,
this picture.
it's a classic image. They're heavy doors. They don't open quickly. They don't close quickly. You can't slam these doors, Cedric.
Oh, I can envision this. Big doors.
But once they're closed,
they're closed for good.
They stay closed.
Yeah,
That's
Bring
my
the drawbridge
point.
up.
That's my point here. The portcullis comes down, the doors stay shut, right? And that's what Matthias Leverado was doing.
Oh, I would agree with that.
Yeah. He's not slamming the doors.
No
one's saying that.
We're
No one's
slowly
saying
closing
that they're closing. They're being closed. Yeah.
Can't just do things.
Particularly
You'll see after
salesperson comes to your front door and you close the door slowly on them while they're talking. Like, that's what's happening. And the door's not opening up. There we go.
That's something I can
I
relate
shouldn't have been doing
There
the
you
whole
go.
Aragorn
No solicitors, please, thanks.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what Matthias... No, Ben Stark, I do not want to buy a vacuum cleaner from you. I don't need a new set of knives, thank you very much. What are you trying to sell me now?
I'm going to try to sell you a Kappa Cannoneer. How do you feel about that?
Oh, well, there's already one on the battlefield. I'll take another one for sure because that's going to get swept up real nice.
That's a real shame.
By the copy of Supreme Verdicts. Here's a Mox Opal as well. Trigger both of these.
Yeah. Cappaneer is clearly not impressive in this particular game, but if things are going according to plan for
this
Ben,
card is terrifying.
This card it kills you very fast.
It gets worse every time you read it.
Yep.
Right?
You really can't interact with it in a meaningful way.
No.
It's a ton.
It's brutal. Like, you look at it, you go, okay, improvise. Yeah, sure. Oh, Ward 4? They gave it Ward 4?
They sure did.
All right, okay. And then you read the third paragraph, but that says, like, all right, well, never mind. I might as well just pack things up and go home. Thought Monitor as well. Now, this one's going to replace itself with a couple of cards off the top as well. So it's not the biggest loss in the face of a Supreme Verdict. But Ben has committed to the board now. And Matthias is in a position to really, I don't know, do something about that. The Lava Spur boots here.
I am working under for what it's worth, I am working under the assumption that Teferi went up last turn.
Yeah.
And that there will be an instant speed Supreme Verdict. That is the assumption that I'm working under. It would be horrible if I was wrong.
If that weren't the case, then we're going to
confirm.
It's okay. It's all right. We did it, everyone. Don't worry. Don't you worry.
Confirm.
Okay, so of course, Teferi's +1 ability allowing Matthias to play sorceries at instant speed effectively, and so the sweeper comes down, and that's all she wrote. Ben looking to put some pressure on. No, not today, says Matthias Leverado. And I think we've got another hinge activation here.
It looks like it. Now, one thing worth noting here is
baby! Eyes across.
Oh, the lock is about to start. Hang with me.
Go.
2 copies of Supreme Verdict in Leverato's deck. Both have been played this particular game, so if you're scoring at home, if you're rooting for Ben, those are 2 things that he's been able to overcome. Got a new problem, though. We're in Extended now.
Yeah.
We're in Extended. I think circa 04.
Yeah, let's get the time machines. Fire it up.
Circa 04, 05 when I was 19/20.
Yeah.
You know, Riley, you know what they say about the good old days? You don't know about them when you're in them.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see it happen once again.
That's it. Well, and that's gonna be enough here for game number 1.
That's a real humdinger, that Scepter chant. Real tough one to beat. Now, I know we didn't do a deep analysis of the sideboard. If you're with us at the news desk, when Corey and Ailey and Maria were going over things, you saw pretty quickly that Leverato has a really good card in his sideboard for the matchup in Fire Magic.
Fire Magic, yeah. And I think this is actually the only... Well, there's obviously there's Prismatic Ending, but this is the only red card that I can see in the list. I might be wrong about this, but I can't see any other... I can't see any other reason for all of these red producing lands other than, of course, the Prismatic Ending. So this really says something about how important this card is for Matthias in games 2 and 3.
Look at this start from Ben. This is like exactly what you're hoping for. This is Pinnacle Emissary. Play a bunch of zeros, put a bunch of creatures on the battlefield. I mean, this is 5 power on the battlefield on turn 1.
Yes.
And Fire Magic is going to say kindly leave.
Yeah, that's not for me today. Thank you very much. Yeah, and there is a Fire Magic in the opening here for Matthias Leverado. That is a very, very clean answer to what was otherwise a pretty terrifying opener here. Benstar cut down to size, although it looks like he's going to continue to play here with Pinnacle Emissary out of the warp zone. So not the worst outcome for him. It just means that he's not playing at his very best.
Correct. That kind of start that you saw from Ben, that's the exact reason that people are registering Affinity this weekend.
Yes.
Kappa Cannoneer can be involved in that, Thought Monitor, Thoughtcast, that can be involved in those kind of starts, but the card that matters the most there is Pinnacle Emissary, which now has been hardcast and been on the battlefield, but it's those starts that are kind of outrageous. There's a Thoughtcast off the top, not bad.
Nice, nice, nice. Oh, but it's going to get eaten with a mystical dispute. Okay.
It is.
Oh, is it? Maybe not. We got a metallic rebuke or something?
Yeah, I just count not enough mana, 2 mana. So it's just going to be equipped to boots. These boots were made for walk-ins, so that's what they're going to do.
Yep.
The reason Affinity is back on the menu is the unbanning of Mox Opal and the addition of Pinnacle Emissary and starts like that. If you can do that with regularity, especially on the play, you're in very good shape because it causes the opponent to have an answer right away. Fortunately for Leverato, Fire Magic was there.
Yes.
If it wasn't and it was a reliance on something like Supreme Verdict, Leverato may be dead right now.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing. And that's the thing about Supreme Verdict. At 4 mana, it might as well be a million in some matchups, right? In others, it's fine. Like, you can get away with it, but Supreme Verdict has... It is just at that classic Wrath of God, Day of Judgment mana cost, where sometimes it's fast enough, other times it's not, particularly when you're on the draw.
So Fire Magic being in the sideboard here, a conscious decision. You have to imagine.
Fire Magic being in the opening hand,
even better.
A very fortunate happenstance.
Yeah, that's your
Leverato.
classic. That's your classic. I'll keep.
Yeah, I think I'll keep.
I'm going to keep my opening. Go ahead and do your worst. Don't mind. Yeah. Ben now is kind of struggling along. There are good draws that can occur here. You saw Thoughtcast get peeled off the top. That was counter, but that would have been an ideal draw step if it resolved. Thought Monitor is one of them. Something like an Urza Saga isn't a bad thing to find in a situation like this. But the good draw steps are few and far between. It's always been one of the problems with Affinity is you kind of throw your first Haymaker, and the backup Haymaker doesn't really come that often.
Doesn't make a lot of hay.
Yeah, it does do that. So sometimes if you find a Thoughtcast or a Thought Monitor to kind of bridge the gap to give you more gas, you can kind of keep up. But in a situation like this, Ben is really struggling. Now, the last thing I will note is this consult does resolve, is that Leverato is an 8. So it's not impossible for Ben to win this game. It's going to be pretty tough, assuming those light totals are correct. But it's not impossible for a comeback here.
Consult the star charts, the latest and greatest when it comes to it's really good. Yeah, and we've seen a lot of evolution. We've seen Memory Deluge, we've seen other cards come and go from these decks. I don't think we've seen anything better than Consult the star charts purely for the level of flexibility it gives you. Great on turn 2, great on turn 4.
Yep.
Great at any point of the game, really.
It's one of my favorite versions of the Memory Deluge style card that we have seen over the years, given its flexibility. It's just a really cool version of that type of card. I imagine Azorius Control players around the globe are very happy with its existence.
I was happy when they printed Instant Speed Divination. So when I get Consult the Star Charts, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Cedric?
Doesn't take much to keep you happy.
No, it doesn't at all. No, not very much. Simple man. All right, decent looking hand here for Matthias. On the other hand, Ben Stark just doesn't really have a hand. He's got a Pinnacle Emissary, which is going to meet a Mystical Dispute, and then just a blank piece of cardboard in Mox Opal. Being legendary, of course, he can't really play the second copy to any great effect. But in comes the Mem Knight. This is a 3-turn clock here for Matthias. It does require some kind of an answer.
This would be, I will say it bluntly, this would be rather comical if Lava Spur Boots plus Bozo Artifact was able to get the job done. I don't imagine that's actually going to be the case, but Ben is trying.
You can get around Ward 1. We can beat up.
The plus 1 is kind of nice.
Yeah, it's doubling the clock, right? All right, so we see Kahira. Now, that is a card that can block. So, is the Mem Knight going to run into it? We can put the boots on the Ornithopter in that case.
Ornithopter's got wings.
Get in there. One in there.
Deal with those boots.
Cedric is enjoying this, I think, a little more than is entirely appropriate.
I like a scrappy and, speaking honestly, pathetic Affinity. Okay? It's one of my favorite parts about the deck is when...
It's one of those anemic draws that just shouldn't work.
Trying to cross the finish line with just garbage.
Yeah, and your opponent's just drawing lands. And
yes.
You're like, I don't know why I'm not dead, but it's working. Yeah, all right.
It's wonderful.
Okay. I can respect that. You know, Cedric's got his proclivities. Who are we to judge? All right, in comes Kahira for
I mean,
3.
anyone can kill the opponent on turn 2 with like a combo deck. Ooh.
Yeah, oh,
That's
how
not
impressive.
Yeah, that's not impressive.
We're all so impressed.
Yeah, when you were with your circle of friends in between rounds, what'd you do? I Goryo's Vengeance on turn 2.
Oh,
No one wants to hear
right.
that story.
No, everyone wants to hear about how you beat someone with an Ornithopter with boots.
With boots.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
what we're here for.
Here's Teferi Time Raveler.
Alpha Narset, Planeswalkers are pretty powerful right now.
Yeah, yeah. Narset, another card that's sort of come and gone. Teferi has 3 minutes. Teferi came in and was like, "I'm here for." I just immediately found a comfy armchair, sat down. I was like, "I'm here for good. I'm not getting up."
If you have access to blue and white mana in your deck,
Yeah.
Teferi is in your 75 somewhere. It's in main deck or sideboard in varying numbers, but
doing
it's in your
something.
deck somewhere.
It's doing something.
It's too good not to show up.
Yeah. Continuing to hit lands here, and there's Teferi, Time Raveler. Going to bounce the Ornithopter. Going to have to pay an extra 1 for that, bucko.
Yeah, are we bouncing the Ornithopter or are we bouncing the boots?
I think a judge is now going to get involved to see if the trigger has been missed because Matthias went to draw the card quickly.
Yeah, so
We're going to let a judge weigh in on this. We can turn up the table mark.
I will mention the trigger, so we are going to resolve it. So are you willing to pay the 1 or not?
I mean, he went to draw a card.
Yeah, so you already drew.
No, he didn't drew. He didn't put it in his hand, but he was starting to draw it.
Yeah. So yeah, in this case, indeed, you have to let your opponent react. You cannot press the game so far. You cannot draw the card yet because this ability has not resolved yet. So this card has been moved significantly. So that's going to be, this card will be considered as seen. Are you in a situation where you can pay this ability or not?
Yeah, I can fetch and pay.
Okay. Then in that case, we're going to resolve this ability. And
I guess. I mean, I thought he missed it, but whatever.
this is a triggered ability.
Yeah.
You're the one who can miss
okay.
it. He cannot miss it.
Okay,
but as soon as you point it out, he has
right?
a
No,
choice
no,
to
of
make.
course, of course. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, obviously, I would have pointed out either way. That would be cheating not to. I just thought like he went too far to still do the work.
So.
Seems Ben they're a little concerned that the Matthias drawing his card indicated that he didn't want to pay the ward thing, but that's obviously not how it works with the way these triggers hit stack. So as it is, things are resolved. Judge called in. This is what they're there for.
Yep.
And the situation is resolved, and we move on.
I mean, it is worth noting that in order to bounce that creature and pay the ward, Matthias did have to sacrifice the Scalding Tarn, which is another point of damage, and Ornithopter costs 0 mana. So, ideally, what Ben does here is just play the Ornithopter again, put the boots on it, fly over for a point of damage. Depending on where the point of damage wants to go, it could be Teferi, it could be Narset, it could be just the face. It looks like the Ornithopter is going to resolve.
It doesn't cost. Essentially, what they did was tap. You paid 1 mana to tap your opponent's island.
Yeah, it wasn't very effective, and because Leverado's life total is pretty low, I think Ben doesn't mind the exchange overall.
I think bouncing the boots may have been a bit better.
Perhaps. I'm more on board with that, as there's the bauble. Going to take a look at the top card of Leverato, and Ben will actually get to draw that card. Even though Narset's on the battlefield, it goes 1 card per turn.
Yep.
So Ben will draw it on on Leverato's turn, not his own turn. So the Teferi is gone. The Narset, well, let's see what it finds.
So Teferi hit by that Ornithopter, as you pointed out. 4 cards off the top. We've got another Narset. Is that a temporary lockdown there? Yeah.
That one.
That's real nasty.
That one might be the check mark.
Yeah. Because that gets rid of not just the creatures, but also the boots, and indeed the Mox. Good news! Frees up the Mox Opal in Ben Stark's hand.
Looking for a positive.
There we
found
go.
one.
Right, temporary lockdown. Away it all goes, leaving Ben with just 2 lonely lands. In comes Kira here. So Matthias walking something of a knife's edge, but it's one of those thicker knives. You know what I mean? Like a bread knife.
My favorite kind of knife for my favorite kind of food.
Yeah. Really?
You're talking to the
Bread?
right guy. You ever had it?
I should.
Pretty
shouldn't I?
good.
It's pretty
Give
good.
it a try. Let me know how you think.
Okay, we'll come back. Maybe I'll see if I can have some for dinner tonight, and then I'll. Is it like? Can you get it? Is there anywhere?
They got it most places.
Most places.
Yeah.
All right.
Best part about it.
Yeah.
Pretty cheap.
Is it really?
Pretty cheap.
That's pretty good.
In this economy.
Is this new?
Big deal.
New kind of thing that's been
Some
around.
we're trying. Some we're trying.
Some we're trying. Let's see if it catches on. Springleaf Drum here for Ben Stark. He's just not finding action here.
Well, the Urza Saga is not so bad as a find. It's a little slow, but it's not so bad as a
You can make
find.
some constructs.
Yeah.
You can make some constructs with it for sure. Yep.
The boots being gone, as much as we are kind of joking about the boots was the most relevant card that Ben had on the battlefield. So those being locked down is a bit of a bummer for start.
The thing is, Matthias is sitting on a Solitude, double Orum's Chant here. Is he going to... No, of course he doesn't kick it. There's no... Well, no, you don't kick it here.
Nope, just single mana. You get no fun. This is basically going to lock Ben into just, if he draws a land, play it, but it's just going to be a Saga activation for a construct. Yeah, there's a Darksteel Citadel. Citadel is actually, as far as lands are concerned, maybe the second best one behind another copy of Versus Saga, simply because it makes the construct bigger.
Yep.
So not a bad land to draw if you're going to draw one right now.
But again, Solitude sitting in the hand, ready to deal with anything. I think there was a Mystical Dispute there as well.
Solitude actually now just on the battlefield.
Oh, it's just hard cast.
It's time for a little life link.
Yeah. Okay. No, all right, we tried. Had a couple of different goes at that, but this Solitude is juiced up by the Kahira here, and given Vigilance as well.
Yeah, very very positive Kahira in this situation. Most of the time, that bottom line of text, if each other creature you control, that's a cat, elemental, nightmare, dinosaur, beast, I don't know, do we just Yahtzee those onto a card? It's just those creature types. Gets +1/+1 and Vigilance. So that doesn't come up a ton, but alongside Solitude,
yeah,
very good.
Oh yeah,
very
Matthias will be very happy for the extra point of damage and the extra point of life. But we're going to see Ben here activate, make a construct token.
Yeah, Ben wants to block there. The construct is counting Citadel plus Springleaf Drum plus itself, so it should be a 3-for. And Solitude should be a 4/3, so that should be a trade.
Little trade skis there.
Yep.
But hey, look, the damage is done, or has been undone, really, with Matthias Leverato up to 7.
I didn't realize it was
Yeah, it's
elemental.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I see flavor text on Kahira. Until it isn't.
Yeah.
Until it isn't.
I don't play a lot of Modern, so really against.
Might be time maybe for a little draw free. Looks like it.
Yeah, seems so. Yep, Lorien revealed here. 1, 2, and 3 cards off the top.
This be a nice feather in the cap here for Leverato if he's able to get this match. It's a positive matchup, I think, already, just given deck construction.
Yes.
And he has clearly taken this matchup into account with the copies of Fire Magic in the sideboard. But, you know, beating a Magic Hall of Famer, a Pro Tour champion, and Ben Stark, never a bad thing to do in the midst of day one of a tournament to kind of get you a little bit of a confidence boost.
Blood Moon brought in by Ben Stark as well. This is a deck that's playing a decent number of basics, and you can see, I think, Matthias recognizing that may have fetched them out, knowing that Blood Moon might come in against things like Hall of the Storm Giants, Gaia Sanitarium, and even just the shock fetch base. Like, if it comes out on turn 2, which it can with the Mox Opal conceivably, that can be backbreaking if you don't draw the right land. So a nice piece of sideboarding by Ben Stark. It hasn't worked out, though. He hasn't drawn at the right time. I love Blood Moon, though, dude. I'll play Blood Moon all day long.
Love?
I love it.
Oh, this is the whole fun is zero.
Fun is zero sum.
Right.
Fun is zero sum.
We're coming full circle.
Any fun that you are having is fun that I could be having.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. We're coming full circle, much like the moon on the card Blood Moon.
Yeah. Well done. Well done. You have a Teferi to work into this?
Yeah.
In this whole thing?
What, do you think? Oh, in the like
in the painting that you were putting together.
Well, it's a very zero fun sum fun card again. Like
some
the whole
fun,
deck.
some zero sum fun. Is that where we are?
Listen, you're not gonna. I'm gonna have some fun.
Okay.
You're gonna have zero fun.
Great.
That's why it's called zero.
What if I
sum
told you I'm
fun.
having fun with you right now? Is that okay?
That's a problem for me because that's fun that I could be having instead of you.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I'll have to work on that. All right.
Speaking of fun.
Yeah, Kappa Cannoneer, here it comes. Well, here it doesn't come, actually. It goes straight to the bin thanks to the Mystical Dispute. And Leverato sitting pretty. This one's over.
I mean, this is the dream, right? If you're playing Azorius Control, this is what you want it to look like.
Yeah.
Every single time, especially in a matchup that's based around creatures like what Ben's doing. You answer the early stuff, you kind of trade resources, use your life total as a resource, you eventually take over the game, you got your Planeswalker set up, you got your, I mean, it could be Grey Ogre, it doesn't matter what the creature is, just something to win the game with. Oh, Days Undoing, yeah.
And a Days Undoing to close it out. So we see Matthias Leverato win, I would say, comfortably, 2-0 against Ben Stark. I think Ben did the very best he could with the tools that he had, but at the end of the day, a positive matchup for the blue-white control player, good draws as well, and also just expertly navigated by both players to the best of their abilities, but at the end of the day, Matthias Leverato had the better draws, the better deck.
I think comfortably is a very appropriate way to kind of sum up that matchup. It is very notable to me, given the deck construction for Leverato there, that if I were to go ask him right now, out here in the booth, like, were you expecting Infinity and did you prepare for it? I think the answer is very clearly yes. The Fire Magics, yes, but also just multiple copies of Supreme Verdict, other cards, other removal spells that are definitely pointed towards cheap interaction against a deck that can play creatures very, very quickly, copies of Temporary Lockdown, which are not, it's not a bad card in the format, but it's at its best against Affinity. So it's very clear to me that he came prepared for that matchup in mind. And when you're working yourselves out of the limited rounds and work yourself into the constructed rounds, ideally you get a good matchup, and you're able to take advantage of that and get the win. He got the good matchup, and he got a very comfortable win. So if you're Leverato, you have to be very thrilled after round 4.
Exactly how he's drawn things up, I would say. So he moves on to 3-1. Well done to him. Ben Stark down to 2-2. We're going to take a quick break, but on the other side of it, more Modern Magic coming your way from Atlanta. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, coming to you from Atlanta in the United States of America. My name's Riley Knight, joined by Cedric Phillips here in the booth. Can't wait to get stuck into more modern... Oh my god. Whoa! Holy moly. Look at that. He's happy with himself.
Okay. Do a cartwheel, then we'll see.
I could do that.
Yeah?
I could do that easy. Not in my coverage suit, of course. Absolutely not. Wouldn't danger the threads in that way, but nah, easy peasy. No, that was very impressive. Wow, I did not see that going on, and I was walking my way into the hall this morning.
No, I missed that.
No, I missed that. But I'm glad we caught it on camera.
You know why I missed that?
Why?
Because I got to sleep early.
Because you got here at 1:30 in the afternoon because he took off limited.
Hey.
But hey, we're all winners. We got Carmen instead. So
yes, indeed.
It was
Carmen's the best.
It was a good outcome. So, my friends, we're stuck in a modern now. The constructed rounds are well and truly underway, and it's my great pleasure to be bringing you our next match here between Guilherme Merhan out of Brazil, Derek Davis on the other side of things with one top finish. He made a top 8 relatively recently.
Yes, indeed.
Boros Energy versus Simic Neoform. Heading into this tournament, Cedric, Boros Energy very much the most played deck in Modern, certainly online at least.
Yes.
Very, very popular indeed. Simic Neoform, am I fair to characterize this deck as a one-trick pony?
Well, it depends on your definition of one-trick pony, if I can pry a little bit.
Okay. You want to get into that?
Well, okay, so Simic Neoform, here's how I look at it.
All right.
It's a very all-in strategy.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a lot of resilience. If you come prepared to beat this strategy, if you walk into this tournament and say, I don't want to lose the Simic Neoform, you're not going to lose the Simic Neoform. If you are preparing for other things, because this is a vast format and there are other decks to prepare for, then Simic Neoform can be a deck that you say, I don't think a lot of people are going to play it. I hope I don't get paired against it. And then you can get destroyed by it. It's flimsy, but it's powerful.
But what I'm saying is it has one game plan. It's linear, right? It has one game plan. And
very much.
It's a one-trick pony in the sense that it can do one trick.
Yep.
Right? The pony doesn't really come into it. That's more of a sort of a metaphor. It's more flavor, right?
Gotcha.
Pony isn't actually part of it. It's more of a saying.
I see.
But yeah. But
you know what it could be? A one-trick Praetor. Atraxa.
Okay, yeah. Is Atraxa's not a Praetor though, so you've embarrassed yourself.
Really?
You've embarrassed yourself. Sorry about that, everyone. We do try to find the best, but we end up with people who have never read a Magic story in their lives, and it shows. And it shows. Cedric.
That's right.
Just for everyone who's concerned about this sort of stuff, just slide into Cedric's DMs with your favorite link to a Magic story, so he can read up on it.
What if you didn't?
Slide into those DMs and send him your favorite Vorthos lore.
You know what? This is a cat. I can confirm.
Yeah?
And it's a really good one.
All right, talk to me about Ocelot Pride. What's your favorite thing about this card?
I actually just kind of like the whole package. Like
You just got a real weird...
1/1 first strike lifelink. I'm already into that.
Yeah.
Ascend, I'm into. Cat tokens, I'm into. The fact that this immediately puts the opponent to the test right away of do you have a removal spell or not, and if you don't, I'm going to start snowballing the game. I'm into everything about Ocelot Pride. I really am.
Cedric's one of those strange people. For those of you who aren't very familiar with his work, he's one of those very strange people who just unironically likes white weenie decks.
I love low to the ground white creatures.
Just like really, really likes them, and not as like a bit.
No.
Like earnestly likes them.
My brand of Magic.
Yeah.
I absolutely.
He's all about this. He's salivating.
This kind of start, I'd sign up for this every time.
All right.
Even if I died on turn 2, don't care.
Because you got to play a 1/1 and a 1/2.
That's right. And they brought some friends along. Got to be ascending in no time.
So a little bit of inbuilt synergy between these two cards. Not the point of the deck. This is not a cat-typal deck.
No.
But all the same, there's a nice bit of synergy between the one of the two drops here, Ajani Nakatl Pariah, rewarding you for playing cats, bringing a cat along himself, as you mentioned. But the Ocelot Pride, it is sort of this army in a can type. It doesn't need an immediate answer, but it does, well...
Yes and no. It's matchup dependent, right?
Yeah.
Because it can snowball out of control very quickly, especially because the card works very well in multiples. I mean, we're talking about in turn 1 attack for 1, now turn 2 it's attack for 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a trigger for, of course, more tokens coming along the way, so this card does snowball the game very quickly. The thing I like about this card and Boros Energy in general is that it just very much puts the opponent to the test rather quickly of, I do have draws that can kill you fast. And if you are stumbling and fumbling, or you're playing a deck like Neoform, which does tend to mulligan, if your hand doesn't come together very quickly, I'm going to win the game.
This is a really nice bit of tech here. So a second copy of Ajani Nakatl Pariah, which means that you can actually flip one of the copies because it counts as a cat die.
Oh, yeah.
Due to the legend rule.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Us white aggressive players, we know that in around.
Oh, sorry, yes. I actually wasn't explaining it to you. I was actually explaining it to the audience. Bringing you on board as a sort of like a little broadcasting tip so you can add your feedback there and not just lord your superior knowledge over everyone.
Oh, I see.
So obliquely.
I see. Yeah. I see. Well, that's not what I did.
No. You just jumped in there. I knew that.
Yeah.
I knew that.
What Ajani is missing right now is a red creature alongside it. For the full damage dealing potential, because these cats, they're all white creatures. Now, there are many different ways to make some red creatures in the Boros Energy strategy. There's Ragavan, there's tokens from Voice of Victory, among many other things. There's Flage, there's Seasoned Pyromancer. But right now, that's the only thing that's kind of missing here for now for Derek Davis. Derek has played 2 lands and done nothing.
Yeah. This is a good start. But no, quite seriously, there is a lot of actual potential here for Derek this turn, because this is the turn where you can start playing cards like Neoform, right? So we see Allosaurus Rider. This can be played as a 7-drop for free by excelling 2 green cards.
But Derek just played Alice. That's not.
But that's it.
That's not how this normally goes.
No. There's no Neoform.
Yeah, no. There's no nothing.
There's no nothing at all. There's just I don't even. How big is this card? Equal to 1 plus the number of lands you control. Can we crunch those numbers? Can we get the bean counts onto that, Cedric?
I believe you can do the math.
Is it 3?
It's looking like a 3/3 to me.
It's looking a lot like a 3/3 that he paid no mana for.
It's a really good target for Flage.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Oh boy.
Now, I caught a little bit of a glimpse of Derek's hand. There are a lot of copies of Pact of Negation in hand.
Okay.
And that's less than ideal right now. Pact of Negation in Neoform is a way to protect yourself first and foremost. It can be proactive. Sometimes it can be reactively. But more often than not, it's a proactive way to basically push your combo through. It is not ideal in this matchup. I would not be surprised if Derek sideboards this card out.
Why are we calling this Boros Energy? This is Boros Cats.
Yeah.
This is Boros Cats, dude.
At least it is in this game.
Ajani going upstairs here. Put a +1/+1 counter on each cat you control. That's every creature.
Fact.
That's every creature on Guillaume's side of the battlefield. And a Thraben Charm here as well.
A lot of modes. This one is just, I got a lot of creatures. I'm going to kill your creatures, and then I'm going to kill you. Now that's Magic right there.
That's a game of Magic the Gathering.
That's a game of Magic right there.
That's a game of Magic the Gathering.
A couple of creatures, one removal spell, see you later.
Yeah, yeah. Your opponent plays a 3/3 on turn 2 by exiling 2 cards from the hand, and then they die. So a very, very confident win there for the Brazilian player.
Guillaume is definitely dying on turn 2 this game, by the way. Just lock it in.
Yeah.
I'm ready to just lock it in.
Derek Davis is not the sort of man. He doesn't take this sort of behavior like that.
Derek did stone nothing that game. He's definitely killing Guillaume quickly in this game.
Yeah. He's not the sort. He's not going to leave an insult like that unanswered. No. The gauntlet has been thrown down. All right, Windswept Heath here for Guillaume. Gets a Sacred Foundry. A lot of very, very powerful 1-drops in this deck. We've got Ragavan. We saw Ocelot Pride. There's Guide of Souls, of course.
This deck should generally have a turn 1 play every game. There are very few hands that you want to keep without a 1-drop, especially on the draw. There are some hands on the play that you can actually convince yourself to maybe not keep a 1-drop, but again, this is some of the appeal of the strategy as a Breeding Pool's entering the battlefield untapped. Probably dead now. Is that? Oh, well.
All right. Well, let's not.
Maybe it's just a turn 2 3/3.
Maybe it's just a 3/3.
Maybe just add a little turn 2 3/3 again.
Yeah, look, he's got a proven track record as Derek Davis. Did Mulligan as well. Both players actually down to 6. All right, so we've got the Allosaurus Rider.
I can't believe it.
The Neo
I can't believe it.
All right, so what are we looking at here, Cedric? You said we're dead on turn 2. Talk us through what's going to happen.
All right, Griselbrand is here. At the very least, it's going to hang out on the battlefield for a while. This isn't a temporary Griselbrand. This is a permanent Griselbrand via Neoform. So next is how many activations are we going to do here of old Grizzleby? I have to imagine it's going to be at least 1. So Derek said I'm going to go to 11. So 7 cards coming. Derek's going to analyze these cards and see if he wants to go a little bit deeper or not. It looks like an Endurance among the cards found. Effectively, what you can do here, like in this particular matchup, you can just have a Griselbrand and it can be good enough. You can also try to combo kill by putting like another Allosaurus Rider into play, more copies of Neoform, stuff like that. So I actually like watching Derek kind of do his thing here. So I'm going to let him steer and see exactly where he wants to go with Griselbrand and this Neoform deck, which I love this deck because it's such nonsense.
It is. It's very silly. We're going to see another Allosaurus Rider here. 2 cards being exiled. Not a very high cost to pay when you can just draw 7, another 7 for free off the top. And presumably this extra Allosaurus Rider indicates that there is going to be another follow-up. No, never mind.
Just
all
right. 8/8/3/3.
Go. Yeah. When you've got so many cards in hand, you know.
What?
Yep.
This is a game where Ocelot Pride not as good.
No, certainly. Well, there's not a lot of 1-drops that are very good in the face of an 8/8 flying lifelink. I can think of Swords to Plowshares.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Path to Exile.
Path to Exile.
Yep.
And the list goes on. But we see now with Guillaume fetching up a Plains, he's going to have something to cast this turn. But what is it? And is it going to be good enough in the face of what Derek Davis has got going on? My suspicion, Cedric, no.
Well, let's see. I'm excited to find out. I'll look out.
Okay. All right. We've got a Voice of Victory.
A card I like a ton. Great addition to this strategy and aggressive white decks in general.
Yep.
2 mana, 1/3. Gets your protection on your own turn because opponents can't interact with you. Creates a couple of creatures as well. Red creatures for Ajani, which is also very nice. Really good alongside Goblin Bombardment. So there's a lot to like about Voice of Victory in a lot of situations from this deck. This is just not one of them.
Cedric's favorite thing about it is that it has 1 power.
I'll go to 10.
He'd like it less if it had 2.
It wouldn't be fun if it had 2. It'd be too good if it had 2 power. It would be. Make them earn it if they're going to play white aggressive strategy.
Make them earn it. All right, Allosaurus Rider buff now to a 4/4. Are we going to see an Eldritch Evolution here?
Yes, Evolution sacrifice.
Yep, Eldritch. So that poor Allosaurus Rider. Alas, we barely knew ye. As the Allosaurus Rider rides all the way to the graveyard. And a Xenagos here on Griselbrand. And that, as they say, is all she wrote today, sports fans. Xenagos, for those of you who don't know, doubles the power of a creature. And old Grizzly B was already getting in for a bunch. Lethal.
That was easy.
With the Xenagos.
Hey, but okay. Let's dive in.
All right.
Let's dive into game 3 here. If you're an aggressive white player like myself,
Yes.
really important when you're in a bad matchup to be on the play game 3.
Yep.
Gives you a fake sense of hope.
Yeah.
like you could win.
Gives you false belief.
Gives you a
You're
little
gonna
false
get there.
belief. I'm on
Really
the play game
important.
3. My opponent mulliganed. Everything's going great.
Another thing that can give you a fight. And it's
That's
so,
right.
When you're playing a very bad mono-white aggro deck, as you have done for much of your storied career, Cedric.
Proudly.
There are so many. You have to take every single opportunity to give yourself false hope.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's not a lot of real hope.
You got to convince yourself that things are possible.
Now, I want to make the very clear distinction. I'm not talking about Boros Energy. A very good deck.
That's true.
Right?
I don't play those.
No.
No.
Cedric doesn't play good decks.
No, I do
He plays
not.
bad decks only.
Back when I played, that's true.
Yes.
I like to challenge myself.
Because if he played good decks, he'd be unstoppable. No one else would have a chance.
That's definitely not true.
That's absolutely true.
Derek, I think single mulligan this game. If we're keeping track.
Yes.
I don't. We'll see. The thing about Simic Neoform, all joking aside briefly here, is that it's incredibly powerful. It doesn't mulligan the best. It's a little bit flimsy. But a matchup like this is exactly where you want to be. This is a very good matchup. The Boros Energy deck just doesn't really have a lot of ways to interact with you putting Gristlebrand on the battlefield and just saying go like we kind of saw last game. So, the Xenagos kill was cool and fun, and I'm glad that it happened. But a lot of the time, it's just, I have Gristlebrand, you lose the game now. And this deck, again, doesn't mulligan the best. So when you are an aggressive deck and you are on the play and your opponent mulligans, that fake sense of hope that I'm mentioning, it's actually realistic because, again, you know that the Simic Neoform deck, even though it's a bad matchup, you can win because their hand just does not come together sometimes.
What I was going to say about this is that it is, it's a concerning thing to sit down against a glass cannon combo deck when you don't have the level of interaction needed. But you are really, really well equipped to punish their bad draws.
Yes.
So
You absolutely are.
this is what the Boros Energy players are thinking when they sit down here. They're like, I just need one fumble, one stumble, right? And I'm going to punish that to the max because I can put a bunch of pressure on really early and hope you just don't have it.
Absolutely correct. And like this start, this isn't the fastest start in the world, but this is still a good start because it's 1-drop, 2-drop. You just want to get to the battlefield a little bit early. Guide us Souls, if we're keeping track of the energy, there's one energy counter right now because of the Voice of Victory. And when Voice of Victory attacks, we're going to get some more energy counters. You can do some appropriate stacking. That's kind of positive alongside the Guide us Souls. So Guide us Souls can trigger pretty quickly in the matchup, so that is worth noting as well.
I don't think Derek Davis's hand's very good. I haven't got the best look at it, but I think he might be in a little bit of trouble here as the Guide of Souls rumbles along with the Voice of Victory. There's a lot of damage here, Cedric.
21, right? Not 20, sorry.
Yep, and now immediately you see those two tokens come in. That's going to bring Guide of Souls up to 3 energy. If you stack this correctly, if memory serves, you can stack it so that Guide of Souls resolves second because it's an attack trigger.
So
you get 2 attack triggers, one from the Voice of Victory, one from the Guide of Souls. You resolve the one from Voice of Victory first, 2 tokens. Then you go up to 3 energy. Then, as long as you targeted something with the Guide of Souls, then you remove the energy, make the Guide of Souls a little bit bigger. So there you go.
Because you can still put that trigger on the stack even if you don't have the energy sufficient
at that time.
At that time,
Yep. You're targeting first. Oh, now this is okay. We're full-blown cooking now.
Yeah.
Because now the
Goblin
tokens from Mobilize get sacrificed to Goblin Bombardment. So Bombardment is really important in the situation in multiple ways. The first way is that your Mobilize tokens, you get to throw them at your opponent. The second way is that if Derek Davis puts Gristlebrand on the battlefield, you attack with all your creatures still. Gristlebrand blocks. Whatever it blocks, you throw via Goblin Bombardment so the lifelink doesn't happen. So now Gristlebrand, weirdly enough, may not be good.
It sounds weird, but it's a way to race the Gristlebrand.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. So this, as weird as it sounds, is like a really good draw in this matchup, especially if Derek is fumbling and stumbling around.
We haven't seen a huge amount of action here. Okay, well, the Goblin Bombardment's not going to stick around.
Okay.
Is that a natural state?
Nature's Claim, I believe. Nature's Claim or Natural State. One of the two. Goblin Bombardment's dead in either way.
23.
It's a Nature's Claim. You correctly identified it as a Nature's Claim. Both in the sideboard.
Okay.
I want to point out.
Noted.
Both in the sideboard.
Probably going to be Elegant Parlor here. Yeah, so a little Surveil action.
These Surveil lands have been terrific. I was having a conversation with a certain reasonably well-respected Australian Magic the Gathering player, I will not be naming names,
fair enough,
who subjected anyone who would listen to a good 5 or 6 minute tirade about how terrible these cards were.
Wrong.
And how they were not going to see any play. Flash in the pan, too expensive to put in your deck. You can't take a turn off like this. It's modern, blah, blah, blah. Well,
Great card is great.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why I'm not naming names, because it actually would be, it's pretty shameful.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. You live and you learn. You live and you learn.
They know who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in his case, he lives.
That's true. That's good.
The learning part? Ocelot Pride. The follow-up here. In comes the voice of victory along with our good friend, the Guide of Souls.
Yeah, and the Pride's going to happen pre-combat because that's going to be the first energy for the Guide of Souls. The 2 tokens will be energy number 2 and 3, which means the Guide of Souls trigger can happen again. It's the same thing that we saw last turn. It's going to happen again this turn to increase the clock. So we're looking at 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I go to 3.
Yep, down to 3.
Cedric very disappointed now because the voice of victory no longer has 1 power.
Yeah.
We'll work through it, man. You and me together. Don't worry.
Too good.
Too good. And we're counting up. We got the city's blessing? No.
Yeah, 2 away and no life is... Well, actually, life has been gained. That's true. That actually has happened because of the Guide of Souls trigger. So, meow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 permanents right now. Well, Derek, this is the old now or never.
Now or never, buddy. Is it going to be now? Is it going to be never? Planar Genesis there. I can see an Allosaurus rider, but I don't see anything else to follow it up. Nope. Reveals the hand. Stone nothing. And so Gillian Merham wins game number 3, and with it the match. Really good to see both of those decks put through their paces. We got a good sense, I think, Cedric, of what both the Boros Energy and the Neoform decks are all about. A couple of unfortunate mulligans on both sides as well, but a good showcase of 2 decks that we can probably expect to see a little bit more from, particularly in the case of Boros Energy, across the weekend.
Yeah, Boros Energy was kind of the deck that people played this weekend of just, I'm not really sure what else to do. So Boros Energy is kind of the floor of just like, I want to make sure I register a good deck that has some agency, has some powerful cards, obviously has some good starts, puts my opponent to the test right away. We just saw that in the 2 games that were won. That's exactly what the deck does do. Simic Neoform, it's a risky choice. If things go really well, like you saw in game number 2 over the course of the weekend, you're probably going to be on the Sunday stage, right? But it doesn't always go that way. That deck doesn't mulligan very well. It's a little flimsy, but it can kill opponents very, very quickly. So by registering that deck, if you're Derek Davis or anybody else that did do that, you know that you're signing up for a risky tournament.
Yes.
If things go great, you could be holding the trophy at the end, and it could look very easy. If things go bad, you will be flying home thinking, why did I do that?
Look,
that's how it goes sometimes.
You put together a solid limited record, you roll the dice with the glass cannon like Simic Neoform, and sometimes you get there.
Yes. And sometimes when you get there,
you mulligan to 5, and
when you get there, you feel like a genius. When you don't get there, you are questioning.
What was
your
that again?
decisions.
You think? What was the thing you think? Why did I do that?
Why did I do that?
Why did I do that? Well, I'm glad at least that you've decided to be with us today. I hope you aren't going away from this thinking, why did I do that? It's been our pleasure to have you for the opening round of Modern. More after this, my friends, back with the news desk, and then more Modern coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
up for Magic Spotlight, Spider-Man today, coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Hey friends, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities live from Atlanta, Georgia. So much to do here at the MagicCon as well. You can play air hockey, you can play basketball.
Oh,
like
I
we
challenge
did
you
at the
again.
last show. Oh, again?
Oh yeah, I'm challenging you right here
You're
and
going
now.
down, Corey. You're going
Yeah, what are you
down.
doing after this? Let's go.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the news. That's Mir Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney hanging out with you here. Let's take a look at our leaderboard after 4 rounds of play. We are into the modern rounds of day 1 of competition. Let's see who has an unblemished record so far. Check that out. Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif starting out the tournament at 4-0, which is very exciting. Arne Huschenbett on Gorios starting out 4-0 as well. He's your Kaldheim champion back in 2021. Shuhei Nakamura, another Hall of Famer, starting out 4-0, one of the best performing players of all time, top 8 at 6 Pro Tours, won 7 Grand Prix, hoping to put another Pro Tour win under his belt here this weekend. Let's take a look at some more standings. Ailey.
How far can we go with 4-0? Just one more there. Lyndon Hooch at 17th place, 4-0, and then Benjamin Graves, Jerry Gow, and Jesse Hampton still technically undefeated, but I bet you they wish that those 3s were 4s.
There's a look at our leaderboard after 4 rounds of play. Well, somebody who's having a great start to the weekend is Mythic champion Matthias Leverato, currently sitting at 3-1 after a win over Ben Stark. Last round, let's hear from him right now.
I've got Mythic champion Matthias Leverato standing here. You just picked up a pretty convincing victory here against Ben Stark. Great start to your modern rounds.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy because it was the matchup that I was most scared of. So winning that one feels pretty good.
You talk about being the most scared about that matchup. What is it about that you are most worried about?
Well, to be honest, drawing. Since I play a really slow deck, I am not the fastest player. So that was something that was a little bit concerning for me. At the beginning, I tried not to pick this deck, but I really tried everything else and I didn't like it, and I love this deck, so...
You are the fun police here this weekend. If you weren't playing this, if you were said, no, you're not allowed to, what else would you be playing?
It's really hard. Maybe Belcher.
Belcher?
Yeah, Belcher's a nice deck.
All right, well, a great start for you in the modern rounds. I hope that your luck continues, and we'll see you again soon.
Well, you heard Matthias there mention Belcher, one of the popular decks here this weekend. And what we're going to do now is pretend we actually brought that deck to this tournament. And Corey's going to walk us through sideboarding decisions with this deck because modern, of course, Corey, all about sideboarding.
All about sideboarding, and sideboarding, the powerful cards that are in the sideboard can really dictate, who really wins a match here. So let's take a look at our first player that we're going to be following, and this is Ben Zhang's Tameshi Belcher deck. So we're going to be looking at this deck through the lens of 3 different opponents and how we would sideboard against them. So let's take a look at our sideboard for Ben, and then we'll take a look at our first opponent. So here it is that we are working with, very stock, and all the deck lists we're going to be seeing, very stock versions of these decks. So first opponent, let's take a look. This is going to be Edgar Megayish playing Esper Gorios here. Here's the main deck we need to prepare for, and let's take a look at his sideboard, kind of absorb all the thing that he's going to be bringing in against us. Mystical Dispute, these kind of counter spells, Consign to Memory are the big ones. So now let's take a look back at Ben Zhang's list and look at our sideboard to see what we're going to be bringing in. The main things I want to be fighting on is fighting their counter spells. So I want Flusterstorms to be able to deal with Consign to Memories and every copy for what it's worth, and then Mystical Disputes as well. Nothing else I really like in this matchup, so pretty minimal sideboarding here. Now let's take a look at one of the other popular decks that we're going to be playing against. This is Nicholas Odenheimer playing Boros Energy, as he usually does. Ailey and I have commentated many matches where he's been playing Boros Energy. And this is the sideboard that we're going to be looking at. Take a big note on that Clarion Conqueror. 2 Clarion Conquerors are the biggest thing that I'm looking at as a combo player and thinking, what are they going to do to stop what I'm doing? If Clarion Conqueror's on the battlefield, you cannot combo off with Goblin Charbelcher. So now let's take a look back at Ben Zhang's sideboard here and the cards that we want to be bringing in. So first and foremost, Dusk Rose Reliquary. I want that in there as you can whir for this, so you have 4 copies of it essentially. and you can go end step Whir for 1, deal with the Clarion Conquer, get it out of there, and then untap, win the game with your Goblin Charbelcher. I also want Unable to Scream, another answer for Clarion Conquer, and you guessed it, another card that deals with Clarion Conqueror into the Flood Maw. So that's what I would want up against Boros Energy. So let's take a look at our final matchup here. This is going to be Christopher Leonard playing Eldrazi Tron. I want you to all focus the top left part of your screen. That is a Karn the Great Creator. That is going to dictate how much sideboarding Christopher is going to do. Not much. We see 3 Disrupting Flutes. Those are good against Goblin, against Belcher, so those are going to be coming in. But then we just really need to be prepared for what's in the main deck as well as those Disrupting Flutes. So let's take a look one more time back at Ben Zhang's sideboard here and think what we're bringing in. First and foremost, Consigned to Memory. That is the card to deal with any kind of Eldrazi deck. So I'm bringing those in. 2 Harbingers of the Seas. I love that card. Being able to shut off any of their Eldrazi lands is going to be big. I actually really like Tamiyo. You get to be this kind of Tamiyo control deck where you get to attack, hold up, consign, and if they don't play anything you need to counter, you just sack a clue. So I know there's only one, but that is a very nice thing if you can get that down early. The other things I want to be dealing with are, the Disrupting Flutes. So I want Into the Floodmaw as well as Duskrose Reliquary to be able to answer that. It doesn't fully shut down your combo, but it makes it pretty tough when you got to pay, 6 to activate and stuff like that. So that's just one deck and how you sideboard against a couple of different decks. Because in an open decklist tournament, you need to know what you need to beat. And playing a combo deck, playing an Espergorios deck, something like that, it's a big advantage to having an open decklist tournament as well. So
absolutely, that all sounds very complicated, Corey. I'm just gonna bring my Boggles deck and hope for the best.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
In
Still
a combo
good.
field, what a mistake. Let's take a look at our next feature match here. Round number 5 on the way. Luis Salvato versus Aiden Mirabelli. Both of these players currently sitting undefeated. Both teammates on Team Cosmos. Heavy play. Eldrazi Tron versus Tameshi Belcher in the hands of Mirabelli. Luis Salvato, getting to know him here, really knows how to win one of these modern Pro Tours. Did it in 2018 at Pro Tour Rivals of Ixalan with Lantern Control. Top 8 at Mythic Invitational in 2020. Top 8 at Shadows over Innistrad Pro Tour in 2016. So a really great player with a really great start here this weekend. Up against Aiden Mirabelli, Team Cosmos heavy play. Like I said, these two are teammates. This is his second Pro Tour start, went 8-8 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Hoping to do better here this weekend, off to a great start so far. There's the players. What about these decks?
Yeah, so let's take a look at the decks. These are going to be familiar matchups as I was just talking about them, but as I was talking about stock lists, these are not stock. So let's take a look first at Luis Salvato's list. Eldrazi Tron, but we're seeing a very new card that we're seeing in a lot of these Eldrazi decks, and that is Portent of Calamity. A really spicy card that allows you to, well, kind of tutor for anything, pay a lot of mana because, well, your deck generates a ton of mana, and still, you're a Karn the Great Creator deck, you're trying to ramp into Ugin, Emrakul your opponent, do the normal Eldrazi stuff outside of that powerful Bloomburrow sorcery. Taking a look at the opponent, this is Tameshi Belcher. Once again, not very stock. The one thing that you will not be seeing here is Falaji's Archaeologist, Thundertrap Trainer, those kind of 2-drop creatures that enables Flare of Denial. So no Flare of Denials in sight. Instead, we're just playing a lot of good cards. You're playing Preordain, you're playing Stock Up, Unable to Scream, as well as Spell Snare, and even good old-fashioned Counterspell in the top right-hand corner of your screen here. So I really like this list. Very innovative. I believe only 4 players in the tournament cut those 2 creatures from the 2-drop slot.
All right, which one of these decks do you like better in this match, Corey?
It's pretty tough, but I want to give it to Eldrazi Tron just because if you land Karn the Great Creator, not only is it going to search up a problematic threat, but that static ability shutting down artifacts, pretty good against Goblin Charbelcher there, Maria.
I'd say so. It's time for round number 5. Marshall and Paul are in the booth with the call.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth. That's right. We've got artifacts. We've got almost a mono blue mirror here. There's a little bit of colorless that popped up on the graphic there, Paul.
Yeah, we got the Eldrazi deck here. And this is really interesting because both versions are trying to do their own thing, but in this particular tournament, both decks are actually playing a little more interaction to be able to deal with the field, which has a ton of combo. And those interactive spells are actually very good against each other. So curious to see which one's actually going to come out on top.
Yeah, maybe they both stop each other, and then we see what's left over?
I'll go with Eldrazi then.
Yeah, I think I like that in that case as well. And yeah, so we've got Eldrazi Tron versus Tameshi Belcher in the feature. Luis Salvato and Aiden Mirabelli are facing off. As Maria pointed out at the news desk, these two players are teammates for this event, though. As you can see, they chose different archetypes, which is not uncommon in Modern. You know, Modern's a little bit more about, well, a lot more about the deck that you know, are familiar with, you understand the matchups, rather than trying to nail the metagame unless a team breaks it, right? If they find some deck that wasn't previously there that hits the metagame from an angle that it's not prepared for. We've seen that happen at Modern tournaments before, but here these players are playing decks that they're more familiar with, which is really the name of the game in Modern. There are many viable decks. It would be very difficult to predict before this tournament goes, oh yeah, this deck's probably going to win the tournament, even if it's the best deck that puts it at a small percentage.
Yeah, of all the tournaments that you'll see, if it's a Modern event, you won't be shocked, even amongst the top teams, where there will be kind of a fracturing in terms of how many decks are present even within a team. So if somebody goes, hey, 4 of us are all playing different decks, that is not a surprise.
See mine to kick things off here for Salvato, and he's got the power plant as well. Talisman of Dominance hits the battlefield for him, so a nice little start. Oh, where were you? Turn to go. There's the Lotus Bloom, but it was...
Yeah, Luis is actually telling him, he's like, did you forget to play that turn one?
Yeah, you should do that on turn one.
It's a lot better turn one. Yeah.
He's right.
He is not wrong. So Luis does get to resolve the Talisman here, so Aiden has to be mindful of the fact that Luis can slam a turn 3 Karn. Of course, Luis doesn't have one currently, but does have. This is a card that you've actually seen in several of the Tron decks. People are main decking Disruptor Flute, and that is bad news for anybody looking to play the Belcher deck, because the Flute just straight up stops the Goblin Charbelcher from going off. So if you don't counter it, you only have access to maybe 1 or 2 Into the Flood Maws to actually get that off the battlefield in game 1.
If it's on the battlefield, you got problems.
Oh, excuse me, Sink into Stupor as well.
Land go here from Mirabelli.
There is a Flute. Better counter that one. Oh, and there is a Spell Snare, which doesn't really target a whole lot of other things out of the Eldrazi deck. It's basically Talisman and Disruptor Flute, so could see Aiden just running the Spell Snare here into the Flute.
He'll be happy to have that answer in the main. Salvato looking for one of the more explosive lands. Yeah, there's an Eldrazi Temple.
Yeah, I mean, a tower would have been ideal, of course, right?
Tower
that would give you
been the best.
That would Tron you up, but right now we're looking at potentially 6 mana to cast an Eldrazi spell. So there is a Kozilek's command in Luis Salvato's hand. End of turn, he can probably just fire that off, make 4 Scions, draw cards, or is he just going to main phase it here?
He is.
Okay.
Only the one mana available there for Aiden, so Salvato's going to go for it now. This will give him 4 spawns.
So you get 4 spawns, so if you draw a Thought Knots here or another Flute, you can just play it this turn. But noting, he is playing against a teammate. He is aware that Aiden's playing 4 copies of Force of Negation. That's the cost, right? If you main phase Kozilek's command, Aiden can counter.
Right, where you could upkeep or end step it on his turn, and Aiden, well,
would have to hard cast it,
but
right.
Yeah. Who pays for their spells? This is Modern. All right, Scry 4. Draw a card?
It looks like that. Not going to want the island or the power plant. There's another Kozilek's command. Might be interested in that. So yeah, just 3 mana sources and a Kozilek's command, it looks like.
Three bottom.
3 bottom.
3 bottom, 4 spawn, and nothing to play this turn.
Did you say that you saw a tower in that pile? Is that?
No. I did not see a tower.
Okay. So maybe he'll just take another Kozilek's command and just chain them?
He took the Kozilek's command, and now he does have access to what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana total.
That's a lot.
Getting close to being able to just play out the Emrakul. Emrakul costs 13, but 1 less for each card type in your graveyard. There's 2 currently. in Luis's graveyard.
So 11 for Emrakul, the Promised End.
Unless he just finds another Eldrazi Temple off the top.
No.
Oh,
there it is.
You actually get it.
I guess the snare.
Oh,
All right.
right, counts all.
So there we go. Emrakul, the Promised End on the battlefield. Gains control of target opponent during that player's next turn. They do get an extra turn after that, but usually their resources are in ruins by that point.
Right. And of course, Eldrazi.
Is that also when Bloom's
Kozilek's
coming
command
off?
is a tribal spell, so that also counts.
Yes. And is Lotus Bloom coming off on Aiden's next turn
Right.
too?
But this is getting
there's
countered,
the
so
hard
at least
counter.
you're not taking any damage here, but the trigger will happen here. Can you just Belcher yourself, right?
Cast this.
Cast this.
Draw a card. Belcher, targeting yourself.
Seriously?
Belcher losing to your own
That is
Belcher.
unbelievable.
Oh my
Did
gosh.
he seriously just did that?
All right.
That is rude.
That just happened. Okay. That's incredible.
Oh, man.
That is incredible.
I guess that was the right turn to take your opponent's turn from them.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Luis here with the opening.
That is so mean. I can't believe he just did that.
With the opener, Devourer of Destinies. He actually has Urza's Tower and Expedition map, so if you can find a mine or a power plant, would be really looking to put that on top, and did find a power plant here. So you go power plant into the map, into tower, and you have Tron on turn 3.
I have seen this a lot of times.
Yeah, turn 3 Tron, one of the reasons to play the deck.
The only thing that's changed is the thing that you cast with it.
Right. You are no
it's
longer
changed a lot.
casting Karn Liberated. You are
Liberated.
playing Ugin most of the time, or Devourer of Destiny itself.
Remember Karn Liberated?
Some decks play 1.
Oh, I love that card.
All right. Well, Aiden has an uphill battle. No Lotus Bloom here. No untapped blue source for turn 3 either. So this could potentially be over quickly unless Aiden can find an untapped land next turn.
Yeah, Karn Liberated had its time, but when you read Ugin, Eye of the Storms, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, let's
I
do
get
that
it.
instead.
I get it. Yeah, and Luis doesn't have to at least worry about dying this next turn at all. Aiden is far from being able to just play Belcher and activate. You need the 7 mana. You need to get to the 3rd mana to be able to cast War of Invention to get the Lotus Bloom. The Char Belcher deck is just a turn 4 deck.
It is funny. I guess in this particular spot, you may prefer Karn Liberated because you can actually
just start
nab a
exiling lands.
Yeah, Ugin Eye of the Storms will get you some cards going, but that's about it. But it's still great.
Yeah,
and it does resolve here.
Yeah, and probably just drawing a card. You could generate mana and cast the Flute. Sure. But I like just drawing a card here, just because you're just not concerned about Aiden comboing off here.
Right.
If Aiden had 3 mana here, that would be a different story. With 3 mana, he could go War of Invention, untap, land, Belcher, kill you.
Yes.
And in that instance, Luis would just play out the Flute.
War of Invention for a Lotus Bloom.
Right.
Speaking of,
these
looks
delayed
like
Lotus
that was
Blooms.
the draw step there for Aiden as he puts Lotus Bloom on suspend and says, go no land drop?
Yeah, but this is
this is going to be over quick if Luis gets to draw 2 cards a turn and has access to, 8+ mana every turn.
Right, every turn, you're just drawing more cards, developing more mana. If you just find multiple Flutes, that's hard to deal with. If you find a Karn, and there's only so many counters, and Aiden's not drawing any cards here either.
Yeah, Aiden's just going to fire off Spell Snare on Talisman of Dominance just because it's a target.
Right, and now there's a higher likelihood that the Flute will be able to resolve, right? And you can name the Charbelcher there.
Also, Ugin's firing up for
the ultimate
here as well, which it's already there next turn.
All right, Portent of Calamity, the new kind of tech card here from Luis Salvato's team.
And how much was it for?
It was for 5. So if you hit 4 different types. You get to play one of them for free, and I think he got there.
He did.
He got instant, land, or tribal spell.
Yeah, wow, and then the Karn Great Creator is going to lock things up there for Luis Salvato.
We had the win.
I had to win.
Man, they are teammates. You wouldn't know it.
Right.
That was a beatdown.
That was an absolute beatdown. I think the only thing that Aiden could have done in that particular match was game 1, where
they like each other. So they're fine.
Where Luis Salvato went for the main phase Kozilek's command, and if he did cast the Force of Negation, all of a sudden you're not even close to casting that Emrakul, right? But at the same time, because Luis's deck also plays Karn, because it also plays Disruptor Flutes in the main, there's so many things you need to be mindful of and so many cards to counter. It's the Eldrazi deck really kind of overloads you when you add those 3 flutes to your deck.
Yeah, that's right. Wow. Also that game 1.
Belcher, yourself?
Unkind
Why
gesture.
are you hitting yourself?
Yes. Why would you do that? All right, well, we've got more Modern Magic for you right now. Let's head back down into Luna Eason versus Jihao Ji. And as you can see, both of our players here are on a 3-1 record. Azorius Blink versus Esper Goryo's. We're going to see a lot of Goryo's Vengeance decks here, aren't we?
Yeah, we definitely are. I mean, it's the most popular archetype kind of coming into this. Luna's team, however, part of Team TCG Player, they actually just, they're playing kind of that Esper Blink shell. It's kind of the more fair shell, but they actually just got rid of all the black cards entirely and playing almost entirely white cards with blue for Quantum Riddler. So it's a little more aggressive. It plays a little more disruption, right? Because you're not trying to combo off with Goryo's Vengeance. But this is actually the matchup that they were most concerned about. So playing against it in this round, when I talked to Nassif, who kind of mostly championed this deck, spent a lot of time building this deck, this was a matchup that he wasn't really that fond of.
Do you mean not that fond of now that the changes have been made, or the reason that the changes were made?
What do
you mean that Nassif doesn't want to see this matchup now as the deck is constructed, or this is why they built the deck?
They did not expect as much Goryo's Vengeance coming into this event.
Wow, they missed that one pretty bad.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, this one plays out. How would you describe it? Aggressively? Is it an aggro deck?
The blue-white Blink deck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing cards like the Oscillate Pride, so you kind of have the ability to just potentially run away with the game, right? It just kind of puts your opponent to the test. If you can answer the Pride, if you can't answer the Pride, I'm just going to be able to just eventually overwhelm you with cat tokens. But if not, I mean, you can still play the Blink strategy. You do get to play with Philia, you still play Ephemerate, and you still play Quantum Riddler. So you still have that package intact, but you get to also just play more one-drops and try to be a little more aggressive.
Let's see what Luna comes up with here for turn 2, I guess.
And this is a card you really wouldn't have expected too many people to play in Modern. Starfield Shepherd.
We did see it in Limited.
We did see a ton of it in Limited. And, this is a nice little value card and a really good card to Blink. And part of the reason why they're playing this is it's really important to have a warp creature in your opening hand, either the Starfield Shepherd or the Quantum Riddler. So obviously, Starfield Shepherd is a much worse card than the Quantum Riddler, but you just need to play this card in your deck to have this deck function. Otherwise, cards like your Philia and your Ephemerates just don't have enough targets.
That makes sense. And the stuff you're getting with the Starfield Shepherd's really powerful.
I mean, getting Oscillate Pride, Mockingbird, strong options. Psychic Frog.
Speaking of the better creatures in the format.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of one of the main reasons to, of course, play black. Even in the Esper shells, of course, this is a Goryo's Vengeance deck, but Psychic Frog just so much work. It also synergizes super well with Quantum Riddler, right? When you get down to like 2 or 3 cards, you just attack, damage on the stack. You can pitch down the 1 cards with the Riddler in play, draw 2 cards. So you can do some pretty nasty things where the Psychic Frog just by itself with the Riddler can just win you the game.
Speaking of Quantum Riddler, we see the Arid Mesa get cracked for a Plains, and, well, we know it's coming.
Right? Yep. I mean, Jihao
the
is
value train rolling.
Jihao is tapped out here. If Luna goes for the Ephemerate, Jihao, however, might have Force of Negation, right? That would be the way to counter the Ephemerate, and you certainly would be. It would be in your best interest to counter this Ephemerate here.
Right, and that is exactly what's happening here. Force of Negation. But again, this is an outcome that Luna can live with. It's still a 2-for-1.
Yeah, but of course, at the same time, you cannot let this happen if you're on Jihao's side. You can't just let a Quantum Riddler get blinked with the Ephemerate.
Right, and then it's coming around next turn too, and it's just over.
Yeah, and you still get the card back because you do have that Psychic Frog in play. So you pitch the blue card, but you get it back here. And now, I mean, the coast can potentially be clear here if Jihao has an Atraxa in hand or something, along with the Goryo's Vengeance. I mean, that's just going to be way too many cards here for Luna to fight through. I do see a Goryo's Vengeance. I don't know if Jihao has a large creature in hand. Might want to actually sacrifice Delta, go fetch a Surveil land, maybe get lucky, right? Maybe you just flip over a Griselbrand or an Atraxa, and then you can just cast the Goryo's Vengeance this turn. Oh, actually just a Watery Grave here. Looks like a Quantum Riddler.
Are we going to see this discard thing, or is 4 cards enough to just say I'm fine?
Yeah, I think Jihao just has too many cards where it's like, I like all of my cards, so we'll just play this a little bit slower. And what is that? Is that an Ephemerate?
Must be Ephemerate.
I assume so. Oh, and that is an Atraxa. So Jihao did find Atraxa and has the Goryo's Vengeance in hand here and got to resolve the Quantum Riddler. So now this is just so much here for Luna to deal with. Luna needs to have her combination of Solitude plus Ephemerate or something along those lines to be able to deal with what's in play right now.
Yeah, Jihao also found a copy of Solitude on his side.
Guide of Souls.
Sure.
Sure, but just not. It's a little too small ball for what's going on right now. But Luna does not have a Solitude here. So this is tough, and no interaction in hand either. So all Luna can do is just play a bunch of creatures here, make some tokens, but Jihao is going to be up lots of cards. Copying Oscillate Pride would be my guess.
That's the third energy.
Yep. And do we have the City's Blessing almost? We have 9 permanents in play?
9.
Okay.
Yeah, both of the warped cards are exiled, and then that's just an energy counter.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good turn for not having disruption. You know, Guide of Souls plus Oscillate Pride has proven itself to be a really powerful 1-2 punch, especially in the Boros energy decks, which we've seen already.
But are we going to see...
Yeah, I mean...
This? That's Atraxa, by the way.
Yep, that is Atraxa.
And that's Goryo's Vengeance bringing it back, so now we get to do the whole Atraxa thing.
Yeah, and there is one flying blocker here. If Jihao can find a way to get the Mockingbird off the battlefield, wondering just how much damage Jihao can get through.
And that's actually just going to do it. Yeah. Luna's going to pack it in because it wasn't getting any better from there with the Ephemerate coming off and
so many cards.
Yeah, it's just going to be
too many resources.
An avalanche of resources for Jihao G. So a convincing win, you know, going back to that Force of Negation, then back over to Jihao, and it was just a flood.
Yeah, I mean, just the power of the Psychic Frog as well. Yeah, but this is a really interesting matchup because still one of the most important interactions that you need to be mindful of is the whole blink with Quantum Riddler and that dance of, when do I go for the Ephemerate? They could have the Solitude. Do I have Force of Negation? And, you know, oftentimes the first person to kind of flinch could be the one who, you know, ends up losing out on that exchange.
See Goddess Souls here for Luna. She's going to crack in for a point, but what's the follow-up? Nothing.
And that is a Witch Enchanter, or rather the land version, take 3 damage. So probably representing Philia, right?
Okay.
You can flash that at instant speed. Also, this is a sideboarded game now. There could also be counter magic that you could also be representing. Jihao with Prismatic Ending.
You know what Luna also has? Spider Sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
With the tap creature.
That's I think the most popular card from the Spider-Man set that's being played. Just a really good counterspell for these decks with a bunch of cheap creatures. You'll see a lot of it in the affinity decks as well.
There's Felia, by the way. But it looks like the guy got killed in response.
There you go. Quantum Riddler with Felia, attack, blink. Does Jihao have a Solitude? No. All right, so now Luna is going to be the one who will be able to blink Quantum Riddler, get a ton of advantages here. Jihao doesn't have a big creature in yard. This is a lot to fight through here.
Big board state, lots of card advantage flowing from it. Oh, and there's a Solitude off the top for Luna as well. I think she's got maybe even 2 of them in hand.
There's an Ephemerate, Solitude. Luna's got lots of answers here, and no third land as well. Ooh.
Wow, as lopsided as game 1 ended up being, it looks like it may go the other direction here in game 2.
Do you even blink it or just get for 7? It looks like we're just hitting for 7 here.
Yeah, just hit.
Yeah.
It's so much damage.
Right. Sanctifier in Vec. It's got pro black and pro red. Exile all cards that are black and or red from all graveyards. And this is a nice little answer for the reanimation strategy, potentially, if there's like a Gristlebrand that hits the yard.
This is one of those games where Jihao's having to fight on multiple fronts now.
Right.
Not only getting beaten down, but behind on cards, and now with a key sideboard card that also must be dealt with before Jihao can really do the thing.
All right, going down to...
This is also exiled.
8.
Oh, yeah.
It's only black. Only black and red. Oh, no, sorry. I thought it was Fatal Push. Sorry, I got it mixed up. Only black and red.
Yeah, that was Prismatic Ending, not Fatal Push. And cards in graveyard are also relevant because you are playing a deck with Psychic Frog, right? Having cards in the graveyard means you can give the frog flying.
It's really just like a jump, right?
Until end of turn, yeah. Playing until end of turn.
We call that jumping.
Okay. Yeah, so Jihao is probably going to go for an Ephemerate if he has it, but...
Yep, he is. But there it is. Solitude's going to come in.
And it resolved.
Take care of business. And we're going to see...
Are we going to Ephemerate something?
It would be lethal, right? Yeah, so that is actually just going to be game number 2. Going to Luna Eason. 2 lopsided games. Boy, once the card advantage gets rolling with those Ephemerates, it gets...
Yeah, just blinking Quantum Riddler is just so ridiculously powerful. The first person to kind of get that going, if unanswered, usually wins the game.
Land go from Jihao Ji. Luna's going to start things off with a Surveil land. Ooh, interesting.
Spinning the Solitude, so.
I wonder what Jihao's going to make of that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think probably Luna has one already in hand. Just because of how important Solitude is at answering a turn 2 Psychic Frog, having answers to opposing Riddlers with Ephemerates. It's just so important to have that first copy of Solitude. Did not want Thoughtseize. Wow. Must need lands, right? Because Thoughtseize just seems so strong to play this turn while Luna has a tap land in play.
That's wild. Both players getting rid of really key cards. you know, Solitude and Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to assume that both players are light on lands if they're doing something like that. Okay.
We're going to see the Sanctifier here.
That exiles the Thoughtseize.
So it does resolve.
Yeah.
Does it get to stick around?
Any black or red card is always good to exile.
Yeah, so that's a nice little piece of technology. You can Solitude it here. It looks like Jihao's going for that. And will he go for the Ephemerate or just kill it? Okay, just killing it now.
22.
Okay, full mending. Okay, can be setting himself up now. If he can find a big creature to put into the graveyard with Goryo's Vengeance, it would work here.
Looks like he just found a couple of lands.
That is an
there.
Atraxa in the graveyard.
Oh, Atraxa that was in hand. Okay.
Yeah, so Jihao has a Goryo's Vengeance or draws one off the top. Looks like a land.
He does, does he? Maybe he does. Oh, he does.
Oh, he does.
Right at the front of his hand.
Yeah, I think he just, I mean, just go for it here.
Yeah, why not?
Right? I mean, Luna's tapped out. It's like if you have the force, you have the force.
He may crack a fetch land first here.
Yeah, that's what it looks like here. Thin out the deck. You're going to play the third land this turn anyways. Keep up the mana that you think would be most, the land that you think you would be most likely to want to keep up, right? If you hit a Thoughtseize, you certainly want to cast the Thoughtseize.
So black mana, and then I'm assuming there's some use for blue.
Right, I don't know that.
No, for white.
White,
so
okay.
Ephemerate.
Yep, Ephemerate, sure. Absolutely.
And there it is, Atraxa
right.
on the battlefield thanks to Goryo's Vengeance.
10 cards.
And it resolves.
What do we have?
Any Ephemerates?
All right, so there's a Frog, there's another Atraxa. That is a Teferi, I believe, the 3-mana Planeswalker. So Planeswalker, creature, sorcery. You get a land here as well.
For sure land.
Sink into Stupor. Oh,
for the creature, it looks like he's going to go with the Frog.
That's what it looks like.
Okay.
Can't play it this turn, though.
There is a Solitude and an Atraxa that he could choose from.
Right, yeah. Hey, draw 5 cards, hit you for 7.
Jeez.
No blink effect that we know of unless he has one in hand.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
But hey, that's still just such a strong play here. Just completely refueled his hand.
14-point life swing, thank you. Is that worth 2 mana?
Luna's got nothing in play here. So now, but however, if Luna can do something like a Quantum Riddler plus Ephemerate, I don't know if Jihao actually has an answer in hand for that. Well, Luna's hand looks like just all white cards. Okay.
Could be anything.
Yeah, and that's...
Is it a...
It's the night. It's the White Orchid Phantom.
Is it a White Orchid Phantom?
Yeah, because Luna targeted her own Flagstones of Trocare.
Yeah, you're right.
So you get to now play it, kill your own white Flagstones of Trocare, then you can get a basic land and also the Meticulous Archive off the Flagstones of Trocare. So a little bit of a ramp here. But, you know, it's ramping you, but is that powerful enough, right?
Right,
You're just
right.
like, you just put a 2/2 in play, and Jihao's just drawn 6 cards.
That is yeah. Luna's going to have to make an incredible next turn.
Right.
Like, this has to be the setup turn.
Okay, and an Ocelot Pride.
I'd go.
So Jihao's got at least Psychic Frog here. We did see Teferi. Time Raveler as well. Looks like we're just firing off some removal spells here. Yep. Play a land.
Frog that we knew about plus a land.
Surveil land. So it's a spell. Is it good enough?
It's close.
I think that's another prismatic ending.
Ah.
Yeah.
And it was decided that that was not good enough.
Right. So Luna does have a Solitude in hand. Might want to just go ahead and get that frog off the battlefield here. No way for Jihao to protect the removal effect. Can't force a negation to Solitude, and you're totally tapped out, so you can't Ephemerate.
It just feel risky to leave the frog around.
Right. Yeah, especially if you can somehow let, if Jihao untaps, right, you just have an extra way to protect the Psychic Frog.
Right.
Jihao really went all out on his cards. Just did like a Google search on alternate art and then just put it all into his deck.
Yeah, there are many ways to express yourself in our
Sure. Okay. Attacking just to see if Jihao will discard a card to eat it. It's free, look at it. But of course Jihao knows, I mean, Luna put a Solitude into the graveyard, right? It's just so likely that she has one here.
Right.
So you're at 25 life too. You can just take the 2.
Also 5 mana.
Right. All right, well, Jihao is gonna force the action here. It's like, okay, if you're gonna Solitude, I'm gonna make you Solitude, and I'm just gonna discard a card that I don't need. Luna's like, all right, well.
All Solitude.
I'm fine with this as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Subtlety, okay.
Oh, sweet.
Wow.
We were just talking about how Force of Negation, those type of spells
That doesn't
don't work on
work.
Solitude. But
Right.
Subtlety does.
Subtlety does, oof.
So now the frog gets to just Haumph.
And Subtlety, by the way, was not revealed by the Atraxa.
No, it was not.
Wow.
That's brutal. Also, hard cast Solitude, so that's all the mana for the turn here for Luna. And now this is also a hit from the frog.
Yeah. Still has that Faithful Mending in the graveyard as well. Cycle through deck. And also Teferi, which shuts off all the instant speed shenanigans.
Jihao gonna crack another fetch for land number 5.
Okay.
Wow, that's Subtlety.
That Subtlety was so strong. Because the thing, right? You're at such a high life total. You have to think, why would he do this?
Right.
Does he just have so many lands in hand that he doesn't care? Which is believable if you're on Luna's side. You're like, well, he's fine with this as long as he just gets you to use it. But at the same time, wow, if you do have that Subtlety, it is such a blowout.
Yeah, it's really funny seeing that decision tree because that was all over 2 damage with a player at 24 life.
By the way, 1 Subtlety in the sideboard. Just the 1.
Yeah, you can't do anything about that if you're Luna's seed.
Right. There is
that Teferi Time Raveler?
That is the Teferi Time Raveler.
Alternate.
Oh yeah.
Old frame.
100%.
That looks pretty sweet as an old frame card.
Yeah. Drawing a card. Keeps up white mana. If you draw Thoughtseize or Ephemerate, so Godless Shrine is the land that you want to keep up. A lot of lands actually in Jiao's hand. Did Luna put the Solitude on top?
I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, did. And now you can't flash the Solitude in.
Because of Teferi?
Yeah, because of Teferi. So you just kind of have to
just main.
Jam what you need to here main phase. And I mean, that was the 1 Subtlety, so there's nothing else really other than, of course, Ephemerate on the Psychic Frog.
Just to save it?
Yeah. Because then on the following turn, you know what Jihao can do with the Psychic Frog?
What's that?
Jump it.
Nice, because frogs jump.
Yeah.
Good job, Paul.
Yep. I'm learning.
Flavor.
Yeah, but tough spot here. Jihao has 2 very powerful permanents in play. Luna needs to find some way to answer both. Does have the Solitude for the Psychic Frog.
Is she going to fire it off here?
Also had Angel in hand, so maybe you could get a Mockingbird and just copy Psychic Frog. That's another option.
Yep, we're going to see that main phase Solitude.
Yeah, it's like, I hope you don't have it. Don't Ephemerate it. And it works.
It works. Okay, so that frog finally off the battlefield.
And I think Jiao is kind of flooded here.
A little out of gas?
Right. So now we might have to...
Interesting.
He might have to lean on that Faithful Mending in Graveyard. I do actually see a Goryo's Vengeance in hand.
Yeah, is there just nothing good to get?
But I do see a Quantum Riddler as well.
Okay.
Okay, so you can play it, right? You can just play it here, or you can warp it, but he doesn't currently have any way to blink it. Alternatively, you can just maybe hope to find a big thing and then just flash back Faithful Mending and see if maybe you hit something big to Goryo's Vengeance into play this turn.
First things first, Polluted Delta is going to get cracked. Jiao really going through the lands here.
Yeah, I mean, these Surveil lands have been such a good addition. So many combo decks. Being able to surveil is so powerful here, especially with these graveyard-based strategies.
Yeah, I didn't think that the mana bases in Modern could get better.
Oh, it did.
And then they did.
Okay. Doesn't need the second copy of Goryo's Vengeance here. Okay, so Jiao now down to the Quantum Riddler and a Goryo's Vengeance as action cards here. The issue is if you just cast the Quantum Riddler, if Luna has just a way to blink this. Oh, but going for it. Hoping Luna doesn't have a way to get the Riddler off the battlefield here, because if Luna has some way to kill the Riddler and you can attack the Teferi, that would be very strong.
Is there a way?
So I see Ophelia, but of course that is a delayed blink effect, so that wouldn't work here. I don't think Luna has something here.
Starfield Shepherd.
Right.
Mist Caller.
Okay, I mean, that is an answer to Goryo's Vengeance shenanigans, right?
Yes.
You play this, and if they try to Goryo's Vengeance, you can just sacrifice the Mist Caller as a nice little answer. But right now, that Quantum Riddler is also a very, very big problem.
Right, that's the more pressing issue. Also, what you mentioned, Paul, just being able to clear that out of the way and kill Teferi would be so nice.
Yeah, I think we're just playing Mist Caller and then a main phase Philia. Given that Teferi is in play, you just have to play it on your turn, right?
Right. But that's it.
Yeah, that is it.
No,
so
the Riddler's still there.
So Jiao went for the Riddler here. It is in play. Oh, and I believe that was an Atraxa. Are one of the lands a Hedge Maze that's in play?
Oh,
it's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
But this deck plays one copy of Hedge Maze because if the games get grindy like this,
then you
when
want
you
that
hit
green?
7 mana, you can just hard cast the Atraxa.
Wow. And this is land number 7 coming down for Jiao as well. Is there anything left to get? It's been a lot of fetching.
I would hope that the deck has 7 lands to cast Atraxa. So I would say minimum it probably has, unless there are some lands in the graveyard. Okay, so there is a land for Jiao. And yeah, I think that is a Hedge Maze, and that is a hard cast
Atraxa.
There it is.
Oh, man.
Wow. More
This caller, eat your heart out.
Yeah?
This is huge
This
for
is so
Jiao.
much action. Just separate. Oh, hits a lot of creatures, actually, and you can only choose one of them.
And that's Prismatic ending there on the...
I think that might be an Ephemerate because he put it with the Faithful Mending. So I think those are instants. There's the land, and then there's...
Wow. So it's going to be
3 cards.
A creature, an Ephemerate, and a land?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It's actually on the low end.
Yeah. It's just
Probably
the 7/7 flying lifelinker that drew 3 cards. Yes, but it can go crazy, right?
Right.
You can certainly draw way more cards. We've seen Jiao draw 6 cards.
Right. And with Ephemerate,
right,
coming maybe next turn.
I mean, you could also just take Atraxa in case this one dies and just play another one. That's also an option. But also just firing off Solitude. And with Teferi in play, you know that Luna can't do anything in response, so you can just kill the Philia.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happens here, Paul. Main phase, evoke Solitude.
Wait, how is he casting this?
He exiled the Ephemerate.
Oh, okay. Oh, with the Solitude, excuse me. I thought he was casting the Ephemerate. Yeah.
Yeah, other way around.
Right.
Yeah, just getting that Philia off the battlefield. No shenanigans there from Luna.
Yeah, and this just, I think this is just far too much to handle. Like, you have the graveyard angle, but what does it matter when your opponent can just start hard casting all of the big creatures at this point in the game? All right, playing the Shepherd.
Playing the Shepherd from Warp Exile.
Yeah, what are we fetching? A Mockingbird? Not sure Ocelot Pride does a whole lot here. Okay, Guide of Souls.
Does that do a lot here?
Not at all. Not enough, at least.
Right. Yeah, Jihao has been able to do much more powerful things this game, but still hasn't quite gotten to that tipping point, you know, where it's like multiple triggers off of these card draw engines.
Right. But Luna
it feels pretty close.
Right, but Luna is down to 12, and Jihao just needs to just start getting in with these big flyers, and the game will be over pretty quickly. Oh, flashback, Faithful Mending, okay. Looking for more action. Also, if you have a bunch of lands, you kind of want to just get down to one if possible. It's hard when you're casting Atraxas, but that way you just get more value off of the Quantum Riddler.
2 more lands hit the graveyard there.
Yeah,
has seen a lot of lands go through.
Yeah, I mean, we are at the point now where Jihao is probably running out of actual fetchable lands.
Yeah.
So attack for 11 here.
Yeah.
Yep. Gain 7, go to 33.
Chump block.
Take 4, go to 8. All right.
3 to 8.
Wonder if Jihao has. See another land. Teferi. I think you just want to tick it up here. There's nothing you really want to bounce here.
And he even plays a basic swamp and says go.
Yeah, I think that might put him down to 1 card. No, 2 cards. It's a Goryo's Vengeance and something, I think. Yeah, what can Luna even find here? I suppose an Ephemerate, just some way to get that Atrax off the battlefield would be a start. Or just another Solitude to cast. Okay.
But not Ophelia.
An Ocelot Pride is just not enough.
Rough.
Now, you can go Guide of Souls into Ocelot Pride, and you will have the city's blessing. So you'll gain a decent amount of life and make a decent amount of tokens here. The issue is they don't fly.
Right. Get the energy rolling as well.
Yeah, so you get 2 tokens now, right? Okay, gaining some more life. All right. Oh, I suppose you can Mockingbird the Ocelot Pride and make a trillion tokens. Not a trillion, but lots this turn. Okay. This is going to be a lot of triggers. We're going to see a lot of tokens get made by the Ocelot Prides here, which will then trigger the Guide of Souls, which will then help pad Luna's life total, where the flyers actually won't be lethal here. And Jihao just doesn't really have any removal here, I don't think. So
right, there's flying blocker.
So I'll do the life gain after. Alright, so trigger the first one, I get 2, trigger the second one, and then I get...
Holy smokes, you are not kidding, Paul.
Right, I get 1, and plus 1, and 1, plus 3.
6 tokens?
6 tokens. Gain 6. 9 energy. Okay. Wow.
That was a heck of a turn for Luna, but...
I mean, especially with just like your army of 1-drops too, no less.
No kidding. The amount of mana paid to get this board state is astounding.
That was a Psychic Frog.
Tiny amount.
I mean, Jihao can start digging here, though. because you do have that Psychic Frog. You have the Quantum Riddler in play. You can discard down to 1 card, then minus the Teferi, and then that'll draw you 2 cards. Wonder if Jihao potentially has any sweeper type effects out of the sideboard. There are Wrath of the Skies, and if he can just find a Wrath of the Skies, that probably just seals the deal.
Just finish the game
right
in the air. Who wins if the game keeps going the direction it's been going here? Like this is
I would give it to
Jihao?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Luna's gaining, feels like Luna's gaining more than enough life to just be okay taking all this damage. And I mean, at some point, Luna's just going to have so many tokens in play where, you know, this could be a spot where Luna could maybe turn it around.
Wow.
I remember I was talking to, Nassif about this particular matchup, and he was saying, yeah, I mean, the matchup can be tough, but sometimes they just can't, they can do their thing, but they don't just kill you immediately, right? Jihao has done the thing.
Yes.
He's played Atraxa, gotten to play multiple times, actually.
Yes.
Luna's still in this because, Luna's just able to gain a bunch of life, and if you don't have enough interaction, like, maybe you can find a way to grind through this.
Teferi was used to bounce the guide.
Did he discard with the Psychic Frog? No, it doesn't have a Psychic Frog, excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks like a Wrath of the Skies, Marshall. That's
really?
That's gotta do it. That is so big.
Sacrifice the Mistcaller.
Cat's down.
Destroy each artifact, creature, and enchantment with mana value.
1. We'll go with 1.
1.
1 or less.
And that is going to do it. Jihao G finds that critical spell. You called that one out, Paul. And it did make the difference that time. As you said, maybe the scales were starting to shift ever so slightly back in Luna's direction, even though that game looked pretty lost there in the middle part.
But I actually, and that's the thing. This is why this is the matchup that they did not want to play against. But you also saw Luna really put up a great fight in that last game.
Definitely.
Grinding through multiple Atraxas. And actually, Jihao kind of needed to find that Wrath of the Skies to really close out the game. I think game 1, if that game goes in a similar manner, Jihao's deck doesn't have any sweepers in the main. So that is a spot where maybe the blue-white deck can make 1 million tokens, gain 1 million life, and just grind through your opponent. But after sideboard, once the deck brings in 2 copies of Wrath of the Skies,
that's tough.
With Atraxas, you're eventually just going to find it, and it's just going to be really hard to close out the game.
And that's what ended up happening there. We've got a little bit more Modern to bring you this round. We've actually got a Game 3 decider between Matthias Leverato and Mark Peral. And as we come into the match, Tameshi Belcher versus Azorius. Control, Paul.
Azorius Control.
We'll see. We'll see about that.
Didn't think I would see too many copies of Control. There's just, the problem with Control in a format as diverse as Modern is you can't target every deck, right? So you're just going to have cards that are not going to be good enough in a lot of different matchups. Now, previously, Control decks were more viable because you could play cards like the One Ring, where it doesn't matter if you draw a bunch of bad cards, you're drawing so many cards, it's fine. But the blue-white decks don't have that as an option anymore.
Also, I misspoke. This is game 2. Mark Peral having picked up game number 1. And as you can see, we're joining in progress.
It looks like Narset here. This is a board.
This is a heck of a board.
Yeah, we have a Tameshi here. There's 3 Lotus Blooms, and I guess they're exiled. Perhaps Matthias cast an Orim's Chant before they all resolved. Because they're just exiled, right?
Yeah, they are, and there is one over on the side there.
But Tameshi, if you can find another bloom and get it into the yard, you can start. Each land basically turns into a ritual effect. You pay 1 mana and then get a Lotus Bloom from your graveyard into play, and then you draw a card on the first activation every turn as well. But of course, with Narset in play, you can't draw the cards.
The extra ones. There's Tameshi.
Is Tameshi going to attack? It might just trade with a Kahira here. Also, there's a Disruptor Flute on Belcher, so Mark's got a lot that he needs to fight through. Yep, that makes sense.
Mark looks like, he's taking the non-traditional route of just attacking. Oh, and there's a replacement Tameshi as well.
Okay. Oh, sacrificed the hope of Girapur. Oh, and getting it back. Okay. Getting scrappy.
When you sign up your list with Tameshi Belcher, slamming in there with Tameshi wasn't really top of the order.
Yeah.
But here we are. Down to 9 is Leverado.
I mean, and one thing that can happen too, once you deal with the Narset, is if you have a Seagate Restoration, you can just cast that and just draw a bunch of cards. I mean, we this looks like this already looks like it's been a very odd game.
Yes. Is this one of those ones where we're in game 2 here, Leverado completely changes his deck composition to not really care about, this type of thing, getting beaten down, and has all these like laser focused sideboard cards or whatever, and then somehow random 1/1s and 2/3s just chip down to 9.
If you just board out all your removal and your
Right.
hand is just all counter spells and they just start playing Thunder Trap Trainers and Tameshis, I mean, sometimes those are still very good at cracking away at the Planeswalkers.
Really funny. And by the way, that's what happened here. You saw the Narset get minused and then also just take 2. 1 damage crept through to Matthias there.
We're going to see a 1/4 Philagi Archaeologist.
Yeah. Oh.
Thunder Trap Trainer. That's better because
it already has
the power and you get the card.
It's like cheating.
I know.
You get both.
All right, Disrupting Shoal. More free counters.
So now he's just trying to protect his board state.
Yep. It's a Seagate Restoration.
This is funny.
Yeah, and I can't imagine Matthias boarded or kept in Supreme Verdict after sideboard.
Right.
You're just going to probably keep some spot removal spells at best.
So Mark feels just fine.
Yeah.
Flooding the board with these little 0 and 1 power creatures. Right. I mean, what is there, 4 power out there? Is 2 turn clock?
Yeah.
Is this happening?
How was Mark down to 8?
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah, what did he do?
Taking a lot of damage from his lands, maybe.
Maybe the ones that do 3. Did he just concede?
I think he just conceded. He's like, you know what? I can't beat a 3-2.
Don't have answers?
I can't beat a 3-2. Wow.
Wow. Mark Peral finds the route to victory going against the namesake of his list.
Yeah, the thing is, the Belcher deck doesn't really have a great backup plan, but I guess this could be one of them in this particular matchup. Sometimes you can just attack.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you're still probably in the not great backup plan territory, but there was a backup plan.
There at least was something there, and it was just tough because Matthias's hand just didn't have a whole lot going for it there. So it's like but it's crazy just because you can't imagine you're playing against the Belcher deck. You have a Disruptor Flute on Belcher, and you still somehow lose the game.
You lose the
That's
game.
like a little bit of a head scratcher.
Like
it's
getting
rough.
beaten down. Yeah, a lot of the times it is true that if you bring a narrowly focused combo deck, they just often don't have a plan B.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. A lot of decks just fold to the one key sideboard card that if left unchecked, their deck just doesn't do anything, but that just wasn't the case here. 2 3s and 1/1s, baby. That's how you get it done. All right, well, that's going to do it for us this round in the booth. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be back with the news desk. We'll be back with more right after this.
Magic Spotlight, the Avatar today, coming to Atlanta, Georgia and Lyon, France. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. What's up, friendos? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, live from Atlanta, Georgia. A look at the command zone here as well for MagicCon. Thousands of players here playing Magic in all of its various forms. Lots of cool stuff to see out on the floor. Tons of artists, lots of gear, content creators, pictures of dragons. What more do you want? Here's a look at the Pro Tour area where the serious stuff is going down. That's right, we are playing Pro Tour Edge of Eternities this weekend. Draft and Modern Action. 300 players joining us this weekend, all competing for the title. Maria Bretholdi here at the News Desk with you, alongside Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney. We played 5 rounds. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out who is still undefeated in our tournament. It is 9 players currently with an unblemished record. Some big names among them as well. Matt Costa currently sitting at 5-0. Arnett Huschenbett sitting at 5-0. Johnny Gutman sitting at 5-0. Your Neon Dynasty Championship top 8er there in 2022. Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura also sitting at 5-0.
Go!
You love to see it from Shuhei. Jason Yee, the draft master, currently sitting at 4-1 alongside Mati Kuzma, also an excellent player at 4-1 in the tournament. Let's take a look at some more standings here as we work our way down the leaderboard. Gab Nassif doing very well here at the start of the tournament. Another Hall of Famer, currently starting out 4-1. Carl Serap currently sitting at 4-1. Daniel Getchell 4-1. Tony Portolon 4-1. So a great start to the tournament for all of these players here today. Well, one player who's having a good tournament as well is none other than Mark Perel, who won over Matias Laverato last round, currently sitting at 4-1. Talk to Ailey after his big win.
I'm here with Mark Perel, who has picked up a pretty convincing victory in a really, really grindy matchup there against Matias Laverato. Tell us a bit about it. How'd it go?
Yeah, so game 1 was very close, but I could catch the win. And then in game 2, there's an interesting tech in our sideboard, which is Hope of Gerapur. And it went pretty well against blue-white. We can lock them out with Tomeshi. And the thing is that there was a close turn where so my opponent played Orange Chant on my turn, and I forgot that they had paid the kicker. And yeah, it almost broke my lock, but they didn't find an answer for it, so we could get the win, 2-0.
Awesome. 2-0, it's great to do that. And then Worldly Council is having an excellent day so far. You guys are putting up really solid results. How's the overall morale feeling with the team?
So, of course, we always start strong because we start with limited. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think people is happy with the testing, with the result. We also had a lot of fun in the house, so perfect.
And after all, Magic is a game, so we want to have fun. I hope that the rest of the rounds are super fun for you guys, and best of luck for the following.
Thank you.
Well, we're into the modern rounds here on day 1 of competition, and it's been a year since we've had a modern Pro Tour. So we're going to check in on some of the modern mainstays, cards that you're likely to see in the format. We've got different categories that we're going to show off as well. Ailey, you are kicking us off.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look at some of our mainstays that you're going to see a bunch of this weekend because they're in the most played decks, starting with Gorya's Vengeance. We're going to see Gristlebrand a bunch, Goblin Charbelcher, which always makes me chuckle because it's funny to call a deck Belcher, and Lotus Bloom, which has been around forever. I mean, this card helped Stan Sifka to a 15-1 record in 2012 to win Pro Tour Return to Ravnica. So, sweet deck. It's called Eggs or Second Breakfast or whatever the heck you want to call it, but it looked like a lot of fun.
Deck names were different back then. We'll say that for sure. So looking at some of the other modern mainstays, we'll take a look at our next slide here. And that is going to be kind of everybody's favorite lands. They are the Urza lands here. Coming up next, it's going to be Urza's power plant, the tower, the mine, as well as Urza Saga. And let me tell you, y'all, this was the very first modern deck that I ever played.
Yeah. Oh, it's for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah. It was at a state tournament in 07. I had to walk uphill both ways to play the tournament, you know. It's a lot of fun for exactly me and not my opponents. So,
why is it called Tron?
Because you assemble them and you got Tron all good to go. I really don't know. I'm sure there's a better name for it, but.
Let's take a look at some more Modern mainstays here that we're seeing a lot of this weekend. And if you've taken a break from Modern, guess what? These cards still around. Welcome back as well to Mox Opal. Hey, we missed ya. Bringing an Affinity back with you. It wouldn't be Modern without Affinity, quite honestly. It also wouldn't be Modern without Thoughtseize. Still hanging around and prime time on this list as well, enabling degenerate combos for years and still is here this weekend. Plus the new hotness in Modern, free spells. We said goodbye to Fury, we said goodbye to Grief, but Solitude remains here with us. There's
Last man standing, huh?
Yeah, there we go.
Kinda.
And I will say, Mox Opal brought back Affinity, but it took away Underworld Breach from me. So I, love-hate relationship with it. Is that your violin?
Tiniest violin.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've been talking about sideboarding because sideboarding, of course, very, very important in Modern. And Corey, you've been showing us some of the most popular decks and how to sideboard different matches. And we're going to talk about Esper Goryo's up next.
Yeah, let's take a look. And, I picked this deck kind of going into this beforehand, but I picked Arno Huschenbest's list, who he's doing quite well.
Undefeated.
Exactly, as he's dominating the top table. So this is the deck list we're going to be taking a look at. We're going to be focusing on the sideboard here up against 3 other kind of stock lists. So let's take a look at the sideboard and then take a look at our first opponent, which is Steve Stillman playing Boros Energy. So we'll take a look at Steve's list, take a look at the sideboard as well, and kind of predict what we are going to have to prepare for. Number 1, Surgical Extraction, basically the best card against these Gorios decks. Pretty hard to interact with, but other cards we can interact with are the Ghost Vacuums and other permanent-based disruption. So let's take a look back at Arna's list and see the sideboard and what we would bring in. So step number 1, I want to bring in anything that kills creatures. Pest Control, Wrath of the Skies, these are the best cards against Boros Energy. We're going to see them in a lot of deck lists. I also love Fatal Push and Celestial Purge. Purge, not everybody would bring in, but I hate losing to Blood Moon so much that I'm bringing it in.
Same, bro.
100%.
Does it make you see red?
It makes me see all red, and I hate it so very much. Our next deck list, our next opponent is going to be Christian Baker on Tameshi Belcher. Let's look at the sideboard here and see what we're going to have to prepare against. The main thing here is Belcher is going to be a faster combo deck than Esper Gorios. So Esper Gorios has to pivot into this more controlling role. So let's take a look back at Arna's sideboard and see how we want to board for this one. Number 1 for me is kind of what I need to take out of the deck. I do not want Solitudes. I do not want Prismatic Ending. Anything that kills a creature, get it out of there. Belcher doesn't play any reasonable creatures you want to deal with. I want to bring in Consigns. Those are great against Goblin Char Belcher. Mystical Disputes are great against the mono blue deck. I know this is revolutionary right here. And then you also want these Teferi Time Ravelers, as if you can ever get a Lotus Bloom on Suspend and have it stay there, ooh, chef's kiss. That's a real nice one. Let's take a look at our last matchup. This is going to be Ben Stark here on an Is It Affinity list. Let's take a look at Ben's sideboard, see what's going to happen here. Major thing I want you to look at here is 3 Metallic Rebuke, 3 Spider Sense. So it gets my Spider Senses tingling that I need to deal with these different counter spells. So let's take a look back at Arna's list and see how we want to prepare for that. First and foremost, I want to bring in those Disputes for all those 6 counter spells. They can also counter Kappa Cannoneers, any other big blue spells like that. I also want the Wrath of the Skies and the Pest Controls here to deal with all the permanents that are left around. And then one little wrinkle here, we're going to take a look at Tristan Wild LaRue's version of Is It Affinity. This one's a little different. We see no counter spells in the main deck. We'll take a look at the sideboard where we only see a total of 3 counter spells. So we'll go back to Arna's list one more time. And what does this change for us? For me, if I'm on the draw against this list, I probably don't want as many Mystical Disputes, or maybe any of them, because if your opponent dumps their hand, you're held up with Mystical Disputes and no counter spells to counter. It gets a lot worse. So these are different examples of a same deck that you need to be adjusting for when you're playing an open deck list tournament like the Pro Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Super valuable stuff there. Thank you so much, Corey, for a look at sideboarding. Let's take a look at our feature match here for the next round of play here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. It's a good one. Both players still undefeated. Matt Costa up against Shuhei Nakamura. Jeskai Blink versus Is It Affinity. Let's get to meet the players. Matt Costa, 7 Grand Prix top 8s and 1 win to his name. Had a top 8 at Pro Tour Dark Ascension in 2012. Went 10-6 at the last Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Season goal, win a Pro Tour or Worlds. All right, Matt, you're certainly in good shape to do that here this weekend as far as the Pro Tour is concerned. Take a look at Shuhei Nakamura, who's been playing the game forever, started playing in 1995. 33 Grand Prix top 8s and 7 wins, meaning he's tied for the all-time Grand Prix win record with Kai Buda and Yuya Watanabe. So some good company to be in there for Shuhei. 6 Pro Tour top 8s to his name as well, but no win.
Ooh, okay. All right. I think it's about time. Right.
Until now, dun dun dun.
Foreshadowing. This is all scripted, by the way.
Exactly,
so, you know.
yeah.
Let's take a look at the decks, Corey.
Okay, so let's take a look at the decks here, starting with Matt Costa's list here. This is the Jeskai Blink list. Well, not a lot of players are playing. The rest of his team really played that Azorius Blink deck that we just saw from Luna here not too long ago. But Matthew deciding to play Flage. Powerful card. Hard to argue with that one. I mean, you're kind of combining the good stuff here from the Boros Energy decks with the good stuff from the Blink decks. A deck we really haven't seen a lot of, but there are some beautiful combos here. Philia is extraordinarily awesome in this deck, and you can blink out some of your stuff. One thing to look out for here, too, is Philia can blink out your opponent's things, and then you can consign that trigger coming back, so
it's
you
so
just
gross. Oh,
never get to get it back. Like, all the nice things you got across the table, you don't get those back. No fun allowed. Now let's take a look at the opponent here. Shuhei Nakamura playing Is It Affinity? And all right, there is some spicy stuff here. We got the weapons manufacturing to be able to sacrifice that.
Oh, yeah, I love that card.
You do love that card.
I do.
That is your jam. But you're trying to just get your stuff out as fast as possible, use the really powerful draws from Pinnacle Emissary, and crank out a Captain Cannoneer as fast as possible and try to win the game that way.
All right, 2 sweet lists here. Corey, what do you like?
You know, I think I like the Is It Affinity deck. I think the Blink deck is really good against those really fair decks, but I think if Shuhei can have one of these kind of busted decks where he gets Kappa going and has a really fast start, I think he'll be able to take this down.
How dare you bet against the good girl?
All right, I think Matt Costa is going to take this down, and it should be very easy. I got you.
All right, round number 6 is on the way. Let's find out what happens. Riley and Cedric are in the booth with the call.
Thanks very much, Maria. Yes, welcome back here to the booth with me, Riley Knight, and joining me, Cedric Phillips. Once again, Cedi, we're heading down to our feature match area for this matchup. You played a little bit, or you chatted with Matt Costa about his Jeskai Blink list.
Did I?
And you played a couple of games as well?
I played some pickup games against Matt Nash yesterday. Nash and Costa, teammates, good friends. Matt Nash was playing Goryo's Vengeance, and I was playing with Costa's Jeskai strategy. We're going to see here in a moment. I'm not sure I dealt Matt a pointed damage.
Okay, not ideal.
Not ideal.
Not ideal.
But Matt Costa, clearly much better playing this deck that he brewed up.
Yeah.
He's the only one on his team playing it.
Yeah.
And he's got some combos, which I'm really excited to see.
All right, well, let's get into it. Let's get into our next round here as we head down to our feature match area for round number 6. We've already met our players, of course, at the desk. Matt Costa on this Jeskai Blink list, which obviously has got a lot of ins and outs to it that we'll get across. But Shuhei Nakamura also playing an affinity deck that has its own sort of direction. It's got its own bit of stank on it.
So, you and I watched Affinity a little bit earlier
in
the hands of Ben Stark, and we saw what Pinnacle Emissary can do and how it can very quickly be undone by the card Fire Magic. So we saw that a little bit earlier. Now, Costa does not have a copy of Fire Magic in his 75. We'll get to that when we get to the sideboard of games. But what's notable about this Affinity deck, the stank on it is number 1 because we got copies of Engineered Explosives, and we've got Claws of Gix and Weapons Manufacturing and a bunch of cards that Shuhei did not register on accident. That much I'm sure of. The other thing that's notable here for me is that Shuhei doesn't really play decks that look like this very often.
It's a bit uncharacteristic of him as a player.
Yes, not opposed to playing a strategy like Mono Red Aggro, and I believe that Shuhei has a pretty wide range, but something that's kind of so all-in like this, it's not what I think of when I think of Shuhei Nakamura, which means to me that he is a very big believer in what this deck is doing, and that means he believes in the power level
it's a vote of
this deck.
It's a vote of confidence for
huge vote of confidence.
But he is playing a deck. He's playing a version of this deck that is a little unusual, which we'll explore as the match unfolds. But Cedric, you mentioned before that there are some combos in Matt Costa's deck. We've seen Blink decks. We've got Esper Blink. We've got a couple of Azorius Blink decks flying around. But the Jeskai Blink deck has a couple of combos that people may not be aware of.
Yeah, so the combos here, you know, we've got Flage plus Consign to Memory, which means you can counter the escape trigger, which means Flage is going to stay on the battlefield. You got Ophelia blinking your opponent's stuff alongside Consign, which is very nice. Corey mentioned that at the desk.
So these sort of 2-card combos,
yes.
Flage plus Consign, Ophelia plus Consign.
Yeah. Solitude plus Ephemerate, that one's an oldie but a goodie.
Pretty classic 2-card combo.
And Matt's favorite combo, and one could argue Magic's best combo, which is Ragavan and an untapped red source.
Wow.
Yes. Those are Matt's words, not mine. Just so we're clear.
Groundbreaking approach to combination gaming here from Matt Costa. Mountain Ragavan. Thanks for coming.
No, it's kind of like the combination that we're seeing here right now, which is Pinnacle Emissary and an island.
And an island. Yeah. Well,
looking pretty deadly.
There's a few other little bits and pieces that need to come together.
Maybe a little.
Mox Opal is still a good card. Who knew? But no, this is fantastic stuff here for Shuhei, who is showing the power of this new card from Edge of Eternities. Pinnacle Emissary has already really cut its teeth in Modern. I think it's here to stay.
Yes, this thing is the real deal. The warp on this card has made these new affinity decks incredibly powerful. Now, the thing that's one of the things, excuse me, that's unique about Shuhei's deck is what are the 0-mana artifacts that Shuhei wants to play, and what are the cheap artifacts that he wants to play to enable the Emissary? When we watched Ben Stark, we saw a lot of Memnites and Ornithopters and stuff like that. I mentioned a little bit earlier, copies of Engineered Explosives, Claws of Gix.
Oh, yeah.
Just some cards that we don't associate with Affinity at all are hanging out in the main deck here by Nakamura. There's 3 copies of Tormod's Crypt because Goryo's Vengeance is a thing here this weekend. So when I say that this is a vote of confidence in this strategy, we don't see Shuhei do stuff like this very often, and we don't see a build like this very often of this strategy.
So Pithing Needle here, and Matt Costa cracks his Flooded Strand in response to this card being on the stack, because if the Pithing Needle hits the battlefield, it's too late.
Yep.
Right. It's I believe that when the Pithing Needle, it's not a when trigger. That trigger doesn't get put in the stack. When the Pithing Needle is on the battlefield, and if you've got an uncracked fetch, they can just name that fetch land, and it's just a blank piece of cardboard.
That is correct.
So Matthew Costa wisely cracking his Flooded Strand in response to the Pithing Needle, which I think is named Scalding Tarn.
That is correct. So Shuhei pointed to the Scalding Tarn that was put in the graveyard after the Surveil land came in and binned the Scalding Tarn off the top. So there's a Needle on Scalding Tarn. There's an Engineered Explosive, Sunburst 0. There are 4 little bozos on the battlefield, thanks to the Emissary, and a land and a Mox Opal. So this start, it's not a Kappa Cannoneer start, but this start is why you play this strategy.
Yes, yes. Now, for all the nerds in the chat who like numbers, we can all feel superior to Shuhei Nakamura looking at the deck list, realizing that there are 4 Flooded Strands in Matt Costa's deck and only 3 Scalding Tarns.
Tricky.
So, bet Shuhei's going to feel some yoke on his face after that.
Yeah, after being up a game.
After that particular choice there. But no, obviously sniping a fetch land if you manage to, and as a Flooded Strand also gets played here by Matt Costa as well. It can be lethal. It can be brutal.
Yeah.
Just randomly naming a fetch land and then having the opponent draw it. Like in a matchup where Pithing Needle isn't doing a lot, hosing a land can be huge,
and
obviously.
It's very important to note, because we are in an open deck list tournament, Shuhei gets access to Costa's deck list to see, okay, what can I name with Pithing Needle?
Yeah.
And if you take a look at Matt's deck list, we have them in front of us that you can't see us. There's really nothing to name of consequence. So trying to get a little lucky by naming a fetch land is the best that the Pithing Needle can do.
You could name Flage, and then can they not escape it, I think, because that's an ability?
That's casting it. You can escape it. I'm pretty confident on that.
It's still casting it with escape. Yeah, it's not different. Okay, yeah, you may cast this card. Okay, well, there you go. Well, the Pithing Needle not at its best in this situation, but it is another artifact on the battlefield. It triggers the Emissary. It can do some good stuff with the Construct tokens made by Urza Saga.
And frankly, it's not ideal, but it's good enough. Look, it's in the deck because it's something that can be found via Urza Saga.
Yes.
But there's, this is a matchup where it's not very good, but I look at it this way as it's a 1-mana 1/1 effectively alongside the Emissary. So you play the Needle, you trigger the Emissary, and you're able to make another 1/1. the difficult thing here for Matt is how to stabilize the game. Now, this is a great start. Flay's going to come in and take care of the Thought Monitor, gain a little bit of life. It's going to go to the graveyard. But you can already see that Matt's graveyard is pretty full.
Yeah.
I think there may be 5 cards alongside that Flay's now.
It can be, well, no, because of the Scalding Tarn in hand, it actually can't be. It's not guaranteed for next turn. But another land will do it. Another white land, or another red land, sorry.
Oh, well,
Tormod's Crypt, that's the end of that.
Oh, boy.
Okay, well, three copies of Tormod's Crypt in Shuhei's deck as well. And this is a card that's going to do a lot of work over the weekend. Even just sniping something like a Flage here is pretty good.
This, I don't like to call a game over before it's over. It's not. It's a bad coverage
He's
practice.
already reaching for that tool in the tool belt.
Coverage practice, but Shuhei's hand right now, multiple copies of Sink into Stupor.
Okay.
So any spells that Matt kind of tries to put on the stack, Shuhei gets to basically decide, am I scared of that or not scared of that? So
Any spells that matter here.
Correct, right? So it's like a Quantum Riddler. Do I care? As Shuhei just said, I don't.
You can warp that, that's fine.
Yep, so you can have a card.
Yeah.
And if Matt plays something of consequence, he can Sink into Stupor. If not, activate Urza Saga, make a construct.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's a lot of artifacts on the battlefield, so that construct's going to be quite large. So Shuhei is in a very enviable position right now.
So as you say, the construct readied by Shuhei Nakamura and brought into play. And it's huge. This thing is enormous. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
1, 2, 3. I'm counting 7. Explosives, Needle itself, plus 4 artifacts.
True.
Yeah, so I'm counting 7 right now. Saga's going to go up to 3. You imagine an artifact's coming there.
Is the Pinnacle Emissary, is that warped, is it?
Yeah, it's on the side.
Okay, sure. It's not tapped with 3 +1/+1 counters on it.
Not yet, at least.
Oh, it's not 3. That's a W for warp. It's not a 3.
No.
Yes, it's a double. It's like a round W on the side. Yeah.
I'm going to give it to you.
That's why they've done that.
I'm going to give it to you.
That's why they've done that for sure.
Another construct. Oh, so potentially another construct. But here's another thing I want to know. When we watched the previous match with Ben Stark and Matthias Leverato.
Yeah.
Leverato was blue-white control. We saw Supreme Verdicts.
Yeah.
We saw Teferis. We saw Orange Chance. We saw Fire Magic after Cyborg. What we saw were sweepers.
Yeah.
Costa ain't got none of those.
No.
Ain't got none of those.
No.
So once the battlefield starts looking like this for Nakamura, he knows that he's pretty safe to just go wide, go tall, just do whatever he wants. Get creatures on the battlefield because Costa doesn't have really a catch-all, especially in game 1, to solve this problem.
And this is showing us one of the key dimensions when playing with this affinity deck is its relationship with sweepers. Not a good relationship. No, a very bad relationship, I would say.
Yep.
Because Matt Costa's deck, as we've seen now, it's not going to be able to forestall this onslaught with its point removal. It's got Solitude. It's got Prismatic Ending. It's got Flage, Titan of Fire's Fury. It's got a card here that I'm not super familiar with. What is it? Lightning Bolt?
I don't know what that does.
Never heard of that
I'm not
card
familiar with that.
before. But 1-for-1 point removal is not going to get it done against Affinity.
Not really. The only one that's really going to matter against Affinity in my mind is if you can go like, hypothetical world we're living in, bolt your first creature, I don't know, maybe draw a card on turn 2, Flage something on turn 3, escape Flage on turn 4. Then you're kind of just playing like 1-for-1ing them into the ground, but also you have a 6/6 that's going to be gaining life and helix and things.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of draw that has to go really well. Another thing that can potentially happen is how good is it to play Solitude and Ephemerate it? That could be quite good. I don't think it's a game ender because if Shuhei goes super wide and then is able to kill the Solitude...
You getting rid of 1/1s? Like...
I mean, it may not be great, but it's better than what we're seeing thus far through one game.
Well, I think you're talking through what is the best case scenario in a situation like this, how you can try to leverage point removal. All right, so here's an interesting one in this is a Affinity list. This is weapons manufacturing, and this is the reason that we're seeing Claws of Gix in the deck. Cedric knows all about this interaction, so talk us through every element.
I know all about it. Of course I do. Okay, so weapons manufacturing, 2-mana enchantment. Boy, I'd love for it to come up on the screen. 2-mana enchantment.
And whenever a non-token artifact enters the battlefield,
you make a
munitions token.
Correct.
And the munitions token will only fire and do 2 damage to something when it leaves the battlefield, and it has no way to do that itself.
That's correct.
So that's why you need the Claws of Gix.
That's why you need Claws of Gix. That's why you need engineered explosives on 0.
True.
So you get the gears turning a little bit.
Yeah.
Engineered explosives on 0. You can find Claws of Gix via Urza's Saga.
Or by just raw dogging it and drawing it and playing it like that.
Correct.
Totally valid way to get on the battlefield.
This is a way to generate artifacts that are a little bit sticky to make your affinity cost go down, and also for Kappa Cannoneer for its improvise.
Yes.
So it's this weird enchantment that's kind of sticky, and it's like, well, is there any clean way to blow up these artifacts? And it's like, well, there's some unique ways.
It's kind of like a dodgy knockoff version of Pinnacle Emissary in the sense that it doubles all your artifacts. It gives you extra artifacts whenever you play them. It's just these artifacts require a little bit more work to actually get something out of them because they don't do damage. They can't just attack and block.
And it's clearly important enough that Costa used a
great point.
Used a prismatic ending to get it off of the battlefield. But you see that because these little things are a little sticky, like all right now, Shuhei's artifacts are just kind of, they're not doing anything, at least not yet, but it does reduce the cost of affinity for artifacts for a card like Thoughtcast and Thought Monitor.
Check this out as well. These munitions tokens, it's not when they're sacrificed, it's not when they go to the graveyard, it's nothing, it's when they leave.
Yeah.
So this is another hedge, I think, against a card like Temporary Lockdown.
Okay, sure.
Because if you play a Temporary Lockdown against all those 1/1s, right?
Yep.
Maybe they've got in for a point of damage, maybe they haven't, but they're gone.
Yep.
Right? Weapons manufacturing, these munitions tokens, they're hitting you for 2 on the way out. And that is true. That's significant.
This is true.
So all of a sudden those sweepers look a lot worse against a card like weapons manufacturing. You can't just sit there and like think you're safe, because if these munitions tokens leave the battlefield under any circumstances, bam, 2 to the dome.
Shuhei is like kind of cooking right now.
Yeah. Look, he's got the chef hat on.
Yeah.
You know, he's got the little rat under there pulling away at his hair. It's going real well.
A little Memnite, a little drum.
Yeah.
Picked up a copy of Pinnacle Emissary, which one could argue is the second best card in this deck now. I reserve first best for Mox Opal, of course.
Okay, all right.
But, you know, Pinnacle Emissary is a card that put this deck entirely back on the map, and now the deck is constructed around that card.
Because Mox Opal is just a good card, right? Like, whatever version of Affinity looks like, you don't have to build the deck. Well, you have to build the deck to support Mox Opal in the sense you need enough artifacts. But Pinnacle Emissary is looking for something very specific, right?
Yes.
Whereas Mox Opal is just like, oh, you want to play a bunch of artifacts? Great, put me in.
You're
Fred.
in there.
You know,
You're
I could throw a football over those mountains.
Uncle Rico showing up to the booth. Love that. Now, we talk about the one-for-oneing and Matt trying to kind of generate a bit of an advantage here. There's been a little bit of removal. Of course, we saw the Prismatic Ending take care of the weapons manufacturing. Great stuff. That's a start. You know, now I'm curious to see what comes next. Okay, this is a Quantum Riddler alongside probably Ephemerate.
Kind of air here. See that Blood Moon sitting in Shuhei's hand?
Yeah, getting it ready. Blood Moon's probably going to be pretty good this game.
Yeah.
You said last round we were that you like Blood Moon.
I love Blood Moon.
Okay.
I love Blood Moon. What are you talking about? I've liked Blood Moon since the days of like Splinter Twin. No, what was that? A Blood Moon or was that a Splinter Twin?
Both.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What do you like, winning matches too?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, the old Blue Moon decks where you'd play a bunch of Islands and Blood Moon. Oh man, those are the days.
Little bobble activation. We don't get a good look. Get that out of get that off the screen.
That's the closest ever. That is as close to the feature match area that Splinter Twin is going to get here this weekend. Let me tell you.
Are you kidding me?
I think 0 copies registered.
Almost assuredly.
0 copies registered.
Its time has come and gone.
No one even did it just for the jokes.
No. The memes, as it were. Yeah, I think we might be in Blood Moon territory here coming next turn. I mean, Shuhei's mana base looks pretty good right now. Springleaf Drum does solve a lot of problems as far as mana, like colored mana is concerned. Shuhei's going to draw 2 cards because of the Bobble Trigger, of course. And we could have another Pinnacle. We could have a Pinnacle Emissary plus Blood Moon turn here. And picked up a copy of Mox Opal, which of course is very good alongside Blood Moon.
And that's the other sort of get out of jail free card when you're playing Blood Moon. Springleaf Drum is fine, but Mox Opal's really where you want to be to make sure you've got it. And look, the mana requirements asked if you buy this deck are they're not particularly stringent.
No, I don't think so.
Like Affinity wants 1 red source, 1 blue source, and that's kind of it.
Pretty much. Nothing too wild.
Unless you're playing multiple thought casts or multiple thought monitors in a turn, it's not. It's never too arduous. Do you know what I like about Affinity though? Right? When I first started playing Magic, back in 2020, back in 2012, right? When Modern was sort of just starting out, people played this deck called Affinity, and it had no cards in it that had Affinity.
Yeah,
like Frog might have just been cut from it.
Mirror Enforcer long gone.
No, long gone. No one is playing any. And I remember being like, why is this deck called? Because there's like this. Okay, so there's this mechanic. There's like this mechanic that's called Affinity, and it's not really. But we're back. We're back, baby.
Oh, we're so back now.
We've got actual Affinity cards.
It's a bit of an homage, I would say. Here's Blood Moon. See, yeah, Matt's face is telling the story right now.
Yeah, he's not a happy chappy at this stage. He's got a Plains and 3 Mountains. And more than a couple of blue cards in hand as well. Right, Galvanic Blast.
Let's deal 4.
Okay, it's not quite going to do it. Have we got a way to... Oh, of course, we can sacrifice a munitions. I don't know what's funny about that. That's a legal play you can make in this game. What? All right, well, Cedric's doing that. No, we'll
I like when the whole dish comes together. That's
sure.
all. It's one of my favorite things about Magic.
He's just brought out a 4-foot pepper mill, and he's like,
you got the whole thing cooking.
Crack pepper on your Quantum Riddler, sir.
It's like, why did he register Claws of Gixton? Oh, I get it.
I see.
I get it.
You have to wait for the 3rd course, but it all comes together.
It's all
in the end.
here.
Chef Nakamura steps out of the kitchen. My compliments, sir. A fine dish you put together here.
Oh, Mike, you thought a 4-6 was going to be good? Not even close.
Nope, not enough. All right. And the good news is, not the fastest clock here from Shuhei, so we're going to get to enjoy this game.
Oh,
we get to really ease ourselves out of it here.
Let it tease the palate. I like that.
So what does Matthew Costa have to do here to get back into this game?
Flazia's start. Okay, well, let's you and I start here. Okay, basic check.
All right, let's have a look here
Let's
at the
start
list.
there.
We've got 2 swamps. 2 swamps? We have
I
0 swamps.
promise we don't have those.
We have 2 plains. It's very easy to, mix them up.
I got you.
Ben, guess how many basic islands?
That's not, the way you're asking me that, that's a 0.
0.
Okay, that's a donut on that
0.
one.
Big old goose egg.
Plains?
2.
Okay, so he's got both planes in play. All right, so my thought process here is Flasia is still an option, right? Because you got double planes and then the non-bases are mountains.
Yep.
So being able to escape that is a realistic avenue to be able to play this game. Fable, the goblin can make treasure tokens. It died, so that's not going to happen. Again, weapons manufacturing tokens, really cooking.
I forgot exactly. So,
Blood Moon? There's a saga. You up to date?
Yeah.
I think the players.
I cannot explain.
Okay, so let's talk through this interaction. So previously, before there was a rules change, if you played a Blood Moon and your opponent had an Urza Saga, the Urza Saga would just go to the graveyard, right? It would lose. I'm not going to pop the hood and talk about why.
You don't know
because
either.
I don't know, Cedric. That's my excuse.
That's fine.
But that was what happened under the old rules. Under the new rules, what happens now is, I think I'm right on this, the Urza Saga certainly stays on the battlefield.
Correct.
It can't gain any extra. It loses the ability to gain extra chapter, extra counters.
You're
right?
correct
It
again.
doesn't move through chapters, but it doesn't lose any of the abilities that it already had given to it by previous counters being put on it. In other words, it keeps the adding colorless ability. It will keep the construct ability if it gets to that chapter, which this one has not and will not.
Correct.
And then obviously if it gets to the 3rd one, that'll be sacrificed. So I think I got it. I think I did it. I'm getting a round of applause from Cedric Phillips.
You nailed it.
I finally managed to impress him.
No, I think they're...
No? Okay, not true. I will continue. I will endeavor to do that at some point for your viewing pleasure.
You're doing quite well.
I'm doing quite well.
Yes.
Ah, interesting.
I'm not going to... Okay, here we go.
It stays on 1. Correct. It does not increment Saga counters.
So this is like me taking my homework up to the teacher.
Yeah.
It's being marked
Did I
in
get
real
it right?
time.
Yeah, did I get it right?
Yeah.
If you have 1 or more chapter abilities, so it doesn't have 1, and that's why you don't win. So it's safe.
Okay. Can it currently make colorless mana? Or just red mana?
That's the one clarification. Is it colorless mana or red mana?
Or both.
Or both.
when
That's
does
fair.
one enter?
After the Urza Saga had already achieved its
We're
chapter.
in layering territory.
Yeah.
I'm really
We're
dialing
getting-
in now.
Yeah, I'm so interested.
Yes, please.
So the judge is conferring on that. This reminds me of in Year 7 when I took up my science test that we did in class to Mr. Merchant, who immediately marked it in front of me.
Okay.
And I felt cheated because it didn't take him very long. He should have, I was like, do that in your own time. It's a lot of pressure here for the judges to get
I
it
love some
correct.
good layering discourse. Layering aside, Matt Costa, ton of trouble right now. I think Flage is probably best draw on the deck. Actually, another good draw. He has a card in his sideboard that could be good here in Wrath of the Skies. So that's another one that could be delicious and nutritious in a situation like this. But okay, I think our judge is going to talk to us a little bit.
Correct.
From the first chapter.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. We're double checking this one. We'll sure you get the correct ruling.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
I believe that it does not currently make colors.
Okay.
Judges still going here, but I have a ruling in front of me.
Talk to me.
I have a ruling in front of me that I can share with you here. All right. Urza's Saga does not gain lore counters because only sagas with chapter abilities get those, and Blood Moon removes those as part of its effect.
Okay.
Urza's Saga does not get put in the graveyard as a state-based action, this is what used to happen, because this only happens to sagas with chapter abilities that have equal or more lore counters than their highest chapter number. Clear as mud.
Yep.
Urza's Saga can still tap for mana, since the effect from Blood Moon that removes its abilities does not undo the previously resolved chapter ability that adds the mana ability.
Got it.
So it would already be able to tap for red because it's a mountain, but it can also tap for colorless because of what I said before. If it already had been given that ability by a previous counter being put on it, for instance,
when it enters.
When it enters,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Or if it had got, not that this is the situation here to be clear, but had it got to chapter 2, it still would be able to make constructs.
Yep.
Super weird, obviously. When we start getting into layers and timestamps and all that sort of stuff, you know things are going to get a little skew-if, right? But this is, to the best of my knowledge, how it works.
And you asked why I like playing white aggressive decks.
Yeah, don't have to worry about any of this.
None of this ever comes up.
No. I play a Blood Moon, you're like, great, I'll tap my 5 planes.
That's right. That's right.
5, what am I talking about? I'll tap my 2 planes.
Hopefully. 5 means I've lost.
Yeah.
I like to keep it simple. Either you're dead or I'm dead.
But I obviously, look, this is a good time for us to talk about the fact that this is what the judges are here for.
Absolutely.
For calls like this, to go through to make sure they're getting it right, particularly at a tournament like the Pro Tour. And look, if players are going to sit here and ask these questions of judges at the Pro Tour, there is no reason that you, exalted viewer around the world, shouldn't be doing this at your LGS. This is what judges are for. They're here to help. Calling a judge is not an indictment on your opponent. It's not something that you should feel ashamed of or scared to do. It is a natural part of playing Magic, and you should do it. If you ever have a question, call a judge, have it clarified. I tell this story all the time. I once had a very, very well-known and well-respected player. I don't know if I should say his name.
You're not gonna.
I will. Maybe I will.
Okay.
I'll decide at the end of the anecdote.
Okay.
I was in the feature material watching this player, right? Multiple Pro Tour top 8s. This player called a judge over and clarified how trample damage works.
Oh, I like that.
I'm going to name this. I think I'm going to name this player. Okay, I'm going to write this player's name down, and you're going to tell me if you think I should say.
The pressure's on me.
Okay, I'm passing the note over to Cedric now. And I'm getting 2 thumbs up. So, Paul Rietzel, if you're offended by the fact that I outed you.
Paul would tell that story.
It's Cedric's fault.
Paul would tell that story smiling. He would.
Paul had lethal on board.
Okay, thank you.
He's attacking in. He just wanted to make sure. He called a judge over just to check that trample worked the way that it had worked for the last 18 years. You know that he was going to win this game, and he did.
Better safe than sorry.
And he did. All right, we move on now with this ruling having been clarified. The Urza Saga does stick around. That was a relatively recent rules update here. And it looks like, we've jumped over to another table here.
We just want to get a quick look at Gristlebrand just dump trucking someone.
Yeah, just heading to the buffet.
I imagine we'll head back to the other match in just a second.
Yeah, right. Just a very brief interlude here to our match with Mikey Bishara.
Yeah, this is a nice.
That's in there.
This is a nice live look in. Check out this Gristlebrand beatdown.
Just getting it done.
Yeah, I think that was against a Delighted Halfling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know who I'm backing in that matchup. Gristlebrand does not get the respect that he deserves these days.
Okay, this is not the first time you've mentioned.
We've had this conversation off camera, and we're going to have exactly the same conversation on camera now.
It's just not true.
What do you mean?
It's not true.
Do you think Gristlebrand gets the respect that card deserves?
Yes.
Do you feel like Gristlebrand has had an arc, like a sports person does, right? Like they peak and then they sort of come down. They're playing sort of into retirement, but still putting up numbers a little bit.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Gristlebrand is like a 38-year-old basketball player. 36.
Yeah, I would say that Gristlebrand has had a Chris Paul-esque career arc.
Don't know who that
I
is.
know that's why I said it.
It's Chris Paul. What's
really good basketball player?
Yeah?
Now I would say old and washed.
Right. Okay.
But still good.
Sure.
But still completely acceptable.
Okay.
That's
so
Gristlebrand.
like the Marcus Labuschagne of the
exactly.
Yeah. No,
yes.
Marcus Labuschagne. Well,
yes.
I'm not going to share my opinions on Marcus Labuschagne. Good
Yeah.
luck in the tests, mate. It's good you've been putting up numbers for Queensland because I tell you what, you need the form. Anyway, Cedric, it's been interesting to explore these lists. We've seen Affinity now twice, you and I.
We have.
And the different direction that these decks can sort of take. Not that Shuhei Nakamura's deck is a complete rebuild of the archetype, but certainly it has a different thrust to it, and one that maybe shores up a couple of weaknesses in fighting off sweepers. with the weapons manufacturing, creating those munitions tokens with the different suite of zero-cost artifacts, is this? Do you think this is an aberration, or is this a very legitimate way that the affinity list could be? Because I feel like it's a little unorthodox.
It's definitely unorthodox. I definitely think it's real. I know we're going to jump to our match. I'm going to kind of explain this anecdote as we dive back into it. I definitely think it's real. I definitely think that if it's not targeted, it's very good, right? Once people start to take it serious, I think that it gets a little bit worse. As we saw in the match earlier with Leverato, one Fire Magic undid everything, right? So there are cards and there are answers, because Modern is a very large card pool, that problems are solvable. But if people came into this event thinking that Affinity was A, joke, or B, not going to be played very heavily, or C, both.
Yeah. Well, they got to rethink things now.
That's correct.
Because this, it opens up a completely different direction. Look, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the way that the Affinity decks are quote unquote normally built, right? Like we've seen the fact that this brand new card from EOE, the fact that Pinnacle Emissary is changing the game when it comes to Affinity lists. But the more I see of weapons manufacturing, the more I'm thinking like, okay, yes, weapons manufacturing, make a bunch of tokens, play your engineered explosives, another zero-cost artifact, which you want anyway in the list, right? With Pinnacle Emissary. But if you've got the weapons manufacturing, if they've stalled out the board and you just need like 6 damage to the dome, you play weapons manufacturing, you play an EE, and that you don't have to attack.
Yes.
Right? And I think that's a really, really valid way to explore the different angles that this deck can try to cover. So I'm interested to see, particularly with Nakamura now at 5-0, and I know only 2 of those wins are in constructed, but if he continues to win in this fashion, are we going to be revisiting the way, potentially, that these affinity lists can come together?
The thing I also like about what Nakamura is doing this weekend, we talk about the unorthodox nature of it, but if you haven't played against it, you may not know that, like, oh, like I'm at 8, I'm safe, and it's like, but you're not.
No, you're not at all.
Like that's the thing that I actually kind of like is, if you haven't played against weapons manufacturing and Closet Gix, then really, why would you? Like you may not realize that some things can happen, which Shuhei is obviously very aware of, that you, the opponent, may not be aware of when it does happen to you. And you only need it to happen once at a Pro Tour, right? You catch somebody off guard, that takes you from, let's say, hypothetically 6-0 instead of 5-1, right? Where you win a game in a match out of nowhere, and then your opponent is left thinking, I didn't know that could happen.
And it is harder and harder to get those edges in the era of open deck lists, in the era of like very few secrets, very few surprises when you sit down to shuffle up and play a game of Magic at the Pro Tour.
Yep.
Any edge like that can actually have huge, because people aren't expecting it, right? They're not expecting these repercussions. All right, here's a Solitude now, being ephemerated.
This is in response to the Thought cast right now. So Matt's going to take care of a couple of creatures and try to stabilize things here. It is worth noting the final card in Matt's hand, I believe, is a copy of Philia. So then you get the Philia plus Solitude combo, or you can do other things with Philia in this instance, because Philia has a lot of text on it. So this could get a little interesting as far as a comeback is concerned. This Blood Moon has annihilated Matt's mana base, but actually drawing 2 planes, or any planes, has made it so that he can continue to play the game.
It does give him a couple of dead draws, but Quantum Riddler, Consign to Memory, Spell Snare, the only blue cards in the main deck, right? It's bad if you draw these cards now under a Blood Moon. But what I'm trying to say here is most of the cards in his deck he can play.
Okay.
And if you're looking at something like a Flage, right, which could turn this game around.
Very much so.
You know, this is something that I think means that Matt is certainly in it.
Oh, yeah, this is a game.
Yeah.
This is a game. I think it's a game that Shuhei is likely to win, but this is still very much a game.
We're not counting the chickens.
Okay.
Not just yet. All right. Here's a Pinnacle Emissary.
This card is messed up.
Very good.
This card is very good.
Very, very good card.
Boom.
Oh, and there's the Tormod's Crypt. Okay, so Flage now sort of...
Flage has gotten worse.
Yeah, significantly with that. And look, this is why Affinity players are playing this. Ben Stark had 2 copies, Shuhei Nakamura had 3. It's just... Graveyard Hate effects are very, very powerful in Modern at the moment. You know, if it was a Fringe card, we'd see 1 copy. So it could be searched up with as a Saga. It's just generically good. Affinity wants to play zero-cost artifacts. Tormod's Crypt ticks a lot of boxes.
A thing I love about watching players of this level play and looking at their deck list is they're speaking without speaking. So I haven't talked to Shuhei this weekend. At some point I will. But his deck list speaks to me of, you're playing 3 Tormod scripts, that's clearly saying something very loudly.
Yeah.
You believe that things are happening in people's graveyards that you have to respect, where 1 copy is not enough. It's also a 0-mana artifact alongside Pinnacle Emissary, which is very important. Okay, cool. You're playing Closet Gix and Weapon Manufacturing because you feel like you need more reach to be able to kill people.
So yeah, no one's forcing you to play those cards.
Correct.
Right? Like there is an affinity list that has been established as the list,
yes.
right? Within plus or minus 5 cards.
Yep.
But Shuhei's like, no, I've got my own spin on this.
It makes you ask questions to yourself about why someone as good as Nakamura is doing what he's doing, and it's answering questions on what he thinks people are up to coming into the tournament.
All right, Kappa Cannoneer comes along with a little token thanks to the Pinnacle Emissary that was cast.
Yeah, big problem Cannoneer.
Shuhei down to just, well, I know 0 cards in hand now with that Kappa Cannoneer. His Philia. And again, the Ward 4 on Kappa Cannoneer may as well be $1 million. Although, actually, here, look at this. We may see this Ward 4 cost actually paid.
So this game, we're in some tenuous territory here, because the thing that Matt needs is time.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing that he needs right now. So you see the Ephemerate coming back on the Solitude. It looks like Matt is considering targeting the Kappa Cannoneer and then paying the 4 ward. And that's what's going to happen. Yeah. Fable's going to transform. And Fable transforming and targeting Solitude over and over and over again is obviously a situation that Matt wants to be in. But he just needs time to get there.
It's very interesting he left his 2 planes untapped as well, rather than leaving...
If he draws a white card. I mean, there are red cards that he can draw.
Yeah, but if he draws a red card, he can't cast it now.
Correct.
So I'm wondering why he left up double white.
As opposed to maybe white-red?
Yeah. Because it even shuts off Prismatic Ending. Not that there's anything that he wants to hit for 2 there.
No, that's a very fair question.
Really interesting. Because he's got no cards in hand. It's not like he has. It's not like he already has a white. If he had an Ephemerate in hand, he's like, oh, what if I draw another Ephemerate?
Wrath of the Skies?
This is game 2.
Game 2.
So yes. Okay, there's the answer.
Arid Mesa is not Wrath of the Skies.
Maybe he wants to draw his White Orchid Phantom.
This is an interesting situation. Ophelia, I think, is clear for takeoff here. Blink this. There's the block. Ophelia down, Solitude back, Emissary down.
So effectively, we've traded the Ophelia for the Pinnacle Emissary there.
Yep. Remember, the Urza Saga is not ever going to go to Chapter 2 because of the blood units on the battlefield. Yes. If that thing could crank out... Oh, never mind. Closet Gix, let's go!
Oh, yeah. Sacrifice a permanent.
Oh, no!
Shit, Nakamura. Oh, no! Oh, we've spent enough time under this Blood Moon, he says, and now all of a sudden Urza Saga goes to 2, and the thing, the prophecy that was foretold not just moments ago by Cedric Phillips has come to pass, and now
another Saga?
Is in deep poop.
Oh, my God, that was sick.
Oh, boy. Closet Gix, best card in Modern, confirmed. Confirmed.
I thought he locked himself. How wrong I was.
A card that I would say a decent percentage of people watching today would not have even known was legal in Modern.
Do you know what set it's from originally?
Yes.
Come on, give it to me, Riley. Come on.
From Legends.
Urza Saga.
Oh,
okay.
so
you had Urza on the top of your tongue.
Man.
5, 6, 7, 8. 10 artifacts on the battlefield, so constructs would be... actually, 10? 11, actually, because there's a Mox Opal hanging out in the back row. So constructs are like 12/12s and then some.
Okay, so can the Solitude get the job done here in conjunction with this reflection of Kiki Jiki? Oh, he doesn't want to commit. He doesn't want to commit. He's making weird throws.
I mean, Matt needs a really good draw step.
And he's not going to get one. Is he?
That was the Surveil Lamp.
Oh, that's the Surveil. Okay. He didn't just go, I don't want
this Flooded Strand. Next draw. Yeah.
Oh, dear. All right. An unknown card off the top here for Matt Costa. What's he found?
Ephemerate.
Was it an Ephemerate?
It's just like super mid right now, I think.
Yeah, because he's treading water against these construct tokens. Also, the small matter of the 1 billion flyers here.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems right now for Costa.
So, makes a Solitude token. Now, the Solitude, let's not forget, does have a lifelink.
Yes.
So that's sort of the only thing that's... no, he doesn't gain life. He doesn't gain life because
Well, if a block happens, he doesn't gain life.
Yeah.
Right? It depends on what Shuhei does.
But Shuhei here just doesn't... Just blocks with the Memnite and then sacrifices the Claws of Giggs. And then Matt doesn't gain any life.
That's correct. If that's the line Shuhei elects to take, which, yeah, he's going to.
Oh, my goodness. Poor Matt.
Because, like, he could just go, like, make a big construct block.
Yeah.
Right? That's a thing that he could do.
No, just going to make the big construct instead. Here it is. It's huge. And we've got the second... we've got the Urza Saga chapters happening here, and I think she's going to respond to it.
Yeah, so Saga's going to go up to 3 and 2. So, yeah, the one that's here, this is make a token, sacrifice, get a 0. We'll see which one it's going to be, if there's anything left in the deck to get. Like, at the very least, there's probably a Mistress Bauble, but I imagine he's got something.
Ah, there's like Shadow Spear.
I can't get Mistress Bauble, sorry. One.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shadow Spear. No, Shadow Spear would be good if it's still in.
Lava Spur boots.
Oh.
Grafdigger's Cage, if that's coming. Don't imagine it. Well, maybe. It's the Flacious. It's just a Memnite.
It's pretty honest.
Just a Memnite.
That's pretty honest.
Yeah.
2.
So yeah, no life gain from that attack earlier. Okay, sure. All right. It's a fine pick. Doesn't really need a silver bullet. Vicious bauble here. Chooses up the construct. One of which can attack, but isn't going to. So a lethal attack here. We see Ephemerate on the Solitude.
Oh, nice. Matt's got to eat his Fable, and then he's just still going to die.
But that's it. All right, so there we go. Wow. Shuhei Nakamura, he's made it work there a little bit, but at the end of the day, this affinity list is one that we're going to have to keep an eye on. I think it's very, very well put together. It presents a different set of questions to anyone playing against it, Cedric. Really excited to see more from Shuhei Nakamura, who continues his undefeated run here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities.
So Shuhei 6-0, 3-0 unlimited, obviously a great start. But more importantly, 3-0 in constructed. I say more importantly because, again, this is a huge vote of confidence in Affinity with someone of his caliber playing this style of deck. Again, when I think of Shuhei, I don't necessarily think of this kind of strategy. He does have a pretty wide range, but I don't necessarily think of something that kind of feels all in like Affinity. But I use the term all in there on purpose because what we just watched is a deck that is not technically all in.
No, not at all. It was able to it really was able to grind.
He was playing a lot of turns, doing a lot of things over the course of those turns, drawing a lot of cards, taking a lot of unique and different game actions. And so that's why I think he registered this deck in the way that he has. That deck looked extremely, extremely good. You don't register Claws of Gix and weapons manufacturing cards like that on accident. We're going to keep our eyes on that.
As I say, I think it just opens up a bunch of new directions.
Yes.
That's going to be really, really interesting to explore, which we will be doing, of course, later on today. But stick with us, my friends. We've got a quick break, and then coming up after that, more modern. Carlos Souza playing off against Jason Yee. Stay with us. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities here from Atlanta in the US. It's modern time, my friends. Riley Knight joined by Cedric Phillips. We are live here from MagicCon in Atlanta. These events are always terrific fun. If you haven't been along to one, you should definitely try to get one on the docket at some point because, as we've talked about on the broadcast, a little bit all sorts of stuff to do here at these events. Not just the Pro Tour, there's artists, there's content creators, there are events and all sorts of panels, all sorts of stuff going on. So if you haven't been to a MagicCon, you should come. They're great fun.
They're fantastic. I am so glad that we started doing these style of events. We've been doing it for a handful of years. Other thing that you get to do at events like this, you get to eat great food. Depending on what city you're in, you get to eat great food.
Oh,
yeah.
Depending on which city. So what are some of the cities where you don't get to eat great food?
That's okay. Go ahead. You win.
All right, let's head down to the feature match area here. We're going to jump in, I think, in game number 2, I believe. Carlos Souza facing off against Jason Yee. Both these players on 4-1. Is it Wizards against Jeskai Chant?
We got some brews.
Yeah, this Jeskai Chant list, I've cast my eyes over it. It's very similar to the Azorius control deck that we saw earlier. Obviously, there is a little more of an emphasis on red. Galvanic Discharge, this sort of thing. But Jason looking to leverage the combination between Orum's Chant and Isochron Scepter, which goes all the way back, I believe, to, what were you saying? The late 20th century?
Yeah, like 04, 05 extended.
Oh my goodness
Scepter
me.
Chant.
And it's still doing work in 2025, if you'll believe it. So you can see Jason, one game up here. Carlos Souza on the other side of the battlefield. Is it Wizards? Tamio, Thundertrap Trainer, Flame of Anor as well. Murktide Region at the top end. So this is a, well, it's a sort of, what are we calling these decks? We still call them kind of tempo-y type decks?
Yeah, like tempo Jace, I think I would say. You know, it's going to draw some cards, going to kill some stuff, going to win with a large flyer. You know, there was a, previously in Modern, we saw like, you know, Murktide Region-esque decks seeing a lot of play. This is kind of an adaptation of that. One could argue an update.
I would say it's a little more hard control-y than it is tempo because it now does have solid answers in the form of things like Counterspell, Flare of Denial, conditional stuff as well, Spell Snare, Stern Scolding, but Sink into Stupor, Lightning Bolt, even Flame of Anor. These are hard answers. You know, this isn't Delver into Days tempo type. But having said that, you know, I'm coming with, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Early threats, defend them, you know, push to a late game if needed with the big Delve card.
Get ahead a little bit, counter the relevant spells, win the game that way.
Yeah, but it does have, I guess, harder answers to some of the threats that are going to be played. On the other side of things, as I say, Jason Yee on this Jeskai list, a lot of classic control cards here: Narset, Teferi, Solitude, Supreme Verdict, Wrath of the Skies. So there are sweepers. But let's come back to Chant Scepter.
Okay.
Talk to us, Cedric, for those maybe who weren't around. But maybe we've got a lot of viewers who weren't even born in 2004. A pained look creases across Cedric's 50 or 60-year-old face here. But this is a very, very difficult combo to play through.
Yeah, once the combo is online, it's very, very hard to break through, as you did mention. Isochron Scepter, imprint, put Orange Chant on it. With Orange Chant, you can pay the kicker when you're using it via Isochron Scepter. So that effectively means you don't get every upkeep, you just Scepter Chant them. They don't get to play spells, they don't get to attack, they need to be able to break out of this. Now, back in the day, that was extremely difficult to do. Nowadays, it's a little bit easier to do, I would argue. There are ways to kind of break out of it that are manaless, like Boseiju, things like that. But it is still extremely hard to work through once it's online. Building an entire deck around it is probably not the best idea because it can be broken up, and sideboard cards are much more effective now than they were 20 years ago. But once it's online, it does ask a very hard question of the opponent, which is, can you break out?
Yes. And the Isochron Scepter as well, so it's 2 copies that Jason's playing of the Scepter and 4 copies of Orum's Chant. How often are you imprinting other stuff onto the Isochron Scepter?
I mean, matchup dependent. I think you can imprint a card like Galvanic Discharge. You can imprint a card like Counterspell and just have that there as a thing to threaten your opponent with. Okay, if you play a creature, I'm just going to kill it with Discharge. If you don't play multiple spells in a turn, I can just counterspell you every single turn. So the reason you don't play 4 copies of Isochron Scepter is because it's not particularly good in multiples. You can just kind of play a longer game, and if you run into one and it kind of lines up appropriately, cool. So it can be threatening, but there are other cards that you can put on it. I will say, rest in peace to the days of putting Fire Ice underneath that.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you're not even allowed to do that anymore.
I don't think so.
No, because of the combined...
Yeah, it costs 4.
Mana,
I think that's probably
value,
how it works now. So
exactly. All right, we've seen a couple of exchanges between these two players here. Flare of Denial, Galvanic Discharge. A couple of cards fought over there on the battlefield. There was a Ragavan at some point, was there?
I don't think I see a Ragavan.
No,
I just see some exchanges and then a card that's busted against opposing blue decks into Teferi now.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really difficult for the Wizards player because playing everything at sorcery speed obviously shuts off counter spells for one, but then a lot of the removal this deck is looking to leverage from Unholy Heat to Lightning Bolt to Flame of Anor. Most of the power in that is the fact that it's instant speed. You take that away from a blue deck, you take that away from an interactive deck that's looking to play this, again, tempo-adjacent game. It makes it really difficult. Newsflash, Teferi, Time Raveler, really good card.
I know I said earlier in the broadcast that if your deck has access to blue and white mana, you better have a real good reason not to have Teferi in your 75 somewhere.
Yeah.
Most of the time, you're gonna find 2 or 3 copies in 75s that have access to blue and white mana.
And it's
just too powerful not to play.
And to make Cedric look like an absolute genius.
Oh boy, don't
Matt,
do that.
No, dude, I'm coming for you in a good way. Matt Costa.
0.
Guess how many copies of
No,
Teferi? Guess.
1.
Between 0 and 4. Guess how many?
1. Don't say 0.
I'm not going to say 0. It was 2 in the sideboard. Well
Okay,
done,
there you
man.
go.
Well
Hey.
done. Look at him go.
All right.
Look at him go. That's why he gets the medium bucks, everyone.
Love that.
Preordain here.
I'm gonna spend those medium bucks at the Waffle House tonight. You're invited, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that what you were talking about when you say you come to the Magic Con, you eat really good food?
Mm-hmm.
Go to Waffle House and watch people fight? Is that what people do at Waffle House?
Oh, they eat good in the neighborhood is what they do.
That's
where I'm going to dinner.
A great diversity of stories from that have emerged from Waffle House.
Don't believe everything you see on the internet, Riley.
I've never been. I've never been to Waffle House.
Twitch chat.
I do like a waffle.
Twitch chat.
I do like a waffle. I'd love to go to the Waffle's house.
How should Riley get those hash browns, Twitch chat?
Ooh, you didn't say about hash browns. Hash browns at Waffle House?
You better believe it.
Oh my goodness. All right, there's the Ragavan. Nimble Pilferer. And Jason here, seemingly content to just have this board built out a little bit. Oh, we got a Prismatic in it. All right. And this, of course, can be cast at instant speed, thanks to the Teferi. It is a sorcery, but that's not stopping the card from being played.
Yeah, this is... So, a lot of the times when you're playing a Teferi, being an opposing blue deck, the window shortens really quick on what you can do, right? You kind of want to get after it the first time that it's on the battlefield because normally, first time it's on the battlefield, they have less access to mana, right? So in that instance, Jason had access.
Fewer ways to protect it.
Yeah, like 2 mana, right? Now, Jason has access to 5 mana, and so it's I can use some of it, I can leave a lot of it, and it has a lot of options on how to protect Teferi.
All right. Here's a Narset now. Tick down. Look at the top 4. Okay, there's a Narset Thundertrap Trainer, I think, amongst some lands there. So Narset getting Narset.
Okay.
Yeah.
In a way, that makes you kind of want to kill the Narset. In a way, it makes you kind of want to not kill the Narset. Because am I even getting any work done then if you're Carlos?
I just think, Carlos is being painted into a smaller and smaller corner here by Jason. Narset turning off cards like Preordain, cards like Flame of Anor.
Yep.
Thundertrap Trainer does get around it. And so does Expressive Iteration. But all the same, you're really under the thumb here.
All right, Narset down to 2. Again, if you're Jason right now, I have to imagine just feeling really good.
Yeah, cash it in and play another one.
When the turn comes back around, almost certainly, but just 3 mana available, presumably some interaction, not too scared about what's on the battlefield.
You know you're not getting any protracted counterfights. Yeah. The mystical disputes that your opponent has brought in are irrelevant.
Yeah, Tamio's not bad right now. Okay. Unholy Heat to try to finish this off.
Unholy Heat. And now what? Quick draw some cards while you still can? No. Pass the turn. See what Jason gets here. Maybe any Surveil lands left in the deck, perhaps?
Well, that's what Jason is likely on the hunt for.
Let's have a quick look here.
Okay, just going to be a basic.
All right, Thundering Falls and Meticulous Archive.
I think the days of the Jeskai Triome are basically gone, so it's Surveil lands or just a land that ETB's untapped.
And the Archive is in the Exile Zone, and the Falls are on the battlefield, so just a basic island instead. All right, Days Undoing off the top here.
Ooh, okay.
Days Undoing, another combination with Teferi. Days Undoing is a sorcery, but you can just cast it in your opponent's upkeep. And I mean, to paraphrase Corey earlier on in the broadcast, just play this at your LGS, make a bunch of friends.
Pass to you in your draw step.
In your draw steps.
And there it is, yeah.
After you draw.
And Days Undoing is the old end the turn too, if memory serves. So.
Yep. So Days Undoing, each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into their library, then draws 7 cards. If it's your turn, end the turn.
Oh, okay, okay. If it's your turn, end the turn. Actually, that's a thing.
But with a Nasa in play,
oh, no cards. You get nothing in like it.
But it doesn't end it. It doesn't end it. It doesn't end the turn. Yeah. A great way to make friends.
Yeah.
Visit your local game store today and play Narset and Days Undoing.
You better believe it. The representation that we have seen in Control this weekend has been a little, slightly surprising to me. Not in like a, I think Control sucks sort of way, but more so in a, I think that folks have maybe found a build of Control that can actually work in this metagame sort of way. These Control decks have actually been somewhat impressive on camera so far.
But they do have to attack it from a different angle.
Absolutely.
They can't, it's not just 1-for-1 removal, sweepers, counterspell, and then card draw.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. All right, well.
There's the Ice Conceptor.
And
Carlos Caesar recognizes the jig is up, and so to the surprise of no one, Jason Yu continues on fine form here. Another win. And another deck to keep an eye on as well. We've seen a couple of different iterations of Ice Scepter Orange Chant lists. Again, it's not the focal point of the list. It's just one of the tools in the belt. But Cedric, as you've said, exploring the new texture of control decks, because control decks have to be, by their very nature, reactive to the format.
Yes.
Right? They have to have the right suite of answers for the questions that a format is asking. Very difficult to do in a format like Modern, one that is so diverse. So interesting to see the way that these lists have been put together for this weekend.
Yeah, you know, broad swath answers is kind of where you want to be on Control in Modern, because Modern attacks from so many different angles. If you can kind of be broad while being, in my opinion, somewhat proactive, that's where you kind of want to be. Scepter Chant is a proactive thing, especially if you can get it online. As we just saw in that game, it ends the game immediately if you can get yourself in situations that do look like that. And, you know, we talked about earlier, like, what does a win condition for a blue-white control deck look like? Scepter Chant doesn't win the game. It doesn't deal the 20 points of damage, but you've effectively won the game.
But that's the thing. We touched upon this in a previous round. It doesn't really matter what the control deck wins with, whether it's a 3-2 lifelink, whether it's a 3-2 vigilance, whether it's a 3-2 of any kind.
Correct.
They're going to find a way to get it done. You know, it used to be Celestial Colonnade. It's not. RIP, taken from us too soon. All of the Storm Giants, whatever it is.
It could be that thing, sure. It can be anything. As long as you have control of the game, which Jason was able to do with the combination of Days Undoing and Narset, which, again, it's not 4+4, but it's just a little thing that can do, and once that does come together, it can win you the game.
Let's move on now. We've got another match to show you before we wrap up our coverage of round number 6. Benton Madsen and Mikey Bashara here. Golgari Broodstone versus Simic Neoform. So we are getting into it, Cedric.
I love Benton because Benton will brew and brew and brew.
And brood.
And that too. And is not afraid to register a deck that other people will not register. Now, when I think of the Brood Scale deck, I do think of Matt Nass trying to make this deck work and mostly succeeding. And some other players out there really have taken the dive into this archetype. The Simic Neoform deck we saw a little bit earlier. It does have the ability to end the game as quickly as turn 2, basically. So this could be a fast third game here between Benton and Mikey.
But both players looking to do things that would be traditionally described as unfair.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah. This is combo, right?
This is a term that's thrown around that I know some people have an objection to a fair deck as opposed to an unfair deck, but they're looking to take advantage of synergies or combinations of cards that aren't necessarily doing what you might think they would do. Right?
I would agree.
You look at a card like Blade of the Blood Chief. Whenever a creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on it. If equipped creature, if it's a vampire, put 2 instead. Okay, great. That's going in my Edgar Markov deck, and I'm going to have a great time with it.
Sure.
Then you start putting Undying in the picture. You get Yawgmoth Thran Physician on the battlefield, and you all of a sudden, with Basking Broodskell, are doing all sorts of ridiculous nonsense because this card is being used in a way that it wasn't necessarily designed to. And Modern is full of decks like this. And Simic Neoform is doing a similar thing. It's doing something that is... I guess I don't want to. I'm not trying to be disparaging when I say this, right? But it is doing something that is unfair. It's doing something these cards aren't meant to do in the first
It's
place.
not disparaging at all. That's just the truth of the matter. When you have a format that's this big, I would argue that cards from 2011 were not meant to necessarily interact with cards from 2024.
Yeah.
Right.
What are R&D doing?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
I'll get
Sorry,
on. I'll get on. Yep.
Here's a better question.
Go ahead.
What were they doing?
That's fair.
What were they doing back then?
I will ask my team that question when we get back.
Yeah.
To Washington.
Who was here in 2011?
I want answers.
Who designed these cards?
Yeah. I want answers. I want them now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? Mark, Aaron, what the heck?
There's going to be some cracked skulls in Renton.
That's it.
This coming week. I wouldn't want to be in the way of Cedric Phillips come Monday.
You better look out.
Yeah.
Because I'm not working on Monday. So.
Wow. He comes here, he sleeps in a weekend, then he takes Monday off as well. Unbelievable. He can't keep getting away with this.
Malvin Rumble. Now, this is a new one. This is exactly what we're talking about. This kind of card, new one, not necessarily meant to interact with some older cards, kind of ties the room together for these green-based combos.
It ties the room together.
Yes, it does.
Obviously, you're not a golfer.
Not even a little.
That is the best line in Hollywood cinema. For those of you who have never watched The Big Lebowski, what are you doing? Go and watch that film. It's so good. Alrighty, so here's the Malevolent Rumble making an Eldrazi spawn. Back over to Mikey Bishara now, who goes hunting with that fetch land. Let's see what he's going to get. And it is a
hedge maze. Yeah, because Mikey's hand right now is horrific.
In your professional opinion?
I think in most people's opinion right now.
Yeah.
Allosaurus Rider got hit by a Thoughtseize. That's one piece of the combo. And the rest of the hand is, there's a Consign there, sure. A couple of Disciples of Freylease, I believe. It's just not a very good hand at the moment. So some surveilling is in order to kind of try to make something happen here.
Smooth that out a little bit. All right, we got another fetch land. Go. Back over to Benton Madsen, whose hand does look a little bit better. I think it's double Walking Ballista and a Wall of Roots in addition to 2 other cards. I didn't get a good look at them, Cedric.
Well, Wall of Roots is here. Oh, there's a Broodskell. Okay.
Oh, that's the other card.
Yep.
It is the Broodskell, the namesake card. So another copy in hand as well for Benton Madsen.
This Skullgary Broodskell deck, it's kind of like it's kind of iterative on the Yawgmoth combo deck that we've seen
yes.
in this format. I would say it's like the newest adaptation. So if you were a Yawgmoth fan and you're really big on Overgrown Tomb, this is kind of the place that you want to go.
If you enjoy a young dog. Yeah.
Young wolf.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, excuse me. How could I have got that wrong? But no, the interaction between Basking Broodskale and Blade of the Blood Chief, in particular, very strong. Basking Broodskale saying, whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on Basking Broodskale, you can create a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn that you can sacrifice to make mana. And then Blade of the Blood Chief, whenever a creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature. So you can use the Blade in conjunction with the Broodskale to go off, essentially, yeah.
That's kind of what the deck is, and then it's got other pieces of the puzzle to kind of just make the whole deck work. So you got a little bit of Yawgmoth thing going on here, some Undying stuff going on. Now, oddly enough, that Broodskale is devoid, and so Consign to Memory actually was able to take care of that. Consign wasn't doing much past that, so to be able to take care of that problem is pretty nice here for Mikey, who is struggling along this game.
So, Blade of the Blood Chief, I think, was printed in, what, 2009?
Zendikar, baby.
So your task come Tuesday, whenever you decide to waltz back into the office,
yes.
is to track down who designed that card.
Okay, I can ask
and give them a good old tongue lashing, asking them why didn't they think about Basking Broodskale being printed last year.
Yep, I'm on top of it.
Yeah, he's on it.
I'm going to solve the case. Don't worry.
All right. Be careful. Be careful. Steer clear.
Yeah. Did we think that maybe the blade should cost 2, or because of how it works with Urza's Saga? Anyone think of that?
Yeah. No one considered
no one thought of that back then?
Back in 2009?
Yeah, maybe I should have thought about that then.
No, too busy listening to
Go ahead, name an artist from 2009. I dare
Katy
you.
Perry.
Ooh, good
Come on,
choice.
Come on.
Good choice.
Yeah?
Baby, you are a
I was
firework.
going to go for LMFAO. I think they came in a little bit later. Black Eyed Peas, dude. Lady Gaga. Let's go.
Black Eyed Peas are crushing it then. There we go. There's the blade.
There's the blade. Boom Boom Pow.
Resolves. We doing?
Oh dear.
Are we do?
Cedric.
Yeah, that's. See ya.
I got a feeling
See ya.
that this game is about to come to a swift end.
See ya. Oh, let's play this Planar Genesis.
All right, Planar Genesis here.
Yes.
Mikey Bishara wants to put more spells on the stack, and
Yes.
he's within his rights to do so. But this, as it is here, could just be the end of the game. I don't know what Mikey is hoping for.
I'm not entirely sure what the hope for is here either, but we'll see.
Another consign?
We'll see.
Consign to memory? Something. There could be something here.
Triggers like a counter. I'm going to make infinite mana and infinite counters.
Infinite mana, infinite counters.
Okay. And then?
Second blade. Right here. Make this infinitely large as well. Infinitely large walking ballista.
And another walking ballista.
Cool.
There it
Yeah.
is. So
All
Benton Madsen using every card in the hand there to seal the deal. Wicked hard combo deck. Well, from my perspective anyway. Never been able to get my head around these lists, but Benton Madsen, look at that, sitting there, cool as a cucumber.
Ben comfy in the chair.
I like that. I really, is he just sitting like straight up cross-legged?
Yeah.
Or is that just, that's not just one leg tucked under
I
the other one?
believe that might be a cross-legged
Just
approach.
crisscross applesauce.
It's a winning approach.
And that's the winning posture to take here at the Pro Tour. Well done, Benton Madsen across the line with Golgari Broodscale. And what a round we've had. Cedric's had a bit of everything. There's been ups and downs. We've had smiles and frowns. There's been laughs. There's been tears. And what a pleasure it's been to have you at my side for each and every one of these wonderful moments we've had. Modern, red hot, loving it. Really am. What a format. It always has been great, and it's as good now in 20. Well, I was going to say it's as good now as it is back in 2014, but I think through those rose-tinted glasses.
I mean, different strokes for different folks. I think the format is always generally in a pretty good and pretty healthy place. One thing that we were able to do this round is we just got to get our eyes on a couple of different things, right? And got to see some cards I don't think we expected to see when we came into the tournament. And that's what I love about a tournament like this one. Modern, huge format, obviously. We've been talking about that over the course of this round. The format is very, very large. And as a result, you're going to see some cards that you probably don't expect to see. Coming into the event, we expected
Boros Energy.
Boros Energy. We expected Goryo's Vengeance. We expected some sort of Blink deck. We probably expected a little bit of Tron. But the format is so much larger than that. The format has so much more potential than that because of how many cards are legal in the format. So we got to see weapons manufacturing, and we got to see Neoform not really do its thing, but we got to see Benton do his thing with Blade of the Blood Chief.
And it's great to see archetypes and their sub-archetypes, as this round demonstrated with Is It Affinity, right? Yeah. You can build in a couple of different ways. With Jason Yu's approach to this Azorius Jeskai control deck, right? The blue-white based control lists, there are sub-archetypes to them as well. So a lot left for us to learn this weekend, Cedric, as we continue our exploration of Modern. Looking forward to doing it with you. But right now, we're going to take a quick break. On the other side of it, we'll be back at the desk. But before very much longer, back down in our feature match area for more Modern. Stay with us. We'll be back here in Atlanta after this.
have for Magic Spotlight Spider-Man today, coming to Baltimore, Maryland and Liverpool, England. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for more details. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities here in Atlanta, Georgia. 300 competitors here on day one of competition. By Sunday, there will only be 8. And of course, we got to get down to the one who's going to go home with $50,000, a title, and a trophy. MagicCon Atlanta also going on here this weekend. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the news desk. Maria Bertoldi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney hanging out with you here, getting ready for round number 7 on day one of competition. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 6 rounds of play. Who is left undefeated? Only 4 players remain. Hayuma Nishi, Luis Salvato, Johnny Gutman, and Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famers, the only players undefeated here. These are 4 different deck archetypes as well for the top 4 players. We have Belcher, Eldrazi, Tron, Gorios, and is it Affinity for the top 4? So that's pretty cool to see. Lots of deck diversity here in Modern.
Modern's the best.
I mean, it's just great this weekend, everybody. Madi Quizma sitting at 5-1, Jason Yee at 5-1, Matt Costa sitting at 5-1 as well. Let's take a look further down the leaderboard. All of these players having a great start to the tournament, including Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif with the win last round at 5-1, Arne Huschenbett at 5-1 after a loss last round, but still a good start to the tournament here. Samuel Estradi currently sitting at 5-1, knows how to win a Modern Pro Tour. Benton Madsen, just saw him on camera, sitting at 5-1.
And I will say, Nassif, when I was talking to him at the player party, he said, I'm playing a bad deck. I'm playing a bad deck. And then Reed comes up to me.
That's so funny.
And then Reed comes up to me playing the same deck. He's like, I think my deck's pretty good. And I'm like, all right.
It's the same deck. And Reed even said to me in another interview, he's like, Gab is one of the best deck builders in the world.
Yeah.
And I really, really love this deck. So it's so funny to hear the different perspectives.
As long as you ask anybody but Gab himself,
Yes.
apparently, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Very cool to see him doing so well here on day one of competition. Somebody else doing so well, of course, Jason Yee. We just talked about Jason on our slide there. One of 3 players playing this very cool Jeskai Chantless. Talked to Ailey after a big win.
I've got Sanctum of All's Jason Yee here. Just picked up a victory, and you're playing a deck that's not very well known. It definitely fits in the other category, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's 3 of us on Sanctum playing it. I gotta give credit where credit's due. We took the list from King Harry on MTGO. I believe he's playing this event as well. Basically, he built a blue-white, like Narset Days, Orum's Chant, Icecrown Scepter control deck. And I saw that. I thought it looked really strong. I played it. It kept beating other decks. So we took it and we added red, as you know, Sanctum's known for taking a deck and adding a splash to it. We're playing red for Galvanic Discharge in the main and Flage in the sideboard, mostly to help with the Boros matchup a little bit. Only 3 of us are on it, but I think it's a really good deck. I think it has a really good metagame spread, especially with Gorios as the #1 deck. I think the deck has a really good Gorios matchup, so I'm excited.
Sweet, yeah, and it being the most played deck this weekend, your matchup looks good, so hopefully you keep facing up against the Esper Gorios. Now, I wanted to ask about the team morale overall. There's plenty of you here this weekend. How's the team feeling coming into this, their preparation for Limited and for Constructed?
Yeah, I think we're feeling pretty good overall. We really like the Limited format. It was really nice to get, like, you know, the past few PTs, there were like a couple weeks between release and the PT. Now we have like 6 weeks. It was a long time to prep, and I think we did a good job of prepping for Limited. So feeling good about that. A bunch of us are on Titan and Constructed, and the metagame looks pretty decent for that too. So overall, just good vibes.
Awesome, well, good vibes ahead, and hopefully see you back here in a couple rounds.
Good vibes all around. Well, last round we talked about some Modern staples that we're seeing here in play this weekend. Now we're going to take a look at some Modern cards that are newcomers to the scene since our last Modern Pro Tour a year ago. Ailey, kick us off.
Ooh-wee. The first 2 we're looking at, one of them is an absolute house of a card, and it is none other than Quantum Riddler from Edge of Eternities. This card is the hotness. Everybody wants to play it. If you're playing blue in your deck, why not chuck this guy in? For 2 mana, you're getting a card. You might get a couple more than that. And then later on when you need it, you get this massive 4/6. And it's just super, super sweet. An excellent addition to the Gorios deck as well as the Blink deck. A great target for Ephemerate, Felia, whatever you wish. And then Overlord of the Belmerk as well. Another of the Blink additions, just being able to chuck stuff in your bin, bring things back, and then, whoops, I have a 5/5 a couple turns later. Pretty sweet.
Let's take a look at some more modern newcomers. Great cards all the way around. Thundertrap Trainer here in All-Star in the Belcher deck. Finds whatever you need, basically, and then you can sack it to Flare of Denial. Hey, I love that. You do something for me now, and
Poor
a
little
little
guy.
something for me later.
Love it.
And Pinnacle Emissary, love this card. And is it Affinity? If you're able to warp this out on turn 1, you've got a Mox Opal in hand probably. Kappa Cannoneer can come down as early as turn 1, or you just make a ton of drones. It's just so powerful, and I love that deck as well.
We need to see that turn 1 Kappa.
Oh, yeah,
gotta
we do,
happen.
We do. We've been talking about it. Where is it? Hopefully we'll see it on camera.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at another batch of modern newcomers here. Really spicy cards here. Voice of Victory ended up being just a phenomenal card in the go-to aggro deck with Boros Energy, being able to help out with Goblin Bombardment as well as Ocelot Pride to get some extra creatures to hang around. And then Ugin, Eye of the Storms, replaced everyone's favorite 7-mana Planeswalker, Karn Liberated.
He'll get over it.
Yeah, Karn will live. Ugin is here to stay. Ends up being a phenomenal card in any of the Eldrazi lists.
There's a look at some modern newcomers getting the spotlight here this weekend. Let's check in on some various player groups here in the room this weekend. Corey, you've got your eye on a team. We don't normally talk about Team Pluto.
Yeah, maybe haven't seen a lot of Team Pluto so far, but let's take a look. They are doing quite well, and believe it or not, if you're a team that we don't talk about a ton and you start doing well, we're going to be talking about you for a while. And this is Team Pluto, filled with really a bunch of Spaniard players, as well as Mateus Liberato from Argentina. Team captain is Francisco Sanchez. Made it to the Mox a couple of times in 2021 and 2024, and is playing, something we've been seeing a lot of. We just talked about it, Azorius Control.
Nice.
So much more control here than I expected. So really cool stuff here from Team Pluto. Hope they continue to do well in this event.
Another group of players we're keeping our eyes on is the modern champions in the room. Luis Salvato sitting pretty at 6-0 thus far. Samuel Estrati at 5-1, and Simon Nielsen looking to rally is still live for day 2 with a 3-3 record.
All right, let's check in on our Hall of Famers. How are they doing here today in competition? Shuhei Nakamura leading the pack here, one of our 4 undefeated players in the room. Gab Nassif doing very well at 5-1. Shota Yasuoka at 4-2 alongside Willie Adel. Note about Shota here, this is Shota's 11th day 2 in a row, by the way. Has not missed a day 2 since the return to paper play.
Wow.
I know. Very impressive stuff from Shota there.
Shota just wants to play all the Magic.
We need to start giving out Lifetime Achievement Awards at this point.
Yes.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our feature match here coming up for the next round. Round number 7. Who are we watching? Oh, yeah. It's our undefeated players. Shuhei Nakamura versus the Canadian Johnny Gutman. Is it Affinity up against Esper Orioles? Let's take a peek at these players here. Shuhei Nakamura is just an incredible Magic player. 33 Grand Prix top 8s to his name, 7 wins, 6 Pro Tour top 8s, but no Pro Tour win. So maybe this weekend Shuhei can get another award for himself. We will see. Up against Johnny Gutman, also undefeated, started playing the game in 2015 and started as a mostly online player, better known as Ginky. Had a top 8 at the Neon Dynasty Championships in 2022, playing with Team Moxfield Handshake here this weekend. Those are our players. Talk to me about these 2 decks.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at Shuhei's deck here to start. This is it Affinity? And Shuhei is playing this really innovative list here where we do see the Claws of Gix, which just looked awesome, as well as the weapons manufacturing. Shuhei is one of 3 players actually playing this kind of new breakout combo with teammates Yoshihiko Okawa and Shintaro Ishimura, aka Riser. Yeah. I know Monty's a huge fan, as am I. So really cool list. Maybe we'll see that turn 1 Kappa Cannoneer here this round as well. That would be the main award that Shuhei wants to get, I think. So
turn 1 turtle.
Exactly. There you go. And then Johnny Gutman here on the other side. Ginky at 6-0 playing Esper Gorios. This is the number 1 deck here in the metagame, but normally when we say number 1 deck, it's like, oh, maybe 25, 30%. Nah, 16%. So there is still plenty of decks out there. Very powerful strategy where you're putting Atraxa and Gristlebrand into the yard, Gorios Vengeancing them back, and then instead of sacrificing them, why not just blink it and be able to draw yourself some more cards and keep around one of those gigantic creatures. Really cool deck. This is what I would have played if I was playing this Pro Tour.
All right, do you like that deck in this matchup, though?
Yeah, it can be a little difficult, especially when we check the numbers of Tormod's Crypt. Whenever you have 3 Tormod's Crypts in the main, I am not going to like a matchup when you're a graveyard deck. So, no, I don't like it, but I like the deck in general.
Okay, great. Good answer, Corey. Let's find out what happened. One of these players is not going to be undefeated anymore. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth. That's Paul Chian. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. We are headed down to some undefeated Magic here. Of course, that is a combination of both the limited portion and what we've played so far in Modern, but the sample size, it ever grows here on day one, Paul.
Yeah, and I mean, we got 2 top quality players here with, you know, some of the decks that we were anticipating coming into this. Esper Goryo's being the most popular deck, but I think, you know, when I talk to a lot of different people who are testing the Is It Affinity deck, it's kind of a late riser almost, where people kept playing with it and they're like, you know, this actually seems like it's good against a lot of what we expect coming in. And Shuhei has a really nice list, recognizing that the Goryo's Vengeance decks would be popular. 3 copies of Tormod's Crypt in the main. And I mean, in Affinity, it's not as big of a cost because you are playing a deck that wants to play a bunch of 0-mana artifacts with cards like the Pinnacle Emissary and, of course, the Weapons Manufacturing. But that is you are saying something when you are playing 3 copies of main deck Tormod's Crypt, which should go a long, long way in this matchup.
Let's see how game number 1 goes. Is it Affinity versus Esper Goryo's Vengeance? You see the namesake in hand there for Johnny. Ooh, there's that Pinnacle Emissary, though, for Shuhei. We have seen explosive starts with that card, and here we go.
Yeah, I mean, this is the ideal start. Anytime you get this going.
Yeah, sorry, thinking with the Crypt on the stack.
So there's Crypt on the stack, Trigger on the stack.
Everything.
Remember, Johnny can have a Solitude here to get the Emissary off the battlefield.
And Johnny does, but is the damage already done? Like, they get the first one.
Right, but you don't want them to get more. So I think he just wants to do some damage control and just make it so that Shuhei only has the 1 Thopter in play.
He was going to get another.
Right, he was. Now Shuhei might be interested in holding off on the second Tormod's Crypt because he does have the Weapons Manufacturing in hand. So he can play the Manufacturing into the Tormod's Crypt, which would then allow him to create a Mine token.
Munitions?
A munitions token, excuse me.
Mine is probably
I just say mine
name.
just because they blow up.
That makes sense to me.
Things.
Yeah. And that's it right there. Weapons Manufacturing plus Tormod's Crypt.
All right, so 4 artifacts in play here. Not a huge clock, though, right? We just have the 1/1 flyer. Johnny just wants time here to try to get his combo going. Although, against a pair of Tormod's Crypts on the battlefield, I think the plan of just trying to win through Goryo's Vengeance, probably not realistic. Probably really going to be leaning into the mid-range game plan of this deck, which is, of course, the package of Psychic Frog, Quantum Riddler, and Ephemerate.
And we see the Psychic Frog in hand here for Gutman, so he's got the key piece of the puzzle there, but he's going to need to get a Riddler or something to start fueling the fire. I want to rewind that turn also, Paul. What does Shuhei feel on his turn 1 there when he sees the Solitude go on the stack? Is that good for him? Is he sad?
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing with this new version of the Affinity deck with the Emissary is you really do want to have the Emissary in play because by being able to just make 2 or 3 extra Thopters, it just completely unlocks your deck. It makes your Thought Cache, your Thought Monitors all that much stronger and allows you to play a Kappa Cannoneer turn 2, right? Just get a giant threat in place. So, you know, obviously, Shuhei is still ahead on that exchange, right? Like, you still got the Thopter and Johnny 2-for-1 himself there. So that is something that you're totally happy with, but you totally understand from Johnny's side too, you have to slow things down there.
You can see the other upside to Weapons Manufacturing is that it just spits out a bunch of artifacts, and that's how you see Thoughtcast here for Shuhei Nakamura into the monitor. Just bang, bang, 1 mana each.
Yeah, and imagine if Shuhei finds in Urza Saga now, right? You just created so many of those munitions tokens. Every token you would make is an 8/8 or a 9/9 based off of this board. Yeah, also leaning on the double engineered explosives. There's actually 3 explosives main here from Shuhei Nakamura. Just look, if you play against the Boros energy decks, you have a nice sweeper where you can cast it for 1 and deal with the Ocelot Prides. Also, it's just another free artifact that you can play off of a turn 1 Pinnacle Emissary or a turn 2 Weapons Manufacturing.
By the way, just all 3 crypts.
Yeah, just all 3.
Like, if you just tuned in, yeah, this is game 1.
Just take that Goryo's Vengeance and just you know, throw it away at this point.
Like, it might just be better to have it be a +1/+1 counter.
It definitely could.
At this point. Because you can't just brute force your way through 3 Tormod squads,
Right.
right? Okay.
Yeah, a lot of these decks do play Prismatic Ending, 2 to 3 copies. You'd have to draw all 3 of them, right, to even get something going there, so. Or hope Shuhei Nakamura blows his engineered explosives on 0 right now.
Yeah, just
that would be a
decides to.
favorable exchange for. But just keep in mind, though, by the way, that explosives for 0 can be a combo kill finish. When those munitions tokens just die, it deals 2 damage to any target. Right now, there's 5 in play. That's 10 damage on the table.
All they have to do is leave the battlefield?
When this token leaves the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target.
Dude, weapons manufacturing,
Yeah,
sweet.
that is a nice, not very many decks.
So he has
Affinity
10
decks are playing this
damage
card.
just in the can here?
He has 10 damage on board here. Just needs to get Johnny down to 10.
I think you're down to 17.
I blocked the.
Yeah.
Oh, hit me once. Oh, sorry, 17. Yeah. 17. That's right, yeah.
Yeah, this is certainly a lot of damage here. Johnny does find a Prismatic Ending, and here's the problem. I mean, do you just use Prismatic Ending on engineered explosives?
Just in case that's the only way that Shuhei finds.
Right, because killing the weapons manufacturing doesn't even matter anymore, right? You already made 5 tokens off of the thing.
Oh,
Right?
yeah. It's just too late. Was that Metallic Rebuke there?
Yeah, it looks like it. And now this is 3, 4, 6 tokens? 6 tokens in play? 7 tokens, excuse me?
That's 14, 15, 16, 17?
All right.
Almost there.
And by the way, now there's 2 explosives in play. Johnny only has a Prismatic Ending for 1 of them.
I see. So Johnny's at 15, not 14. So he's just...
This is 14 damage on board just from the munitions tokens plus engineered explosives.
Crazy.
And Shuhei found in Urza Saga, which when you go to chapter 2 next turn, I mean, I just assume that's also a lethal creature.
Man, look at how many permanent Shuhei made off of that amount of mana.
Yeah.
Or lands, I
just
should say.
Nuts.
It's just wild.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is just so much more explosive when you do get to play, when you do have that Pinnacle Emissary in your opening draw. And the weapons manufacturing does kind of an impression of that, where you have something that's in play, and you can still play all these 0-mana artifacts and still get a ton of permanence in play.
Yeah, and I mean, these are just better in this case because they're just not interactable.
Right.
Like, you can't blow them up.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is the thing. I mean, Affinity still remains as one of the best Game 1 decks in the entire format. The issue is Affinity does tend to struggle. Wrath of the Skies, extremely powerful sideboard card. We've seen decks play Meltdown in the sideboard. Even cards like Fire Magic can be very, very effective. So Game 1 is a very, very important game to win if you're an Affinity deck.
And you see the not explosive open, at least thus far here from Shuhei. He actually has a Pinnacle Emissary, but he would only be able to make 1 trigger off of it.
Yeah, off of the engineered explosives. He is on the draw, though, and he actually does have a Surveil land in his deck with a Scalding Tarn, so probably going to do that here and try to find another 0-mana play. Johnny's hand, consigned to memory, a very nice card against all the various colorless strategies. Noting that I don't believe it counters Pinnacle Emissary, because it is a blue-red creature. So, which is kind of rough, because then it's going to resolve and you're still going to be able to get some tokens out of the exchange.
Both players setting up their mana with Surveil lands.
Yeah, curious to see how much of the combo Johnny kept in.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to remove all of it. It's just too many cards. But just knowing that you can't lean on that as heavily, given the fact that Shuhei has so many Tormod's Crypts after sideboard. Yeah, and take a look at Shuhei Nakamura. Could have played a Pinnacle Emissary to make some tokens, but actually playing a very, very patient game here. Not even running out the weapons manufacturing here on turn 2.
Wow.
Just keeping a Mystical Dispute, just playing it slow.
It feels like he is setting up for an explosive turn, right? Maybe dispute something, then if he can go, like, say, draw a 0 mana artifact and go manufacturing plus Emissary, then play them both.
Yeah, then you'll get
you just go
a munitions token plus a Thopter at the very least there, yeah. But Johnny doesn't have a whole lot of action here. No, at least in terms of putting something in play, right? There is no Psychic Frog. He's got the Riddler, but probably being a little bit patient with it here. Oh, never mind. Finds a Psychic Frog here to play with Consigned to Memory backup.
And he's going to need it.
Oh, and that is a, Mystical Dispute.
Yep.
All right. Can't force a negation as it is Johnny's turn. Probably getting a Steam Vents here. Oh, just basic island. Could actually have brought in Blood Moon. That is a card that Shuhei Nakamura has 3 copies of in the sideboard.
And does the basic island hint you in that direction?
It does.
And Johnny too?
Right. And given the fact that he's got a Spire Bluff Canal, even if you don't, it also maybe might make Johnny fetch different lands.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the first decision for Johnny. Is he going to let this weapons manufacturing resolve? It does.
Okay.
Gives him the thumbs up.
And here comes the Pinnacle Emissary, and that can't get countered.
And he doesn't have an answer for that one.
Could have forced the weapons manufacturing.
That's right. I thought he might be saving it for that, but he gave a pretty enthusiastic...
Right. Now you get a munitions token here, and then now you can play a 0 mana card.
And he does have at least 1 engineered explosives.
Oh, and that's a Mox Opal.
And an Opal. See, this is exactly what we talked about.
Look at this.
And now it's live.
Look at how many permanents are just flooding the battlefield here. Now he
can Thoughtcast here?
He can, unless Johnny counters the Mox Opal.
Oh, sure.
Does have the Consigned to Memory. This could be a good target for Consigned to Memory, honestly, to try to slow things down.
Yes, good.
Oh no! He's letting it rip.
All right, he's going. Well, you know what? If you play a Thoughtcast, I can still counter that.
Sure.
So probably maybe going for. Is he going to let this one resolve?
No. He jumped on that hand.
Because if
he's down to 1 card.
Right. Because if you force of negation, you go down to 3 cards. If you draw a land, you can go Prismatic Ending plus Riddler and draw 2 cards off of that.
Okay, so he did counter it.
Yeah, and Shuhei is now just down to the explosives, which you can still play to make another Thopter and a munitions token.
And he's going to.
Yep. And, I mean, he's got 2 creatures in play, but the Emissary goes away. So, again, not a ton of pressure, but he does have the explosives plus all the munitions tokens in play. Now, Johnny does have the answers there with a pair of Prismatic Endings in hand. And don't know if Johnny, because Johnny could Solitude, Prismatic Ending, and then Warp in the Riddler to draw 2 cards. But there's like not a great creature to remove.
No, there's not. I guess he could also earmark it for when Shuhei actually casts the Emissary. He's going to go Prismatic Ending.
Doesn't want to take a ton of damage off the munitions.
He's just going to pass.
Okay.
No Riddler here.
Waiting on the Riddler. All right, and Shuhei's only play here is to attack for 2, play out the Pinnacle Emissary here, and probably just play the Bauble. Just get as much damage in as possible. All right, just play this too. Jeez.
Found another free card.
Right, trigger's good.
Yeah.
Think about the,
Yeah, so Johnny does have Solitude
Sorry,
here.
This is on cast trigger? Yeah, cast trigger. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, of course. Everything's good.
Yeah, so there's no opportunity for Johnny to Solitude the Pinnacle Emissary before Shuhei casts another spell.
Exactly. And Shuhei's not going to get his card off of Bobble straight away. A lot of Shuhei stuff is sorcery speed. It was another explosives, it looked like.
I mean, if an explosive resolves, that's 10 damage.
Yeah?
No, 12 damage.
The trigger on the stack. Yep.
Solitude the Emissary. Trigger on the stack. So now you get to draw 2
21.
cards off the Riddler.
Draw 2? Yep.
Looking for possibly an Ephemerate here. That would be quite strong. He does have the Prismatic Ending. No good targets for the Prismatic Ending here, though.
Let's see what Shuhei finds with his draw step. He has that second engineered explosive.
Shuhei could potentially just
He's
kill
almost
Johnny
there,
here,
right?
right? There's 2 0-mana artifacts here. So if you play the Bobble and then you play the explosives, I mean, that's 14 damage. I guess that's not... Wait, Johnny went down to 13, right?
Yeah, I think he's at 13.
Yeah. He's at 13,
It's
and
just
now
gonna
this is
be
14
lethal.
damage. Yet, don't want to lose the Bobble for nothing. Is he just going to go for it, blow it up?
It's
Play
hard to
around Consign?
imagine.
Because he's just thinking about Consign.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
It's like, should I go for it? I mean, if it gets countered, it gets
He's going
countered.
for it, and
Oh!
that is undefeated Shuhei Nakamura playing next round to stay that way and be the only undefeated player overnight. Wow, Johnny just had to sit there and watch, and you can see the look. He's just like, seriously?
Look, coming into this, I do not think a lot of people had losing to weapons manufacturing playing for undefeated, but it happened twice.
It happened twice, and it was really impressive as a combo. I mean, that was kind of the vibe that gives. You know, when you think about Affinity in the more old school manner, this didn't really have anything to do with that.
No, absolutely. It's a completely different deck. It almost has a combo element to it because you're already just putting a bunch of permanents into play. You're drawing a bunch of cards, so you can either kind of chip away, win with Urza Saga and some creatures, or you can just establish that combo that Shuhei used to win both of those games. Weapons manufacturing kind of acting as a redundant Pinnacle Emissary, but also you just get to play free 0-mana cards. Engineered Explosives is just a good Magic card. That's a free spell, and then every now and then, you can just blow up the world.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you could see them trying to get as many of these free spells in. Like, you know, if they had any thought about the Tormod's Crypts, it's like they probably wanted something like that anyway.
Right.
And they're just like, well, maybe the format, boom, there's 3 of them in there in the main, and
I wonder,
easy
like,
game.
were you just supposed to counter the weapons manufacturing? It's weird, right? There's a lot of interesting decision points there, but of course you have to time your counters well, and yeah, I mean that was tough. But maybe afterwards, now you're just like, okay,
for sure.
Maybe the manufacturing actually is very important.
Yeah, both the Emissary and the manufacturing seem to be the engines that made that whole thing go. Great stuff from Shuhei Nakamura. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we're going to be right back in the feature match area with more Modern here from Atlanta. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are in the booth. Oh yeah, we've got a whole Magic Con happening. You can see this is Artist Alley here, where you can meet your favorite Magic artists. They sign cards, you can get merch. It is all happening here in Atlanta, and that includes the Pro Tour. That's Paul Cheon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got more Modern here in round number 7 for you, where we have Luis Salvato, who we've seen play a couple of times earlier today, and Hayuma Nishi sitting down across from each other. It is a somewhat typical matchup you could see in Modern. It's Tameshi Belcher versus Eldrazi Tron.
Yeah, and we saw this a couple of rounds ago, and Luis Salvato had a field day, at least when he played that matchup, where he actually got to cast Emrakul and then take over his opponent's turn and then have them Belcher themselves. Can Luis pull it off again here?
Yeah, it's the same exact matchup that we saw before. That turn was disgusting.
Oh, yes.
It was also an unkind gesture to his own teammate.
Right, absolutely. And Hayuma Nishi here playing the more traditional build of the Mono Blue Belcher deck, where he does play the 2-mana creatures in the Philology Archaeologist and the Thundertrap Trainers to go with the Flare of Denial.
Yeah, these decks don't share a lot of cards in common, but they have at least somewhat similar plan of trying to make 7 mana real quick.
Right.
And we see that Nishi is going to take one step in that direction here with the Lotus Bloom on suspend here on turn 1, right when you want it.
Right.
Power plant map. So this is a fairly typical opener as well for any Tron-based deck, trying to assemble those 3 Urza lands.
Now Nishi on the play here with the Lotus Bloom on turn 1 here. So just, the biggest thing if you're on Nishi's side here, there's 2 really important cards in the matchup that you need to be mindful of. The main deck Disruptor Flutes, of course, that's in Luis Salvato's deck, and also just being mindful that when Luis Salvato gets to 4 mana, he can just deploy Karn. And Karn is absolutely backbreaking. If you can resolve the Karn, and especially if you get the Karn and then get the Flute, all of a sudden, as a mono blue player, you need to answer both the Karn because you can't activate the Belcher and then also the Flute.
Yeah, Luis has a Disruptor Flute. He also has a Pithy Needle.
Right. You also have Pithing Needle. And then, of course, if you have a ton of mana, you can just get the Stone Brain, right?
Oh.
And you just get Stone Brain and just exile all the Belchers. And unless Hayuma also goes for the Tameshi beatdown plan, it doesn't really work as well against the Eldrazi deck.
Not so much. Although the Thundertrap Trainer, you know?
Right?
You never know.
But Luis does have 2 Tron lands here, so that will be turn 3 Tron. And I do see, wow, there's a Flute and also a Karn here in Luis's hand. But Hayuma Nishi does have a Disrupting Shoal. The question is, does he have the right blue spells in hand to be able to counter either the Flute or a Karn?
That's right. You have to line them up exactly with the Shoal.
Right. And there's not a lot of 4-mana blue spells in the mono blue Belcher decks. There's Waterlogged Teachings. That's kind of a variable card. There's 1 to 3 copies of it. If you expect a lot of Eldrazi Tron, you probably want to go up to 3 Waterlogged Teachings just to make sure that you have more 4-mana blue spells to copy Karn with the Shoal.
This just shows the power of Tron here. Luis on the draw, and he's about to have 7 mana. There's the mine.
Now, Hayuma could, of course, also just have Flare in hand, and he has a pair of creatures in play, too. But Luis, I mean, will have 7 mana, and if he's got a Flute in hand, right, the fact that you can go Karn, if that gets countered, you can still play the Flute.
Just have 3 mana.
And you know, hopefully Hayuma doesn't have double free counters here. But yeah, this is, of course, an ideal start here for, I guess, both players, right?
Yeah, really. I mean, the
turn 3 Tron with 2 pieces of Disruption. Turn 1 Lotus Bloom, double Trainer, free counter in hand. Now, of course, we don't know what Hayuma has. Could just not have a Belcher, right? But
right.
You know, even if Hayuma has something like a Tameshi, could draw a ton of cards. One of the lands in play is a Seagate Restoration. If you play a Tameshi, you can pick up the Seagate Restoration, cycle through some Lotus Blooms, and then cast it and draw a ton of cards.
That's nice. There it is, Urzatron. The only question now for Salvato is what direction does he want to go with it?
Right, it's like, okay, do I lead with the flute or do I lead with Karn?
He's going to definitely be thinking about Flare of Denial.
Leading with the flute. And if you're Hyuma and you have a free counter, you kind of just have to counter this in some way. So either through a flare or the disrupting shoal. Now, if you have the ability to shoal this and you have a flare in hand, probably better to just keep the flare in your hand because it counters anything, and then you just shoal away a 2-drop if you can to counter the disruptor flute.
Yeah, it is interesting. You know, he just played a 2-drop. I wonder how much thought is given to that from Salvato's side. Well, did he let it resolve?
I think he did.
He may just not have anything.
Right.
To counter.
Yeah. Now Salvato has basically kind of three options, I suppose. You could, if you name the Lotus Bloom. Yeah, okay, you name Charbelcher, which is of course the thing that you want to name. But you could name Tameshi. You could name Lotus Bloom, I suppose, if you want to make Hyoma pay 3 mana to cast the one coming in. But here's the Karn. Does Hyoma have a counter for this? Okay, he does.
Flare of Denial is going to send Karn packing. Karn does what Disruptor Flute does anyway. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
Not a lot of targets for Dismember, and he had an extra mana floating.
So having both of those creatures, turn 2 and turn 3, was so big
he
for Hyoma.
First.
Right.
Oh,
Because usually if you have a Dismember against the mono blue deck, if you have a Dismember, you just fire it off on the creatures because that way, if they don't have any creatures, they can't cast Flare anymore. But against 2, you can't really play around it. So 6 mana available, but I mean, even casting Goblin Charbelcher would cost 7 mana here.
And then it would do nothing on the battlefield until the flute's gone.
But if Hyoma has a Tameshi, you know, there's certainly some interesting things he can do here with a Tameshi, with the Lotus Bloom. Feels like a Tameshi here. Not a whole lot you can cast in this deck, right? It's Tameshi or a 2-mana creature.
Right. It's
All right,
Tameshi.
there is Tameshi. 3 white. And Hyoma hasn't played a land for turn yet either.
Right.
So 3 mana here, and then with the 3 lands in play, Hyoma has access to a ton of mana here. Tameshi plus Lotus Bloom is a fantastic combination. Right, draw a card, get Lotus Bloom in play, 2 mana floating with 5 mana now. Okay, giving himself 5 white now. Can pick up another land here, get the Lotus Bloom black.
That's exactly what he's going to do.
And he does have the Seagate Restoration, remember, so now you can sack the Lotus Bloom if you want, or even more mana. 3 blue.
What could that mean?
And then you can pick up another land here just to make sure you have the Bloom in play. Because that's the only way to get white mana, really, with the Lotus Bloom. So if you pick this up, you also draw an additional card, right, because you have all the lands in your hand. So now you can play an untapped land, go to 14, cast Seagate Restoration, and...
Do you just do it for all of it, or...?
Just... Yeah, I don't know how many cards Hyoma has in hand, but it's going to be a lot. And once you cast Seagate Restoration, you don't even have to discard the hand size. And this is the power of Tameshi Lotus Bloom. Additionally, if Hyoma found like a disruption, if Hyoma found a Sink into Stupor or an Into the Floodmaw, could just win the game too.
Yeah.
So if he does have a bounce spell plus Belcher, he just wins.
So much mana this turn.
Has to pick up a land. Okay, so now has 9 mana, up to 12. Has played a land for turn. So 12 mana available here for Hyoma Nishi. Is this sink into stupor?
It is
He
sink
must
into
have
stupor.
He must have a belcher here, right?
He has given that indication.
Yep.
And there it is.
Yeah. Wow.
20U. Nice
What
turn for
a
Nishi
draw.
there. Incredible.
I mean,
Wow.
he just beat turn 3 Tron with a Karn and a Disruptor
That's wild.
on his turn 4.
Wow.
Wow.
Where he made 12 mana, by the way.
Yeah. I mean,
Tameshi.
that's rough. And with Luis, there's not too much you can do. That's the best you have, right? And you just have to hope they don't have all of it. And Hyoma had, a bounce spell plus Tameshi plus Belcher all in hand.
And Humo drew the... Do we think that he had the Belcher or drew it off of that one?
He may have revealed it off of one of the creatures. All right, but turn 3 Tron here, and Luis is now on the play. And Hyoma does not have a Lotus Plume. So this is looking much
this
better
is
here for
way
Luis.
different. Yeah.
Hyoma does have the full 4 copies of Consigned to Memory after sideboard, which is very strong against Eldrazi Tron, along with 2 copies of Hercule's Recall, which
Really?
can also be very good against various artifact disruption. And I don't know if he's going to bring this in, also has 2 copies of Harbinger of the Seas to shut down the Tron land. So
Very nice.
that tells me he doesn't maybe necessarily love this matchup and has a lot of cards for it.
And there you see it. Once again, 7 mana, this time on the play, turn 3. Oh, and now Nishi finally finds a Lotus Bloom, but this is a little late.
The delayed Lotus Plume here, and Luis with a ton of mana here.
Though he didn't do anything with it yet.
Yeah, this likely has a flute in hand, maybe just runs that out, just kind of test the waters, have Hyoma run through his counter spells at the end of his turn, and then maybe then Luis can untap and then resolve something else that he has in hand.
Maybe Kozilek's Command.
Yeah, that can certainly be a card as well. Take 3 Hydroelectric Specimen. He passes, you could be signaling, of course, just the ability to just hard cast Flare of Denial, but also just War of Invention, potentially, to get a Lotus Bloom.
Wow, so just nothing there from Salvato.
All right, playing it very, very patiently here. Doesn't want Hyoma to actually pay mana to counter things, wants him to pitch, right? Use the pitch counters to be down on cards. And Luis with tons of mana here.
He's just said go again.
Yeah,
He
well,
has,
the thing,
9 mana?
The thing is, he's not. The thing is, I think he's choosing not to do anything until the turn where he feels pressured, where Hyoma could actually go off.
Okay.
And right now, Hyoma's not in that position.
He doesn't want to open up the door.
All right, so 3 mana, perhaps a Magus here. All right. There is, excuse me, Harbinger of the Seas, the blue Magus.
Right.
And he dismembers, and I mean, this just shuts down all the extra mana here. Luis now has extra pressure here to try to resolve some of the spells in his hand.
He's going to tap this before the Harbinger enters the battlefield.
Could
That'll
also
prompt the flute.
And also, if you have a Kozilek's Command, for example, you could float the mana.
Yep.
Let it resolve, then kill the Harbinger, and then either make a bunch of spawn tokens or scry and find more threats.
Looks like he's getting an Oracle on consign there.
Yeah, it's got Replicate, which always makes things more interesting as well. Okay,
Wow,
so couldn't use that extra mana, so just the flute in play, and now just has 4 islands to work with. And it's really hard for, I mean, there's Dismember. That's a good one.
Is that Trinisphere?
That is, yeah, that's Trinisphere. That does turn off the free counter spells, right? If Hyoma wants to play any of his pitch counters, has to pay a full 3 mana. This is just a card that Luis just naturally boarded in because, you know, this deck is it's a Wish sideboard, right? So you have Karn and you leave a lot of these kind of quote-unquote silver bullet type cards, these one-ofs that are really strong in certain matchups. But, for example, if you find that you have Karn and you're often getting a Pithing Needle or a Stone Brain and you almost never get the Trinisphere, just board it in.
Yeah, what Paul means by Wish sideboard is it's a sideboard filled with one-ofs that are good in certain situations and primarily can be searched up.
Right, through Karn, which is the most powerful card in the deck because it just gives you answers to basically all the matchups that exist.
But of course, between games, you can just bring in those cards into your deck.
Right.
Sometimes you don't want to. Sometimes it's better to have them searchable. You have 4 Karns and only 1 copy of that silver bullet.
Right.
It's safer in the yard. But if you have stuff you need to bring out, you'll see stuff like this.
Yeah, the funny thing is the most common card that there are multiples of in the sideboard are the Disruptor Flutes. But Luis is just playing all of the main anyways, right? 3 main, 1 sideboard. So he's already kind of pre-sideboarded here for this matchup. Kiyomi going for a War of Invention here. 3 mana. Okay, because of the Trinisphere, of course.
Goblin Charvelcha. No, Goblin Charvelcha.
What did he name?
Yeah, this one. This one. The one that I just is this one.
Ah, Belcher.
Belcher.
Charbelcher.
Oh, so he's naming Charbelcher again? It seems? I guess we'll see, because the other one doesn't have anything on it. One card that can be pretty effective here is if Hyoma finds something like a Hercule's Recall and bounces all of those artifacts.
Right.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah.
3.
Cost 3 mana to cast because
Yeah,
of Trinisphere.
You are still casting it.
Yeah.
And you hear Nishi say, oh.
And you're going to pay, right? You still
Yeah.
get the mana back if you need it, so. I'm always excited when the players have access to Seagate Restoration mana.
11. Okay.
I don't know if that's going to happen, though. And Luis needs to find something to play here. Now, we're on 6 mana, right? So now if Luis gets the 7th mana source, if he has something like an Ugin in hand, you just cast it, right? You just cast it and get the Harbinger off the battlefield, and all of a sudden, all of your lands are unlocked again.
Yeah, I mean, with no pressure to back it up.
Right.
Just find 7 lands the good old-fashioned way.
Oh, okay. So the first flute named Consigned to Memory. Okay. So now that's going to cost lots and lots of mana to cast. I'm actually curious. I'm not even 100% certain on this, but when you have a Trinisphere plus a flute on Consign, what would a Consign cost? Is it 6 or is it 3?
Sorry.
Or 4, rather. Who's untap each spell? It costs at least 3 to play, so I'm guessing 4?
Yeah, if it allows other things to stack up more.
Right, so I'm guessing it's 4 with the flute, because the flute makes things cost 3 more to cast.
Trinisphere comes last.
Yeah.
Poor Trinisphere.
Is this going to be another Tameshi beatdown situation? Surely Luis has something to deal.
Yeah, no way that it's...
There's actually creatures in this deck.
Right.
Hyoma deep in the tank here. Yeah, and the only issue with because the blue decks don't actually have ways to kill the flute. It's like, it feels pretty bad when you bounce it because it just has flash and you can just kind of play it again.
Yeah,
right? So
definitely.
you really have to find a time where, you know, maybe Luis is tapped out for something to be able to fire off the recall and just try to win immediately.
So 1 flute's on Consign, 1 flute's on Belcher.
Right. This could be a Tameshi here.
Does have that inkling, doesn't
1 white floating. Oh, yeah. All right. We get to see Tameshi.
Tameshi with the 1 white.
Right. So can draw 1 card. And remember, activating the Tameshi is not the same as casting something off of the Trinisphere. So you don't have to pay 3 mana to get these Lotus Blooms in play. So this is a lot of mana that Hyoma can generate. Every land in play is effectively 2 extra mana here.
Which is the same thing that we saw prior. I'm just curious where that goes this time.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what Hyoma is working with here because you still need to deal with the flute on Belcher, which Luis can replay. But when you have access to so much mana, perhaps Hyoma can brute force this and bounce it twice even. All right, here we go. Tameshi doing so much work in this matchup. Kind of feels like you're almost just playing some other format, Vintage or something, right? Where you're just recurring Lotus Blooms over and over and over again.
This feels exactly like that.
And Luis just no dismembers, nothing here. Not that dismember would do anything because you can just cycle through this over and over again. So currently at 11 mana with potentially 15 mana if he picks up 2 more lands.
Once again, Salvato is forced to look across the battlefield and see a player making significantly more mana than he's able to.
Right.
Even though he's playing Tron.
In his cheaty mana deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems that Salvato doesn't have any way to interact here. He just has to watch.
Yeah.
Like you said, he does have access to Dismember, but he just doesn't have it.
I mean, I figure well, also this thing, if he had it, he would have used it on the Magus, right?
Yes.
Long time ago.
That's right. Yeah, he could use a couple of Dismembers here.
Yeah. Well, this is the fun part, though. What does Hyoma have in hand?
I want to know what he's got.
With 15 mana available. All right. Okay.
Well, that's going to give us a hint.
Okay.
Goblin Charbelcher
9 mana
is
available.
Unlocked.
I mean, when you're doing this, you're going for it.
You're just doing it.
You're doing it. Are we bouncing Trinisphere too, or here we go.
Do you need to?
Nope. Just running out the Belcher, seeing if it resolves. In response, Luis is going to go for this. Now,
he does have to pay 3.
Hyoma can just hard cast the counterspell here and then just go for it, right? Like if you just have a Flare of Denial, you just sack the Lotus Bloom, cast Flare, and then use your remaining mana to use the Belcher for the win. I think that's it, right?
That's exactly what's happening here, Paul. Hard counter target spell, just straight up cancel.
That's right. You have 5 mana. Activate Belcher.
And that's going to be it.
Oh,
Hyoma improves to 7-0, and we'll get to play next round to stay undefeated as well with Tameshi Belcher. And well named, that Tameshi was absolutely critical both games.
Yeah, unbelievable even. I mean, having access to 15 mana out of basically nowhere and fighting through Trinisphere and double Disruptor Flute and a turn 3 Tron opponent. I mean, that was just a masterclass in just showcasing what this deck is capable of through all kinds of hate cards.
No kidding. Both times that he started to go off, he was facing down one, or either had faced down or was facing down one or two different disruption spells.
Yeah, and was just able to just go navigate through everything. And that's just the power of Tameshi, right? You get that Tameshi going with the Lotus Blooms. All of a sudden, I don't care if you make me pay 3 mana to cast spells. I have all the mana in the world. So as long as I just have the answers for your threats, I can just hard cast everything and just brute force my way through victories.
That's right, because, you know, it turns out a lot of the ways that the decks choose to shut down Charbelcher and that type of stuff is through mana increasing ways. So if it's like, what if I spot you 15 mana?
Right.
You know, like now what can you do?
Yeah, there is no more tax when you have access to 15 mana.
That's right. Yeah, really impressive stuff there from the Belcher deck, and able to finish off quite cleanly. We've got yet more Magic here in round 7 for you. We have Gabriel Nassif versus Jason Yee. And as you can see, these players both on 5 and 1, including Nassif with that Blink deck that we saw a little bit of earlier. Didn't do so well on camera when we had it earlier, but this is the, you know what, I'm just going to go blue-white, and it plays out, I don't know, you described it somewhat like a little bit of a mono-white deck that also has the Riddler plus the Riddler combo, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a mono-white Blink deck with Quantum Riddler and some counter spells in the sideboard. That's effectively what this deck is. It's able to put a lot of pressure there with the Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride combination, but you can also grind people through to the late game as well because you have the Warp Ephemerate package in your deck as well.
We've got game 3 here between our two players, and as you can see, we are playing slightly faster than normal because this is the type of matchup that can go for a while. On the other side of the battlefield, Jeskai Chant. We did get to see a little bit of Orum's Chant earlier in the day.
Yeah, really cool deck. I did not think Scepter Chant would still be a modern, viable thing to do, but apparently that it is.
I mean, that's like old legacy stuff.
I mean, I think that was probably one of the first modern decks I played way back, and you know, back when modern was still very new. But now there's just so many good threats. But Orum's Chant just turns out very good card in this format, and so if you have a good enough excuse to be able to main deck a card like Orum's Chant, why not put a Scepter or 2 in your deck?
I think it's also like, what kind of a Magic player are you? Are you an Ocelot Pride or an Orum's Chant? You know, you got 1 mana to spend. What do you want to?
Right.
One white mana. What do you spend it on? Different approaches, no doubt about it.
Right. Teferi bouncing a token, drawing a card,
and that's it.
Yep. Teferi down, I assume.
Tefers is not going to be around after this.
All
Just on principle, Nassif will kill any Teferi on the other side of the battlefield, regardless of the board state.
Yeah. Quantum Riddler, is there a blink effect?
Ephemerate?
Ephemerate.
Oh, there it is.
And it resolves. So this is quite the board here now that Jason has to fight through. Quantum Riddler, Ocelot Pride, and a token. There is Wrath of the Skies. Jason has a copy of that in the sideboard. Not particularly good at killing Quantum Riddler, though.
Speaking of, there's another Teferi buying time and bouncing the Riddler. Long term,
right?
Not really where you want to be.
But it does make it so that the Ephemerate just doesn't do much here.
Yes.
So Nassif not even casting it.
Nassif says, one at you, one at Teferi.
Right. Okay,
again?
Another one.
Again?
Another Ephemerate. Yeah.
Oh, he has it
okay.
again.
Wow, this is a lot of cards here for Nassif. 4 cards have been drawn so far off of Riddler plus Ephemerate. And I suppose the Guide of Souls was drawn off the Ephemerate. This is lots of life being gained. Is this not quite the City's Blessing yet, right? 4, 5, 6. Oh, no. Yeah. We're on 9 right now.
9, exactly.
Yeah. So next turn, if a token gets created, we get double the tokens, or an additional token, rather. This is a really big board. I wonder if, like, would Scepter Chant get it done? I don't know how many counter spells Nassif will be bringing in.
That was Orem's chant there for Jason.
Right. And this is more of a mid-rangey matchup, or mid-range versus control almost. And so I just, if I see an Orem's chant here in Jason's hand, I just kind of assume that there's also Scepter in there, that's still left in the deck.
That it's still in.
Because otherwise Orem's chant's not particularly strong against a deck that's just playing one mana creatures, right?
Right.
You kind of want to just put the combo together.
We did see this Orem's chant get exiled to Solitude, which is going to take care of the Riddler, but it's got to be a tough pill to swallow to say, I'm going to Solitude your Riddler after it already came into play 4 times.
Did we just see a Day's Undoing get cast?
Yes, it did.
All right. Well, both players with a fresh 7. Now, of course, this is a really good combo if you have Narset in play, but there is no Narset in play.
And then what happened? It just ends the turn, right?
Right, so both players...
Like Jason doesn't get to play anything?
But has access to 2 mana. So if you play a deck with a bunch of instants, it's not so bad because maybe you can play something here. But both players with a fresh 7 and Nassif with a very, very solid board here as well.
This is going to be upkeep. Orem's chant? Is that what's happening?
It looks like an Orem's chant, yes.
Yeah. Now that it's Nassif's turn.
So Ephemerate does not get cast. Nassif can simply...
Because you're just not allowed to, right?
Right.
It's still being cast. And it was kicked.
So no attacks either.
But that is 2 chants down.
That is 2 chants down, but this is a pretty big turn because Days Undoing was cast, where Nassif could have deployed a ton of threats. But now it's on... Jason gets the first person to actually get to take advantage of all the cards that were drawn.
That's pretty nice. There's the Narset, by the way. Where were you?
Right.
This deck looks really annoying.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
Teferis and Narsets and draw 7s.
Prismatic
and
Ending.
Orem's Chant Scepter. Like, this is just unbearable. I love it.
Guide of Souls. Right. Ooh, Spell Snare.
Spell Snare for Philia.
Yeah.
Not feeling it.
All right. And I think that's a Consult the Star Charts. And that would be a kicked Consult the Star Charts here for 6. All right. That's a good way to try to find Scepter Chant, right?
Definitely. Both of them.
Yeah. No white card for that Solitude in hand, but of course you could find one with the Star Charts if you absolutely need it.
Yeah, Kick Consult at this point feels like dig through time.
Yeah. Curious what Nassif is working with, because Nassif, remember, does have a fresh 7 with the Orem's Chant. Wasn't able to play anything last turn.
That's right. So this is the first time we get to actually see what's there.
See another Philia. It's an attack. If Nassif plays a land, would have the City's Blessing when the token comes in. Oh, double Flagstones.
Yep, tap one for mana first.
Right, and then go fetch a Meticulous Archive is my guess. The land comes into play regardless, so nice to get a Surveil land that's a Plains. Keeps it very quickly as well.
Yeah. That must have been an absolute no-brainer.
1 mana. Okay. And we're targeting Jason's land. How many basics are in Jason's deck? Wow.
Is this the type of deck that's weak to this? Or
No, it is not. 2 islands and 2 plains.
Oh, geez.
So you cannot... It is much more difficult to get kind of cheesed out by various multiple Boseiju Ghost Quarter type effects. Or in this instance, the White Orchid Phantom. But that's 3 basics, so only 1 left in Jason's deck.
Is this Nassif sideboard just bringing in more things that can attack?
Just random small creatures?
Yeah.
Sure seems that way.
Sanctifier Invec? Like,
yeah, that doesn't
what
do
is that?
a whole lot in this matchup.
I mean, it just did, I think, nothing when it
It doesn't die to Galvanic Discharge? I suppose.
Wow, you went deep.
Well,
I like it.
It's got some protections.
But it has 2 power. Is that the...
Yeah.
Is that the...
Jason has lots of planeswalkers, and the whole plan is to just kind of hide behind them, get some value, and if you just overload your deck with a bunch of creatures, there's probably just worse. Oh,
geez.
Can't be countered. Supreme Verdict.
Nassif has cast a lot of those in his day, but
wow.
He is not going to like to see that one on the stack. There's Philia.
And counterspell for the Philia as well.
Actual counterspell.
Yeah. Great, great turn there for Jason.
Jason does have Scepter.
Isochron
Scepter in hand, and we think that there's 2 more Orum's Chant.
Nassif has Quantum Riddler in hand. Could just cast it.
It's a good thing for Gabriel Nassif.
Yeah.
Because he's going to need to get rolling again here.
It looks like maybe just playing the Angel here instead, as it's warped, could get... How much energy?
A Pride or something?
You could get a Pride, yeah. Mockingbird is an option. All right. So nice little reset there. Pat through the Supreme Verdict.
Board state back.
Board state back. There's also Scepter Consult the Star Charts. You could do that.
Get an engine rolling?
Yeah, just get an engine rolling. Lots of card draw. You're just looking at so many cards, but actually just casting it here. Kicking it even. For 6?
Still 6.
Yeah. The Supreme. Ooh, and
There's
found the
chant.
Orum's Chant. Okay. Now, Nassif does have Consigned to Memory.
Yes.
Which he could use to counter said chant. Oftentimes, what we've seen in some of the previous rounds is you want to try to find a Teferi, have that resolve, then your opponent can't counter you back, and then that's kind of the lock. Teferi plus Scepter plus Chant is more or less the hard lock. Okay. Taking the damage here, and we will see a couple of cat tokens get created now. Ooh, shocking. Is it Riddler time?
The full Riddler?
It feels like it's the full Riddler.
It's
Oh, and that's 4 mana.
though.
Okay. Just playing a Witch Enchanter. Oh, sure. Just casting it so that you can warp in the Riddler and then draw 2 cards.
Okay, just to get it out of your hand.
Right. I think Nassif is thinking, okay, what is Jason's plan here? Of course, it's to assemble Scepter Chant. So just trying to find potentially more counter magic here. A second Consign, perhaps Mystical Dispute.
We see Solitude from Jason. That's going to target the Riddler. Oh, but we're going to see Consign. Consign to Memory does protect it.
Yeah. And Guide of Souls. But now Nassif is tapped out?
Yep.
And does Jason have Scepter Chant?
Jason had access to it, so I would say...
And there's a Teferi, too.
Yes.
That's
all
the
the
lock.
pieces? Oh. And there's
Okay.
Teferi.
There's Teferi. Does Nassif have some way to counter this back?
I assume no, and we
Yeah,
did not
just the
actually see
land.
Teferi.
Oh, found a Teferi.
Really?
So you can use the Teferi to bounce the Isochron Scepter.
Yes, and that actually strands the orange.
But can't
chant.
cast it because he's been chanted, right?
He has been chanted.
Yeah. So needs to find some instant speed way or a counter spell for Scepter Chant. Not a ton of that.
Another Consign.
Yeah. And now this is the hard lock.
And that's it. The Consign's out.
Teferi is out. Teferi, Scepter Chant. What can Nassif do from this point?
I think nothing.
Jason just explaining, hey, you can't do anything from this point on.
So what? How does the game end in Jason's favor?
Right. I think Jason
Is it
is trying to
is it-
explain what's going to happen. I will play Narset. I will play Days Undoing. I will not be able to deck. I will eventually cast a bunch of Solitudes, kill all your things, and just find a way to win this game. But it is not possible for me to lose from this spot unless you want to just go through the motions where we get a draw or something.
Abilities, I don't believe you have an Odawara or anything like that in your deck that can stop this.
Okay. And that's going to do it. Jason Yi pulls off the combo. Wow. You cannot cast spells. You cannot attack. You cannot cast things outside of sorcery speed. And you cannot win the game. And that's going to do it.
I think I played this deck 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, something along those lines. And the fact that it's still a solid, viable deck is incredible. I mean, getting Teferi going with the Scepter Chant, wow. What a strong combination.
That really narrows it down.
Right.
You heard Jason mention Odawara as one of the few ways that's an activated ability, so you're not putting it on the stack. It can bounce an on-land permanent, so it can actually hit it. But Jason also said, I don't think you have it. And Nassif said, you are correct.
Yes.
Good game. And that was it. Yeah, pretty wild to see cards like that still seen play in Modern. But, you know, the text, you can't cast any spells, is pretty strong. If you can find a way to abuse that, it's still there.
Also, if you just think the card Isochron Scepter is pretty well positioned, if you don't think people are going to have a lot of instant speed ways to deal with that, and even if they do, if you just play the game very carefully, make sure you get to Teferi, clear up the board, get Teferi in play first, then you just, at some point, that's your combo, right? You're a control deck with the combo where once you get that all online, your opponent simply can't do anything, and there's just not that many people playing the card Odawara in their decks.
That's right, and Nassif wasn't one of them, unfortunately for him. He did say, would I have won if I just, but I couldn't hear what he said after that, so he immediately was rewinding, and this is what the really great players do. All right, that's going to do it for us in the booth this round. We're going to take a short break. When we'll be back, we'll be at the news desk setting up for our last round of Swiss here on day one. Don't go anywhere.
Sign up for Magic Spotlight the Avatar today, coming to Atlanta, Georgia and Lyon, France. Visit magic.gg/spotlight for details. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in Atlanta, Georgia. MagicCon Atlanta also going on this weekend. There's Artist Alley. You can get a look at that right now. Tons of great Magic artists selling their wares. Lots of players here enjoying everything that a MagicCon has to offer, including Corey, who's got this incredible jersey on that we have to take a look at. Look at that from Geeky
I'm
Jerseys.
liking this.
They are a
Let's
sponsor of the
go.
Pro Tour Watch Party here at MagicCon Atlanta, so we want to thank them for that. And if you want your own, you can go to geekyjerseys.com to get one of these awesome jerseys. They also have them for other fandoms, so check that out. Corey looking good.
Yeah.
Haley's jealous.
I'm
I'm
really
gonna fight him for it afterwards. I'm just waiting for the cameras to cut, so there's no evidence.
I'm really hoping I get to keep this. This is top. This is warm, you know? Like, I'm a big fan.
It looks
I'm a big
sick,
fan.
Corey. Looking good. I think you have a career in modeling, by the way.
I think so.
Let's see your blue steel. There
it's
it is.
green steel now.
There it is. Green steel.
Yeah,
Excellent.
still got it. We
All
still
right,
got it.
All right, excellent. Everyone call Corey. He needs an agent. Let's take a look at our standings here after 7 rounds of play. 2 players left undefeated. Hayumi Nishi and Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famers, both standing alone at 7-0, leading the field here. 14 players on a record of 6-1, so there's a huge fight happening here at 6-1, and a lot of big names there, including Luis Salvato. We've got Jason Yee, Johnny Gutman also on 6-1. Stefan Schutz are sitting at 6-1 as well. Let's take a look a little further down the standings. All these players doing very well on day 1 of competition yet. Benton Madsen, saw him on camera a little bit earlier at 5-1-1, as is Tony Portalon, currently sitting at 5-1-1. Matt Costa at 5-2. Sean Henry, 5-2 as well. There's a look at our standings after 7 rounds of play. Well, we've been checking in with our teams to find out how they're doing throughout the weekend here on day 1 of competition. But we want to take a chance to talk to some of the team captains and find out what their process was like here gearing up for this Pro Tour. Ailey talked to them just moments ago.
I've got Hall of Famer and team captain here for Double Infinity, Willie Edel. This is a brand new team, Willie. Tell us a little bit about how it came to be.
Well, like in the past, I joined like several big teams, myself and Marcio, and we kind of felt that joining big teams means like it's very good, like you play test with a lot of good players, but it also means that you cannot like bring like all your friends that qualify from both Portugal and Brazil. And I did this in the past a lot, like I bring a lot of people with me and everything else. And during these last 2 years, we kind of felt, okay, it kind of hurts that we have like personal friends that you cannot join the team because the team is too big or they are not like super skilled or like just a newcomer. So we decided to try to leave Cosmos and join like, okay, let's bring all our friends from Portugal and Brazil and hope for the best. Like we'll have like a very good time. We have like all our friends around us. Of course, like the skills level is like a little lower, but like, I mean, like the atmosphere and like the playtest goes much smoother and much more happier. So I think like it's the first Pro Tours, but like we think like we stick like for a while and hope for the best.
And overall, how is the team feeling on day 1 of the Pro Tour?
I think like at this point we have like at least half of the team already locked on day 2, and maybe like 2 or 3 more locked, like trying for the next rounds for the day 2. Personally, I'm 5-2. That's another 5-2. So I think that's another 2 5-2s. And I think that's a beginning. Like if you can place like at least like 7 or 8 out of 9 on day 2, should be very good.
Awesome. Well, best of luck, Willie, and best of luck to the rest of your team too. I hope you have an excellent conversion into day 2. I've got Team Worldly Council's captain here, Zen Miyagi Thorn. We want to check in on the teams. How is yours doing? How's the overall vibe? Everyone having a good day so far?
Yeah, we've been doing very well. We absolutely crushed the limited portion, so we had a 71% win rate as a team, and 5 of us 3-0'd the draft. None of us 0-3'd. So yeah, doing splendidly well, and going into the constructed, still keeping it up. I think we have a few, from what I know, I think there was 4 of us in the top 16 going into this round. So yeah, super well.
What's your secret? How did you manage that?
I think you know, with this limited format, everyone thought that it was quite simple, but we actually thought it was quite a complicated and deep format. And so we spent a lot of time on it, and it paid off massively. And because of the nature of the modern format being quite sort of, I guess, solved, we didn't probably focus so much on it compared to other teams. And yeah, so far it's been going well.
Awesome. Well, we all know an excellent limited record will serve you well heading into the top 8. So yeah, let's see. Maybe we can get 4 of you guys in the top 8.
Yeah, that'd be incredible. Yeah.
Well, then, best of luck, and we'll see you here again, no doubt.
Thank you.
We're checking in on our teams here this weekend, and I've got with me here Mikey Bashara, team lead for Flex Slot Diamond. Mikey, you're having a pretty good day for yourself. How's the rest of the team doing?
I think the limited portion for the rest of the team went incredibly well. We had such a fantastic win rate in limited. Modern's all over the place, though. Modern is such a wide open format, it's hard to be prepared for each and every deck that everybody brought here today. Like, I myself was very surprised to run into Shuye playing Affinity into Yawgmoth Brood Scale right after that. So I myself got thrown for quite a wrench when I registered my deck. But I think the rest of the team is doing pretty okay overall. We had a very, very strong limited start, which means we got good breakers at least.
That's always a good thing to have. Now, when it came to deck selection, was there a general consensus over, yeah, this is strong, or is everyone playing something different for the most part?
We had absolutely zero general consensus. Nobody on the team is playing more than 2 copies of the same deck. It went something like, out of the 12 players, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Different decks. We have 10 different decks? No, 8 different decks, something like that. Nobody's on the same thing. Everybody is playing what they're comfortable with, and I wouldn't want anything else for them.
Absolutely. I mean, Modern is the place where you get to play your favorite deck and hopefully thrive with it. So, Mikey, best of luck to you and your team, and hopefully we'll see a couple more people in the top 8 for you.
Thank you.
I'm here with Daniel Gutschel, the team lead for Rampant Growth. How is your team doing so far on day 1, Daniel?
Well, I don't think they're doing that well overall, but the event's only like 30-40% through. Yeah, nothing too fancy going on. I mean, still early in the event, yeah.
So when you guys were preparing for this event, did you focus more on the limited side of things or constructed?
I'd say we tried to do a pretty good balance. I mean, maybe we did like maybe 50-50 or 40-60, so maybe that's a bit more limited, but I would say tried to do a pretty good balance between the two. Yeah.
And then, ideal situation for you at the end of the day, what would you like to see for your team?
Well, I gotta say, there's a team divide. Only 3 of us are playing Neoform, and I'm really cheering for the Neoform guys. I'm one of them, so I'm really hoping, and even all the other, everybody playing Neoform, I'm cheering for everybody playing Neoform, so that after the event, I can say, you know, I mean, I guess it sounds like bad of a team lead, but it's like, yeah, it was great deck selection. Neoform had a great win rate, so I'm really rooting for the Neoform guys. I hope, I don't know, yeah, we have a variety of decks. I mean, I don't know. I hope, you know, the event, I try not to have too many, you know, particular goals in mind, I guess, for the event. Just try and play and see what happens. So I don't think I have any goals for the team, really, yeah.
All right, well, I hope personally that we'll see a couple of you tomorrow because I want to see Neoform do its thing, you know. So, Daniel, best of luck, and yeah, hopefully see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, as we all know, sideboarding is so very important in Modern, and Corey has been walking us through some of the top Modern decks here this weekend and how to sideboard in various matches. What do you have for us now, Corey?
Yeah, you got to be able to change stuff out, like, you know, a blazer for a jersey. That stuff's really important. So let's take a look at Willie Edel, who is playing Boros Energy here, you know, one of the go-to decks going into this. So we're going to walk through some of the ways that we are going to sideboard against other decks with our aggro deck. So things are a little different when you're not playing a combo deck, when you're not playing a deck like Gorios. So let's take a look at the sideboard that we're going to be working with here. Willie's list, quite stock, I would say, maybe a couple differences, but this is kind of what most Boros Energy decks are going to look like. So let's take a look at our first opponent. That's going to be Edgar Magadish playing Esper Gorios. So in this type of matchup, of course, you are still the beatdown. You're trying to prevent your opponent from bringing back the gigantic creatures while trying to not overextend into those possible Wrath of the Sky. So that's kind of your game plan. So let's look back at Willie Edel's sideboard and some of the cards we want here. Not a ton, but we're definitely going to be bringing in the 2 Surgicals that were there, the Vexing Bauble, and then as well as the Celestial Purge that we have in the sideboard here for Willie. Purge being able to kill Psychic Frog and any of those gigantic 8-drop creatures, 7-drop creatures that we're trying to get off the battlefield. Next, let's take a look at our next player we're playing against, which is Christopher Leonard here, who's going to be playing Eldrazi Tron. And when it comes to that, this is the list we're looking at. We have Karn the Great Creator in the top corner. So we'll look at the sideboard here for Christopher. The only cards that really come in here are the Disrupting Flute. Not really going to be a big deal against Boros Energy. So really, we can take this sideboard down, and this is the main deck that we have to be prepared against. Now we'll take a look back at Willie Edel's list and see what we want to bring in. It's going to be all these anti-Tron cards. You want Damping Sphere, you want Blood Moon. Wear Tear ends up being excellent, as well as Clarion Conqueror to shut down any of the Planeswalker's activations, as well as some of the, there's a boat in the sideboard. You can prevent that from crewing, those kind of things. Yeah, gotta love it, gotta love it. And then we'll look at our final opponent here for Boros Energy, and it's gonna be Casey Miller on Tameshi Belcher. So how do we sideboard against this deck where we're trying to be faster than a combo deck and try to be a little disruptive? So let's look back at Willie Edel's list. Orum's Chant, that's going to be kind of the main thing that we want. That's really a combo card. If you can ever chant during your opponent's upkeep when they're about to, have a Lotus Bloom come off suspension, or if you just need that one more turn to be able to win the game with an attack on your following turn, Orum's Chant ends up just being the perfect card against combo, as well as Clarion Conqueror. Only one of here, but if you can get that in play up against Belcher, they cannot win the game except, I guess, attacking with Tameshi, but come on. That's not how it is. As well as Wear and Tear, you want to bring those in for like Lotus Blooms and Dusk Rose Reliquary, and then the Vexing Baubles to be able to counter all the free spells that Belcher would play. So that's the whole MO of Boros Energy.
Ooh, excellent. Thank you so much, Corey.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, it's time for our final round of day number 1. Let's find out who will watch in the feature match area this round. It's our 2 undefeated players left in the building. Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer on Is It Affinity, up against Heyuman Nishi on Tameshi Belcher. Let's take a look at these players. Shuhei Nakamura, the more well-known player, has been playing the game since it basically started in 1995 here. 33 Grand Prix top 8s and 7 wins. That's tied for the all-time lead in GP wins. 6 Pro Tour top 8s. But no win yet for Shuhei, so looking to change that this weekend and certainly in great position. So we all know Shuhei. Who's the opponent here? Hayumi Nishi, also undefeated, started playing the game in 1999. No top finishes for Nishi yet. This is his 4th premier event start. The first was in 2019. Tested for this event solo as well and qualified to play here this weekend at an RC in Tokyo. Already achieved the season goal though, reached day 2 in Atlanta and in style, I might add.
I think the next goal is just beat Shuhei Nakamura at 7-0. I think that's a top finish in its own right.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Talk to me about this matchup, Corey.
Okay, so first let's take a look at Shuhei Nakamura's list. I think this is just basically coming down to the deck of the tournament so far.
It's awesome.
It's so awesome. I just saw the last match where Johnny Gutman just was sitting at the table for a while. I was like, how you doing, man? And he's like, I just don't get it. Shuhei's deck is insane. Every plan that I plan to do to just, to interact with this deck, Wrath of the Skies, Pest Control, doesn't work because you're creating all these things from weapon manufacturing, and when they go away, you take a ton of damage. So all the ways that people are attacking Affinity, Shuhei and the rest of his team has kind of that, plan B to prevent that, and that's really all that held Affinity back. So this deck's awesome. Huge fan of this. And then our other side, we have Tameshi Belcher, combo deck. This is quite stock. Really, you do see the creatures, you see the Thundertrap Trainer, you see the Pelagi Archaeologist, as well as the Flare of Denial. So really the stockest of the stock Belcher decks to be able to answer Affinity. I played this Affinity list, and I think the Belcher matchup I very much struggled with, but we'll see if Shuhei's matchup, or version, I should say, is a little different.
I love when players bring a little something spicy to just push a deck over the top. So this is going to be very exciting to watch. Which player will remain undefeated? I'm going to pass it on over to Riley and Cedric to find out.
Thanks very much, Maria, and welcome back to the booth here for the last time today as we get stuck into Modern once again. My name's Riley, joined by Cedric Phillips, and we're going to head down to the feature match area. We've got our only undefeated player yet to crown.
Yes,
we're going to
do.
round out coverage of day one by by winnowing the field down to just one player who stands above the rest. And it's going to be one of these two that we're going to feature this round. We've already seen Shuhei Nakamura strut his stuff on the screen quite a fair bit across today. The deck that he's playing, this version of Affinity, is absolutely fascinating, and I really want to get my teeth into it a little bit further. We've talked about some of the differences involved here, but now against Belcher, Tameshi Belcher specifically in the hands of Human Nishi, this is a deck that, how do we describe it, Cedric? It's an interesting deck.
The Belcher deck?
Yeah.
Well, interesting is definitely a word that one can use. It is a mono blue. There are no lands technically in the main deck. Look, the ultimate goal here is to get Goblin Char Belcher onto the battlefield, activate it, and then the opponent does die because of the lack of lands in the deck. So you would think that, oh, this would certainly be easy to stop if I know exactly this is coming, but the deck has a lot of interaction in various forms of free counter magic, and then a lot of consistency in actually finding the card or early mana generation to get the card on the battlefield, plus activate ahead of schedule. That's what kind of makes this deck very appealing for players coming into the weekend.
You might be wondering if you're a newer player, well, how could you possibly play a deck without lands? Well, it's due to the flip lands that have been peppered throughout various sets in Magic's history. Seagate Restoration, Suppression Ray, Syncora's Stupor, Razorgrass, Ambush. These aren't lands on the front side, but as you can see there, Shuhei is playing one there. Lands on the back side, which means that they don't flip the switch for the Goblin Char Belcher. They don't turn the Belcher off.
Correct.
But they can be played as lands in order to get to that Char Belcher activation. But it also plays the Tameshi Lotus Bloom package, which I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk about. But right now, let's talk about what we're seeing here with this turn one play from Affinity. Turn one, the most dangerous turn when you're playing against an Affinity list. What are we looking at here, Cedric?
Just a couple of 0-mana artifacts in Mox Opal and Tormod's Crypt, 2 Springleaf Drums, and a Sink into Stupor, which is going to go into land mode and passing the turn back. So for Shuhei, it's not the most explosive of turns, but what this draw allows for is a very early Kappa Cannoneer, a threat that is very hard to get off of the battlefield and kills the opponent very, very quickly.
So the race is on here with Shuhei Nakamura playing a Kappa Cannoneer.
Now, Shuhei knows the matchup is known. Of course, because of open deck list. So these players know what they're up against. So you might be wondering, is Shuhei's keep good enough in a situation like this? Well, Shuhei knows that he probably has at least 4 turns to work with because this is a turn 4 combo deck. So keeping a hand where Kappa Cannoneer is going to come down on turn number 2 and apparently turn
when you've
number
got
3.
a second one as well to go with the first, it's also not so bad.
Correct. And so now the question is the clock fast enough? Well, these are going to get a little bit bigger. This is going to be attack here for 6. Now you also have a 5-power one on the battlefield. Any artifacts that come after this are, of course, going to pump them. But again, if you're just doing the math of, I'm on the play, I am very unlikely to die before turn 4. Can I kill my opponent on my 4th turn of the game? It looks like the answer to this question is going to be yes. And I think most importantly here, Kappa Cannoneer is basically impossible to get off of the battlefield.
Ward 4 is just absurd. Like, you're not getting it off in the early turns of the game. Here's a question. What's the absolute earliest that the Tameshi Belcher deck can go off?
I'm fairly confident the answer is turn 4.
It can't go off on turn 3.
Yeah.
Even if like Dream stack your deck scenario. Yeah.
This is a turn 4 combo deck, but the thing that makes this deck appealing is that it's a turn 4 combo deck that has protection.
Huge amounts of backup.
And that's the big deal. Is that
Oh my goodness. Another Kappa Cannoneer.
All right.
Just plays a Kappa Cannoneer every turn until his opponent doesn't want to keep playing Magic anymore. And no, as you say, a turn 4 combo deck is not good enough in today's Modern unless it does have ways to protect the combo. And this deck certainly does. The Tameshi deck certainly does. It's got miles and miles of free counter magic, but doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with, resolved 6/6s and 7/7s with Ward 4.
Yep.
They're making sure the life totals are correct here. Yeah, because the Seagate Restoration, that you take 3 from playing that untapped. Yeah. That's not on the house. Yeah, that's just game over.
That's not on the house.
If that were on the house, everybody would play it.
Oh,
So,
boy.
yeah.
So Shuhei Nakamura takes out an easy breezy game 1.
Yeah. Look, I think this is a very advantageous matchup for Shuhei. 1, because of open deck lists, but 2, I think just in general, I think Affinity is a good matchup here in general, especially when you're on the play. But because the amplification of open deck lists of, all right, I know exactly what kind of hand I got to look for.
Yep.
More importantly, I know exactly what kind of hands I can't keep. But the third part of this is Shuhei's deck list. So You got a fast clock.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it with the Kappa Cannoneer draw there. But there are other draws that are very fast. This is Affinity, of course, we're talking about. And he has interaction. So we can count Pithing Needle, which can be naturally drawn or found off of Urza Saga. We can count Sink into Stupor on the turns where where his opponent goes off. You just, okay, I'll Sink into Stupor your Belcher. You can try again next turn, and then I'll kill you.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. You have Metallic Rebuke. That can be a counter spell in certain situations. And that's before we get into any sideboarding whatsoever.
This deck is able to put together the classic 1-2 punch of pressure plus disruption.
Yes.
And it has just enough disruption that the Tameshi Belcher deck cannot take the wins for granted. Yep. Even though if it is super consistent and he's going to kill on turn 4, there's enough pressure, as we saw with cards like Kappa Cannoneer, with cards like Pinnacle Emissary, maybe in Nakamura's list.
Yes.
With weapons manufacturing as well.
Yeah, that might work itself into the equation. I'm curious how Shuhei's going to sideboard here because he does have some nice options in his sideboard. You can make an argument for a card like Vandal Blast. I'm not convinced it's going to come in, but you can make an argument for it. Consign to Memory, I think you could certainly make an argument for because it does counter a colorless spell. Force of Negation, of course, is protection. That can counter a Belcher. You might want to ramp up the speed a little bit with Galvanic Blast. You can make an argument for a Mystical Dispute because you are playing against a mono blue deck. You can even make an argument for Blood Moon in this matchup because the lands, they're not actual islands.
Yeah, not blue
They're these
anymore,
weirdos that actually tap for blue mana. So Shuhei has a lot of options at his disposal as far as the sideboard is concerned. I'm not convinced all of those cards are going to come in, but quite a few of them will.
All right, so we've got a mulligan to 6 there, it looks like, from Humor, who opens up the account with the other side of a Suppression Ray. So white mana, if he needs it to activate Tameshi. Do see this occasionally.
Now, you do see a card in Nishi's hand in Hurkyl's Recall.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a solve to a card like Pithing Needle and just Affinity in general. Now, the days of Hurkyl's Recall being an absolute blowout against Affinity, I don't know if it's exactly that way anymore. Like, back in the mid-2010s, Hurkyl's Recall was a card that a lot of blue decks would go towards against Affinity. I still think it's good here for pretty obvious reasons, given what Nakamura is playing. But it seems like more of a, hey, I just need to buy a little time and then kill you with Belcher style of card. So,
Hurkyl's Recall returning all artifacts that a player returns to their hand. Can be you if you want.
Yep.
We've actually seen that in various decks where you want to pick up a bunch of artifacts you play to replay them.
Yep, it can happen.
But yeah, well, it's Cyclonic Rift essentially.
More or less, yeah.
For 2 mana against these artifact decks.
So Shuhei's just going to start things off with a Memnite and a copy of Mishra's Bauble. He does have another copy of Mishra's Bauble in hand. He has a copy of Pithing Needle in hand. Willingly chose not to play Pithing Needle on this turn.
Well, yeah, just give your opponent a bunch of turns to find an answer to it, right? Like, they're not going to go off next turn, so you may as well just wait. Scalding Tarn goes and finds a Surveil land.
And this is kind of a little bit of like hedging your bets a little bit here because, if you do draw a way to be able to make, if you draw a Pinnacle Emissary, then you play the Memnite, then you play the other copy of Mishra's Bauble, get another token, that sort of thing. As you see, he's going to surveil the Tormod's Crypt into the graveyard. So a little bit of hedging by holding that copy of Bauble. And now there's Urza Saga, so that one's a pretty nice one in this matchup. Creates a little bit of pressure with the construct tokens, which are going to be pretty large. Can find a relevant cheap artifact like a Pithing Needle, which is already in Shuhei's hand. So it looks like it's going to be hard cast this turn and get countered by Consign. Yeah, okay.
So Humor, we talked about the fact that this is a deck that does have a lot of ways to protect its combo, and being very proactive here with Consign to Memory, getting rid of the Pithing Needle before it becomes an issue.
Yep.
But even if it did resolve, there's stuff like Hurkyl's Recall, there's Sink into Stupor, ways to resolve pieces like a Pithing Needle. So much better stuff here from Humor.
Yes.
Not facing down a lot of pressure, for one, which is really important, but secondly, able to leverage some of the cards. He didn't cast a single spell last turn. Last game.
Nope.
Didn't cast. He just played a bunch of lands. That was it.
And then just died.
Yeah. So this is much better stuff here for Humor.
Shuhei did fire off one of those baubles, so was able to pick up another card.
And his hand looks okay.
Yeah, this hand is slow-ish currently. Construct tokens will ramp up the damage once they start arriving via the Urza Saga.
Okay. Draws a couple of cards, once again, off the Mishra's Bauble. Saga goes to 2. Consigned. Another Saga. It's a Thoughtcast in the hand as well there. Nice full grip here.
Yeah, Emery's probably the standout card in hand right now.
That was out of the board.
Yeah, that's the most unique of the bunch because it is a nice way of getting stuff back from the graveyard that does get handled like the Pithing Needle did a little bit earlier. So that's one, as you mentioned, from the sideboard. I didn't even mention that when I was going over the sideboard. Wasn't sure it was going to be a great option.
That's the thing. I had a look at that. I'm like, okay, well, that's probably in like more grindy, like attrition-based matchups where you're wanting to replay thing. But in this exact situation, it's actually, I think, going to be very useful.
Yeah, I think the fun part of Shuhei's deck that we have been kind of gushing over, the weapons manufacturing, the engineered explosives, like I think those are mostly gone. You know, it's not really about that in this particular matchup. I think it's about bring in plenty of permission to be able to stop the Belcher from resolving and then pressure enough. And then, Nishi goes for it and it's like, well, you pick the counterspell that I play. I'm going to make sure that you can't win the game.
All right, these Mem Knights ticking away here.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot if you're Shuhei, if you want to actually... Do you want to take Consign down? Because we're about to go to the 4th turn for Nishi, and this is the turn that technically Nishi would be able to go off. Do you just want to leave up... Do you want to leave up mana for Consign? Do you want to leave up mana for Urza's Saga activation? Do you just want to cast Emery? Clearly this question has been answered of just passing the turn up and leaving himself some optionality is what Nakamura has decided to do. And Nishi says, I'm going to put you right to the test.
Yep, I'm just going to go for it. Here's the Goblin Charbelcher. Cost 3 life to get that land into play untapped, but well worth it for this game-winning card should it resolve. But I think Shuhei is going to have other plans here. 3 mana.
That's replicate Consign.
To replicate the Consign of Memory. And the reason for that is because of the potential for extra counterspells?
Yep.
Yep.
It could be something like a Pack Negation, or who knows
Disrupting
what.
Shoal.
Yep, something like that. So you can play around it.
And you're not using the mana for anything else.
Correct.
So you may as well just fire it off. You don't always see the replicate being used by Consign of Memory.
That card's really, really, really strong.
Yeah.
Good time for a Mox Opal here. Just get some mana on the battlefield. I think mana was the bottleneck coming into the turn, especially a second blue mana, so this will give Shuhei the ability to do multiple things in a turn.
So finds an EE.
Okay, so that's still in the deck.
For the turn as well. Engineered explosives. That's interesting to me. What does that hit post board? Are you still playing the weapons manufacturing package?
I guess technically, I don't know how often this would come up, but like you can play an EE on 0. Lotus Bloom goes off in the upkeep, blow up the Lotus
true.
Bloom,
Before they get to you. Yeah.
It's a little dicey. That's my first thought. It's a little dicey because like you have a lot of zeros.
That's what I was going to say. There's almost always going to be splash damage there.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a nice one. Did you see that? Force Negation, the pickup here.
Oh yeah, that's very nice.
Shuhei, that's really, really nice with that Thoughtcast.
Yeah, this is the pressure plus disruption model that you want to have here.
The pressure right now, it's not
that fast.
No,
but it's not nothing.
It's not nothing. Right? We got there's a couple of. Ooh, I started this sentence without being a cast to check. Pascals, I think, is what measures pressure. One moment, keep the viewers entertained.
Oh, okay. Well, if I must, we're gonna see Shuhei.
Yes, it's the unit of pressure of the international system. Oh, I forgot where I am. Sorry, I should be talking in PSI.
Oh, thank you.
I?
Really appreciate that.
Of course, yes.
Make a construct token with the mana that was floating from the Urza Saga. Shuhei is tapped out, so clearly things must be safe.
Oh yeah. What's he worried about?
Yeah, clearly for Nishi.
Yeah. No. We of course know that Force of Negation is here to make things hard for human Nishi.
What is actually unique about a situation like this is let's say that Nakamura didn't have Force Negation. There's really no fear. There is some fear of dying, but there's not a guarantee of dying because it could just be a play Belcher go, right? And then Nakamura could untap, activate Emery, get the needle back, cast the needle, and then you're still pretty safe.
Yes.
Right? So it would cause, to win this turn, Nishi would kind of have to have it all.
So you're not even in this immediate danger.
Correct. Now I expect Force Negation to be played here.
Just because you can, and why wouldn't you?
Yep.
Yeah. But I understand your point. Your point is that this isn't a sort of, oh, shield's down, I've got it. Yep. If he doesn't have the Force, then this game's all wrapped up. And
so this counter magic that Shuhei has brought in this deck both main deck and sideboard, and just the interaction that is had here has been so powerful for him all weekend long through these modern rounds. This is why when we watched him in our last round that we covered 2 rounds ago, just like the gears start turning in my head about why did he play this deck? You know, how did he go about building this deck? And it all is kind of making sense when we watch him play more and more and more. And now you see the boots coming on to the construct.
We're talking killer.
Yeah, and
We're talking
this is
megapascals
over.
here
This is
now.
over.
Look at that pressure. Shuhei Nakamura in straight sets, a 2-0 victory. No belching was done whatsoever. Really, really impressive stuff from Shuhei. This deck is definitely the one to watch in the hands of our lone undefeated player, Cedric, at the end of day number 1.
I'm going to say a thing that I'm not prone to saying.
Okay.
He's got the best constructed deck in the room.
Oh boy, that's a huge call.
He has the best deck he has the best constructed deck in the tournament.
Yeah,
for sure.
So, Affinity was a deck that we had on our radar heading into this tournament. It's not like that. It's not the fact. Isn't Affinity didn't catch anyone by surprise as an archetype, as a macro archetype.
Yep.
It's this sub-archetype that we're seeing in the hands of the Hall of Famer.
Yes.
That has taken this entire thing to the next level.
He definitely has the best build of the deck, and I am quite confident he has the best deck in the tournament because this is a combo-heavy metagame.
Yeah.
His deck destroys combo, and then his deck has an extremely high ceiling of, oh, look at my busted draw on turn 1. With Mox Opal and everything else that this deck is capable of. So from a ceiling standpoint, he has ceiling draws that he can play towards that like basically no deck can really beat outside of like the people who registered Fire Magic, which we saw.
Yeah, well, and this is the point I was going to come back to is the fact that when we first saw Affinity, we got absolutely hosed.
Yes.
Because it was playing against Supreme Verdict and Fire Magic.
Correct.
But that isn't what's dominating this tournament field.
And also, his deck is kind of ready for that kind of stuff too, because like he has some sort of counter magic
Explosive,
in his deck, and he has the explosive
weapons
weapons manufacturing nonsense that other people don't have. I think he has the best constructed deck. Doesn't mean he's going to win the tournament, but I think he has the best constructed deck. And also, he's 5-0 in constructed, top of the standings, Hall of Famer, really good at Magic, all of those things.
All right, so Cedric Phillips confirming Shuhei Nakamura is
Raise
indeed
it!
the champion.
Give him
here
the trophy!
Well, this is just his ploy to get out of... not sleeping isn't good enough.
I'm coming back tomorrow.
He wants the weekend off.
No, I'm coming back. I get to watch Shuhei.
I can see the tiredness in your eyes, Cedric. He needs a little break. We're going to take one now. We're going to give Cedric 2 minutes off, and we'll be back after this with more Magic for your viewing pleasure, assuming that Cedric stays awake. We'll be back. Ahoy there, and welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, coming to you from Atlanta in the US, out of MagicCon Atlanta.
That's where we are.
That's where we are. And it's fantastic to have your company around the world, wherever you are, choosing to join us here at this incredible event, huge event. Thousands and thousands of people assembled to celebrate this game that we all love. But we're not here for the fun and frivolity of the show floor. No, we're here for the very serious business of Pro Tour Magic. And we're rounding out coverage of day number 2 here, round 8, jumping into one of our other feature matches. We're going to head back to the beginning of this one and see how things go between our two 5-1-1 players here. Benton Madsen with Golgari Brudskar. We checked in with him a couple of rounds ago, Cedric and I. Playing off against Jihao Ji on Espagorio's Vengeance. This was a deck that was a focal point for a lot of people with this deck. Big things expected from it. It's been okay so far, based on what I've seen. But we're going to see a little bit more of it right now on your screens. But talk us through, for those who may not be familiar with this list, Cedric, what the Goryo's Vengeance deck is trying to do.
All right, so the aforementioned Goryo's Vengeance, that's going to get a legendary creature back from the graveyard, ideally a track, so it can be Gristlebrand as well. And if things go according to plan, you ephemerate the creature that you get back so it sticks on the battlefield. But it does have a backup game plan, which previous iterations of this deck didn't really have.
It used to be a huge,
very all-in graveyard.
Glass cannon.
Yes.
It does one thing, a one-trick pony.
Correct. Now this deck can do plenty of different things. It can play a normal game with Psychic Frog. It can play a normal-ish game with Solitude and Ephemerate. If you're playing against a creature-based strategy, it can generate some card advantage via Quantum Riddler and Ephemerate. So the thing that draws folks to this deck is this is your agency deck. I got a lot of play. I get to make a lot of decisions. My decisions are powerful. How do I want to use Psychic Frog? How do I want to use a Quantum Riddler? How do I want to use Ephemerate? I got some removal. I've got Faithful Mending. Excuse me. I got a lot of optionality. It feels really good to just have this control over how my games go.
We'll have a chat about what Benson Madsen is up to. Madsen with his
Golgari Rumble
with this Golgari Broodskar deck. But the comparison I want to make for the Espagorio's list, and this might sound a little bit weird, is Splinter Twin.
I'm not there.
You're not there?
No.
So Splinter Twin was able to play in one of two ways, right? If your opponent did nothing and put the shields down on turn 4, you would kill them. You would play your Deceiver Exarch, you'd untap and you'd play Splinter Twin and they were dead.
That's true.
If they wanted to play a slower, grindier, more interactive match, you just played a blue-red control deck and beat them in the air with the Pestamite, eventually, right? And this reminds me of the approach that this Goryo's Vengeance archetype can take, because shields down, if you give them the opportunity, they can put something into play with the Goryo's Vengeance and just more or less win on the spot. Not in the same way, they don't combo off like the Splinter Twin thing, right? But not many people are surviving in an Atraxa, a Gristlebrand.
I feel like it's unlikely.
It's unlikely.
So
right?
in that regard, I am on board with the comparison.
But then if people are ready for that and they don't want to play, they're not going to let you win with an Atraxa or a Gristlebrand Goryo's Vengeance, that's fine. Just kill them with Psychic Frog.
Yeah, and Psychic Frog is more than capable of killing someone all by itself.
Yeah, exactly right. So I like, as you were talking about, it gives the players who play this a lot of agency, a lot of decision making, and this at the highest level of the game. These are the sorts of decks that really attract the best players, the players who feel like they are in control of their own destiny. They're not just hoping to draw a good 7.
Yep.
They're hoping to draw a versatile 7, a 7 that can be adapted to any particular situation.
No, agency is one reason to enjoy the deck, for sure. But also, the deck is powerful.
Yes,
that's the other thing.
Certainly.
Yeah. You are doing powerful things. You are not registering any bad cards in order to make a thing happen.
No.
Right?
All the cards more or less stand on their own.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Maybe Faithful. But
if that's your worst card, your deck's probably pretty good.
Yeah. Well, we move on now to talk about Benton Madsen's list, excuse me. This is a deck, this is sort of cut from the cloth of the old Yawgmoth, the Golgari Yawgmoth lists. It's got Young Wolf, it's got Wall of Roots, it's got a lot of the usual suspects, but it also has this combo with Basking Broodskull and Blade of the Blood Chief. All bees, all day long. This episode of the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour brought to you by the letter B. But this is quite a potent combo. These two cards allow you to go off, make an arbitrarily large creature, an arbitrarily large amount of mana. And from there, if you can't win, well, bit of a...
there's a bigger problem.
Bit of a Pebcac situation.
Yeah, there's a bigger problem if you can't figure out a way to win. Now, we watched Benton a little earlier. The way that he was able to win once actually doing the combo with Brood Scale and Blade of the Blood Chief was just an infinite walking ballista, and all the damage, of course, goes upstairs. And so that's what that deck is trying to do. It's the 1-2 punch. If you get the combo online, you basically can go from there. And we're going to see if he can actually assemble it in the face of a deck that has Solitude and everything else.
Actually,
oh yeah,
I will point out,
Please do.
given that Dr. Frank Carsten will be tuning into this broadcast, you actually can't make a creature infinitely big.
Okay.
You can't. You have to stop at some point. You
Got
can
it.
make it arbitrarily large.
Got it.
That's what all the eggheads say.
Mm.
All the mathematologists out there. That's the terminology they use.
Never been much of a numbers guy.
Slide into Cedric's DMs if you've got a.
This is the second time you've recommended this.
If you want to explain the finer points of countable and uncountable infinities to Cedric, if you want to talk to him maybe about, I don't know, he's giving me daggers. The eyes are just Cedric's giving me a very clear message here that I shouldn't be continuing to. Slide into Cedric's DMs if you don't want him to.
Third time. Come on in.
If you're trying to give him advice as to how to get people to stop him from sliding into those DMs. All right.
Come on and see what happens to you. Come on in.
Agatha Soul Cauldron on the battlefield now, Cedric. In addition to those 2 Psychic Frogs.
Two of those things is a lot. Card's quite good. Benton's going to be in, likely to be in some amount of trouble here. Okay, going to eat that with the Cauldron.
Right, put a +1/+1 counter on the Eldrazi spawn. Let's see here.
I mean, he does have Blade of the Blood Chief, so that part is solved.
And with the Agatha Soul Cauldron, there's no, and the +1/+1 counter on the Eldrazi spawn. Does the combo work the same way with the? Because now the Eldrazi spawn has the ability of the Basking Brood Scale?
So whenever one or more +1, it's not an activated ability, so we'll...
it's not the... Yeah, so you need the triggered ability of the... okay, no, not quite. But I guess you can adapt. No, you can't because it's got a +1/+1 counter.
Correct.
Never mind. All right.
This one's a little wonky.
Yeah. Agatha's Soul Cauldron is a card that... I'm not thankful for that card. I'm not thankful that card exists. Every time an opponent plays it, I've never resolved my life. Every time an opponent plays it, this game just got so much more.
That card is content, baby. You can do some fun things with that card.
Yeah, you can do fun things, but at what cost?
2 mana. You asked.
Yeah, all right. Asked and answered. Asked and answered.
I will note, only 1 copy of Yawgmoth. So, the Yawgmoth aspect of this deck is very light. For those of you who used to play Yawgmoth in Modern, you had 4 Yawgmoths, Court of Calling, and Young Wolves, and Strangleroot Geist, and all their stuff. There's little touches of that here, but it's not really what the deck is about. It's kind of like a backdoor thing the deck can kind of do.
It can do it, but it's not what it's built to do primarily, yeah.
I mean, I kind of... is he just clear for takeoff here, or close to it?
Okay, we've got another Basking Brood Scale. Exiling now a Young Dog. And putting a +1/+1 counter on the Brood Scale.
Why can't he be a Young Wolf? Why?
He's a Young Wolf.
Yeah.
He's a Young Wolf.
Yes.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. A young canine.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Oh, and here's the blade.
Yeah, so the 2 cards are here.
2 great flavors. You know him, you love him.
Well, Benton is doing this kind of silly. He does have, he has protection in play because of the Vexing Bauble.
Yeah.
I'm sorry? We have Babel, so you can...
Yeah, he can't do it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, it's like he's going very slow.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing. He's giving his opponent every chance to respond. Not that his opponent can respond, but he's...
And then I end up with the loop with here. Use 1 infinite mana. So this is a push.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, this is a bazillion.
Use the green.
There's a bazillion a number. Should I check with Frank?
Yeah, ask Dr. Frank about that one.
Green and a colorless for Insight Trigger.
Yep.
So he has either a countable or an
In life,
uncountable
you can play this for $1 million.
of mana, and that's going to be used to make an arbitrarily large walking ballista. which is going to wrap things up nice and neat. And that's the combo. That's the combo. You make a huge amount of mana with, I can't say the word infinite now because otherwise I know you'll be all over me. And
I would never be so petty.
Yeah?
No,
Really?
No.
I've seen you be petty. Oh, you wouldn't be so
Not
petty
once.
on camera.
Not
Not on
once.
camera. Right.
Or off camera. Not a petty guy.
But no, with the Blade of the Blood Chief and the Basking Brood Scale, you can make an arbitrarily large amount of mana, and then you can funnel that arbitrarily large amount of mana into a Walking Ballista, which of course can be... it's just the middleman to get that damage to an opponent's face. All right, we go to game number 2 now.
One note on game 1 that I do want to point out. The combo and Agnesol Cauldron and other stuff, really nice. Vexing Bubble was the star of the show there. Protection around Solitude and anything else. You know, you don't have to worry about a thing. You don't have to think about Force Negation, Solitude, any of that stuff. And that's exactly why Jihao pointed out, is like, you have Vexing Bubble, I cannot do anything. And it's like, oh, Benton is aware of that, but Benton was just being very cautious, didn't want to make any mistakes.
Yeah.
5-1-1, big difference between 6-1-1 and 5-2-1. Benton has played on the Sunday stage before, so he knows that even in a situation like that where he is extremely likely to win the game, just wants to make sure that he's not overlooking anything.
This is a man who settles in to the feature match era. He makes it his own. He's very relaxed, very casual, sits there cross-legged, has a great time.
Highly approve.
And
Highly.
You can see that with the way that he plays. There's a quiet confidence to it. He's put together very well here. These matches are played with expertise, with poise, with grace.
Yeah, I mean, we really first met Benton, at Pro Tour Phyrexia a couple of years ago, where he was a finalist. Of course, we do remember Reed Duke winning that event, but Reed had to beat someone in the finals, and unfortunately for Benton, it was Benton. But Benton, he handled himself very, very well in that tournament with deck selection, with play. It was a very emotional tournament for him. He's wanted a top finish in his career like that. He really couldn't believe that he was making that run. But after you get over that hump, then it's about how do I get there again, right? And we've seen him make some deep runs into day 2. He hasn't made the Sunday stage yet again, and that's why I said that there's a big difference between 6-1-1 and 5-2-1 in a spot like this. You get a win here to close out your day. Emotionally, you're going to be doing very well. And then also you're thinking to yourself, you know what? That's one less win that I have to try to get tomorrow.
And the wins only get harder.
Yes.
As you get closer.
Crazy thing about these tournaments, they don't get easier the further you go.
Yeah. Nice full hand here for the American. Who with 2 mana. I think we're going to see I think he's got a Malevolent Rumble in hand. Excuse me. So Spymaster's Vault is the card that's being inspected here. Black tap, target creature you control connives X, where X is the number of creatures that died this turn. Just a little fun of in Benton's list here. Just the highly scientific one of.
I mean, positive text on that card, not free to add into your deck. You know, it's a non-basic, can enter the battlefield tapped a high percentage of the time, give the text. So, you know, there's a lot of positives there, but there's an opportunity cost associated with playing that card.
19 plays 13.
Agatha Soul Cauldron joining the party as well. Psychic Frog ready to be deployed into the red zone. But first up, from Jihao, what do we got?
Riddler. Yeah, so this is an interaction that you're going to see a lot when you either watch Esper Gorios or play against it, which is you're going to warp the Quantum Riddler, trigger on the stack to draw the card alongside Psychic Frog. You can discard a bunch of cards, make your Frog a little bit bigger, and then draw 2 cards. And then the Frog will attack. Of course, when Frog hits you, you draw a card. So before the Frog hits you and then trigger the draw, because Riddler's still on the battlefield, you discard some cards, you draw 2 more cards.
Right.
And so your Frog is Gigundus. That's a number. And then you've also got Atraxa in the graveyard. And now Ephemerate, cooking. This is why you play the deck. It's all coming together. Draw 2, by the way. It's all coming together.
So the Ephemerate was on the Riddler there?
Yes.
So how many cards did you draw that turn? 8?
I think that was 6 to 8.
6 to 8 cards drawn that turn. Easy as anything. So Quantum Riddler, you look at it and you're like, great. The worst case scenario here is that I am spending 2 mana, drawing a card, and putting a 4/6 in my pocket for later.
Yeah, that's the floor.
That's the floor on this card. The ceiling isn't even like a 4/6 flyer that draws you a card. The ceiling is so much. We're in a cathedral with rib vaulted ceilings.
It's good magic.
It's that high.
Be a good time for a young wolf, right? Or excuse me, young canine.
The young dog?
Yeah, get the young dog out.
Get the dog out, mate. Get the dog.
You have 3 cards in hand?
3.
Yep, makes sense.
It's going to be a tough game for Ben.
I don't want to play this.
He's asking the tough questions.
He said, "I don't want to play." I mean, he's not conceding, so
No.
conceivably he has things to do.
Yeah. How do I want to play this, he says. And that's good. That's good. He's keeping himself in
Well,
it.
it could be good.
What I'm saying is it shows he's in the right place mentally.
Well, that's definitely true.
Only 1-drops I can hit.
Oh, he's definitely in the right place mentally now.
Yeah.
If he's asking what 1-drops I can hit in this like dire situation where he's extremely likely to die next turn, I love it.
All
Because
right.
that means we're in no quit mode.
Cracks the fetch. Look, hey, do you know? Remember who he lost to in the final of the Pro Tour?
The man that literally never concedes the game.
Never say die,
Yeah.
Reed Duke. So he's learned a thing or two from the best. And he's going to go down swinging. And we love to see it.
No, if there's a way for him out of this game, I will be intensely impressed.
Yeah. Slide into his knees. Tell him how impressed you are.
'Cause this is hard. This isn't technically Espergorio's best draw, but it's one of the better ones.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. All right. Dredge's inside now. Thought it might have been a rumble, but instead it's an inside. All right, Brood Skull. Oh, there's the dog. Ooh. And a delighted halfling as well. I don't know how delighted he is to see that particular card. Because you might have thought that Jihao G's turn last turn was pretty good, Cedric. But
I did, yeah.
Here's the news flash for everyone. I'm sure a lot of people watching this have figured it out. He can do it again.
That's true.
He can do it again every turn.
That's true.
The Riddler is here to stay. The Frog is doing exactly the same thing that it does all the time. You discard your hand, you put a bunch of counters on it, you draw a bunch more cards, and your opponent's life total is not going to stand in the way of that for very long.
You know, I wanted Young Wolf, and I got it. There it is. It'll be a dream if this thing gets to block.
Yeah. Hey, it's got Undying, right? It could come back. You kill it or bring it back. No worries.
Does Young Wolf have reach and I don't remember?
Listen, let's not get caught up on technicality. Let's not get caught up on the fact that Jihao has a Solitude in hand that can just exile it.
That's also true.
Well, the wind blowing
I guess,
firmly.
I guess technically Young Wolf has secret reach right now because of the Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So
Oh, you put a +1/+1 counter on it, and all of a sudden
it becomes a psychic. It has psychic frog abilities.
Because you can give it flying?
Yeah, you remove 3 cards from your graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so Psychic Frog's in the air. Hidden Reach.
Secret Reach. And Jihao here, considering... What's he thinking about? Is he thinking, do I actually want to cast any of these cards? Am I discarding? What am I doing?
So, a Frog right now is a 6. Let's see. This probably makes things a little easier. This forces an interaction right now.
Okay.
Because now the Cauldron activation, yes. Eat one of your own creatures. Okay, so eat the Brood Scale.
Put the counter here.
Yeah, put the counter on the Wolf.
And I gain a life from this.
Yep.
So I gain 2. 1 from this, 1 from this. Okay, I'm at 15.
Fact.
There's a card left the graveyard.
That's right.
I gain 1 from this and 1 from this.
Yeah, so Solitude's gonna take care of the Young Wolf in response to the Agatha Soul Cauldron. So the Wolf is gone, and I'll let Benton do the rest here in just a moment.
This is mine. So it's
All right, in they come. Once again, we're seeing the Quantum Riddler.
Discard that. Draw
and
2.
Psychic Frog get to work.
Yeah, I think you can add 1. So I take 11, go to 4.
Right?
What?
12, right?
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. I got 3.
All right, Ben Manson takes 12, goes down to 3. Draw another 2 here for Jihao, thanks to the Riddler and the Frog. Lands. Oh, boy.
Okay, presenting with 2.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a couple copies of Prismatic Ending. Taking care of just all the things.
Yeah.
Can you kill me?
Yeah. Get it over with. Let's go to game 3.
If I was Jihao and I was like, if I lost this game, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Basically the second best draw my deck can have.
Just kind of got away from me. You know, he cast a Malevolent Rumble, and it all just it all went downhill from there. But look at this. Benton, that's going down swinging.
Again.
Fatal
We
push.
can't do that.
Fatal push only. It deals with half the situation. Kind of.
Yeah.
Nope. We're going to game number 3 here. Jihao G putting the Goryo's Vengeance deck. Well, I say Goryo's Vengeance deck. This Esper deck through its paces there. We didn't see Goryo's Vengeance.
No, we haven't. And again, that's part of the appeal.
Yeah.
Now, this is a matchup, oddly enough, for like the Goryo's Vengeance aspect of the deck may not be particularly good. You're playing against a deck that has main deck copies of Agatha's Soul Cult, right? So you may be incentivized to board out some number of Goryo's Vengeance, as there's a Vexing Bauble to start the game off. Vexing Bauble's so good in game number 1. We'll see if it's as good this game.
One of. Just the one of. Across in the 75. Just
It's a nice card to find off of Urza Saga, so that's part of the reason for its inclusion. It gives you protection around Solitude and Force Negation when you're comboing, all that stuff. But yeah, the Goryo's Vengeance aspect of the deck, it could just be lessened after Sideboard.
One ring.
That's all. Just more interaction, that sort of thing.
Do you know Will? Will Hall? He's cool.
All right. That a Surveil land there here for Jihao. Keeps the card on top. Good sign for him.
Crossed up.
All right.
So Saga go to level deuce.
So no constructs from it this time, as we see now the Brood Scale. I guess you could. No, you can't. No. Can't make a construct here.
No.
We'll get an opportunity to. Thoughtseize. Let's have a look. So Yorgmoth. It looks like a Dredge's Insight and a Walking Ballista. And this is the good thing about playing bad cards. When they Thoughtseize you, joke's on them.
So my expectation is Ballista's going to bite the dust here. That would be my expectation.
Okay.
Benton has Blade of the Blood Chief rolled up with Urza Saga, and the Brute Skull's already on the battlefield. Ballista is part of the combo to finish things off. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the selection here.
The problem is, with a card like Dredge's Insight, you can either find the Ballista or find a way to find the Ballista.
Yeah, it could be anything.
So, but having said that, you just get rid of the clear and present danger that's in front of you for sure.
I think there. Like, I do not think it is Yawgmoth. There is no black man on the battlefield. So taking this is fine. Again, the game is not over.
Actually, there's an Undercity Sewers. Just playing
I see.
I switched chat for you there, just saving you from the jackals in the chat there. All right.
Float one.
Up goes the Urza's Saga. Go hunting for a cheap artifact here. Your thoughts, Cedric Phillips?
So the trick right now, okay, so I assume it's Blade of the Blood Chief. That's my assumption. We'll see. Benton knows this deck much better than I do. So you get the Blade, your combo's in play, equip cost a single mana. You have Ballista. You play Ballista for 0. That triggers the Blade of the Blood Chief whenever a creature dies. Put a +1/+1 counter on this thing. And then whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on the thing.
Use the colorless.
Yeah, so use the colors from the Saga equip here. He can technically make infinite mana. Or excuse me, he can technically make an infinite big big.
Yes.
Yeah. He's got okay, yeah, okay. I was like, I don't think I'm missing anything.
No, because you don't need anything to die because you can adapt.
Yeah, you just adapt. That's what I'm missing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. No, because in all the other situations that we've seen, the Bruce
creature died,
and it's already had a counter on it, right? Yeah, but in this situation, no, you just put the counter on it, which triggers the spawn. You can sacrifice the spawn because it has that ability, and then you just go from there. And because of the Thoughtseize, we already knew there was a Walking Ballista in hand, so that's it.
It's also the Vexing Bauble again.
Yeah.
Because Jihao had Solitude in hand, so it's the one in Vexing Bauble again.
Yep.
That just won the game.
Yep.
Jeez.
Just like that, Vexing Bauble. I mean, Benton Madsen will be very, very happy that card turned up when it did in games number 1 and 3. A well-earned victory from him. And he moves now to 6-1-1. Very, very good score to be taking to day number 2.
He's one of 2 people playing this deck this weekend. it's an interesting deck. So Matt Nass is someone who's worked on this deck a lot. Matt Nass winning a Pro Tour, likes the weirdest of combo decks.
Yes.
We know that about Matt, and he plays them extremely well. Matt, if he doesn't Twitch stream a lot, but when he does, he has worked on this deck, and he's posted a little bit about it on his Twitter as he's worked over it over time. This deck is really interesting because like there's a lot of combo decks that you can play in Modern. This is like on the lower tier of them, and so far as like it just doesn't see that much play. And it's a deck that, because it's based around creatures, it's not the hardest thing to interact with, right? Removal spells, Solitude's free. Solitude's very popular this weekend. But if you can find ways to protect your combo, and of course Vexing Bobble standing out amongst them in a very big way, then you just win the game as early as turn 3. Like Benton's draw there was extremely good. It's a turn 3 win, and it was a turn 3 win through an answer. Like you keep Solitude because you're like, oh, you play a creature, I'm gonna kill you, and then they play their one of Vexing Bobble that they're supposed to get off the Saga, and you go, my hand doesn't function anymore. And the Thoughtseize that happened was inconsequential. Like it didn't do anything, even though you would think it would do something.
This is the Thoughtseize, traditionally a card that picks apart combo decks very, very effectively. But we just saw Benton Madsen showcase the power of this list, playing through opposing disruption with his own disruption, his counter disruption, so he can get his combo across the line.
I was very focused on the sacrificing of creatures thing. I'm sorry for missing the adapt. We know how the cards work. That's our fault.
Well, at least pretend to a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move on now. We've got another match to check in on here. We've got two people from the Great White North. Canada, represented here by Xander Nomenko and Andrew Kidston, both of them on 5 and 2. Both of them started in 2013. Angular Titan versus Tameshi Belcher. So this one, there's a lot of parallels on either side of the table here. Both of them playing complicated combo decks.
I'm going to assume that Xander is the smartest human being on the planet.
Okay.
Because playing Amulet Titan.
Yeah.
And Amulet Titan has never been more complicated once it got the adaptation of Scapeshift and Lotus Veils and everything else that it's got going on now.
Yeah, it was already pretty complicated deck.
But yes, this deck it was already pretty complicated.
And then they were like, but surely we can make it worse.
Yeah, so now this deck has gone to like Zach Galifianakis math meme of if you know how to do it.
Yeah, the lady in the Spanish, I think it was like a telenovela with the stuff flying around. Yeah.
So if you know how to do it, you have so much potential to do well in a tournament like this. Because when you talk to a lot of people like we did before the tournament at the players hangout, a lot of people were like, hey, Amulet Titan is obviously very good. It is much too difficult for me to play, and I don't have the time or the reps to actually learn how to play it, which is a common thing that people say about the deck. Everyone acknowledges its power and how it's been around Modern for a very long time and performs very, very well in the hands of people who know how to do the thing. The problem is that not everyone knows how to do the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing about it.
It might be the best deck in Modern.
I would not be surprised if it was the best.
It's just that you need a brain the size of Megamind in order to actually play it properly.
I read a lot of stuff by Dominic Harvey, who knows this deck incredibly well. P.S. He's playing in this tournament, not playing Amulet Titan. And even when I started playing it last year, and I would talk to him about lines and everything, I was like, you know what, I'm tapping out. It's too much. Yeah, it's just too much.
Yeah, there are so many lines to this list. It's made even worse or even better by the fact that like now Scapeshift can get you whatever combination of 4 different lands you want that are going to do this, that, or the other. Incredibly complex deck.
It has Aftermath Analyst kills. It has Scapeshift kills. Some people only play like 2 copies of Scapeshift. This one has 4. So there's a lot going on. We're going to try to keep up with the action. There's an amulet on the battlefield. There's a Saga, an addition that was made to this deck because it can find amulets, of course, and then backup plan of making constructs and killing your opponent with them.
And this is a deck that's already gone through a banning. Older players will remember Summer Bloom was
moons ago.
Was sniped right out of the format when Amulet Titan was too good all those years ago. That was back in the day when they were killing with Primeval Titan and Sunhome and Slayer's Stronghold.
Yeah, I think those days are long gone.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 mana, probably I'm going to guess Splunking. Bang.
There we go. Look at him go.
Yep.
Now, how does it work with Spelunking and Amulet of Vigor?
All right, to the best of my recollection...
Do you get to double dip?
No, you do not get to double dip. You get to choose.
With chamber enters untapped, trigger, answer.
There is no double dipping. This I know for sure.
Because Spelunking just says lands you control enter the battlefield untapped.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the Amulet of Vigor now it kind of does nothing. Well, no, because if you play a tap permanent, I guess it would mean it was untapped. All right, Lotus Bloom.
I have 4 cards.
Suspended for Andrew Kidston. On the other side of things, but Spelunking, Explore, and a Beseiju comes down as well.
So remember, the thing about Belcher is it's a turn 4 combo deck.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're Xander or anyone playing against Belcher, you know you have a certain number of turns you're going to certainly get to play.
Yeah.
Right? Now, Belcher has a lot of counter magic, so it doesn't necessarily mean that the spells that you get to play or the game plan you're trying to enact is going to resolve. But you do get a number of turns to play the game. And then once we get to turn 4, there is the potential for you to die and for your opponent to have counter magic to make sure that it all works. So with that in mind, you know that at least, you know what, I get to play the first 3 turns of the game. And then I need to be prepared for, once it comes around to turn 4, for the Belcher player, that I can defend myself or I've done my proactive thing.
And we're in game 2 now as well, it's worth pointing out, with Kidston having won game number 1. So that brings cards like, Force of Vigor, for one, into play.
4 mana. Okay.
Stuff that can interact with the artifacts
Sacrifices.
that pull this combo together on the other side of the battlefield. All right, second Urza Saga hits the bin.
I remember when this deck used to play Dryad of the Elysian Grove alongside like Valakut, and you could play multiple lands in a turn and kill your opponent, and it's just that deck has just moved on from that.
It's become a lot more Matt Nassy.
Yeah, it doesn't care about that anymore at all. Okay, there's a Vexing Bauble.
Okay, that's actually a very nice one in this matchup.
Yeah, so that was...
Can't respond to it.
Yep, can't respond to that, as Xander did mention. This is just the round of the Vexing Bauble, I guess.
Yeah. People are getting vexed.
Some mana floating.
All right, Simic Growth Chamber. And that's a 6.
Okay.
So that was 3 mana there because that is a Simic Growth Chamber that was tapped.
Yep, that's out of the board.
6 is out of the board, yep, correct. Now, what do we care about on this card here in this matchup?
I mean, probably just getting some lands.
Bring lands back, just value.
Yeah, I think this is just like a value card that you get to play.
All right, into the Floodmoor on the Vexing Bauble.
Interesting. Yeah. If I'm catching Xander's hand correctly, there's a Mystical Dispute in hand, but no blue mana.
Blue mana.
Yeah, and there's also a Dismember. And that's for Tameshi. So now Bloom is in because Vexing Bauble's gone. Oh, Andrew's moving faster now. I would be scared.
This is the turn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. Belcher.
I'll activate it.
And then activates.
I have no islands.
And then...
I have no islands. Oh, yes!
Yeah. We're gonna
yes, let's do it!
We're going to check, all right.
I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to do that. I think let's just...
Xander Nelmenko has said, show me, buddy.
I'm not sure what count we're at.
Show me. Make sure you haven't sideboarded any extra lands in, and that is going to be that here.
Where's the Beseiju deck?
I have a suspend Lotus Bloom. It's 2 missing. Like you did, you choose not to do it.
Yeah, maybe.
A Belcher player, better than myself, told me...
Little post-mortem there between those two players as well, discussing the victory that ultimately went the way of the Belcher pilot there. But we got to finally see Goblin Char Belcher do its thing.
Yeah, look, one of the most played decks coming into the tournament. I think people expected it. I talked to a lot of folks at the player party on Thursday about why are you playing it, and it's basically like, yes, it's a turn 4 combo deck, which couldn't technically be slow, but it's a turn 4 combo deck that has some resiliency. It's quite consistent, and it can defend itself.
Yes,
right. So
I think that's the key.
Yes,
I think it's that last the fact that it is this like otherwise glass cannon looking combo deck, one trick pony type of thing, but the quality of interaction, particularly free no mana interaction, has risen so much in the last couple of years. This is a deck that can really rumble, as you say, by defending itself.
Yeah, and we just saw that particular game. And into the flood ball takes care of the Vexing Bobble. The Lotus comes in. I'm going to try to kill you. It is going to work. The game ends, right?
Yeah.
So because it is a blue deck, it has a lot of, it has bounce effects, it has counter spells, there are a lot of ways to interact with you, and then it's quite good at actually just finding the combo and enough mana to be able to go off on turn 4 with something resembling regularity. So getting to see it do its thing, you might think to yourself when you look at the deck list on paper of just like, well, how consistent is this deck? The answer is actually very. And that's the appeal of the strategy. Now, it's not as fast as the other combo decks, and some decks have the opportunity to go under it. And of course, as I mentioned, you're going to get to play at least 3 turns against the deck. Just the question is are you ready to engage with them when they're trying to kill you on 4? And do the things that you're trying to do resolve, or are they relevant enough? And sometimes the answer is no.
That's a really good point as well, because it's not just about using those 3 turns that you're more or less guaranteed. You've got to use those 3 turns to do something that's relevant.
Correct.
Whether that is put a bunch of pressure on, as we saw with like early Kappa Cannoneers or whatever, right?
Yep.
Or whether it's put cards into play like Vexing Bauble that aren't going to be removed or disrupted.
Correct.
To make sure that your opponent can't go off. So really, really interesting. Adds an extra layer of tension in a lot of matches, because it is a deck that you have to be ready for if you want to beat.
Yep.
It does catch some crossfire from other cards, like Vexing Bauble does a lot of work in a lot of matchups, for instance, but doesn't rely on the graveyard. It can do a lot of work through a lot of the other hate pieces that are being brought in post-board. So
it's a surprisingly resilient deck that doesn't play any lands, technically. It's not a heavily played deck on accident. Looks weird on paper. It's quite a good deck. I don't know if it's as good as Shuhei's deck, but it's quite a good deck.
Well, we're going to continue that exploration of this format tomorrow, my friends. We're rounding out our coverage of today's action as we head back to the booth now to wrap things up at the end of day 1 play here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Hello, you 3 over there. Bring it home for us, my friends.
Thank you so much, Riley and Cedric. Welcome back to the news desk here as we round out day 1 of competition. Maria Bertholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney here with you. And what an exciting day it has been.
Sweet.
It was awesome.
We've had some incredible magic from the draft rounds to the modern rounds, a standout deck. Speaking of decks, I want to do a deck check-in, Corey. What decks do you have your eye on?
Yeah, so let's take a look. The first deck list I want to look at is Johnny Gutman's list. This is kind of the most played deck that we had, and the person who really did the best with it. It is Esper Gorios here. Johnny Gutman ended up going 7-1, 3-0ing the draft, and only lost to Shuhei Nakamura on that really awesome affinity build. So turns out the best, most played deck in the format ends up being quite good. And then looking at another deck that is kind of on the rise, that is not necessarily super popular, and that is Control in general. And I picked Eli Cassis, was 4-0 going into this last round, did pick up a loss against Amulet, but Control did extremely well at this tournament, where I think most people, I wouldn't say would have laughed at Control, but maybe thought, like, this is not the place to be playing a Control deck. And Eli and the rest of the Control players ended up proving all them wrong. Eli Cassis at a solid X2 here going in. And then one of our decks that is kind of maybe not doing it as well here. This is the best of the Boros Energy, and I had to scroll a decent amount to find it. I did find out the numbers, and I gotta say, all the Reed Dukes of the world, Misplaced Gingers of the world, kind of shield your ears here for what I'm about to say. Boros Energy had about a 45% win rate, so I'm now deciding Boros Energy is the Jund of Modern now. So I'm so sorry to say it, but it didn't have a good weekend, kind of as we expected. When there's so many combo decks, this is exactly the deck that gets feasted on by those decks, and it really showed today. It did not do very well.
Corey, I've got to ask now, knowing what we know after day 1 of competition, where would you like to be with a modern deck?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard to argue with Control since it did so well, but I'm already a slow enough player. I do not want to time out. So I would still be playing Esper Gorios. I'd still be playing one of the combo decks to take advantage of these Boros mid-range deck, which I would have expected personally going into this as the most played deck. So combo all the way for me in Modern.
What about Affinity, Corey?
Affinity is cool. If I would have had that sweet tech, if Shuhei would have let me in on his tech, then yes, I would have probably played that. But the traditional Affinity list, I wasn't doing as much winning with, so I would have been bringing back Atraxas and Gristle Browns all day.
All right, there's a look at some decks we've got our eye on here throughout the competition. And Ailey, what about players that we're going to watch?
Well, if we didn't include Shuhei Nakamura in the mix there, we would be doing ourselves a great disservice.
Yeah.
An absolute goat of the game, 8-0, undefeated. He is crushing it here. Just look at that. Doesn't matter what you throw at him, he is going to take you down. And I cannot wait to see how far he takes this undefeated run. So definitely keeping our eye on Shuhei. Another player we want to keep our eye on tomorrow is Samuel Estrati, the inaugural Modern champion in 2011. Philadelphia, Samuel Estrati became the first Modern Pro Tour champion, sitting at 5-2-1 at the moment, so still in a really, really good spot. And finally, the third player I want to keep our eyes on is none other than Hall of Famer Reed Duke. He was sitting at 1-4 at one point and rallied back to 4-4 to make it into tomorrow. So day 2 of competition.
Easily could have put him into the World Championship. You know, he was in 10th place going in. So making it to day 2, getting those points, that could have easily been the last 3 rounds that locked him up for the biggest tournament of the year. What he always wants to get to is to just play every tournament. That's his goal every time.
Maximize the amount of Magic you can play in a year.
And I think he just did it.
So many exciting stories already coming out of this Pro Tour on day 1 of competition. It's time to crown our player of the day. I wonder who it could be.
It's Shuhei Nakamura. I got to chat to him after his win. Our lone undefeated player here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities is none other than Shuhei Nakamura, 8-0. How are you feeling?
Yeah, that's super nice for me. In fact, my destination was like a 4-4 because I'm line of reach to World Championship. Yeah, extra 4 wins. Yeah, that's good.
Well, you are well on course for the World Championship now. Tell me a little bit about your anticipation for tomorrow. Do you enjoy the draft format?
Not really, because in generally the format is like only 2 weeks for prepare or 1 week. It is really good for us, pro players. But in that time, everyone had 2 months.
I mean, we had lots of time to prepare for it, and you're crushing it, absolutely. You have your best finish as 2nd place. I gotta ask you, Shuhei, is this the Pro Tour you are gonna win?
Yeah, last time I was defeated by Affinity. It's a Columbus 2004. Yep. In that time, I used to respect Affinity. Yeah, hopefully.
There's plenty of people who want to see you there. You had such an incredible career. Let's top it off with a Pro Tour win, and then who knows, maybe World Championship. So, Shuhei, best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Stay undefeated until the top 8.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's our player of the day,
Yeah.
Shuhei Nakamura, and so very well deserved. What about our match of the day, going all the way back to round 2, Corey?
Yeah, back to round 2 where we got a amazing draft round here by John Emmanuel Duprat and Ken Yukihiro. These players were 0-1. So, I mean, this match kind of matters more than anything. Starting 0-2 at a Pro Tour, we call that the Corey B. So them trying to avoid that is exactly what they want to be doing here. And there were spots in this game where I'm like, yep, there's no way Ken can win. Oh, top deck, the perfect card. I think my favorite sequence was had the Virus Beetle to make JED discard Weft walking, and then drew a removal spell to be able to kill the Godma. The match was incredible. There are too many highlights from that specific match. You need to go back and watch it. That's my match of the day. That's my match of the month. That might be my match of the year, Maria.
Excellent. Go back and check it out if you missed it, everyone. Well, play just wrapped up here on day 1 of competition, mere seconds ago in the building. It's time now to look at our leaderboard after 1 day of competition and find out where we're at. Shuhei Nakamura, the Hall of Famer, the lone undefeated player in the tournament, pacing the field at 8-0. But plenty of people hot on his heels. Johnny Gutman of Canada at 7-1. Shuhei Nakamura beat Hayumi Nishi in one of the rounds there, so hot on the heels there, also at 7-1. Stefan Schutz, Jason Yee at 6-1-1. Mati Kuzma also sitting at 6-1-1, as well as Jesse Hampton. Good start to the tournament for him, as well as Benton Madsen sitting at 6-1-1. 1-1. Luis Salvato knows how to win a Modern Pro Tour, sitting at 6-2. So a good day one for all of these players. Let's take a peek at some more players who started out the tournament very well indeed. Matt Costa at 6-2. Hall of Famer and fan favorite Gabriel Nassif, Mr. Yellow Hat himself, currently sitting at 6-2. So a good start for him as well. Taking a look there in 29th place, Jean-Emmanuel Depras, former world champ, sitting at 6-2.
J-E-D.
And hey, if we didn't win that round 2 limited from JED, 6-2 is a lot tougher to get when you start 0-2. That's just math.
Absolutely, absolutely. Everyone, join us back here tomorrow. We've got more action on day 2 of competition. We had 300 players when we started today. By the time we finish tomorrow, there will only be 8. So you do not want to miss rounds 9 through 16 tomorrow, happening at 11 a.m. Eastern. And then, of course, Sunday is Top 8 Sunday Single Elimination Modern, starting an hour earlier at 10 a.m. Eastern. All right, so put that in your calendars right now. Well, what a fantastic tournament we've had here in Atlanta at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. It was a hot and humid day as we entered the convention center here in Atlanta, Georgia for the Pro Tour, with 300 players poised to station their way to victory and thousands more here to celebrate at MagicCon in style. We kicked off the Pro Tour with a well-tested and well-rounded draft format that rewarded extensive testing, where big mana plays pay off and any color can give you a deck that's truly out of this world. Then, of course, it was on to Modern, where the metagame proved that the beloved format was truly shining. From aggro to control to combo, every archetype was well represented. In the end, though, only one player remained undefeated, Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura, who clawed his way to the top on the back of an impressively tuned Affinity build. See you all back here tomorrow as we blast off towards our top 8 at warp speed here at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities.